at the 5th Academy of Tianfeng City in the Great Xia Empire, a place where countless future powerhouses are born. Inside a classroom, the atmosphere is heavy and as tense as a drawn bowstring. The entire class is filled with nervous anticipation as the talent awakening ceremony is about to begin. Meanwhile, one young man casually rests his chin on his hand and gazes out the window, appearing strangely calm. 10 years ago, Zhang Zi traveled from Earth to this demon realm world, a place crawling with demonic creatures. In this world, humans must awaken their talent to even have the right to stand against these monsters. Talents are ranked from D to SSS, where a higher rank means overwhelming combat power, making monster hunting look easy, and only those with at least rank have a glimmer of hope to pass the trials and join the ranks of the elite. The countdown clock shows exactly 10 minutes left before the fated moment arrives. Whether it is glory or disgrace, everything will be decided in that single instant. Zhang Zi lightly presses a button on his unique watch. Immediately, a bolt of lightning shoots out from the face of the watch. The space around him warps and twists so rapidly that he does not even have time to react. When he finally opens his eyes again, Zhang Zi follows the instructions and places his hand on the sphere, praying in his heart for at least a rank A. The sphere flashes brightly, and he shouts with determination, "Give me a rank A." The light from the sphere grows increasingly brilliant. Then the light suddenly dies out with a soft pop, leaving Zhang Zi frozen as he quickly asks the guide sprite what rank his talent actually is. The guide sprite stares at the sphere, her eyes filled with complete shock. The silence makes his face go pale as cold sweat pours down, wondering if he failed to awaken any talent at all. But the truth is even crazier than a dream, for Zhang Zi has actually awakened an SSS rank talent. Upon hearing the news, he himself cannot believe what his own ears are telling him. The guide sprite announces that he possesses SSS rank summoning, a legendary skill that has never appeared in the history of this world. Zhang Zi is overjoyed, knowing that a rank S is enough to change one's life, let alone SSS, as his destiny officially turns to a brand new chapter. The guide sprite points to the information panel, introducing the details of summoning and telling him to research it further. The panel displays SSS rank summoning level 1, with 0 out of 1000 experience, consuming 10 vitality with a 60-second cooldown, allowing him to summon a perfect copy of a killed target with no time limit and the ability to upgrade to the 5th stage. After reading it, Zhang Zi can only utter 2 words, totally overpowered. At the first level, he is already able to summon 1 replicated entity. As he levels up, the number of summoned beasts could potentially reach 30. He only needs to defeat a single monster to turn it into his own fighting force. Thinking about building a monster army to dominate the demon realm, he sees a future as bright as fireworks. After that, he opens his character panel to check his personal information. Name Rakshasa, ID number CNation 24751176, Health 100, Vitality 110, Damage 10, all stats 10 out of 10 except for Spirit at 11, with first stage SSS rank summoning skill and an overall evaluation of beginner. He realizes his spiritual power is higher than average, likely because he is a transmigrator. With the tutorial complete, the guide sprite smiles and bids him farewell. The demon realm gradually fades away before his eyes. A blue sky and bright sunshine appear. Below is a massive arena with 4 pillars linked together by bolts of lightning. A female teacher calls out loudly for the rookies to gather and listen to the essential knowledge regarding the demon realm. However, the students are preoccupied with their own conversations, and hardly anyone pays attention. Zhang Zi looks at the crowded scene with excitement, feeling that this is finally the real demon realm. One male student brags about awakening the rank a talent great strength punch, his face filled with pride as if he just won the lottery. The 2 people beside him are satisfied even with rank B talents and keep showering him with praise. Another student who only has a rank D talent slumps down and starts sobbing uncontrollably. A teacher speaks in a stern voice, ordering everyone to line up to receive their weapons. One by one, they receive their equipment and are reminded that the demon realm is not a game and death is permanent. He has witnessed many people who came in with a playful attitude, and the price they paid was incredible. The female teacher wipes her sweat and breathes a sigh of relief. This batch only has 3 people at rank O or higher, which is a much lower quality compared to the previous year. The group of rookies cheers and rushes into the forest, shouting that they will slaughter everything in their path. Zhang Zi alone quietly stays behind to practice his archery. This action accidentally catches the eye of one of the teachers. He fires several shots in a row, but only one arrow hits the bullseye, making him realize that the bow is harder to master than he imagined. In real combat, there are no second chances, and since he has no summons yet, he must be extra cautious and hone his skills first. As time passes, the number of arrows he fires becomes too many to count. His gaze gradually becomes more determined and steady. He adjusts his posture, focuses with absolute concentration, and pulls the bowstring taut. The arrow hissed through the wind before slamming forcefully into the very center of the bullseye. Zhang Zi let out a long breath of relief as the system notified him that his mastery had reached level 4, with his accuracy now hitting 80%. Looking down at his hands, he could see the thick calluses carved into his skin from his endless, relentless training sessions. Feeling that he was finally ready, he pulled his face mask up high and stepped into the ominous depths of the demon realm forest. Right before his eyes stood 2 ferocious demon beasts with savage faces and eyes that glowed a terrifying, fiery red. Another creature nearby bore a flame-shaped mark on its forehead, its golden eyes staring him down with an overwhelming, threatening presence. The first floor is crowded with monsters like the brute rabbits, which are incredibly agile and deal massive damage but suffer from low defense. On the other hand, the colossal turtle has tank-like defense and a massive health pool, but it moves as slow as a literal turtle. The shadow wolf serves as the first-floor boss, possessing extreme speed, powerful attacks, and the shadow shred skill that unleashes 5 consecutive strikes with burn and bleed effects. At that moment, 2 new trainees were being hunted by a colossal turtle, screaming for their lives as they scrambled through the chaotic woods. The colossal turtle was relentlessly pursuing the 2 newbies, scaring them so badly they turned pale as ghosts while running and wailing in terror. It slammed its heavy feet onto the ground, creating a shockwave that made the 2 lose their balance and sent them flying like ragdolls. The colossal turtle let out a thunderous roar and lifted its massive leg to crush one of them, while the boy frantically raised his hands in a desperate attempt to protect himself. Just then, an arrow flew in to save the day, but it simply bounced off the turtle's shell, which was as hard as reinforced steel. Seeing the situation was critical, Zhang Zi waved his hand provocatively to draw the colossal turtle's attention toward himself. He even had the nerve to nonchalantly tease the creature, calling it a little turtle and inviting it over for a round of fun. The colossal turtle glared at him with murderous intent, its gaze perfectly fitting for a monster inhabiting the first floor of the realm. Sweat poured down Zhang Zi's face like rain as he realized that in this tense moment, remaining silent was his best bet for survival. Only a second later, the colossal turtle immediately switched targets, deciding to hunt him down with everything it had. The chase kicked up thick clouds of dust as Zhang Zi ran for his life, shouting at the top of his lungs like a protagonist in an action movie. After a period of frantic running, he finally spotted the altar standing just ahead in the distance. He put on a burst of speed, successfully luring the colossal turtle right up to the magic barrier surrounding the altar. The barrier immediately sensed the presence of the demon beast and unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck the colossal turtle directly. Seeing that the creature was weakened, Zhang Zi did not hesitate for a single moment and fired 3 arrows in rapid succession. The 3 arrows thudded into the monster's back, completely draining the very last of its remaining health points. The colossal turtle let out a final, agonizing howl before dissolving into fragments of light and completely dissipating. A system notification appeared, informing Zhang Zi that he had obtained a low-grade strength demon soul orb. He wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at the orb in his hand, secretly praising himself for the clever plan of using the barrier's power. The system explained that demon soul orbs drop randomly from defeated monsters, categorized into low, middle, and high grades, with red for strength, green for constitution, blue for spirit, and yellow for agility. Since he had defeated the colossal turtle, Zhang Zi met the requirements to activate the summoning art, and the system asked if he wished to summon it. Without a moment of hesitation, he shouted out at the top of his lungs, "Summon." A massive surge of energy began to swirl violently in the air right in front of him. From within that vortex, a replicated version of the colossal turtle stepped out, letting out a roar that was filled with absolute majesty. Zhang Zi burst into laughter, feeling that this sensation of power was simply too incredible to put into words. He happily patted its head as if it were a common house pet, completely devoid of any fear toward the beast. He realized with a grin that this massive creature was officially his very first summoned beast. Elsewhere, a small group of people was struggling desperately in a fierce confrontation against a brute rabbit. One person had been knocked down and lay there groaning in pain, while the other 2 held their ground in a tense, defensive stance. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from behind them, causing the entire group to jump in pure shock. When they turned around to look, their faces went deathly pale because another colossal turtle had appeared right behind them. Surrounded by monsters on both sides, one of the young men gritted his teeth, prepared to risk his life in a final stand. However, what shocked them even more than the monster's appearance was what they saw on the back of the turtle's shell. There was actually a person sitting there quite comfortably, looking as relaxed as if he were on a casual stroll. Zhang Zi, riding atop the colossal turtle, gave them a cheeky grin and casually called out, "Hello there, brothers." The three of them were completely baffled as to why such a fierce monster was acting so obediently toward him, wondering if the demon realm allowed for taming. The injured guy suddenly felt a surge of reckless courage, deciding he wanted to try taming the brute rabbit to save himself. As it turned out, no sooner had he spoken than the brute rabbit slapped him across the face, sending his teeth flying everywhere. Seeing their teammate getting absolutely wrecked, the other two people turned pale with sheer terror. They immediately threw themselves into an attack against the brute rabbit in a desperate bid for survival. Each of them unleashed their specific skills, determined to take the creature down once and for all. Unexpectedly, the brute rabbit suddenly came to a complete halt and stood perfectly still. Then it activated its berserk state, causing its aura and fighting spirit to skyrocket to a terrifying level. All three were panicked, but they tried to reassure themselves that it had very little health left and they just needed to finish it off together. At that exact moment, two more brute rabbits arrived on the scene to join the fight. The faces of the three trainees immediately turned as gray as ashes upon seeing the reinforcements. Not far away from the ongoing chaos, Zhang Zi was currently occupied with something else entirely. He was leisurely riding the colossal turtle while its energy on a counterattack. The last rabbit prepared itself to charge forward once more, with even more lethal intent. If he could not deal with it in time, the giant tortoise would certainly be defeated and taken out of the fight. At the critical moment, the giant tortoise leveled up to level 2 and unleashed an incredibly powerful tail swipe. That single devastating blow sent the violent rabbit straight to its grave, ending the struggle instantly. Zhang Zi happily picked up the 3 demon soul orbs, as the system notified him that he could now summon 3 replicas of the violent rabbit. When the system prompt asked if he wanted to perform the summoning, he immediately gave the command to summon them without hesitation. 3 replicated violent rabbits materialized right before his eyes, standing ready to follow his every command. Looking at his new lineup, he grinned like a powerful mage who had just finished summoning a massive personal army. This was because he now officially had 4 powerful summoned beasts under his direct control. Just then, a message from the class group arrived, requiring all students to gather immediately at the altar. The teacher mentioned an important announcement, making Zhang Zi curious about what kind of significant event was about to unfold. A teacher stepped forward to speak, asking how they felt about the first floor of the demon realm after days of training, then sternly warned that the first floor boss, the Shadow Wolf, was absolutely not something they could face alone. Therefore, the school had specially invited a powerhouse from the demon realm to assist them. She would lead the team to defeat the Shadow Wolf and open the ascension gate to the second floor. Liu Yuying stepped up to introduce herself, stating that her name within the demon realm was simply Yuying. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized her as the senior who had awakened an S-rank talent the previous year and was nominated for the prestigious Kingdom Martial Arts Academy. Yuying continued, warning everyone not to underestimate the first floor boss, because the Shadow Wolf was far more difficult to handle than they could imagine. She told them that if they followed her, they must obey her orders, and anyone in dangerous woods of the demon realm. Zhang Zi thought to himself that since he was hiding his true strength, he couldn't just summon his beasts casually, or it would terrify the entire team. Right at that moment, 2 violent rabbits suddenly lunged out from the thick bushes to attack. At the same time, a giant tortoise a massive shadow wolf stepped out from the ascension gate, accompanied by a thick, heavy mist that began to envelop everything. The dense layer of fog completely obscured their vision, making it impossible for them to pinpoint the creature's exact location. Yuying tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, focusing every ounce of her mental energy on the battle ahead. Suddenly, the wolf activated its incredible speed, moving with a velocity that was almost too fast for the eye to follow. It circled her at a terrifying speed, and in the blink of an eye, appeared directly behind Yuying's back. Its razor-sharp teeth were the beast. A flurry of slashes formed golden energy trajectories that carved directly into the body of the shadow wolf. The wolf let out a pained howl before collapsing heavily onto the ground. Was successfully completed. Yuying urged everyone to hurry through the ascension gate because the boss would respawn in 1 hour, and she had to return to the 5th floor to hunt another target. Suddenly, a female student dressed in white pointed behind Yuying's back with a look of pure terror on her face. She immediately turned her head to look back at the ascension gate to see what was causing the commotion. The gate began to fluctuate violently, with its energy becoming unstable and surging out in an alarming way. Yue Ying realized that it was a sign of the boss appearing, but she was completely baffled because it had been less than 1 hour. Dark energy from the overlimit gate suddenly exploded, spreading rapidly throughout the entire area. She could feel that this aura was completely unusual and far more dangerous than anything she had encountered before. Another shadow wolf stepped out, looking much more ferocious with eyes glowing with evil energy. It was an elite shadow wolf. Upon hearing the word elite, immediately launching her own counterattack. She delivered several consecutive slashes with her blade, but the damage she dealt was almost insignificant to the creature. She was absolutely stunned by the monster's terrifyingly high defensive capabilities. Before she could even finish her thought, the wolf had already lunged at her once again. It suddenly shifted its direction midair, attempting to ambush her from a complete blind spot. The unexpected move left Yue Ying without enough time to react perfectly to the incoming strike. In the end, she was only able to dodge a small portion of the attack. The system warned her that she had entered a bleeding state, losing 1% of her health every 10 seconds, which could be fatal if not stopped. Despite her frustration with the creature's insane speed, Yue Ying gritted her teeth, determined not to lose to a mere wolf. She continued to use her light slash skill, while the elite shadow wolf proved just as agile, leading to a fierce and desperate stalemate. Zhang Zi, who was running away, suddenly looked back, but his companion urged him not to stop and keep moving. However, a different thought flashed through his mind. A rare elite shadow wolf like this was an opportunity he simply couldn't ignore, even as people called him reckless. Back on the battlefield, Yue Ying was gradually being pushed into a disadvantageous position by the relentless shadow wolf. Clutching her wound, she thought to herself that she never expected a first-floor boss to be this incredibly powerful. Despite fighting for such a long time, the creature's health bar was still sitting at more than half. Sensing that Yue Ying was starting to grow exhausted, the elite shadow wolf immediately increased its speed to finish her off. She used every ounce of her remaining strength to dodge before attempting to unleash another light slash. However, due to the massive loss of blood, her physical stamina had declined quite severely. This caused her to be unable to activate her skills even one more time. The shadow wolf stood there, staring at Yue Ying as if it were savoring its prey just before delivering the final blow. The elite shadow wolf suddenly lunged forward with a speed like the wind, making it feel as if the very air itself was being torn apart. Its sharp claws repeatedly slashed against Yue Ying, sending her tumbling violently across the ground. Shadow Wolf's attention toward himself. That sight left Yue Ying completely stunned as she suddenly remembered who he was. Wasn't this guy just one of the rookie male students from earlier? Why on earth hadn't he retreated with the others already? While Yue Ying lay on the ground waiting for help, Zhang Zi was off in the distance taunting the boss, and though she screamed for him to stop, he kept running in circles. After only a few provocations, the shadow wolf was already chasing him so hard that he was practically running for his life. As he ran, he quickly calculated that the boss still had more than half of its health remaining. If he jumped into close combat now, it would be suicide, but he couldn't just give up because if he died, there would be no one to look after his sister. He had to lure it to an open area where his summoned beasts would have enough space to fully utilize their powers. But the wolf's speed was simply too terrifying, leaving Zhang Zi completely out of breath. The shadow wolf pounced again, but fortunately, he managed to reach the clearing just in the nick of time. Zhang Zi quickly spun around on his heels. He immediately summoned all of his beasts to form a protective wall right in front of him. From afar, Yue Ying drank a health potion while thinking about how a rookie like him dared to stall an elite boss, and she tried to stop her bleeding to save him. Suddenly, a voice rang out through the air, casting the spell known as Green Blessing. The wooden staff held in that person's hand began to emit a brilliant and radiant light. Green energy washed over Yue Ying to heal her wounds, and she turned to see the little princess, along with her teammates appearing on the scene. The little princess gave a small smile and said that the entire team had arrived to provide her with support. The man in black and the woman in purple scolded Yue Ying for being so reckless, saying an elite boss can't be fought alone, even on the first floor. Yue Ying bowed her head in apology, while a young man carrying a shield asked where the elite boss had gone. Yue Ying suddenly snapped out of it and replied that it had been led away by a rookie, urging them to hurry and catch up. The entire team was absolutely shocked that Zhang Zi would actually have the courage to lead the boss away. On the other side, Zhang Zi was busy barking out orders for his summoned beasts to attack. The giant turtle and 3 violent rabbits lunged forward simultaneously to surround the elite shadow wolf. The 3 violent rabbits launched a continuous barrage of punches as they closed in on the elite boss. The giant turtle swung its powerful tail, knocking the shadow wolf back and pinning it firmly against a tree. Zhang Zi was secretly thrilled because, once surrounded, the wolf's speed dropped significantly, allowing the giant turtle's defense to shine. Feeling cornered, the elite boss erupted with dark energy before launching a ferocious and desperate counterattack. Sharp streaks of energy sliced through the air, sweeping across Zhang Zi's summoned beasts. Zhang Zi raised his bow in a defensive stance, determined to let his summons take the brunt of the damage for him. Suddenly, one of the violent rabbits leaped up like an arrow, and the system announced that it had reached level 2. Zhang Zi was amazed, but quickly ordered them to keep the enemy surrounded, with the giant turtle tanking while the rabbits focused on damage. The shadow wolf leaped high into the air and brought its weight down on the giant turtle's head, making it roar out in immense pain. As the mist began to obscure the moonlight, one of the violent rabbits ran out of help, and the system reported its death. Zhang Zi was completely stunned as he watched his very first summoned beast fall in battle. Before he could even react, the second monster was also swiftly brought down by the Shadow Wolf's relentless assault. He gritted his teeth and cursed, frustrated that the boss remained so stubborn after all this fighting, while his remaining violent rabbit threw a punch that was easily dodged. 2 seconds later, the giant turtle lashed out with its tail in a violent, sweeping motion that shook the very ground. The direct hit landed squarely on the target, causing the boss to let out a piercing cry of absolute agony that echoed through the area. It stumbled blindly before finally collapsing to the ground, and the system notified him that the elite Shadow Wolf had been successfully eliminated. Zhang Zi panted heavily to catch his breath, noticing that his 2 remaining summoned beasts were also clinging to just a tiny sliver of their health. The boss dropped 4 mid-tier demon soul orbs along with 2 pieces of equipment, which were a wolf fang necklace and a wolf bone dagger. Zhang Zi kept the necklace for himself, but since the high-damage bone dagger didn't fit his style, he planned to sell it for his sister's medical bills while patting his rabbit's head. He mused to himself that without making some daring sacrifices, there was no way he could have ever hoped to catch a high-level wolf like this. He raised his hand high toward the sky and shouted the command for his powerful skill, Summoning Art. A massive vortex of swirling energy suddenly materialized, and a replicated version of the Shadow Wolf stepped out with a gaze as cold as ice. The system displayed its stats as level 1 out of 5, with 3,000 health, damage from 260 to 380, and 1,500 defense. Zhang Zi was absolutely stunned because these attributes were undoubtedly the most overpowered he had seen on the entire first floor of the realm. He rested his hands on his hips and breathed a sigh of relief before deciding to head home for school, just as the little princess cheered that she found a trail. They soon arrived at a jagged, rocky clearing that was completely covered in the deep, fresh claw marks left behind by the Shadow Wolf. They searched the entire surrounding area thoroughly, but they were unable to find any further clues or traces of where the creature might have gone. The young man in blue remarked on how brave that newcomer was, while Yue Ying stated she would find teacher Liu Wei if Zhang Zi had truly met with disaster. Her heart felt heavy with guilt, knowing that if he had actually died during the encounter, the full weight of the responsibility would rest solely on her shoulders. That night, Zhang Zi checked his loot, and the system reported that he had 61 low-tier demon soul orbs and 25 mid-tier ones in his possession. He tried absorbing a single red demon soul orb, feeling energy surge through his body as his strength increased, so he planned to visit the martial arts hall to test it. Early the next morning, the sun began to rise over the city as a brand new day of challenges and opportunities finally began. His younger sister had already prepared a full breakfast, leaving Zhang Zi feeling helpless since he had specifically told her that she didn't need to cook anymore. He thought about how her artificial kidney was failing and renewed his resolve to earn money, all while keeping his SSS rank summoning art a complete secret. His sister worriedly advised him to stop entering the dangerous demon realm because it was simply far too risky for someone like him to handle. When Zhang Zi asked her how she planned to make any money, she just gave him a mysterious smile and told him it was her own little secret. After finishing his breakfast, he shouldered his backpack and headed off to school, telling his sister to focus on her studies and not to worry about him. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, he heard several boys sighing in deep disappointment because their awakened talents hadn't turned out the way they hoped. Zhang Zi sat down at his desk and quietly opened the trading platform on his phone to check the current market prices for his items. The demon's soul orbs sold out almost instantly, and he felt a wave of joy as he withdrew the funds, knowing he was close to having enough for the surgery. Teacher Liu Wei entered the classroom and loudly called for silence, demanding that everyone settle down so he could begin the morning's important lesson. Suddenly, Yue Ying appeared at the front of the class, dressed in casual, everyday clothes rather than the adventuring gear she usually wore. The teacher announced that someone had lured the boss away to save Yue Ying yesterday, and she wanted to thank that mysterious hero in person. The entire class erupted into excited chatter and speculation, while Zhang Zi pretended to be completely oblivious, continuing to tap away at his phone. Since no one stepped forward to claim the credit, Liu Wei and Yue Ying went outside to discuss the matter, asking the students to report any news they found. The classroom was buzzing with lively gossip until Wang Yang smugly claimed that he actually knew the secret identity of the person they were looking for. Zhang Zi broke out in a cold sweat when he heard Wang Yang mention that only one person had been running against the crowd, and his name was Rakshasa. Wang Yang went on to brag about meeting 2 girls in the demon realm, prompting Zhang Zi to quickly make an excuse about heading to the gym for work. Wang Yang asked if it was because his sister needed money and told him to look for his nickname, Handsome Fatty, if he ever went back to the demon realm. The school bell finally rang, signaling the end of the day, and students immediately began pouring out of the classrooms like a massive, rushing wave. Zhang Zi arrived at the martial arts gym to start cleaning, thinking to himself that if he could just get a few more demon soul orbs, he could finally quit. A crowd gathered around Zhang Hao, praising the strongest student of the 5th Academy for his 507-kilogram punch and his bright A-rank future. After hearing that, Zhang Zi silently acknowledged the boy's skill and then stepped forward to test his own strength against the heavy punching bag. The screen displayed 497 kilograms, which shocked him. Since one attribute point boosted him past 390 kilograms, he had to return tonight. He checked his phone and saw a message from his sister saying she was going to a friend's house and would be home late, so he was on his own. At that very same moment, the first floor of the demon realm was absolutely packed, with people who had gathered in large crowds around the altar. Zhang Zi checked his system panel and saw 7 summoning slots remaining, so he decided not to rush to the second floor until he had 10 beasts. He raised both of his hands into the air and focused his internal energy to activate his specialized summoning skill once again. He summoned his shadow wolf and began leading it through the dark wilderness to hunt down various monsters across the entire first floor. A giant turtle appeared with a thunderous roar, but it was immediately met with a coordinated, fierce attack from both him and his shadow wolf. The giant turtle took a massive amount of damage from their combined assault and let out a series of agonizing, high-pitched shrieks of pain. A nearby violent rabbit was also quickly overwhelmed and brought down by the effective teamwork of the formidable master and beast dude. In what seemed like no time at all, he had successfully managed to accumulate the exact number of defeated monsters that he required for his progress. Having achieved his immediate goals on this level, he decided it was finally time to make his way up to the second floor of the tower. Suddenly, a desperate and blood-curdling cry for help echoed from somewhere far off in the distance, specifically coming from behind a large tree. He saw a group of panicked people sprinting out from the level-up gate, and upon taking a closer look, he realized that one of them was Wang Yang. Wang Yang was screaming at the top of his lungs while running, begging the pursuers not to kill them since they were just penniless beginners. The two pursuers laughed, stating they didn't care about their gear and only wanted to kidnap them to extort their real-world families for a massive ransom. Zhang Zi observed from behind a tree, knowing that revealing his identity was dangerous because criminals often killed their victims even after getting the money. The leader smirked as he brought up Wang Yang's earlier boasting about his family's wealth and then immediately proceeded to activate his deadly skill. A crimson swamp suddenly manifested beneath their feet, emitting an eerie aura that caused all 3 of the trapped students to fall into a total panic. He pressed the sharp edge of his heavy axe against Wang Yang's throat, demanding that he reveal all the sensitive information about his wealthy family. Although Wang Yang was trembling uncontrollably with fear, he remarkably managed to keep his mouth shut and refused to utter a single word to them. The man gave a wicked, cruel laugh and told the boy that he would surely become much more cooperative after losing one of his arms to the blade. Right at that critical moment, a sharp arrow suddenly pierced through his hand, causing him to let out a thunderous roar of intense and unexpected pain. He spun around instantly, his face twisted in rage, and began hurling curses at whoever had the audacity to launch a sneak attack from the shadows. Stepping out from the thick bushes was Zhang Zi, his entire figure concealed beneath the mysterious and intimidating folds of a long, black cloak. He coldly called them nothing but worthless scum, which immediately provoked one of the angry henchmen to charge toward him with murderous intent. Instead of engaging them right there, Zhang Zi quickly turned around and began to run away, intentionally baiting the criminals to follow him. The leader and his subordinate, now completely consumed by a murderous bloodlust, stayed hot on his heels as they pursued him through the terrain. Directly ahead of them was a towering and extremely steep cliffside, a specific location that Zhang Zi had carefully navigated through once before. The surrounding terrain is difficult, as there is only one single exit available for anyone to use. Being cornered in the wide valley, they laughed loudly and told him that he had walked right into their trap. The leader told his lackeys not to kill him too quickly, as they should squeeze out all his money first before torturing him, while Zhang Zi remained perfectly calm. He leisurely stepped forward with his axe, confident that no one would ever find out if he committed murder in this place. Zhang Zi knelt down on one knee and stared at them with eyes that were as cold as ice. He whispered that it was for the best and activated his summoning skill, causing countless summoning circles to appear on the ground instantly. A thick and overwhelming aura began to pour out from within those mysterious circles. A series of giant turtles and violent rabbits appeared, completely blocking off the path for the bandits. The bandits panicked, unable to understand how he could possibly summon so many monsters at once. Seeing that the situation had turned against them, the leader tried to retreat, but it was already too late. A purple mist suddenly enveloped the area right in front of them, blocking their vision. Within the fog, a pair of cold eyes flickered as the elite shadow wolf stepped out with a majestic presence. Their faces turned pale as they realized this was an elite boss, and not just some common monster they could handle. From behind them, Zhang Zi's voice rang out with chilling and detached coldness. "You just said that no one would know about a murder here, right?" He raised his hand to give a signal, and they immediately fled in a state of sheer panic. The shadow wolf opened its jaws wide and lunged forward to tear them apart without mercy. The wolf and the pack of summoned beasts quickly left the bandits covered in blood and groveling on the ground. The giant turtle swung its heavy tail, sending two of the lackeys flying through the air with a single strike. Two violent rabbits pounced onto the leader, causing him to scream out in terror as he was overwhelmed. The clouds parted, allowing the bright moonlight to illuminate the entire valley. Zhang Zi coldly remarked that they brought this on themselves before picking up the demon soul orbs that had dropped. The system notified him of a C-rank berserk talisman with a frenzy effect within 3 meters, and he quietly praised it as a truly great item. This will serve as his trump card when needed, and with that, he looked up and walked away. Reaching the level-up gate to the second floor, Wang Yang ran over and thanked him profusely for the rescue. He did not want evil people to continue hurting others before stepping into the portal. Wang Yang was deeply moved and called him his idol, as the second floor of the demon realm revealed itself to be a massive catacomb. The square was packed, with a crowd of people looking for parties to join for the next challenge. But Zhang Zi still chose to go solo, because his summoning skill was more than enough to handle everything by himself. He checked the monster list for this floor, which included poisonous spiders and other dangerous creatures. There were also blood-sucking bats, and the powerful heaven-swallowing frog boss waiting for him. Each of these creatures was significantly stronger than the ones he had encountered on the first floor. Before he could get very far, he became entangled in a spider web as large as a massive net. A poisonous spider revealed itself, causing him to immediately step back to a safe distance. He summoned the violent rabbits and giant turtles to charge forward and engage the enemy. The pack of summoned beasts rushed straight toward the poisonous spider to protect their master. The poisonous spider opened its mouth and began to spray sticky silk all over the battlefield. The silk wrapped around the rabbit before the spider spat out bright green venom directly at it. The violent rabbit was poisoned, its fur turning green as its health gradually drained away from the toxin. The poison was not very strong, but it caused an annoying lingering effect that hindered his summons. Zhang Zi summoned more reinforcements and finally managed to take down the poisonous spider. However, he had to sacrifice one of his violent rabbits in the heat of the process. The poisonous spider only dropped 2 low-grade demon soul orbs, making him feel like he had suffered a loss. Even so, he still summoned a level 1 poisonous spider with 300 health as his newest asset. It deals 100 to 500 damage with no skills, but its defense is higher than that of the rabbits and turtles. Venturing deeper, he only encountered a few scattered monsters, since the second floor was quite empty today. Suddenly, 2 pairs of red eyes flashed in the darkness, and 2 blood-sucking bats lunged out at him. Zhang Zi immediately summoned the Shadow Wolf to defend him from the sudden aerial assault. At the same time, he ordered the giant turtle to stand in front as a protective shield. Fortunately, his summoning speed had increased, as he surely would have been ambushed if he were a split second slower. Get them, my brothers, give it everything you have got, and do not let them escape. The blood-sucking bat swooped down to tear at the giant turtle and suck its blood, causing it to howl in agony. Zhang Zi's other summons were also losing health rapidly, as the blood-sucking bats grew stronger and more vigorous the more they healed. Zhang Zi quickly judged that he must focus his damage to take them down one by one, rather than letting them continue their life drain. He summoned the poisonous spider to spray silk and venom, trapping the swarm of bats in midair. This venom also had the effect of suppressing their ability to drain blood from their targets effectively. Thanks to this strategy, the tide of the battle finally began to turn in Zhang Zi's favor. After a period of intense combat, he successfully finished off the 2 blood-sucking bats with ease. He sat down surrounded by his summons and sighed, noting that just 2 bats had cost him several of his beasts. In the demon realm, only the strong and the smart are able to survive until the very end. Including the 2 newly captured bats, Zhang Zi now has a total of 8 summoned beasts under his command. Feeling that his forces were sufficient for now, he decided to head straight toward the boss area. Deep inside a cave, a group of people was expressing their frustration, cursing those who dared to monopolize the boss. As soon as Zhang Zi arrived, he overheard the entire dramatic exchange that was thick with the scent of gunpowder. A group of people emerged from the boss room, set up a barricade to block the path, and yelled for everyone to be quiet. Looking at the sign requiring 10 demon soul orbs to enter, someone complained about the price, only to be snapped at that this was a protection fee. From a distance, Zhang Zi raised his hand and called out, "Sign me up for 1 spot in the party." He pretended to be a poor rookie and asked if he could pay with gold bars, claiming he would give it all for the key. The man put an arm around his shoulder and threatened him, then laughed as he led him inside to see the heaven-swallowing frog. Inside Zhang Zi's mind, a plan of his own was already fully formed and ready, just waiting for the right moment. Once the party was full, the man led the entire squad into the boss chamber. The captain was already waiting inside, and the system identified Jian Kaoran as a seasoned expert. Zhang Zi remembered that Liu Yuying also held a skilled title, and anyone with such a title was never to be underestimated. Meanwhile, the lackeys reminded him to just stand back and watch. The entire team passed through a small door and entered a massive boss cavern. Everyone marveled at the vast space and the gigantic golden legs visible just ahead of them. Zhang Zi leaned over to observe the massive, golden body of the floor boss. It was his first time seeing such an enormous boss, causing his eyes to widen in genuine surprise. The heaven-swallowing frog looked down at the group with a sluggish and disdainful gaze, and the pair of tiny wings on its back made Zhang Zi exclaim that it looked incredibly formidable. Jian Kaoran took off his shirt to show off his muscles and told everyone to step back as he prepared to engage the boss. The shirt was tossed carelessly onto the ground behind him. He leaped forward in an instant, his twin fists bursting into flames as he charged toward the heaven-swallowing frog with eyes full of confidence. A rapid series of punches landed squarely on the boss's chin, causing its massive frame to wobble. The whole team gasped in shock because that single combo had already depleted nearly half of the boss's health bar. Zhang Zi silently observed the Arank blazing heavy fist skill, noting that it consumed vitality and had a 6-second cooldown period. The heaven-swallowing frog opened its wide mouth and spat out a fireball, but Jian Kaoran managed to dodge to the side just in time. The fireball exploded against the rocky wall, causing debris to rain down and forcing the rest of the team to scramble for cover. Jian Kaoran continued to jump up and rain heavy punches down on the boss's head, while Zhang Zi calculated that he only needed one final finishing blow. Jian Kaoran screamed at the top of his lungs for the creature to die as he continued his relentless assault. The sheer density of the fist shadows forced the heaven-swallowing frog to let out a roar of absolute agony. Zhang Zi drew his bow, aimed carefully for the perfect moment, and then let the arrow fly. Rakshasa's arrow pierced deep into the boss's eye right before Jian Kaoran could deliver his final strike. The heaven-swallowing frog let out a thunderous roar and swatted Jian Kaoran away, sending him flying into the distance. It turned its massive head to stare directly at Zhang Zi, who was still holding his bow. The lackeys began cursing him out because he dared to intervene, fearing that he might steal all the precious loot. The heaven-swallowing frog shifted its target and began chasing Zhang Zi, forcing him to turn and run for his life. Jian Kaoran crossed his arms and said to just let the boss handle the newbie who dared to try and steal his kill. While running, Zhang Zi carefully analyzed the behavior and movement patterns of the boss. Those people mocked him for not knowing his own limits, but he continued to struggle through the chaos to dodge the incoming attacks. During a desperate roll to avoid an attack, he activated his summoning art skill. A series of monsters were summoned to act as a defensive shield between him and the raging boss. Vampiric bats, poisonous spiders, and the giant tortoise rushed forward, causing the heaven-swallowing frog to become confused by the sudden appearance of so many targets. The onlookers were stunned to see that he actually possessed the ability to summon multiple monsters at once. Jian Kaoran was also surprised, as he had never seen such a unique and rare talent before. The poisonous spiders injected their toxins, the vampiric bats drained its life force, and Zhang Zi fired arrows continuously to rack up the damage. The arrows rained down relentlessly on the boss's head until it finally collapsed under the combined pressure. Its massive body began to dissolve into light right before the stunned eyes of everyone in the cavern. As the system notification announced the defeat of the heaven-swallowing frog, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Zi's face. Jian Kaoran and his group stood there with their mouths agape, unable to believe that a newcomer had actually killed the boss. Zhang Zi walked toward the pile of loot and commented that a Lord-class boss truly dropped a significant amount of items. While he was busy picking up the demon's soul orbs, Jian Kaoran stepped up behind him and remarked that it was no wonder he dared to steal the boss since he had a few tricks up his sleeve. Lao San spoke up arrogantly, demanding that he hand over all the loot along with 10 gold bars, or he shouldn't even dream of walking away alive. Zhang Zi replied coldly that if they hadn't blocked the entrance, he could have killed it alone. He figured that even if he lost a few vampiric bats, his shadow wolf was still strong enough to handle them. Jian Kaoran praised the interesting talent, but told him that it would be completely useless in front of a real expert like himself. He unleashed a blazing heavy fist that instantly pulverized one of the summoned vampiric bats. The bat fell to the ground and vanished as the system sent a notification of its death. He even stomped on the remains, which made Zhang Zi furious, though he forced himself to maintain his composure. Jian Kaoran mocked him, saying that no matter how many things he summoned, they were all nothing more than fragile clay dolls to him. Zhang Zi frowned, thinking that he originally just wanted to get the key, but now he really wanted to teach these thugs a painful lesson. Suddenly, a person appeared and showed an identification card, claiming to be a demon realm disciplinary officer with the alias the Net of Heaven. Zhang Zi understood that disciplinary officers belonged to the high management tier with the power to investigate and punish, so he felt slightly relieved for the moment. Lao San whispered that if their bribery scandal was exposed, it would be trouble, so perhaps they should just eliminate the witness now. The disciplinary officer warned that he had recorded all their actions and advised them to surrender, but Giant Kairan only responded with a faint, cold laugh. He stepped forward threateningly, declaring that the officer would not have any chance to report them to anyone. The Net of Heaven backed away and asked if they were really planning to commit murder to silence him. As the two of them were surrounded, the disciplinary officer pulled out an ice staff and promised that he would protect Zhang Zi. He even praised the summoning art talent for being very practical and promised to introduce Zhang Zi to his superiors after they finished arresting this group. One of the thugs rushed forward swinging a sword, but the ice staff began to glow with a chilling light. A frost beam shot out, freezing the opponent solid and dealing 275 points of damage. Lao San realized the man was an Arank mage, but Giant Kairan confidently said the skill had a 6-dice-cond cooldown, which gave them more than enough time to handle him. He immediately ordered all of his lackeys to charge forward and attack the two of them at once. Lao San let out a war cry and lunged forward, wildly swinging his twin blades at the two men, but the disciplinary officer quickly bent down to dodge the strikes with ease. Immediately afterward, he delivered a straight kick to the stomach that sent Lao San flying onto his back, his weapons sliding across the floor. The disciplinary officer smiled coldly and introduced himself as a top graduate of Wuda University, telling them not to mistake him for a weak scholar since his reinforcements were on the way. Giant Kairan ignored the warning, knowing that since they were already in too deep there was no turning back, while the officer pointed directly at them and demanded their immediate surrender. He sneered in response and told the officer to stop dreaming because surrender was never an option for them. A beam of golden light shot out from Lao San's hand and was transmitted directly into the captain's body. Giant Kairan braced himself to absorb the energy as his entire body was covered in a brilliant golden mana aura before he lunged forward. He concentrated his firepower into his twin fists, his speed skyrocketing as he charged straight toward the disciplinary officer. The tip of the disciplinary officer's staff lit up as the frost beam was once again activated to intercept the attack. However, the magical attack was deflected because Giant Kairan had activated his Brank magic resistance talent, making him immune to all status effects for 10 seconds. The discipline officer was absolutely horrified and simply could not believe that this was actually happening before his very eyes. He hurriedly turned to Zhang Zi and told him to run for his life because this opponent was far too difficult to handle. Giant Kairan let out a deafening roar that no one was allowed to escape before launching a fire punch directly toward the two of them. The discipline officer raised his arms to shield his face, almost entirely resigned to the fact that he was about to take the hit. He squeezed his eyes shut tight, simply not daring to look at the gruesome scene that was surely about to follow next. The massive giant turtle appeared and used its shell to block the strike, while the poison spider spat silk to force Giant Kairan back. Zhang Zi stepped forward with absolute confidence and said he would handle this, leaving the officer to ask in shock if he intended to fight alone. Both of Zhang Zi's hands began to glow with power as he calmly replied, asking who exactly said that he was going to be the one fighting. He raised his hand to call forth his monsters, and a thick killing intent rose as the dense mist left the lackeys standing in total confusion. The elite shadow wolf emerged from the darkness, its savage and brutal aura instantly filling the entire cave and chilling everyone to the bone. Lao San and his group turned pale with fear the second they realized they were staring down a terrifying elite shadow wolf. To make matters even worse, a giant heaven-swallowing frog appeared behind it while Giant Kairan was still struggling to tear through the sticky spider silk. Zhang Zi stared him down with a gaze that was cold as ice, filled with an unwavering and absolute determination to win the fight. He commanded the heaven-swallowing frog to attack, sending the entire crowd into a panic because he had somehow managed to summon a boss. Their jaws dropped when they saw the Floor 1 and Floor 2 bosses appearing together, and everyone began whispering that his talent must be at least S-rank. Lao San asked his captain in a trembling voice what they should do, but Giant Kairan just gritted his teeth and declared that there was no turning back. He quickly assigned himself the task of holding off the demonic beasts, while his lackeys were ordered to go and take care of Zhang Zi directly. The moment he finished speaking, he lunged toward the bosses, while the officer warned Zhang Zi to be careful as he ordered both bosses to strike. The heaven-swallowing frog and the elite shadow wolf let out terrifying roars and lunged forward like vengeful demons from the depths of hell. The elite shadow wolf lashed out with its claws, but Giant Kairan remained calm and skillfully parried each of the incoming attacks. He delivered a powerful counterpunch that depleted 1/3 of the heaven-swallowing frog's health, but the creature's fire breath forced him to retreat. He quickly leaped into the air to continue his assault, striking the heaven-swallowing frog until it was left with only a tiny sliver of health. Giant Kairon let out a confident laugh, arrogantly believing that he was only dealing with a few extraordinary monsters. Zhang Zi realized the man intended to finish off the heaven-swallowing frog first before dealing with the wolf, while the lackeys laughed in the distance. Lao San bragged that they had slain this particular boss many times before, so simply summoning it didn't guarantee a victory for Zhang Zi. The discipline officer thought to himself that the heaven-swallowing frog's defense was quite low, making it very difficult for the creature to last long. Zhang Zi pulled out a berserk charm and calmly stated that it was finally time for everyone to witness his true strength and power. The discipline officer immediately recognized the item in his hand, realizing that it was indeed a rare and powerful berserk charm. Zhang Zi tossed the charm directly onto the elite shadow wolf and gave the command to begin a total and absolute massacre. The charm merged into the wolf's body, and a surge of wild, violent energy began to spread rapidly through every single part of its being. The elite shadow wolf's entire body was soon enveloped in a thick, blood-red aura that pulsed with pure, unadulterated rage. Its eyes glowed with a terrifying light, making it look exactly like a bloodthirsty predator that was ready to tear anything in its path to shreds. Now in a berserk state, it let out a roar and lunged forward, causing Giant Kairon to clearly feel the weight of its terrifying killing intent. The lackeys realized with horror that the boss had entered a berserk state and had become an incredibly dangerous threat to them all. With its strength vastly increased, the elite shadow wolf closed the distance to its target and prepared to unleash a devastating strike. Giant Kairon sensed that things had taken a turn for the worse and immediately leaped backward to regroup with his teammates. As he retreated, he thought to himself that he couldn't win against this state and that his only priority now was to keep his life. Zhang Zi spoke in a cold and detached voice, telling him that if he wanted to run, he was already far too late to make an escape. In its berserk state, the elite shadow wolf's speed was incredible, and it managed to close the gap in just a few short steps. It lashed out with its razor-sharp claws, aiming directly for Giant Kairon with a ferocity that was impossible to ignore. Streaks of dark energy tore through the air, filling the entire cave with the sound of the wind being shredded by the beast's attack. The relentless combo of strikes made Giant Kairon scream out in agony as he found himself completely unable to fight back. Standing on the sidelines, Lao San fell into a state of total panic and began screaming out for his captain at the top of his lungs. Being continuously pushed to the limit, Giant Kairon eventually fell to his knees as everyone watched the scene in absolute horror. He muttered something about underestimating his opponent before his body began to dissolve, and the system announced he had been eliminated. The remaining lackeys scattered and fled in a state of pure terror, while Lao San's face turned completely pale with fright. However, under the hungry gaze of the berserk elite shadow wolf, not a single person was going to be able to make a clean escape. The beast lunged forward to finish off Lao San with a fatal strike, while Zhang Zi stood by and watched the entire scene with total indifference. The discipline officer thought deeply to himself that this talent was far too insane and that he must recruit this boy for the Great Zia. Just then, the officer's reinforcements finally arrived at the scene and immediately began to round up the remaining members of the group. Zhang Zi took the opportunity to gather the loot, and the system reported he had obtained high, mid, and low-grade magic soul spheres and gear. Among the pile of items, he discovered a mysterious invitation made of black and gold that immediately caught his attention. He picked it up and looked at it with curiosity, wondering exactly what kind of rare item he had managed to find this time. The system displayed it as an invitation from the domain of crank quality for one-time use. He wondered what the domain was before absorbing the soul sphere. As soon as he finished the absorption, the discipline officer walked over to him and offered high praise for his truly outstanding performance. He asked Zhang Zi if he would be interested in joining the Magic Realm Bureau to dedicate his skills and serve the Great Zia. Zhang Zi gave a very blunt and direct refusal, stating that he didn't have any plans to join any organizations for the time being. The discipline officer noted down his information and handed him a contact number, telling him to call whenever he happened to change his mind. Zhang Zi took the number and gave a simple nod, replying that he understood the situation and would keep it in mind. As he was about to leave, the officer reminded him that no matter how strong he became in the future, he should always remember his Great Zia blood. Zhang Zi raised a hand in acknowledgement and replied that he would always be a loyal citizen of the Great Zia. After saying his piece, he stepped through the overlimit gate and proceeded to advance his way up to the third floor. A teleportation array appeared in the middle of a mountain range. The third floor was much quieter, but the monsters were stronger, requiring caution. He opened his guidebook to look up information regarding the third floor to see what kind of threats he would be facing next. The list of monsters for this floor included both goblin warriors and goblin mages, which seemed like a significant step up in difficulty. The monsters on this floor were humanoid in shape, and since Zhang Zi noticed it was getting late, he decided it was time to head back. After leaving the magic realm, he returned to the small house where he lived together with his younger sister. Finding the entire house pitch black, he couldn't help but wonder why on earth none of the lights had been turned on. He knocked on Xiao Feng's bedroom door but received no answer, and when he finally pushed the door open, he found the room completely empty. Zhang Zi frowned deeply and asked himself why his sister had not returned home yet, as it was already far past her usual time. Zhang Zi quickly pulled out his phone, sensing that something was wrong, and immediately dialed the number back. It was already past 11:30, and the screen displayed 15 missed calls, making his heart tighten as he immediately called back with great anxiety. As soon as he said hello and introduced himself as Zhang Feng's brother, the person on the other end screamed, demanding to know why he had just picked up and telling him to get to the Yun Ting Club immediately. Recognizing the urgent tone of the caller, Zhang Zi frantically asked what had happened to his younger sister. He rushed to the Yun Ting Club, the most luxurious spot in Tianfeng, wondering why Xiao Feng was there, only to be blocked by black-suited guards asking for his business. Filled with anxiety, Zhang Zi grew furious, wondering if his sister had come here to work, vowing that he would never forgive anyone who dared to touch her. Without wasting a single word, he knocked out the 2 security guards and charged straight into the building. Inside the nightclub, an arrogant fat man was forcing Xiao Feng to drink with young Master Chen, his mouth full of insulting words. He tossed a bank card onto the table and puffed on a cigarette, saying there were 10,000 yuan on it and telling her to come serve the drinks. He mocked her for acting all pure and noble while working at such a place, then threw the card right in front of Xiao Feng. Pan Pan quickly stepped in with a smile to try and keep the peace, offering to drink in her place, but the fat man shoved her to the ground and shouted that young Master Chen wanted her specifically. He pointed his finger and scolded Xiao Feng, saying she had to host guests today, while the little girl trembled and tears streamed down her face. Right at that moment, a figure stepped into the room, drawing the attention of everyone inside. Zhang Zi clenched his fists and declared that he did not care who the guest was. If they touched his sister, he would break their legs, while Xiao Feng choked out a cry for her big brother. Upon hearing about the Tian Xiang group, Pan Pan turned pale, knowing that Wu Tiancheng held immense power in the Jiangbei region. Zhang Zi did not think twice as he reached down and picked the bank card up from the floor. The fat man laughed, thinking the boy had surrendered, but Zhang Zi coldly asked if he really thought a worthless piece of plastic could buy his sister. After saying that, he flicked the card straight at the man's face, telling him that he was dreaming way too much. The card flew like a sharp shuriken and struck him, causing his expression to change instantly as he realized the danger. A blonde-haired young man jumped up from his seat and caught the card, acting as a shield for Wu Tiancheng. He was quite young but moved with lightning speed, standing in front of Wu Tiancheng with a calm and composed smile on his face. Even Zhang Zi had to admit to himself that the opponent's speed was exceptionally fast. The fat man screamed for the guards to kill him, and 2 bodyguards immediately charged toward Zhang Zi. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out through the room, demanding that everyone stop what they were doing at once. A beautiful woman wearing a red cheongsam stepped out, identifying herself as the owner of the Yun Ting Club, as Pan Pan quickly called out to Sister Jiang. Sister Jiang smiled and greeted Wu Tiancheng, but gave him a subtle warning, even as the fat man acted insolently, while she gently advised them to let the matter go. Wu Tiancheng flew into a rage and threatened that the Tianfeng region should probably have a change of leadership soon. Sister Jiang chuckled softly and said that while guests are always welcome, those looking for trouble should get the hell back to Jiangbei. The crowd of guests unanimously voiced their support for Sister Jiang, shouting for the people from Jiangbei to stop coming here and acting so recklessly. Wu Tiancheng laughed scornfully, stating that without his money to support the Demon Realm experts, none of them would even be able to survive. He pointed directly at Xiao Feng and declared that he was absolutely going to take her away with him today, no matter what. Infuriated by his arrogance, Sister Jiang launched a powerful kick toward him. Chen Feng, the blonde-haired youth, immediately stepped in front of her to block her path. He countered her move and sent Sister Jiang stumbling backward with a single, swift motion. Wu Tiancheng laughed loudly, praising Chen Feng as a rare class expert from the Jiangbei region. The fat man ordered his men to seize Xiao Feng and bring her over, daring anyone to try and stop them. 2 bodyguards approached her, and Xiao Feng curled into a ball, trembling in sheer terror. Just as one of them reached out to grab her, Zhang Zi's figure blurred past and pulled the little girl out of harm's way. He delivered a brutal knee strike to the man's face and barked at him to get his filthy hands off of his sister. Chen Feng watched the display with interest and began to clap his hands in mock applause. Zhang Zi held his sister close and declared that anyone who touched her would pay the price, while Wu Tiancheng asked if he was a Demon Realm adventurer. Sister Jiang felt a bit of pain, but was still curious to know exactly what his agility attribute score was. Chen Feng thought to himself that even with his 11 points in agility, he still seemed slower than the boy in front of him. He introduced himself as Chen Feng, a student from Longhu in Jiangbei, and asked for his name, to which Zhang Zi replied that he was from Tianfeng 5th High. Chen Feng smiled and remarked that he had not expected them to be in the same grade. He extended his hand and challenged Zhang Zi to a duel right then and there. Zhang Zi put his arm around his sister's shoulder and turned away, saying he was not interested, which made Chen Feng's face darken as Zhang Zi sensed something flying toward him. He spun around in a fluid motion and kicked the flying wine bottle away before it could hit them. He directed a cold, piercing gaze toward Chen Feng, his patience finally beginning to wear thin. Chen Feng laughed and said the siblings would not dream of leaving without his permission, while sister, Jiang, warned that his strength was at least 800 pounds. Zhang Zi told Xiao Feng to stand aside and wait for him, promising that they would go home as soon as he finished handling this. The two of them faced off against each other, the atmosphere in the room becoming as tense as a tightly drawn bowstring. Chen Feng smirked, claiming that Jiang Bei only had one genius like him, and hoped Zhang Zi would surprise him before he suddenly leaped into the air. He brought a fist down like a massive sledgehammer, aiming to crush Zhang Zi with a single blow. Sister Jiang realized that the power behind that punch had already reached a staggering 1,000 pounds. Zhang Zi gracefully stepped to the side to avoid the strike, thinking to himself that he had to make full use of his superior speed. He countered with a punch of his own, forcing Chen Feng to raise his arms in a defensive position to block the impact. He stepped back and praised the effort, saying it was decent, but that the boy's physical strength was still far too weak. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Zi had already appeared behind him and unleashed a powerful strike toward his back. Chen Feng frantically blocked the blow, unable to comprehend how the boy could possibly move with such incredible speed. Zhang Zi kept switching positions so rapidly that the other boy could not keep up, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Without giving him a chance to recover his defense, Zhang Zi landed a heavy punch on his back that sent a jolt of pain through Chen Feng. Pan Pan was astonished at how strong Xiao Feng's brother was, while the little girl proudly replied that her brother was just being modest about his skills. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and turned around to glare at Zhang Zi with a look of pure frustration. Zhang Zi took 3 steps back to maintain his distance, while Chen Feng clutched his aching arm and let out a stream of curses. Zhang Zi gave a faint, mocking smile and asked if he could even still lift his arm after that exchange. As Chen Feng held his injured arm, the entire nightclub fell into a state of absolute, pin-drop silence. Wu Tiancheng hastily advised a retreat, while an angry Chen Feng vowed to find him again in 3 months at the Qingda Martial Arts Academy. Zhang Zi smiled and said it was a coincidence since he also planned to apply to Qingda, suggesting they might even become classmates. Chen Feng scoffed and said that speed alone was not enough, adding that if he were truly skilled, he would not have let his sister end up in a place like this. "Don't worry about my business," Zhang Zi replied calmly. "Just focus on recovering from your injuries and then come find me at Thandai Academy later." The crowd of rowdy customers erupted in cheers, loudly jeering at Jiang Bei and telling him to get lost and never show his pathetic face here again. Zhang Zi placed his arm around Xiao Feng's shoulder in a brotherly gesture and told her it was finally time for them to head back home for the day. Sister Jiang called out to stop them, expressing her deepest gratitude and politely inviting them to join her upstairs so they could speak in private. Xiao Feng whispered to her brother that Sister Jiang seemed like a truly good person, which was why Zhang Zi eventually nodded and agreed to her request. Once they were settled inside Sister Jiang's elegant private room, the two siblings sat down and waited patiently for her to approach them with her offer. She placed a check for 500,000 on the table, stating clearly that this was merely a small token of her sincere appreciation for his timely help. Zhang Zi admitted that he was currently short on funds, but felt he couldn't just take the money, even though it was enough to cover his sister's surgery. Sister Jiang spoke with total honesty, explaining that she had a long-standing and bitter grudge against the powerful Wu Tiancheng and his entire group. She asked for his help if they ever caused trouble again, so Zhang Zi accepted the cash and promised to step in if Chen Feng returned to harass them. Sister Jiang thanked him repeatedly as the siblings stood to leave, with Zhang Zi declining her offer of a ride home by saying they didn't want to bother her. Upon leaving the Yunting Club, Zhang Zi sternly warned Xiao Feng never to return to such a place, though she muttered that the salary was actually very high. He immediately snapped that no amount of money was worth the danger, prompting Xiao Feng to quickly start flattering him about how cool he looked while fighting. Hearing that praise made Zhang Zi soften his tone slightly, yet he still maintained a cold exterior and told her to go to sleep since school started early. The very next morning at Tianfeng Middle School, the atmosphere was filled with the usual energy of students preparing for another day of rigorous lessons. As Zhang Zi was about to head out, Wang Yang suddenly lunged forward and grabbed his leg while sobbing, saying he thought he'd never see his friend again. Batty Yang tearfully explained that the legendary Rakshasa saved his life from being monster food, but Zhang Zi just pushed the boy's greasy face away way to go cook. While walking home, Zhang Zi mused that the fat kid actually had a surprisingly good memory, even though he had now turned Rakshasa into a literal idol. In the hallway, Zhang Hao blocked his way and asked if he was the one cleaning the martial arts gym last night, making Zhang Zi feel a bit of nervous tension. Zhang Hao asked if he saw anyone testing their strength on the dynamometer, but Zhang Zi just feigned a stutter and claimed he hadn't seen a single person. He hurried away quickly to avoid any more questions, thinking he was lucky to not be caught and resolving to keep his SSS-rank talent hidden at all costs. Watching that hurried and suspicious figure disappear around the corner, Zhang Hao couldn't help but wonder if that unassuming boy was actually the one he saw. A nearby friend argued that someone like Zhang Zi from class E8 couldn't even make the top 100, but Zhang Hao said the global competition would reveal the truth. That night, Zhang Zi saw a news report about dangerous criminals hiding in the city, so he warned Xiao Feng to stay safe before he entered the demon realm. He successfully returned to the 3rd floor of the demon realm, standing amidst the familiar and dangerous landscape as he prepared for his next hunt. He opened his summoning interface to see that while he still had the heaven-swallowing frog, previous battles had left him with 5 empty slots to fill. Seeing those 5 vacant spots on his roster, he pulled out his guidebook to study the specific traits of the monsters that resided on this particular floor. After reading the profiles for the Goblin Warrior and the Goblin Mage, he decided he would engage them in combat first before deciding which ones to recruit. He couldn't help but wonder how the combat prowess of the 3rd floor monsters would compare to the challenges he had faced in the previous levels. While he was deep in thought, a desperate cry for help rang out as a trio of adventurers was surrounded by goblins who were known for their high damage. The warrior at the front of the group who was holding the shield was visibly trembling, his eyes wide with a sense of pure and overwhelming panic. A goblin warrior suddenly charged forward and shattered the heavy shield with a single strike, sending a wave of absolute terror through the entire group. The goblin mage rained down magic stones that rapidly drained their health, and Zhang Zi observed from a nearby tree that these goblins were truly formidable. He summoned his beasts and declared that it was finally time for them to shine, specifically telling the heaven-swallowing frog to prepare for a fierce fight. The heaven-swallowing frog immediately responded by beginning to gather a massive amount of glowing, concentrated energy deep within its wide, open mouth. It leaped out and spat a wave of fire that dealt over 300 damage to the goblin warrior, just as the giant turtle also charged into the fray. The giant turtle used its immense and heavy physical form to pin down the opponent, attempting to crush the goblin under its massive weight and power. However, the goblins were surprisingly tactical and quickly raised their sturdy shields to block the attack, which significantly reduced the damage they took. Zhang Zi was quite surprised to see that they actually knew how to defend themselves, but then the goblin mage launched a counterattack with its magic stones. The giant turtle took a massive amount of damage from the barrage, causing Zhang Zi to curse at how incredibly painful those stone attacks actually were. It didn't take long for the giant turtle to be completely overwhelmed by the assault, and it soon dissolved into light and vanished from the battlefield. He immediately shifted his target and commanded the heaven-swallowing frog to direct its powerful fire breath toward the annoying goblin mage instead. The goblin mage possessed no defensive skills at all and could only stare in wide-eyed horror as the massive wall of searing flames rushed toward it. A single devastating blast of fire stripped away over 400 of its health points, leaving the small creature on the very verge of total collapse. Seeing that it only had a tiny sliver of health remaining, Zhang Zi quickly summoned his iron-toothed wolf to leap forward and deliver the final, lethal blow. Sensing that its life was in grave danger, the cowardly goblin mage suddenly turned around and began to scramble away as fast as its legs could carry it. Zhang Zi was genuinely taken aback to see that the monsters on this floor were intelligent enough to actually run away and try to find reinforcements. He immediately ordered his violent rabbit to give chase, wanting to test its speed and see if any monster could truly outrun his agile companion. In the blink of an eye, the incredibly swift violent rabbit had already closed the distance and was looming directly over its terrified, fleeing target. Back at the main fight, the lone goblin warrior found itself completely surrounded, and Zhang Zi shouted that it was now the only one left standing. The heaven-swallowing frog and iron-toothed wolf launched a relentless assault, finally bringing the warrior down after 10 minutes of stubborn resistance. Zhang Zi used his summoning art to create a perfect replica of the fallen goblin so that he could carefully examine its various attributes and hidden skills. The level 1 goblin warrior possessed 450 health points, 290 attack power, and a very solid defense stat of 300. He marveled at how its base stats were even stronger than his level 3 violent rabbit, but then he suddenly realized the rabbit still hadn't returned. A system notification suddenly flashed before his eyes, coldly informing him that his loyal violent rabbit had been killed during its pursuit of the enemy. Zhang Zi was instantly filled with a sense of alarm and confusion, unable to understand what could have possibly happened to such a fast and capable beast. The sound of heavy, rhythmic footsteps began to echo from the thick bushes, and a massive army of angry goblins suddenly emerged into the open clearing. They were a terrifying sight to behold as they brandished their weapons and charged forward with a murderous intent that seemed to fill the entire air. Zhang Zi cursed under his breath, realizing that the cowardly goblin from before had actually managed to call for a massive wave of reinforcements. He quickly withdrew all of his remaining summons and began sprinting toward the third-floor altar to avoid having his entire team wiped out by the mob. The lead goblin raised a hand to signal the rest of the horde to halt their pursuit just as they drew dangerously close to the boundary of the altar. Zhang Zi let out a massive sigh of relief as he reached the safe zone, realizing that the monsters didn't dare to step foot inside that protected area. The people already inside the altar scolded him for leading such a dangerous mob to them, while the angry goblins retreated while making insulting gestures. The goblins finally began to stomp away, their faces twisted into expressions of pure and unadulterated rage as they glared back at the human survivor. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Zhang Zi realized these goblins were far too cunning, so he needed a plan to stop them from ever escaping again. Suddenly, a clever idea sparked in his mind, and he slapped his hands together with a loud pop that made the people standing around him jump in surprise. Zhang Zi quickly scaled the branches of a nearby tree, using the height to get a better vantage point so he could observe the movements of the goblins. He carefully concealed his body behind the thick trunk of an ancient tree, ensuring that no roaming monster patrols would be able to spot his position. He told himself that he would break their fixed formation this time, and then he leaped out of hiding to summon his beasts for a powerful surprise attack. A fresh giant turtle, along with his newly acquired goblin warrior, immediately charged forward to engage the unsuspecting enemies in a brutal battle. The iron-toothed wolf and the heaven-swallowing frog also coordinated their efforts to breathe fire together. The strategy of using superior numbers to overwhelm the enemy was a success, and the goblin was defeated before it could even try to escape. There was only one of them left, standing there completely dazed and confused by the sudden turn of events. Zhang Zi let out a soft chuckle and remarked that he was the only one remaining on the battlefield now. The goblin mage, with only a single point of health left, turned around and desperately tried to flee for its life. Zhang Zi had already anticipated this move, and a knowing smile spread across his face as he watched the monster run. He summoned the poisonous spider and commanded it to use its sticky silk to entangle the creature's legs and stop it in its tracks. The goblin mage was pulled to the ground, surrounded by a swarm of beasts, as Zhang Zi coldly gave the order to finish it off. It trembled violently, completely unable to put up any form of resistance against the overwhelming force pressing down on it. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the air for a brief moment before it was abruptly cut short into total silence. After successfully taming the goblin mage, Zhang Zi checked its stats and saw that its long-range attack power reached 330. Its damage output was nearly equal to that of the iron-toothed wolf, so he decided that he definitely needed to summon more of them. He shouted for his brothers to charge forward and wipe out the rest of the goblins in the area without leaving a single one behind. By utilizing hit-and-run guerrilla tactics and the spider's silk for crowd control, he was able to take down his targets one after another. The long-range fire-breathing attacks from the heaven-swallowing frog also proved to be extremely effective during the heat of the battle. Although he lost another level 3 giant turtle, he gained several more goblins in exchange, which was a trade-off he was willing to make. His team now consisted of 7 goblins, 1 poisonous spider, and 2 bosses, leading Zhang Zi to rub his chin as he planned for the floor 3 boss. Amidst the endless layers of mountains and dense forests, a massive goblin encampment finally began to reveal itself in the distance. The largest tent, situated right in the center of the camp, was clearly the residence of this floor's powerful boss monster. Zhang Zi observed that the Goblin Great King had countless subordinates, making a solo attempt very difficult, but then he noticed someone nearby recruiting a team for a fee. Since there was no oversight here, malicious individuals were free to exploit others, with looting and corpse robbing being common occurrences that often led to death. Zhang Zi could only shake his head and move on from yet another scammer, but then someone suddenly waved from behind to catch his attention. He smiled brightly and asked if Zhang Zi wanted to join a team that only needed 5 more members, promising a free boss run with all the loot going to the recruits. The people in the team mocked him for being ungrateful, saying that refusing an invitation from an expert was like courting death, before they simply ignored him. Hiding behind a massive tree trunk, Zhang Zi observed the area and realized there were fewer people and monsters here, making it the perfect spot for an infiltration. After making his decision, he drew his bow and summoned his beasts, ordering his darlings to move out as the heaven-swallowing frog, iron-toothed wolf, and goblins entered the fray. The heaven-swallowing frog and the goblin mage worked together to coordinate a series of devastating long-range attacks against their enemies. The sudden surprise attack caused the opposing goblin mage's health to plummet, leading to its swift defeat before it could even react to the danger. On the front lines, the Goblin Warriors and the Iron-Toothed Wolf completely overwhelmed the opposition, clearing a path for Zhang Zi to head straight toward the main tent. He left the Heaven-Swallowing Frog and the Iron-Toothed Wolf outside to handle the remaining stragglers and clean up the rest of the enemy forces. Looking at the Demon's Soul orbs in his hand, Zhang Zi couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this trip was turning out to be quite a profitable endeavor. Opening the map in his guidebook, he confirmed that the Goblin Great King was just ahead, but then a desperate cry for help echoed from behind a door carved with a goblin crest. Zhang Zi furrowed his brows and wondered if someone else had already engaged the boss before he could get there himself. Inside the tent, screams of pure chaos rang out as a swarm of goblins, led by the massive boss monster, were ruthlessly hunting down several players. The boss, featuring a long beard and bloodshot eyes, let out a savage laugh as it finished off each of the players one by one while they wallowed in utter despair. Looking closely, Zhang Zi realized that these were the same people who had just invited him, yet the man in the purple cloak was nowhere to be seen making a move. The group of goblin warriors charged forward and began slaughtering the rookies without showing a single shred of mercy or hesitation. The boss also joined the fray, and as the players fell and evaporated one after another, it signified their permanent deaths in the real world as well. Nearly 100 people were completely wiped out, leaving demon soul orbs scattered all over the ground as the boss sat back on its throne and laughed loudly. Zhang Zi finally understood that the man in the purple cloak was just a fake expert who lured people to their deaths for his own gain. The man planned to return later to collect all the fallen demon soul orbs, so Zhang Zi quietly snuck inside to pick up a few of them first. Holding the low-level demon soul orbs in his hands, he felt a surge of anger knowing that these were obtained at the cost of the rookie's lives. While he was lost in thought, a sharp dagger suddenly came flying toward him with incredible speed and precision. The dagger knocked the demon soul orb out of his hand before embedding itself in the ground, making Zhang Zi realize that his presence had finally been discovered. The Goblin Great King stood up from its throne and let out a thunderous roar as it stared intensely at him with a murderous gaze. It barked out a loud command, calling him a fool who did not understand the difference between life and death. As the group of goblin warriors rushed toward him, Zhang Zi stepped back and summoned his own goblins to block their incoming strikes. The sight of goblins fighting against other goblins made it difficult for either side to gain a clear advantage in the heat of the chaotic struggle. The boss remained seated, watching the unfolding battle with an amused expression, as if it were nothing more than an entertaining show for its enjoyment. Zhang Zi calculated that as long as he could keep the minions busy, he would have enough time to solo the boss, so he had the spider spray silk while he drew his bow. The poisonous spider shot a massive, sticky web toward the boss in an attempt to restrain its movements and create an opening for an attack. He summoned 2 more goblin warriors to provide additional support and bolster his front line against the boss's potential counterattacks. The boss laughed disdainfully, calling them mere ants before swinging its massive arm to snap the summoned warriors' swords as if they were nothing but twigs. With just a single blow, one of them was instantly defeated, while the other was left on the brink of death and barely clinging to its existence. Zhang Zi was absolutely horrified by the sheer magnitude of the terrifying damage that the boss was capable of dealing with so little effort. He ordered the heaven-swallowing frog and the goblin mage to focus their firepower, sending a barrage of fireballs and magic stones hurtling toward the enemy. The boss stood perfectly still, waiting for the attacks to land as if it did not harbor even a single ounce of fear toward the incoming magical onslaught. It let out a ferocious roar, effectively pronouncing a death sentence upon the foolish individual who dared to stand against its absolute authority. It swung its twin blades to block the majority of the incoming attacks, with only the heaven-swallowing frog's fireball dealing any noticeable amount of damage. The summoned goblin warriors quickly raised their heavy shields in a desperate attempt to absorb the impact of the boss's next devastating strike. Zhang Zi realized the boss had perfect offense and defense, and since his minions were nearing defeat, he briefly considered the possibility of making a tactical retreat. Suddenly, a black blade pierced deep into his side, accompanied by a cold voice that whispered for him to just go ahead and die already. The man in the purple cloak finally revealed himself, his jagged dagger now stained deep red with Zhang Zi's fresh blood from the surprise attack. Zhang Zi clutched his wounded abdomen and barked out in realization that it was him all along, the treacherous coward who had been hiding in the shadows. He laughed and explained that his talent was invisibility, which allowed him to remain unseen forever as long as he didn't attack or take any damage himself. Zhang Zi smirked and replied that while such a talent might be mediocre for hunting monsters, it was certainly top tier when it came to murdering innocent people. He admitted that if Zhang Zi hadn't shown up, he would have made a fortune in demon soul orbs, so now he had no choice but to kill him. With the traitor in front and the boss behind him, his summoned monsters were being hacked to pieces and vanishing into thin air one after another. Seeing the system notifications constantly reporting the deaths of his summoned creatures, Zhang Zi began to feel a deep sense of worry and urgency. With his health bar nearly depleted and only a tiny sliver remaining, the traitor mocked him, asking if he was still too stubborn to finally give up. Zhang Zi suddenly came up with a plan and immediately summoned the poisonous spider to spit out its silk. The spider web wrapped tightly around him, and his face turned pale as he cried out that he was in deep trouble. Even while tied up, he continued to scream that binding him wouldn't help since the boss wasn't his enemy. Zhang Zi signaled for him to be quiet and then proceeded to recall all of his summoned beasts. He pulled all of his summons back into the storage space to clear the battlefield. Death Shadow was terrified and cursed at him, calling him absolutely insane for what he was doing. Zhang Zi smiled and said that if he ran out of the boss's range, it would strike him first, and indeed, the boss approached with its blade raised. Being bound and unable to run, he could only scream in despair that he had fallen straight into a trap. Even though the boss was intelligent, it still couldn't distinguish who its primary target really was in the heat of the moment. He activated his invisibility just as the blade swung down, causing the boss to pause in confusion for a moment. He held his breath, waiting for the 25 seconds of the spider web effect to expire while swearing to take his revenge. Suddenly, Zhang Zi turned back and stood directly in front of the boss once again. Death Shadow was stunned, unable to comprehend what the boy was planning to do next in this situation. Zhang Zi drew his bow and asked if he really thought that hiding his presence was enough to end this struggle. He released the string, firing an arrow directly toward the location where the spider silk was concentrated. The arrow pierced his shoulder, forcing him to reveal himself in agony and absolute terror at being found. The boss looked down at its newly revealed prey with a cold and merciless expression. The boss's eyes were filled with murderous intent as it locked onto its target once again. A single downward slash left him with only 5 seconds of life remaining before his ultimate demise. The poisonous spider continued to spit silk, binding him for another 50 seconds as he screamed in desperation. Zhang Zi laughed and said he didn't need to see him, he only needed to see his own spider silk. He fired another arrow into the man's stomach, reminding him of how it felt to be the one being tortured. The boss swung its massive blade once again, preparing to deliver the final killing blow. In utter despair, he swore that even in death, he would never let this matter rest. The blade came down to finish him off, and Zhang Zi coldly remarked that he had reaped exactly what he sowed. Immediately after that, he summoned all of his beasts back onto the battlefield to face the next challenge. Zhang Zi declared that it was finally their turn to take action against the true enemy. Before engaging the boss, he took a moment to gather the loot, which consisted of dozens of demon soul orbs. Among them were the white silk gloves, which increased damage by 50, and Zhang Zi felt his stats rise as he put them on. He then drew his bow and fired straight at the Goblin Great King, initiating the final, decisive battle of this floor. He poured all his strength into drawing the bow, sending the arrow whistling through the air, but it just bounced off the Goblin boss's head as if hitting a steel wall. Zhang Zi gave a wry smile, even though his damage had clearly been boosted. It meant nothing against skin as thick as iron armor. Infuriated by the minor annoyance, the Goblin boss instantly went berserk, charging forward and unleashing a cyclone slash toward the summoned goblins. Roaring as it spun its blade like a lawnmower, the summoned goblin warriors were hit repeatedly, their health plummeting until they vanished one by one. Each of them disappeared right before his eyes, as if they had never even existed in the first place. Zhang Zi frowned slightly. The damage from this cyclone slash was terrifying, and it was an area effect skill he needed to counter. The boss continued its aggressive charge, swinging its blade and screaming to crush everything, so Zhang Zi immediately ordered the poisonous spider to bind it. The poisonous spider spat out a vast white web, wrapping tightly around the Goblin Great King's legs like heavy iron chains. Even while bound, the boss's strikes came down like a hurricane, but Zhang Zi quickly retreated, dodging the blade's edge by a hair's breadth. The silk was as tough as steel, causing the blade to get stuck, so he took the chance to recall his melee monsters and reposition his ranged unit. Once everything was ready, Zhang Zi shouted loudly as the heaven-swallowing frog, and the goblin mages opened fire simultaneously on the boss. The heaven-swallowing frog opened its wide mouth and unleashed its strongest stream of flames, which erupted violently as if to devour everything. The goblin mages threw magic stones with pinpoint accuracy, leaving the bound goblin boss with no choice but to raise its twin blades in a desperate defense. Zhang Zi pulled down the hood of his black cloak and smiled confidently, thinking that much firepower should be enough to send the monster to its grave. The flames from the heaven-swallowing frog engulfed its entire body. While it could block stones, it was completely helpless against a sea of fire. Its health plummeted to a measly 9%, and though Zhang Zi clutched his wounded stomach, he still shouted for his summons to keep attacking. Bound tightly in place and enduring a rain of ranged attacks, the Goblin Great King could only stand there and take the hits without any way to fight back. Suddenly, a spark of pure madness and desperation flashed within its glowing red eyes. The final blow from the heaven-swallowing frog landed with a ground-shaking explosion, and the system congratulated Zhang Zi on defeating the Goblin Great King. A flurry of shimmering demon soul orbs dropped to the ground, and Zhang Zi was so overjoyed he wanted to scream, having finally taken down the floor boss. The boss's throne suddenly cracked, with chunks of stone peeling away to reveal a glowing light hidden beneath it. The debris shattered to reveal a teleportation circle, and as Zhang Zi gathered the loot, he realized the Ascension Gate was hidden under the throne. Holding the green demon soul orb in his hand, he grinned widely, thinking that boss rewards were truly on a completely different level. He then activated his summoning art to call back the defeated Goblin Great King, telling it to stand up and work for him from now on. The boss's body gradually emerged from the summoning circle, resurrected as a summoned beast with its twin blades still strapped to its back. Its fierce, glowing red eyes remained the same, but its position and loyalty had now completely shifted toward its new master. Zhang Zi looked at his new summon with a gentle yet calculating smile, thinking about its future utility. The Goblin Great King knelt before its new master, and Zhang Zi laughed, saying it was now his most powerful subordinate. Checking his list, he now owned 3 bosses: the Heaven-Swallowing Frog, the Elite Iron-Toothed Wolf, and the Goblin Great King. Even though the Elite Iron-Toothed Wolf had the lowest stats among the 3, it still had great potential as an elite monster, near a level up. With 5 summoning slots left, he planned to add more minions later, but first, he had to head to the 4th floor before the boss respawned. He stroked his chin and chuckled to himself, thinking about summoning even more bosses in the future to become truly peerless. Just as he was about to step through the Ascension Gate, a loud voice from behind commanded him to stop immediately. A group of people rushed forward, demanding that Zhang Zi drop his weapons and surrender as they surrounded him in the blink of an eye. Looking at the emblem on their chests, he recognized it as the insignia of the Demon Realm Management Bureau. There were at least a dozen people surrounding him, and their formation was clearly well-prepared and professional. The curly-haired man holding twin swords demanded to know where his adventuring party was, but Zhang Zi calmly replied that he was alone. He pointed his sword at the boy and shouted not to deny it, stating they received a report of a scammer leading newbies to their deaths. A girl with glasses holding a bow stepped forward, identifying herself as part of the Management Bureau and ordering him to disarm and follow them. Yang warned him not to think about escaping through the Ascension Gate, since the perimeter was secure and the odds were against him. He had no choice but to raise his hands in surrender, thinking it looked like he would have to go along with them for a while today. Right at that tense moment, someone stepped forward, raised a hand to stop them, and declared that this person was definitely not a criminal. Zhang Zi recognized him as the discipline officer he had met on the 3rd floor. The man greeted him warmly as Brother Luo Cha, remarking on the coincidence as those around them immediately addressed him as manager. Hearing that, he asked in surprise exactly when the man had been promoted to the position of manager. He chuckled and replied that thanks to Zhang Zi's assistance in the previous case, his superiors had given him a special promotion. He shook hands to thank Luo Cha for his help. While Zhang Zi modestly said it was nothing, however, the girl with glasses still reported that she had only seen him when she arrived. The manager analyzed the situation, stating that since Luo Cha was an acquaintance, he trusted him, and besides, the description of the scammer criminal matched Death's Kiss. After finishing his explanation, he turned to ask Zhang Zi if he had seen Death's Kiss or the group of new adventurers anywhere. He shook his head and said they were too late, as all the novices had already met with disaster, leaving everyone around them in a state of utter shock and disbelief. The manager gritted his teeth in anger, lamenting that another 100 people had lost their lives, calling the man truly wicked and vowing that he would definitely capture him. Zhang Zi let out a heavy sigh, saying he was afraid that they would never be able to find that man ever again. He nonchalantly stated that it was because he had already killed him, causing everyone to gasp as the girl with glasses pointed out that the records listed Death's Kiss as having S-rank talent and the skilled assassin title. Seeing that they still did not believe him, Zhang Zi opened his system interface and told them they could check his personal kill list for themselves. In the list, the name Death's Kiss was clearly displayed right there on the very second line. Everyone was stunned that someone who had just cleared the 3rd floor could solo a high-level expert, as such a feat seemed almost entirely impossible to believe. The manager asked him how he had managed to pull it off, while those nearby kept whispering in admiration of Zhang Zi's incredible talent. The manager patted his shoulder, praising Luo Cha as a truly formidable youth and thanking him for ridding the world of such a menace, while Zhang Zi just smiled and said it was no big deal. He turned toward the Ascension Gate, preparing to leave, but the manager quickly called him back, saying there was one more important matter they needed to discuss. Death's Kiss was a member of an underground organization in the demon realm called Dawn. Despite the Raitiao-sounding name, they actually engaged in kidnapping, looting, and assassination. The Demon Realm Management Bureau had been investigating Dawn for a long time, but they hid themselves too well, and their members were so strong and cunning that no progress had been made. The manager warned him that killing one of their people could lead to retaliation, and suggested he join the Bureau for protection, while Zhang Zi silently etched the name Dawn into his memory. Stepping through the ascension gate toward the 4th floor, he waved his hand to decline the offer to join, saying he would be careful on his own. The manager watched the talented young man's departing figure, clenching his fists in a state of profound regret. However, he became even more determined that one day the boy would join the Demon Realm Management Bureau. Meanwhile, the 4th floor revealed a desolate landscape, very different from the 3rd floor jungle. At the 4th floor altar, a massive crowd of adventurers had gathered, creating a strange and somewhat unsettling atmosphere. As soon as Zhang Zi arrived, he looked around in a daze, wondering to himself exactly what was going on with everyone there. The noisy crowd was protesting the Demon Realm Management Bureau's decision to stop them from leaving, claiming the realm was public property, and refusing to believe that a dead zone had appeared on the 4th floor. Someone loudly mocked the situation, saying that the idea of a dead zone appearing on the 4th floor sounded like nothing more than a ridiculous joke. A loud-mouthed individual continued to shout in protest against the perceived monopolization of the 4th floor, while Zhang Zi stood still and observed everything in silence. He thought about the dead zone and the invitation letter inside his pocket, just as the person in charge of the 4th floor spoke up to calm everyone down. He explained that a dead zone had indeed appeared on the 4th floor, a concept that was not included in the Demon Realm Handbook, which was why many people were unaware of it. The dead zone was essentially a separate dimension that had not yet been fully researched or understood by experts. All they knew was that it was filled with incredibly powerful and violent beasts, and it could appear randomly on any floor at any time. Those beasts were extremely bloodthirsty, and there were even rumors of demon creatures existing within that mysterious space. Because of this, the difficulty of the 4th floor had skyrocketed to a level equivalent to that of the 10th floor. Due to the extreme danger, they were preventing entry, but the loud-mouthed man kept screaming that he didn't believe it and demanded to be allowed to leave. The person in charge replied that if he insisted on leaving, they wouldn't stop him, but he would have to take full responsibility for any consequences. Hearing that, he spat on the ground and clicked his tongue with a look of pure disdain on his face. The gate was opened for him to leave, and he walked out while boastfully asking if they thought he was afraid of them, gesturing provocatively, while the official just closed his eyes and remained silent. The person in charge could only let out a long sigh as he watched the stubborn man rush headlong toward his own certain demise. He turned back and announced loudly to the crowd inside that if anyone else was stubborn enough to want to leave the 4th floor, he would open the way for all of them as well. The crowd began to murmur in hesitation, asking each other if they should go out, but just as they were doubting the existence of the dead zone, a blood-curdling scream erupted from outside as the loud-mouthed man came sprinting back. His body began to show signs of mutation as he rushed toward the altar, screaming in pure terror that he was mutating and that it was horrifyingly dangerous out there. He collapsed in front of the magic barrier, trembling as he gasped that all the monsters outside had mutated and were hunting him down relentlessly, and that he only survived because he ran fast. His entire body was shaking uncontrollably, and the crowd immediately fell into a panic, realizing the dead zone was real. Only then did the person in charge ask in a low voice if they believed him now. I strongly suggest that for the next few days, you absolutely do not log into the 4th floor of the Demon Realm and wait for the dead zone to disappear before returning. Many adventurers felt dejected upon hearing that, complaining about not being able to enter for days and deciding that they might as well stay offline and rest instead. Zhang Zi watched as everyone logged out one by one, calculating that since he couldn't continue, he should head home too. Fortunately, tomorrow was Saturday, so he didn't have to go to the Tianfeng City 5th Academy. Somewhere on a much deeper floor within the vast and mysterious expanses of the Demon Realm, a colossal monster wielding a massive scythe stood towering over the area like a literal god of death. Facing it was a swordsman wearing a vibrant red cloak whose stature was much smaller, yet he simply smiled and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, preparing to draw it. He kicked off the ground with incredible force, his figure blurring as he lunged forward with explosive speed toward the massive beast. The moment the sword was pulled from its scabbard, it let out a flash of cold, gleaming light. A series of sharp sword techniques sliced across the monster's body, and a powerful wave of sword energy struck it directly in the face with overwhelming force. The monster gradually crumbled into ash and dust while the swordsman walked away calmly, as the system announced that the zombie giant had been slain. A massive demon soul orb dropped from the corpse, and he approached it while sliding his sword back into its sheath. He leaned down to pick up the demon soul orb and then opened his system interface, where a new notification appeared asking if he wanted to view it. When he clicked on it, a bright red screen appeared with the text stating that Death's Kiss had been defeated by Luo Cha. The swordsman chuckled softly to himself, muttering that the name Luo Cha sounded quite interesting indeed. He drew his sword once more, preparing to face the boss of the Twentiscon floor, his powerful aura proving that his strength was far from ordinary. Early the next morning, back at Zhang Zi's home, the atmosphere was quiet and peaceful. The two siblings were preparing breakfast together when Zhang Zi told Xiao Feng to stay home and be good while doing her homework, because he had some business to attend to. He held his phone and mentioned that Zhang Panpan told him her cousin had a job suitable for him, though Xiao Feng worried because she heard the job was quite dangerous. Before heading out the door, Zhang Zi turned back and waved to reassure her, telling her that she knew his strength and to be good at home, to which Xiao Feng obediently nodded. Zhang Zi arrived at the meeting point, which was located at a dilapidated and abandoned building complex within the city. He scratched his head and looked around but didn't see anyone yet, so he checked the address on his phone again, confirming it was definitely the right place. While he was feeling confused, Zhang Panpan waved from a distance and called out loudly to him, "Brother Zhang Zi, over here." The girl waved with a bright smile on her face, her clear and high-pitched voice calling for him to come over to where she was standing. She opened the warehouse door and said her cousin was inside. Zhang Zi noticed the place had been abandoned for a long time and saw 4 people discussing things around a small table. Panpan introduced him to her cousin, saying that this was the Zhang Zi she had mentioned to him earlier. She turned to him and made the introduction, saying, "This is my cousin, Lu Kai." Lu Kai had a polite manner as he reached out to shake hands. "I heard you have some skills and need money. Want to join my team?" Zhang Zi scratched his head and said, "I want to work, but I'm not sure what you guys do." Lu Kai took a deep breath before answering, "We are heading to the Luanhan district." Zhang Zi was taken aback for a moment, wondering if they were really going to the Luanhan district. Lu Kai explained that the place had been devastated by monsters and was now in ruins, yet many valuable artifacts like paintings and antiques remain. Many wealthy people want to collect those items, so they hire us to retrieve them. It's very dangerous work. If you encounter monsters, you are on your own. Plus, the National Security Bureau bans civilians from entering, so this is illegal. But for the money, they accepted the risk. Tai Gang stepped up from behind and patted Lu Kai's shoulder. "In danger lies wealth. Do you have the guts to play, kid?" Feng Zai, wearing a red shirt, chimed in. "One trip pays 300,000 each. Are you in?" Behind him stood Lao Ba, whose bald head and fierce look were quite intimidating. Zhang Zi calculated that it was a significant amount of money that Xiao Feng's life needed urgently. Adding the money from the Soul Spheres and the 500,000 from Sister Jiang, another 300,000 would cover the surgery. He immediately agreed to join. Lu Kai laughed and patted his shoulder, praising his courage, and informed him that because the mission was difficult, the pay was doubled to 3 million in total. The team's eyes lit up at the mention of 3 million. Splitting it meant 600,000 each, which was an incredible deal. Zhang Zi asked what the target item for this specific mission was. Lu Kai replied it was a 5 Dynasties era calligraphy piece, located at the Jiangdong Museum. "We meet at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning." The next morning arrived at the house, belonging to the 2 Zhang siblings. Zhang Zi came downstairs yawning and asked why Xiao Feng was up so early. The girl smiled and said she knew he had to leave early, so she prepared breakfast for him. Seeing 2 red apples on the table, he asked where they came from. He learned a new neighbor gave them, eating bread. He thought fruits and vegetables are rare now. These 2 apples are worth quite a bit. As he left the house, he reminded her not to accept things from strangers. Xiao Feng nodded and told him to be careful on his way. Still chewing on his bread on the way to the meeting point, Zhang Zi thought about the danger ahead. Last night, he had finally absorbed all the remaining magic soul spheres. The system showed Rakshasa's attributes far exceeded those of normal people, especially with strength at 14 and agility at 15. His punching force was equivalent to 10,000 pounds, enough to fight a battle if he met a pit monster. Before him was the dilapidated Great Wall, under the forbidden sign. Lu Kai and the 3 other men were waiting. They waved when they saw him. Lu Kai handed Zhang Zi a chicken and told him to use it in an emergency. He explained that pit monsters love corpses. You throw the chicken to distract them and then run for your life. Stashing the chicken in his bag, Zhang Zi realized it was his first time learning such a trick. In the distance, Feng Zai shouted for them not to delay any longer. Clinging to the rope in the middle of the rain, Zhang Zi began to climb. This was his very first real-world adventure. He planted his feet on the wall and climbed over toward the ruins of the Luanhan district. High up on the wall, the rest of the team was already waiting for him. Finally, Zhang Zi reached the top. Before him was the desolate and ruined landscape of the Luanhan district. Lu Kai patted his shoulder to reassure him. "Stay close to me and you will be safe." Feng Zai was eagerly leading the way, while Lu Kai urged everyone to pick up the pace. The 5 of them walked silently in the rain through the dangerous streets, knowing that high risks lead to high rewards. Lao Ba asked if the kid could be sent home early after this, since bringing him along was quite inconvenient. Lu Kai nodded in agreement. Ahead was a large building blocked by debris. This was their target. Zhang Zi wondered where the entrance could possibly be. Lu Kai asked Feng Zai if he had found the way in yet. He climbed onto the rubble to search for a door. After pushing aside some wooden planks, a blue sign pointing to the right was finally revealed. He smiled and announced he found it. Lu Kai signaled for Lao Ba to go ahead first. Lao Ba clenched both of his fists and told everyone to stand back. He delivered a single, powerful punch directly at the spot where the sign was. The punch smashed through the debris, opening a large hole leading inside. Lao Ba stood there looking full of confidence. Lu Kai mentioned that Lao Ba had the highest strength stat in the entire team, which was currently at 12. Zhang Zi thought to himself, only 12, that is even lower than my own attribute. As the team entered, Lu Kai warned that pit monsters like to hide in the shadows. The dark hallway littered with human bones made every member of the team feel tense. As they ventured deeper into the building, they eventually encountered a heavy iron door. Lu Kai carefully and quietly pushed the heavy iron door open to see what was inside. Inside was the museum's exhibition hall. Lu Kai told everyone to stay alert and spread out to search for the item. He shone his flashlight on an ink wash painting titled Spring River Boating Scene. After reading the title, he shook his head, realizing it wasn't the specific painting they needed to find. Zhang Zi asked if the one he found was for Prince Junfu. Lu Kai opened his phone to compare the images. It was indeed the right one, and a look of pure joy spread across his face. He quickly and professionally took the painting down from its display. Rolling up the painting and putting it in his bag, Feng Zai laughed and said he would go out and party once they got paid. Zhang Zi suddenly realized that one member of the team seemed to be missing from their group. The group immediately scanned the area. Feng Zai frowned and asked where Tai Gang had disappeared to. Lu Kai quickly turned on his radio and called repeatedly, but there was no answer. Lao Ba turned pale because the spot where Tai Gang stood was now empty. As the captain, Lu Kai said anxiously that they could not stay here for long. He decided to leave a signal for Tai Gang and lead the team to retreat first to ensure their collective safety. However, on the dark ceiling, from a bottomless hole, two glowing red eyes filled with murderous intent were silently watching them from above. It slowly slithered out to the edge of the floor and lowered its head to stare at the four people below. Zhang Zi's sharp intuition made him spin around with a start, wondering what that noise was. With a resounding crash, a massive object plummeted straight down from the floor above like a falling meteorite. Lu Kai and the whole group turned pale, cursing their bad luck under their breaths for encountering these things so early. In the midst of the swirling dust, a giant pale blue foot stepped out, revealing a level 2 pit demon monster with a huge eye in the center of its belly and rows of sharp teeth that were enough to give anyone goosebumps. As soon as he saw it, Lao Ba jumped into the air with his fist ready, shouting for the others to go save Jun first while he held the monster back. He swung the dagger in his hand and lunged forward to deliver a strike directly into its body. Lao Ba put all his strength into the downward slash, but the monster's steel-like hide caused his blade to snap in two, leaving him stunned and unable to believe his eyes. Lao Ba's teeth ground together as he cursed, noting that this monster's flesh was as tough as cowhide and steel. Immediately, it swung its massive hand with claws as sharp as scythes, swiping down at Lao Ba. He quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest to block the blow, but the impact was like a sledgehammer, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. The rest of the group screamed Lao Ba's name in a panic, their voices filled with deep worry. Under the massive shadow cast by the towering monster, he struggled to his feet, his bruised arms trembling, yet he still managed to say that one arm was useless, but he was not dead yet. Zhang Zi's heart went cold. Lao Ba weighed over 100 kilograms, yet he was sent flying into a wall with a single slap, making the monster truly terrifying. The monster opened its mouth full of jagged teeth toward them and let out a bone-shaking roar. The sound wave pushed the dust aside. Zhang Zi grit his teeth hard, but fear was still clearly written all over his face. Suddenly remembering something, Zhang Zi reached into his pocket and pulled out the chicken. He threw the chicken straight toward the pit demon monster. Taking advantage of the moment it opened its mouth to swallow the bait, the whole team turned and sprinted for the exit. But the tiny chicken didn't even have a chance to get stuck between the monster's teeth. It was already enraged and was chasing closely behind them. Seeing the two people behind him slowing down, Zhang Zi glanced back and saw the monster raising its hand, prepared to strike. Feng Zai and Lao Ba were completely trapped in a corner, with no idea how to handle the situation. He took off his glasses and blurted out an angry curse. He pulled out his gun, firing repeatedly while shouting for the boss to run first, deciding to stay behind and risk his life against the monsters, who were forced to shield themselves from the bullets. Lao Ba gripped the grenade tightly in his hand, his voice raspy as he declared that they would live or die together as brothers today. Having said that, he tossed the grenade toward the monster and screamed for the boss to retreat immediately. The grenade exploded violently upon contact, tearing the monster's body apart, while the fate of the two men remained uncertain. Lu Kai and Zhang Zi witnessed the scene with their hearts tightening in agony. Zhang Zi was filled with anxiety for the other two. while Lu Kai could only cover his face in painful grief. However, he quickly regained his composure and said this was not the time for sorrow, insisting they must escape first as he pulled Zhang Zi along. Reaching the hole they had originally crawled through, Lu Kai said that as long as they got out of here, they would be safe. The two of them scrambled out as fast as they could and managed to escape in no time. Standing at the mouth of the hole about to leave, Lu Kai suddenly froze because the sight before him left him both shocked and terrified. In front of them was a massive pit demon staring them down, and in the surrounding ruins, nearly 10 others were closing in to surround them. Seeing new prey appear, the monsters with glowing red belly eyes charged. Lu Kai tossed the backpack containing the painting to Zhang Zi, telling him to keep it safe and care for his younger sister. Zhang Zi shouted that it was not right, and that if they were to go, they had to go together. Lu Kai gripped his gun and lunged forward, pointing it straight at the monsters while letting out a fierce roar. He fired continuously while shouting curses, but the bullets were almost useless. The eye in its belly locked onto him as its arm was raised to strike. Being the team leader, his reflexes were quite good, and Lu Kai immediately jumped back to dodge the attack. But before he could even touch the ground, another pit demon pounced from the side to ambush him. He quickly grabbed another grenade, bit the pin, and threw it forward with all his might. A thunderous explosion echoed through the air, blasting the monster far away. As the smoke and dust cleared, that familiar mouth with 3 rows of sharp teeth was revealed once again. A pit demon stood right behind Lu Kai, saliva dripping as it looked at its prey, causing Zhang Zi to scream out a warning for him to be careful. But it was too late. The monster had already caught him in its grasp. Lu Kai froze up, his entire body pinned tightly within that massive hand, unable to move even an inch. It swung its arm and slammed him against a wall, causing the gun in his hand to fall and break in two. Lu Kai's face twisted in agony, but he still grit his teeth and tried to endure the pain. He leaned against a nearby rock to try and stand up, but his strength was completely spent. Lu Kai sat slumped on the ground, sighed and cursed, watching the monster approach and thinking that today might really be the end for him. The monster pounced, its razor-sharp claws raised high and ready to deliver the final blow. Lu Kai sat there almost helplessly, waiting for the strike, as he no longer had the strength to resist. He grit his teeth, accepting his fate, but at that exact moment, Zhang Zi clenched his fists and charged forward with an explosive burst of speed. In the blink of an eye, he had positioned himself right in front of Lu Kai to shield him. That incredible speed caused Lu Kai's eyes to widen in shock as he stared at the young man standing before him. Zhang Zi yelled at the wretched monster and jumped up to deliver a punch in a direct confrontation. His fist landed squarely in the palm of the pit demon's hand. The terrifying force of the blow sent the monster flying backward a great distance. Lu Kai was stunned and blurted out that this power was too overpowered, saying he could solo monsters now as the pit demon landed unsteadily and the real battle began. Zhang Zi rubbed his hands and remarked that while it wasn't difficult, engaging in close-quarters combat with monsters was certainly not optimal. He further analyzed that there were too many monsters, and if they all attacked at once, they would have no chance of winning. Lu Kai replied that pit demons have a habit of not fighting over prey. Unless they give up, the others won't join in, and sure enough, the others just stood there growling. Zhang Zi clenched his fists and smiled confidently, saying that if that was the case, he could put his mind at ease. After being knocked back, the pit demon went into a frenzy, with blue veins bulging across its face. Looking at the deep red eye in its belly, he provoked it by saying its strength was impressive, but he wondered how its speed would hold up as it just snarled and spat saliva. It then spread its massive arms wide, reaching out to grab him directly. But with Zhang Zi's speed of 15, all the monster managed to catch was thin air. Zhang Zi had already leapt high into the air, forcing the monster to crane its head upward to follow his movements. He tightened his fist, prepared to hammer it down, and shouted for it to die. A heavy fist slammed right into its face, sending it reeling backward as teeth and blood sprayed everywhere. With one eye completely crushed and green fluid oozing out like blood, the creature let out a piercing shriek while Zhang Zi landed softly, maintaining his balance. Sensing an opening, the monster lunged forward with its long arms, desperately trying to snatch the boy. Lu Kai, still half conscious, managed to praise his younger friend for that satisfying punch before falling into a violent coughing fit. Losing an eye only drove the beast further into a frenzy, and just as Zhang Zi touched the ground, it lunged at him with a crushing blow. Its massive hand, tipped with razor-sharp claws, was inches away from Zhang Zi when it suddenly came to a dead halt. The creature's enormous body collapsed right in front of the two, hitting the pavement with a heavy thud. Zhang Zi raised his fist and exhaled in relief, realizing how close that call was, noting that he had finally taken one down. But as soon as one fell, others took its place. Zhang Zi stared down the remaining 3 monsters, vowing to fight them to the bitter end. The 2 beasts glanced at each other, as if trying to decide which one would be foolish enough to step forward first. Suddenly, one of the 3 abyss pit monsters roared and charged at Zhang Zi, while the others stood back like spectators waiting for their turn. Just then, a strange movement from the side caught his attention, causing him to pause and shift his focus. A slender, graceful foot suddenly stepped lightly onto his shoulder, using it as a stepping stone to launch into the air. A stunning red-haired girl in a tight-fitting suit and cool neon glasses used Zhang Zi's shoulder to vault forward, leaving him wittied in shock. She performed a mid-air twist and delivered a devastating punch straight into the face of the abyss pit monster. After landing the blow, she immediately flipped back to her original position with movements as fast as a bolt of lightning. The monster turned to counterattack, slamming its hands into the ground, but the girl glided behind it like a high-level speed mage. Without hesitation, she delivered a powerful kick to its back that caused its massive frame to buckle and sway. The kick carried a massive critical hit that shattered the monster's spine, nearly splitting its body in 2 in a gruesome display. As the monster collapsed, Zhang Zi felt a chill run down his spine, estimating that the kick must have packed over 2,000 pounds of force. The girl turned back and called out to the boy, making Zhang Zi jump as if he had been suddenly called on by a teacher. While he was still stuttering and trying to find his words, a bright yellow car came speeding toward them from behind. The car skidded to a halt next to her as the remaining monsters began to stir. She shouted for Zhang Zi to get his friend into the vehicle. He quickly barked a response and hauled Lu Kai up from the ground, dragging him toward the open door. The driver urged the big sister to hurry up, reporting that an entire horde of monsters was closing in on their position. The girl leaped into the car and slammed the door shut, commanding the driver to floor it as the monsters reached the rear bumper. The driver slammed the gas pedal and shifted through the gears in the blink of an eye. The engine roared as the car shot forward like an arrow, pushing the vehicle to its absolute speed limit. The car bounced over potholes and caught air, while a growing swarm of abyss pit monsters chased them with primal rage. Zhang Zi looked out the window, realizing this was the first time he had faced such horrors in the real world, and he couldn't hide his shock. A massive beast suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the road and preparing to strike the vehicle head-on. The car didn't flinch, plowing right through the monsters. The driver worried that leading them toward the Sky Peak City wall would be dangerous. Hearing this, the girl looked at the sheer number of pursuing monsters and began to contemplate a countermeasure. She turned around and told Zhang Zi to stop staring out the back window and get ready. Seeing him still glued to the glass, she popped open the sunroof and yelled that if he didn't want to die, he needed to help her. With that, she reached down and hoisted up a heavy, bulging bag filled with equipment. She tossed it onto his lap and told him to get to work, making sure her effort to save him wasn't wasted. Opening the bag revealed a stash of grenades and smoke bombs. She explained these were concussion charges to slow the monsters down. A flurry of grenades and smoke canisters were tossed out the back, raining down on the pursuing pack. Massive explosions shook the air one after another, sending the monsters flying into the sky like heavy sandbags. They both watched the chaos behind them as the city walls finally came into view, and the girl pulled the pin on one more grenade. Zhang Zi followed suit, priming a smoke bomb to coordinate their final defensive move against the horde. Together, they threw nearly a dozen various explosives into the middle of the monstrous crowd. The dim-witted abyss pit monsters charged straight into the blasts, and the smell of charred flesh began to fill the air. Their small car sped through the screen of fire and smoke, looking exactly like a scene from a high-octane action movie. In an instant, they managed to lose the monsters, leaving the remaining beasts lying scattered and broken on the road behind them. Settling back into his seat, Zhang Zi wondered who this girl was to carry such an arsenal, while the driver asked why they had provoked the monsters. Lu Kai explained they were just visiting a family grave and had been caught in an accident, thanking the two for saving their lives. The two in the front didn't seem to entirely believe the story, but they didn't care enough to press for more details. The girl turned to ask Zhang Zi his name, praising his bravery and agility before mentioning she had taken an interest in him. She smiled at his name and warned him never to wander near the airship ruins again unless he became a powerful demon realm warrior. Zhang Zi thought to himself that although he didn't know who she was, they clearly didn't harbor any ill intentions toward him. She noted they were near the wall and that Lu Kai needed a hospital. The two brothers thanked them profusely before stepping out. It was only then that Zhang Zi noticed his backpack had been shredded and the precious scroll case was missing. Lu Kai clutched his chest and let out a long sigh, saying they should just be grateful they escaped with their lives. As they approached the wall, he said to forget about the lost items. Later that afternoon, Zhang Zi took him to the city hospital. Walking through the hospital corridors, Zhang Zi pulled out his phone and muttered about what an incredibly chaotic day it had been. Staring at the screen, he realized that if that red-haired girl hadn't shown up, they would be nothing more than corpses in the ruins. As he headed up the stairs, still mourning the lost scroll, he accidentally bumped into a man wearing a hat and a mask. His keen intuition flared up as he realized the man's physical build felt strangely familiar to him. They brushed past each other, and the slightly stout man pulled his hat lower to hide his face from view. Zhang Zi suddenly remembered that the man looked exactly like Tai Gang, the one who vanished during the search for the painting. Thinking quickly, Zhang Zi decided to covertly follow the man to see what he was really up to. He maintained a safe distance and quietly trailed the man in the hat as he left the hospital grounds. The man navigated through several streets before turning into a deserted alley, where Zhang Zi ducked behind a wall to watch. He peeked his head out very carefully, making sure he remained completely undetected by the suspicious figure. The man made a phone call, reporting that he had arrived and wasn't being followed, which only deepened Zhang Zi's suspicions. He cursed under his breath, wondering if the whole ordeal had been a setup, just as two other figures approached the man. In the lead was a wealthy-looking boss smoking a cigarette, followed by a bald bodyguard with a long scar across his face. The boss smiled and asked if the item he had requested was brought along as promised. Tai Gang handed over the box and said that of course he had it. When he opened it and asked for the money, the boss replied that not a single cent was missing. He carefully inspected the painting while praising Tai Gang for being so ruthless and decisive in his actions. After confirming the authenticity, he laughed and said that for 3 million, he had betrayed brothers of 10 years. He truly had a wicked heart. Hiding behind the wall and hearing everything, Zhang Zi gritted his teeth in anger as the boss gestured for his bodyguard to bring up the suitcase of money. The suitcase was opened, revealing 3 million in cold, hard cash inside. Tai Gang quickly grabbed the suitcase and said that only by being ruthless could one truly find success in this world. But right behind him, the bodyguard drew his gun, chambered around, and pointed it directly at the back of Tai Gang's head. Tai Gang turned around and stammered, asking the boss what on earth he thought he was doing. The only response he received was a bullet that tore straight through the middle of his forehead. He collapsed in a pool of blood as the boss repeated the line about being ruthless, and then laughed coldly because he was even more cruel than Tai Gang. The bald bodyguard stepped forward and reclaimed the suitcase filled with cash. The boss held the painting and smiled, saying that he had to be many times more ruthless than Tai Gang ever was. He turned his back and walked away, saying he hated lowlifes the most, leaving only a cold corpse behind in that alley within this chaotic world. Witnessing the whole scene, Zhang Zi had to cover his mouth tightly and didn't dare to breathe loudly. The sight of someone being shot right in front of him left him dazed. He wondered to himself what kind of terrifying background that boss actually had to be so nonchalant about murder. Seeing them walk away, Zhang Zi quietly left the alley and headed home. It was already dark, and Xiao Feng was waiting for him outside the door. His footsteps were more rushed than usual, and his heart was still filled with unease because of the horrific scene he had just witnessed. Zhang Feng waved with a bright smile and asked her brother how his work had gone today. Zhang Zi forced a smile and replied that she shouldn't ask, saying too many difficult things happened today and they should talk inside, just as the door next door opened. Xiao Feng quickly introduced him, saying this was the neighbor who had given them apples earlier. The man turned to look at him, and a familiar face became clear. It was the bald bodyguard of Boss Lei who had just shot and killed Tai Gang. As if nothing had happened, he offered a polite smile and asked if Zhang Zi was Zhang Feng's older brother. Zhang Zi immediately realized that the scar matched the bodyguard perfectly. By reflex, Zhang Zi stepped forward to shield Xiao Feng and gave a polite smile, thanking the man for the apples he had given them. The man remained calm and replied that as neighbors, they should visit and help each other out from time to time. Xiao Feng innocently invited the man over for dinner, but Zhang Zi quickly interrupted, saying he was tired and they would do it another day before pulling his sister inside. As the door closed, Xiao Feng turned back to wave goodbye, while the man with the scar stood perfectly still, watching them go. He carried a trash bag, and a trace of scrutiny flashed through his eyes before he finally turned away. As soon as they entered the house, Zhang Zi was still calculating his next move, while Xiao Feng happily went to prepare dinner. He kept thinking and couldn't understand why that scar was such a coincidence. He wondered if it really was the same person. Zhang Zi suddenly said he had to go out for a moment, leaving Xiao Feng dazed since her brother had only just returned home. He told her to stay inside and resolved to investigate clearly. Then he jumped from their balcony over to the neighbor's balcony. To his surprise, the neighbor's balcony was covered in lime powder to act as an early warning system against intruders. Thanks to his agility stat of 15, Zhang Zi was able to move lightly and avoid leaving any traces behind. He quietly opened the window and stepped inside, realizing that this defensive layout was definitely not that of an ordinary person. After searching for a while, a small box appeared from underneath the bed. He opened the box, and inside were various profiles and personal identification documents. At the very top was a level 1 Demon Realm expert certificate in the name of Huang Hanfei. Zhang Zi confirmed that this was the man disguised as their neighbor. While he was thinking, the sound of footsteps echoed from the stairs, getting closer and closer with every passing second. Zhang Zi was startled and looked toward the door. Hanfei pushed the door open and walked in, coldly asking if he should come out on his own or if he needed to be dragged out. He took off his hat to reveal his bald head and fierce scar. Hearing the man's voice calling out to him, Zhang Zi held his breath. He hid under the bed, praying that he hadn't been discovered yet. If he was exposed, his only option was to fight for his life. The man laughed sinisterly with a gun in his hand, while Zhang Zi was drenched in sweat but still tried his best to remain absolutely silent. Hanfei approached the bed and told him to stop hiding, saying he knew the boy was still in the room. He chambered around, ready to eliminate his target once and for all. Zhang Zi silently cried out that this was bad. A Demon Realm expert was truly something else, and now he could only rely on timing. The clock ticked away, with only a few seconds remaining until 8 o'clock in the evening. The clock hands ticked to the hour, and the alarm bell began to ring out loudly. Zhang Zi was startled by the ringing bell, while Hanfei said gleefully that he had finally found him. The sound had betrayed his position, and a look of pure fear flashed across Zhang Zi's face. Hanfei immediately pulled the trigger and fired toward the source of the ringing bell. The bullet flew forward with extreme speed, but at that exact moment, Zhang Zi's watch emitted a flash of blue electricity. Just as the bullet was about to hit his face, Zhang Zi was pulled into the Demon Realm. From the outside, one could only see the room flash with blue light, followed by the loud sound of a gunshot. Hanfei kicked the bed aside to search, but there was no longer anyone there. Before his eyes was nothing but an empty room. He picked up the bullet lodged in the floor and inspected it closely. He muttered that the Demon Realm gate opened at 8 o'clock, and the kid must have gone inside, then laughed coldly, saying he would wait for him to return. His eyes were full of cruelty and excitement, like a hunter who had finally found his prey. On the other side, Zhang Zi had transformed into Rakshasa on the path, entering the Demon Realm. While checking his attribute panel, he worried that Hanfei would surely be waiting by the bed, but he couldn't stay in the Demon Realm forever because he'd be forced out after 12 hours. The system asked which floor he wanted to return to, and Zhang Zi determined that he had to increase his strength significantly within these 12 hours. Without any hesitation, he chose the 4th floor. Returning to the altar on the 4th floor, adventurers were still gathered there because the death zone had not yet dissipated. Zhang Zi wondered to himself if it was possible that the death zone still existed even now. If he didn't leave the altar, how could he hunt monsters to increase his strength? He heard people gossiping that the death zone was about to open and would only vanish once the boss was defeated, and some experts were preparing to enter. To enter the death zone, one needed an invitation letter, which had a drop rate of only 1% when defeating a boss. Someone mentioned that the rewards were attractive, but the dangers were immense, so even if they were given a letter, they might not dare to enter. Zhang Zi opened his inventory to check the information on the Death Zone invitation, which was a type of Singlu's card. You obtained this invitation after successfully taking down the boss on the previous floor. Upon activation, a blood-red space manifests, presenting a prompt asking if you wish to venture into the Death Zone. Zhang Zi noted that while the first 3 floors were cleared, the entrance to the 4th floor remained firmly locked. With Hanfei waiting for him back in the real world, he realized he truly had no other options left to explore. He tapped the agree button, and the system immediately notified him that he would be transported to the Death Zone in 3 seconds. As the system began its countdown, the invitation slowly dissolved into thin air, while a mysterious blue aura enveloped his entire body. The moment the timer hit 1, a dark blue-black light completely covered him, marking his official entry into the perilous Death Zone. In the mere blink of an eye, Zhang Zi found himself standing within the eerie and desolate environment of the Death Zone. A crowd of adventurers was already gathered there, and the unsettling, blood-red atmosphere made even a newcomer like him feel naturally cautious. He was quite surprised to see many foreign adventurers present, considering that the demon realms of different countries are typically not connected. Looking around, he noticed a diverse group ranging from people of color to Japanese adventurers scattered throughout the staging area. While he was lost in thought, someone suddenly tapped his shoulder and called out the name Rakshasa, prompting him to turn around quickly. Standing right before him was Liu Yuying, the young woman he had previously rescued from the clutches of the Shadow Wolf. She gave him a bright smile and mentioned that she had finally managed to track him down in this crowded space. She expressed her gratitude for his help last time, while a white-haired old man carrying a sword asked if he was the one who saved her. Liu Yuying confirmed to the elderly man that Rakshasa was indeed the brave soul who had rescued her from the Shadow Wolf. Zhang Zi responded with great humility, stating that it was simply a small gesture and not something he expected thanks for. She then introduced her 6th uncle, known by the alias Furious Kill Wind Chaser, and her younger brother, Midsummer Night's Dream. Sixth uncle praised him for his exceptional courage, noting that it takes a lot of guts to enter the death zone all by oneself. He warned that the death zone is significantly more dangerous than the standard demon realm due to its vicious monsters and hostile foreign players. He invited the young man to join their party for safety, assuring him that traveling together would provide much better protection for everyone. Upon hearing about the elemental rank, Zhang Zi was caught off guard because that level of strength is considered remarkably high in this world. According to the standard demon realm classification system, all adventurers are ranked across 6 distinct tiers of power. These tiers consist of the novice, skilled, elite, powerful, transcendent, and the legendary ultimate rank. The fact that Sixth Uncle had reached the elemental rank was clear evidence that he was far from being an ordinary fighter. Zhang Zi figured that for his very first foray into the death zone, joining an experienced team was a very wise and practical choice. He shook Sixth Uncle's hand to finalize the agreement, and the older man complimented him on his grounded and humble personality. Liu Yuying couldn't help but smile, feeling happy that she finally had a real opportunity to repay the debt of gratitude she owed him. Shortly after the handshake, the system issued a formal notification stating that Rakshasa had successfully joined the party. Sixth Uncle mentioned that as teammates, they should understand each other's abilities, starting with his own specialized repel talent. The scene shifted to a green-skinned monster roaring and charging toward them with the unstoppable momentum of a runaway tank. The massive greatsword in Sixth Uncle's hands suddenly flared with a brilliant light as magical energy surged through the heavy blade. He immediately executed the repel technique, delivering a powerful kick that sent the massive monster flying backward like a broken kite. This particular skill has the powerful effect of knocking a target back 10 steps, while inflicting a paralyzed status for 30 seconds. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's talent is known as illusion, which allows him to create a perfect clone of a target that lasts for 1 hour. Soon after the introduction, Xiao Tian activated his skill to create a double of himself, though the clone was only for show and couldn't fight. Then it was Liu Yuying's turn to present her light slash talent, which he had seen before they turned to ask about his own talent. Zhang Zi paused for a moment to consider his answer, realizing his secret would come out eventually, so he decided to be upfront about it. He revealed that his talent was summoning magic, and as he spoke, a glowing blue ring and a summoning circle appeared in his palm. A sudden, blinding flash of light filled the area, forcing poor Xiao Tian to raise his hand to shield his eyes from the intense glare. A small but fierce goblin immediately materialized in front of the entire group, standing ready for combat. This was a goblin warrior from the 3rd floor, standing at attention before Zhang Zi as living proof of his unique summoning magic. The other 3 members were completely stunned, and Liu Yuying couldn't help but remark on how incredibly overpowered such a skill was. Sixth Uncle nodded his head in genuine approval, noting that a talent like this possessed truly infinite potential for growth in the future. Liu Yuying asked if the summoned creatures followed his every command, and after he confirmed, Sixth Uncle urged them to move before the boss was taken. The team quickly made their way into the village, as Zhang Zi asked about the specific dangers and the loot dropped by the Death Zone boss. Sixth Uncle explained that the Death Zone is a unique dungeon that drops non-attribute magic soul orbs, high-tier gear, and very rare items. He added that he was bringing the juniors along to gain experience, but a massive explosion suddenly rocked the village as they entered. Zhang Zi knit his brows in confusion, trying to make sense of the chaotic sounds coming from further within the settlement. They discovered 2 groups locked in a fierce battle. One side was composed of adventurers, while the other was villagers turned into monsters. Sixth Uncle suspected they were being mind-controlled and decided to bypass the fight to find the boss, telling the team to stay close to him. They took a sharp turn into a side alley, but the layout of the village was so complex that it felt exactly like navigating a giant maze. Sixth Uncle pointed out that the blocks of houses here are nearly identical in length, which makes it extremely easy for anyone to get lost. The 4 of them ran for what felt like ages, without seeing an exit, until Zhang Zi finally sensed that something was very wrong. He stopped in his tracks and pointed out that they had somehow circled back to the same spot, a fact that Liu Yuying quickly confirmed. Zhang Zi suddenly froze up as he sensed a wave of overwhelming and dangerous energy rapidly closing in on their current position. The very ground beneath them began to tremble as deep growls echoed through the air, while the team stood alone on the deserted street. A disgusting, bloodthirsty creature of the living dead appeared before them, its mouth hanging wide open in a silent, terrifying scream. Behind the first one was an entire horde of the living dead wielding rusted weapons, their massive numbers enough to make anyone's skin crawl. With the sound of frantic footsteps echoing from all directions, they found themselves completely surrounded with no clear path for retreat. Sixth Uncle took a deep breath and told everyone to keep their cool and stay focused on the task at hand. He drew his massive sword and assigned roles, taking the vanguard himself, while Liu Yuying guarded the rear as the others stayed in the center. As they all moved into their tactical positions, the living dead let out a collective roar, baring their jagged teeth and lunging forward at once. The monsters swarmed them from every possible angle, swinging their crude weapons in a series of relentless and heavy-handed attacks. Without wasting a single second, Zhang Zi raised his hand and began to chant the incantation for his summoning magic. He successfully summoned both a goblin mage and a goblin warrior to the front lines to help push back the encroaching tide of monsters. Xiao Tian stood behind the group with his hands trembling slightly, clearly showing that he was still a greenhorn who wasn't used to real combat. Unfortunately, the summoned goblins proved to be far too fragile against the living dead, and their health points began to plummet at an alarming rate. Seeing that the living dead had only lost about 1/3 of their health, Zhang Zi was stunned by their massive damage output and high defense. While he was momentarily distracted by the dire situation, a massive creature leaped high into the air, aiming to crush his head with a heavy blow. Lu Shu immediately turned around and lunged forward to act as a shield for his comrades. He swung his sword in a wide horizontal arc, causing the monster to vanish into thin air, though he felt a faint sense of disappointment that Zhang Zi had not yet lived up to his expectations. He continued to charge ahead, hacking down several more creatures to provide much-needed support for the two youngsters. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light accompanied by a massive bolt of lightning streaked across the dark sky. Liu Yuying managed to shout a warning, but the lightning bolt had already struck Lu Shu with pinpoint accuracy. Before he could even regain his composure, he was hit by another strike, losing nearly 300 health points in an instant. A figure clad in a crimson cloak stepped out from the shadows, greeting them with a cold and mocking smirk. He was known as the Mysterious Doctor, wielding a staff tipped with a lightning-emitting sphere, and it was clear he was an old acquaintance of Lu Shu. He raised his staff high into the air, and the glowing sphere shifted into a burning, fiery red color. He began chanting a sinister incantation and unleashed the powerful fireball technique against his foes. A red sphere of crackling electricity appeared above Lu Shu's head, and he cried out in pain, paralyzed and unable to move a single muscle. Immediately afterward, a massive explosion rocked the entire area, sending tremors through the ground beneath their feet. Lu Shu fell to his knees, bracing his sword against the earth as dark energy began to swirl ominously around his body. Liu Yuying was about to rush to his side when an arrow shot from a distance, flying straight toward her with lethal intent. Fortunately, Zhang Zi gave her a timely warning, allowing her to dodge the projectile just in the nick of time. She swung her blade with expert precision, slicing the arrow in half while it was still midair. Perched on a distant rooftop was a night elf. She was the one who had fired the lethal shot from the shadows. Zhang Zi immediately summoned a goblin warrior and ordered it to charge forward into the heat of the fray. However, as soon as it lunged forward, it was intercepted by a dark shadow wielding a heavy battle axe. Harrison brought his axe down with terrifying power, his massive physique embodying the raw strength of a northern warrior. Zhang Zi could clearly feel the overwhelming and frightening force behind the man's devastating attack. Lu Shu roared in anger, realizing that it was those 3 lingering ghosts causing trouble once again. He cursed the members of Balangxi for their recklessness, but they remained calm, as if everything was going exactly according to their plan. The mysterious doctor laughed and remarked that since Lu Shu had brought a novice into the death zone today, he couldn't pass up such a delicious opportunity. He tilted his staff and declared that it didn't matter where one came from, as long as they were the ones laughing at the very end. As soon as the words left his mouth, another bolt of lightning struck Lu Shu, leaving him numb and drained of vitality. He gritted his teeth against the paralysis effect, fearing that if this continued, he might actually meet his end in this place. Lu Shu pulled out a vial containing a glowing green liquid, determined to risk everything to protect his juniors. He drained the potion and crushed the glass vial, a green aura exploding around him as he vowed not to let Liu Yuying fall into danger. His health began to recover rapidly, and he raised his sword, daring the 3 enemies to come at him all at once. The mysterious doctor laughed loudly because Lu Shu had dared to use the activation potion, which granted immunity to debuffs for 30 seconds, but at the cost of taking 20% more damage. Liu Yuying called out to Lu Shu in worry, knowing that he was prepared to fight to the death just to safeguard them from harm. He turned back and shouted for her to retreat immediately and not to worry about his well-being. Although they understood the dire disadvantage of the situation, they had no way to offer him any real assistance. Harrison leapt into the air, swinging his axe and shouting that no one would escape, but Lu Shu blocked the blow and told him to shut his mouth. He unleashed a powerful sword strike that sent Harrison reeling backward from the force of the impact. The heavy axe slipped from the warrior's grasp and clattered onto the hard, cold ground. Liu Yuying hesitated for a single heartbeat before decisively telling Xiao Tian and Luo Cha to follow her lead and escape. The night elf drew her bow and fired 3 arrows, effectively cutting off their only path of retreat. The 3 arrows left the string and curved through the air with a mind of their own, refusing to travel in a straight line. Seeing that the situation was grim, the three of them turned to flee, but the arrows seemed to have eyes, following them closely no matter how they dodged. Liu Yuying quickly reminded them that this was the innate talent of the night elf, and they must not underestimate it under any circumstances. No sooner had she finished speaking than she drew her sword from its scabbard with a sharp, metallic ring. She used her ultimate technique to try and shatter all 3 arrows, but due to the massive level gap, she only managed to destroy 2, leaving one still flying toward them. Her eyes widened in shock as she realized the danger, crying out that they were in serious trouble. The arrow plunged straight into Liu Yuying's chest, causing her to lose over 400 health points in the blink of an eye. Luckily, it missed her heart so it wasn't fatal. She gritted her teeth, pulled out the arrow, and said their target was Lu Shu, so they hadn't focused their full power on her yet, while Xiao Tian asked with a trembling voice what they should do now. As they moved, the 3 of them discussed their options, with Liu Yuying suggesting they find cover and wait for the Death Zone boss to be defeated so they could leave. As they maneuvered through the crumbling ruins of fallen boulders, a massive pillar of lightning flared up in the distance. It was obvious that the 1 versus 3 battle on the other side was becoming incredibly intense, and Zhang Zi stepped forward to ask why adventurers from different countries were clashing here. He was curious about the grudge Lu Shu held against those foreigners, especially since his summoning list now only had 2 goblin mages and a few low-level bosses remaining. Liu Yuying replied that the demon realms of different nations were indeed not interconnected under normal circumstances. However, the Death Zone was a different story, and perhaps Lu Shu had crossed paths with them before. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian slumped down, blaming himself for being useless, which prompted Liu Yuying to scold him for giving up so easily. Zhang Zi walked over to encourage him, saying that the Mirage talent wasn't weak at all, it just hadn't been utilized correctly yet. But Xiao Tian just held his head and lamented that a motionless phantom was of no help to anyone. Right at that moment, Liu Yuying suddenly asked the group if they could hear a strange and unsettling noise nearby. The 3 of them turned their heads and were greeted by the sight of a colossal foot bound tightly by heavy iron chains. They saw a massive maw filled with rows of jagged teeth dripping with saliva, creating a truly gruesome and terrifying image. Standing right before them was a mutated beast, wielding a gigantic cleaver that looked heavy enough to crush bone. It was the Deathly Butcher, with an extra mouth full of fangs located in the middle of its belly. The 3 of them hid behind a large rock, barely daring to breathe for fear of being discovered. Liu Yuying's face turned pale as she whispered about their terrible luck in running into a boss, while Xiao Tian lamented that they had jumped from the frying pan into the fire. She worried that if Lu Shu were there, they might have a chance, but facing a boss alone was a death sentence, though Zhang Zi signaled for them to stay calm since it hadn't spotted them yet. Xiao Tian trembled with fear, noting the enemies behind them and the boss in front, while Zhang Zi thought to himself that they couldn't just sit here and wait for death. He took a deep breath and declared that if this was how things were, then they would simply have to take down the boss together. His statement left Liu Yuying completely stunned, but Zhang Zi pulled out his bow with a gaze that was filled with unwavering determination. Xiao Tian protested that it was a Death Zone boss and impossible to beat, while Liu Yuying also had her doubts, but Zhang Zi replied that while success wasn't guaranteed, fighting was better than waiting to die, even as Xiao Tian feared the 3 foreigners would pincer them from behind. Zhang Zi chuckled and said that when that happened, Xiao Tian's talent would finally have the perfect opportunity to shine. Xiao Tian looked on in complete confusion, wondering what his talent could possibly have to do with their current predicament. Elsewhere, the 3 foreign adventurers stood among the corpses of monsters, and Harrison cursed because Nu Sha Jui Feng had used a random teleportation scroll to escape their grasp. He let out a sinister laugh and swung his weapon down to finish off the last remaining monster in the area. The ground around them was littered with soul orbs, and he remarked that those teleportation scrolls were incredibly expensive, costing tens of thousands of dollars each. The dark elf picked up the demon's soul orb with regret for not getting her revenge yet, while the mysterious doctor said that with only 10% health remaining, if he teleported into a monster's nest, he wouldn't survive. Harrison laughed loudly, hoping the guy would teleport right next to the boss and die instantly. Suddenly, the mysterious doctor narrowed his eyes because he spotted something unusual in the distance. The 3 of them looked forward to where the Death Butcher was gradually appearing amidst the swirling dust and smoke. They said in unison that it was indeed the boss they had been searching for. Facing the boss, they remained remarkably calm as its massive, towering figure gradually became clear to them. Harrison smiled and said they were going to strike it rich because the boss held many gold-tier items. The mysterious doctor agreed, and the dark elf declared that the glass equipment belonged to her. She immediately cast rain of arrows, letting a barrage of projectiles shower down upon the boss's massive body. However, the arrows passed right through its body, leaving only small ripples before completely disappearing. The mysterious doctor was shocked, wondering if it had physical immunity, and he immediately fired a fireball combined with lightning toward the boss. Nevertheless, the boss stood firm and didn't move an inch from its original position despite the impact. Every single attack passed through it as if they were swinging their weapons at thin air. The mysterious doctor was stunned because the boss hadn't lost a single drop of health despite facing two extremely powerful skills. Harrison muttered that he had never seen a boss like this before, and the mysterious doctor guessed it had a skill to turn transparent when under attack. In reality, on the other side, Zhang Zi and his teammates were watching through Xiao Tian's green orb and laughing quietly because those three were overthinking the situation. It turned out that it was just Xiao Tian's illusion. He urged them to act quickly because the skill only lasted for 1 hour. Liu Yuying asked for the plan, and Zhang Zi replied that they needed to scout for weaknesses first. After speaking, he raised his hand and summoned his entire force of creatures to the battlefield. The heaven-swallowing frog was the very first to emerge from the bright summoning light. The Goblin King, the small demons, the venomous spiders, and the elite iron-toothed wolf appeared one after another. Liu Yuying was amazed that he could even summon the bosses from floor 1, 2, and 3. The elite iron-toothed wolf let out a thunderous roar, releasing a violent and savage aura that spread everywhere. It had reached level 2, so its power had surged tremendously, and its eyes glowed with a brilliant, fierce light. Zhang Zi gave the order that time was tight and everyone should charge. The heaven-swallowing frog and the Goblin King led the pack of monsters in a coordinated attack. Seeing the summoned creatures rushing toward it, the Death Butcher looked on with contempt and called them nothing but pathetic insects. It swung its massive cleaver, aiming a heavy blow directly at the iron-toothed wolf. Zhang Zi warned it in time to dodge, so the wolf jumped to the side just as the massive blade slammed into the ground. It immediately locked onto its target and prepared to launch a swift counterattack against the giant. The wolf lunged down and clawed at the boss's chest, but the attack only caused it to lose over 100 health points. The boss counterattacked by striking the wolf hard on its back, taking away nearly 400 health points, while shouting for it to finally feel the touch of death. Zhang Zi clenched his fists and admitted to himself that a Death Zone boss was truly terrifying beyond his expectations. Despite being surrounded, the Death Butcher roared with confidence, declaring that no one would ever be able to bring it down. Zhang Zi said the boss was too strong, and Liu Yuying replied that they had to work together or the summons wouldn't hold out. He then called for the venomous spiders to use their silk to bind it. A flurry of spider silk was launched, tightly wrapping around the boss's massive legs to restrict its movement. With the monster pinned in place, Liu Yuying leaped high into the air and unleashed a continuous flurry of sword strikes. The continuous sword strikes caused the boss's health to drop bit by bit, yet it still consumed a significant amount of its overall vitality. Zhang Zi took advantage of the opening to order his long-range monsters to concentrate their fire on the target. The heaven-swallowing frog spat a massive torrent of fire toward the pinned boss. The sheer number of monsters piling on damage caused the boss to lose health continuously, and the mouth on its belly roared that it would eat their flesh and drink their blood. Zhang Zi thought to himself that the intelligence of this boss was not low at all, and it could clearly communicate. It realized that Zhang Zi was the one controlling the monsters, so it focused all its strength on attacking him directly. Zhang Zi immediately had the Goblin King block the blow. The Goblin's sword collided violently with the boss's massive cleaver. The force of the impact was so great that the Goblin King was knocked backward several steps. The boss swung its blade in a horizontal slash, causing the Goblin King to lose over 300 health points. Zhang Zi realized the boss was using its Sin Bone skill, which reduced defense and speed by 20% to increase damage, as the elite iron-toothed wolf quietly approached from behind. It swung its sharp claws and scratched the boss's back with great force, leaving deep marks. The boss felt the sharp pain, but immediately spun its massive body around to launch a counterstrike. A single blow from the cleaver struck the wolf, causing it to lose 687 health points as the monster screamed for its life. Zhang Zi called out in a total panic for the elite iron-toothed wolf to retreat, but it was already too late. The wolf was defeated and vanished into thin air right before his eyes. He was furious at the loss of the wolf, but Liu Yuying reminded him that if they didn't kill the boss now, they would all end up dead. Xiao Tian, who was outside the zone, also shouted for them to hurry up because the illusion was about to run out of time. Zhang Zi immediately raised his bow and shouted that if that was the case, he would go all out against it, while simultaneously ordering the venomous spiders to keep firing silk to lock down the target. Immediately after, he yelled for the heaven-swallowing frog to maintain long-range fire, continuously spitting flames to burn the boss. Its massive body was too clumsy to dodge the rising sea of fire. It stood in the middle of the bright red sea of flames, its health bar burning away and dropping rapidly without any sign of stopping. Seeing that the time was right, Liu Yuying immediately rushed forward to engage the monster in close-quarters combat. She swung her sword in a flurry and then called for the whole team to charge in a collective attack. Before long, the boss only had about 30% health left. Although each person's damage wasn't very high, they made up for it with numbers. Before they could celebrate, a blood-red aura suddenly enveloped the body of the Death Butcher, making it look even more menacing. Zhang Zi quickly issued a warning to the team to be careful, saying that the monster was about to enter its second stage. Liu Yuying was startled and stepped back, raising her sword in a defensive stance. But instead of counterattacking, the Death Butcher turned around and ran away, leaving both of them bewildered. Zhang Zi frowned and wondered what kind of trick this boss was trying to pull by suddenly fleeing from the battle like a coward. It lunged forward toward the pile of corpses that lay scattered behind it from earlier battles. Then it began to devour them frantically to recover its health, growling that it wanted to eat meat as it ate. By the time they realized what was happening, it was too late, and Liu Yuying could only cry out that it was all over. Zhang Zi was shocked, wondering if this boss actually had a hidden skill to eat corpses and restore its own health. The entire party and the summoned beasts could only watch helplessly as the Death Butcher swallowed the corpses to restore its vitality. Zhang Zi immediately gave the order to stop it from recovering, commanding the long-range team to concentrate their fire, while the heaven-swallowing frog gathered flames in its mouth for a finishing blow. A moment later, a massive fireball was spat out, aiming directly at the location where the boss was standing and feeding. The collision exploded like rolling thunder, throwing rocks and dirt in all directions as smoke and fire dyed a corner of the sky red. Being interrupted, it couldn't continue eating and roared as it charged forward. Zhang Zi immediately ordered the venomous spiders to fire their silk and bind it tightly to prevent it from reaching the heaven-swallowing frog. Both of its legs were once again tightly wrapped in spiderwebs, leaving it only able to stand in place and swing its weapon wildly in utter hopelessness. Liu Yuying seized the opportunity and leaped high into the air, unleashing a slash of light that carved straight into the boss's massive body. Behind it, the Goblin King launched a surprise attack with its twin blades. The blades tore through its waist, making the boss scream in agony. Zhang Zi shouted for everyone to keep going, saying it was about to collapse. Liu Yuying also raised her voice to encourage everyone to keep their spirits high and stay focused on the fight. The continuous long-range attacks, combined with the Goblin Great King's closing speed, caused the Death Butcher to lose health constantly, resulting in its health bar plunging without stopping. Zhang Zi took a deep breath, aimed carefully, and fired straight at the boss, shouting for it to go to hell as the arrow pierced the center of its forehead and sent it falling backward. The fatal shot caused the Death Butcher to look up and howl in agonizing pain, its voice echoing throughout the area. It reached out a trembling hand toward him, stammering that it was simply not willing to accept this end. As soon as the words were finished, its massive body collapsed onto the ground with a thunderous crash, while Xiao Tian turned with wide eyes and asked if they had really defeated the boss. The system continuously displayed notifications, stating that the Death Butcher boss of the Death Domain had been successfully eliminated by Rakshasa, congratulating the player on the victory. From the boss's corpse, a large number of attribute demon soul orbs and various equipment fell scattered onto the ground. Xiao Tian smiled from ear to ear and asked for an orb just to experience it, happy that the boss was finally dead, and among the loot was an eye-catching bow that Zhang Zi stepped forward to pick up. The information appeared for the S-rank blood-slaying longbow, featuring 410 to 600 damage, and a special attribute that converts 10% of damage dealt into health for the owner. Zhang Zi gently stroked the body of the bow and marveled that an S-rank weapon matched his current archer class perfectly, calling it a true stroke of fate. Liu Yuying said with a smile that the lifesteal effect was incredible, noting his luck was godlike since many people struggle in the Death Domain for 10 years without ever obtaining an S-rank weapon. Zhang Zi raised the bow high, and a blood-colored aura erupted as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. He thought to himself that its power was way too dominant, and he could even feel the bloodthirsty killing intent hidden deep within the weapon. Zhang Zi took an inventory of the loot, totaling more than 16 attribute demon soul orbs, 1 flash scroll, and 4 haste potions, deciding to keep the scroll while splitting the rest in half. Liu Yuying quickly waved her hands to indicate she didn't want to accept them, but before she could speak, the system notified her that Rakshasa had sent a gift to her mailbox. He looked at her and said calmly that he had already sent it, and told her not to be polite, as the boss was defeated through their collective efforts. She felt a bit embarrassed, and thought that these resources were enough for her to challenge the second floor of the demon realm, but the main credit still belonged to him. Just as they finished dividing the items, the mysterious doctor appeared with 3 foreigners and roared, asking where they were hiding and cursing the great Xia people for keeping them stuck in Xiao Tian's illusion. Xiao Tian turned pale and muttered that they were doomed because it was them, the group they were trying to avoid. Liu Yuying stepped forward and said coldly that it turned out to be them, acknowledging their presence with a sharp gaze. Harrison shouted that there was no need for talk, saying they should just kill everyone and rob the items, as he swung his large axe and charged toward Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi glanced at the remaining summoned beasts and realized that a direct fight might be disadvantageous, suggesting they retreat from the Death Domain first. Xiao Tian immediately agreed, saying the boss was down and running away was the best course of action right now. However, Liu Yuying shook her head and drew her sword, telling the two to go first since those people had killed her uncle Liu, and she must settle this blood debt. Hearing that she was determined to stay, Zhao Tian panicked and said he wouldn't stay because he didn't want to die, deciding to retreat first. Zhang Zi stood still and thought this girl was really stubborn, wondering if he should really just leave her surrounded by enemies. She turned back and asked why he hadn't left yet, saying this was her private grudge, but Zhang Zi replied coldly that while it was unrelated, he couldn't just stand by and watch 3 foreigners kill her. He waved his hand to summon his monsters and shouted for them to come out and show these people their true power. In front of the 3 people, the dust swirled violently as a massive figure slowly began to emerge from the ground. Harrison and the Dark Elf stared with wide eyes as the Death Butcher of the Death Domain slowly materialized before them. As soon as it appeared, it let out a roar filled with rage and swung its massive blade forward with great force toward the enemies. The foreigners were confused, wondering what was happening and if the Death Butcher had come back to life, since they had never heard of a boss reviving after death. The mysterious doctor spoke in a deep voice, saying they weren't mistaken, while Harrison grit his teeth and asked why it wasn't attacking the 2 great Xia people. Liu Yuying lowered her head and whispered that she was there to avenge her uncle. Just as she finished her words, her mailbox notified her of a message from Furious Wind Pursuit, who was actually her uncle Liu. After a short exchange, it turned out he was still alive and told the 2 of them to leave the dangerous area immediately, and after confirming this, Liu Yuying prepared to retreat. She turned to Zhang Zi and smiled, saying it was a relief that Uncle Liu was safe, and she promised to see him at the floor 4 altar before leaving. Zhang Zi watched her go and couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking this girl really left people not knowing what to say. Ahead, the summoned Death Butcher and Harrison were preparing to engage in a decisive battle to the death. Harrison swung his axe down, but the target had already vanished, and his blade cut through thin air, leaving him shocked that the Death Butcher had suddenly disappeared. The scene shifted back to the floor 4 altar of the Demon Realm, where the players usually gathered. The 4 members of the team had all gathered together, and Liu Yuying was overjoyed to see that Uncle Liu was safe and sound. Seeing them return, he laughed loudly and praised Rakshasa and Liu Yuying for doing a great job, then patted Zhang Zi on the shoulder and commended him as a rare talent. After that, turned to Zhao Tian and told him to learn more from Rakshasa, saying he was still far behind when he looked at his own progress. Uncle Liu put his arm around Zhang Zi's shoulder and whispered that his family was prominent and Yuying didn't have a boyfriend, suggesting they should try to get to know each other. Hearing this, Liu Yuying's face turned bright red and she stammered, asking Uncle Liu what he was saying and suggesting he was being far too hasty. He laughed heartily and said he wouldn't interfere anymore, letting the 2 of them develop their relationship naturally. Zhang Zi asked seriously for advice from the senior, and he nodded, telling him to go ahead and speak his mind about whatever was bothering him. He asked how to defeat a floor 1 Demon Realm powerhouse, thinking of the people in the real world who wanted him dead, as the Liu family still held significant power. Uncle Liu heard this and asked if Brother Rakshasa had run into trouble. He waved his hand and told him not to be polite, saying he should speak directly and that he could help him demand justice for any wrongs. Zhang Zi smiled and thanked him for the kind offer, but said he wanted to handle this matter by himself. Looking at his attribute panel, he thought kindness is the hardest thing to repay, and with 8 high-level demon soul orbs in hand, his strength would surely skyrocket after absorption. Zhao Tian reminded him that powerhouses are scarier than they imagine. Uncle Liu added that to deal with a demon realm powerhouse, besides being strong enough, one must also target the opponent's specific weakness. Zhang Zi asked what he meant by a weakness in this context, wanting to understand the mechanics of power. Uncle Liu explained that to become a floor 1 powerhouse, one only needs 4 standard attributes, but some dump all resources into one attribute, like a strength focus for attacks or a speed focus for an assassin. Zhang Zi nodded, realizing that even at the same level, differences in the distribution of the 4 attributes cause a significant gap in true power. He looked at his own panel, seeing agility had reached 15, which was the current maximum, and if he continued to increase it, his combat advantage would grow. Thinking about Huang Hanfei waiting in the real world, he wondered which specific attribute the man focused on for his combat style. Zhao Tian raised his hand and interrupted Uncle Liu and Liu Yuying, saying their time in the demon realm was almost up and they should return home now. Hearing the reminder, Liu Yuying stepped forward and said they would head back first, and before leaving, she sent a friend request to Zhang Zi. Her figure gradually faded away, but not before she told him to be careful on his own, and Zhang Zi replied that he understood and said goodbye to her. After that, Zhang Zi decisively pressed accept on the friend request, officially adding a new ally in the demon realm for future adventures. After the tense boss hunt, it was finally time to face the person waiting in the real world, so he sighed softly and looked at the pile of demon soul orbs in his bag. The first thing he had to do was completely absorb all of these demon soul orbs to increase his strength. He stood still and activated the absorption, light surrounding his body as his agility stat shot straight up to 26 points, significantly increasing his overall speed. Then Zhang Zi left the demon realm, preparing to risk his life in the real world, while at the same time, a blinding flash of electricity sparked outside Huang Hanfei's apartment. Zhang Zi appeared in the room but saw no one, and he frowned, wondering where Huang Hanfei had disappeared to while he was away. Suddenly he was startled, realizing that since he had been in the demon realm for so long, something might have happened to Xiao Feng, who was home alone. Thinking of that, he rushed back home, burst through the door, and shouted Xiao Feng's name loudly as he ran inside to find her. In the living room, Huang Hanfei was sitting next to Xiao Feng on the sofa, looking perfectly at ease. Seeing her brother, the little girl softly called out to him, while Huang Hanfei held a knife and peeled an apple, as if he had been waiting there all along. Huang Hanfei sliced a piece of apple, popped it into his mouth, and chewed while flashing a sinister smirk. He remarked that Zhang Zi had returned much earlier than he had anticipated, then motioned for him to sit down so they could have a proper chat. Overwhelmed by a mix of anxiety and rage, Zhang Zi shouted at the man to release his younger sister immediately, insisting that they could negotiate everything else once she was safe. Huang Hanfei pressed the cold blade against Xiao Feng's throat and let out a chilling laugh. He told Zhang Zi that letting her go was out of the question, since the little girl had already seen his true face. Zhang Zi growled, asking what he wanted. Xiao Feng, with tears in her eyes, pleaded that she would not call the police. Huang Hanfei laughed wickedly and revealed his plan to harvest their organs to sell on the black market for a massive fortune. He burst out into a fit of sickening, psychotic laughter that echoed through the room. In his twisted mind, the two siblings were nothing more than walking cash machines that would bring him a huge payout. He leaned in and whispered hypocritically into Xiao Feng's ear, asking how he could ever bear to hurt them. Right then, a series of frantic knocks on the door startled all three of them. Huang Hanfei's face darkened instantly as he glared at Zhang Zi, demanding to know if the boy had already contacted the police. Zhang Zi denied it immediately. Huang Hanfei ordered him to go open the door and warned him not to try anything funny because he still held Xiao Feng captive. As he stepped forward, Zhang Zi thought it was impossible for Mr. Liu Wei to arrive so quickly. When he cracked the door open, he saw a delivery bag sitting right on the doorstep. A delivery girl handed him a food container and told him that here was the meal he had ordered, before wishing him a pleasant dining experience. Surprised, Zhang Zi replied that he had not ordered any food and suggested she must have the wrong house. The girl looked at him with a confused expression. She tilted her head and peered inside, noting that the address was clearly this one, and wondered aloud if perhaps the other two people inside had placed the order. Afraid of involving an innocent bystander, Zhang Zi pushed her away and told her they did not order anything, urging her to leave as quickly as possible. The delivery girl slammed the door in frustration, complaining about his rude attitude and asking if he thought delivery people were not human beings who deserved respect. Once the door was shut, she turned to walk away while muttering to herself, though a dangerous, predatory smirk began to play across her lips. She took off her helmet and whispered that this was definitely the place, thinking about how the reward of 1,500,000 was about to fall right into her hands. Inside, Huang Hanfei started to feel uneasy, holding the knife in one hand while restraining Xiao Feng with the other. He ordered Zhang Zi to open the car door so they could leave immediately. As the three of them reached the car, Zhang Zi asked where they were going. Huang Hanfei yelled at him to just get in and shut up. Zhang Zi tried to reassure Xiao Feng, promising that he would protect her no matter what. Huang Hanfei urged them to hurry up, but at that exact moment, an object came hurtling toward them from the distance at high speed. Being a rank 1 Demon Realm expert, his reflexes were sharp enough to dodge the incoming attack just in time. He cursed loudly, demanding to know who was there and threatening to kill the girl if they did not show themselves. The delivery girl stepped out nonchalantly and told him to go ahead and kill her if he wanted to. She had already changed her clothes and was twirling a dagger in her hand as she approached, remarking that things would actually be much easier to handle if the girl were out of the way. Zhang Zi recognized her as the delivery girl from earlier. Huang Hanfei sneered, asking if she was a bounty hunter and if she really thought she could take him down all by herself. The girl smiled confidently as she gripped her darts, telling him not to underestimate others before throwing them directly at him with lethal precision. Huang Hanfei laughed out loud, reminding her that he had a living hostage in his hands to use as a human shield against her attacks. Panic-stricken, Zhang Zi lunged forward to throw himself in front of his sister to protect her from the incoming projectiles. He managed to catch one dart midair while the other whistled past, forcing Huang Hanfei to release his grip. Seizing the opening, Zhang Zi immediately spun around to launch a counterattack. He pulled Xiao Feng to safety and stood firmly in front of Huang Hanfei, shielding her with his own body. Then he leaped backward with incredible speed, leaving the villain completely stunned by his sudden display of agility. The girl was shocked that he could catch a dart with his bare hands. Zhang Zi scolded her, telling her she had almost seriously injured his sister with that reckless move. She put her hands on her hips and argued back that it was not intentional, questioning why the little girl was standing right in front of a dangerous criminal anyway. Huang Hanfei let out a low, menacing chuckle and said that he had not originally intended to go on a killing spree today. However, it seemed there was no avoiding it now. He rubbed his bald head as the girl rushed forward, warning bystanders to stay back since her darts did not have eyes. Huang Hanfei adjusted his glasses and smirked, observing that it looked like this little brat had invested all of her stat points into speed and nothing else. He lowered his gaze as a mysterious, eerie purple aura began to flicker and glow within his pupils. The girl froze instantly as if her soul were being sucked into a void. Huang Hanfei mocked her, saying that since she focused only on agility, her mental willpower was bound to be weak. He sneered, asking if she really thought she could escape his mental control, and declared that he would be sending all of them to their graves today. Zhang Zi grew worried as he realized she had been mesmerized. He had not expected that Huang Hanfei's true specialty would be mental-based psychic powers. He immediately charged forward, taking advantage of the moment. The villain let his guard down to utilize his superior speed for a preemptive strike. Huang Hanfei whipped out a gun and began cursing, his finger tightening on the trigger as he prepared to fire. But before he could even aim, he was struck by a heavy, devastating punch right in the gut that knocked the wind out of him. Even as he fell backward, he still tried to aim his weapon, but Zhang Zi delivered a swift kick that sent the gun flying out of his hand. He tumbled face-first onto the ground, muttering in disbelief about how someone could possibly be that fast. Zhang Zi let out a long breath of relief, thinking that if the man had pulled his gun from the very beginning, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Xiao Feng asked if he was okay. He replied that he was fine and noted that Huang Hanfei had passed out. Looking at the frozen girl, he figured she was under hypnosis and muttered that bounty hunters who only care about money are dangerous. Xiao Feng asked if they should help her, but Zhang Zi replied that she had brought this upon herself by being so reckless. The little girl asked with a mischievous glint in her eye if he had a pen, specifically the kind that is really hard to wash off. He went to get the pen, and 10 minutes later, the police arrived at the scene as curious neighbors began to gather around to see what was happening. Mr. Liu Wei arrived and scolded Zhang Zi for being so reckless. He explained that he had told him to wait for the police because Huang Hanfei was a dangerous killer who had murdered 7 people. He scratched his head and apologized, explaining that he simply had not had the chance to check his messages in time. An officer told the teacher not to blame him, saying the boy was a hero today. He noted that they had not been able to catch this fugitive for 2 years, yet a student had taken him down. Mr. Liu told the officer to ensure the siblings' safety, then asked Zhang Zi how he managed to defeat a demon realm expert. Zhang Zi thought for a moment and decided that it would be best to hide his true level of strength for the time being. He pointed toward the girl and said he could not have one alone. She had provided support, although she was currently stuck in a hypnotic trance and could not move. The police officer introduced her as Shen Mengdi, a rank 1 bounty hunter who had captured many criminals, but was also known for causing quite a bit of trouble. The officer asked why her face looked like that. Xiao Feng blushed and shyly claimed that it had been that way ever since they first saw her. A turtle had been drawn on Shen Mengdi's face along with 2 streaks of tears, making her look absolutely ridiculous. Soon after, both she and Huang Hanfei were taken away to the station. The police announced that the reward of 1,500,000 would be split between Zhang Zi and Shen Mengdi, giving them 750,000 each. Zhang Zi was stunned by the massive amount of money. He pulled Xiao Feng into a hug, overjoyed as he told her that this would be more than enough to pay for her upcoming surgery. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the lights were on in the Zhang siblings' apartment, while Huang Hanfei's neighboring unit was strictly cordoned off by the authorities. Zhang Zi lay on his bed and opened his demon realm interface. The death zone had been cleared, and the 4th floor was now reopened, so he activated the teleportation. At the 4th floor altar, the area was packed with players now that the restriction from the death zone had finally been lifted. Everywhere, people were shouting to recruit team members for high pay. Zhang Zi realized that life in the demon realm had finally returned to its usual busy state. Checking his manual, he noted that although his team had suffered heavy losses before, he now had the Deadly Butcher, the Goblin King, and the Sky-Swallowing Toad, which boosted his confidence. The mob list for the 4th floor included pig-headed monsters wielding twin-spiked maces. There were also harpies and the floor boss, Commander Bosniel, whose true form and appearance remained a complete mystery. Zhang Zi figured that while the information was a bit scarce, their damage output probably was not low, so he needed to scout the area carefully first. He stepped alone into the desolate and gloomy forest of barren ruins, where pairs of glowing red eyes peered out from behind the twisted, dry branches. Those were the pig-headed monsters, their sharp tusks glinting as they silently observed their new prey from the shadows. Recognizing them immediately, Zhang Zi prepared to activate his summoning art, thinking that these monsters had shown up at the perfect time. He raised his hand to activate 2 summoning slots, calling out for the 2 bosses to come out and greet the guests. The Goblin King and the Deadly Butcher appeared instantly, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. As soon as the pig-head monsters caught sight of him, they bared their teeth and snarled with a ferocity that suggested they wanted to tear him apart. However, they were standing before 2 formidable bosses, one of whom was a notorious Death Domain boss, radiating a suffocating killing intent. 2 pig-head monsters leaped into the air, swinging their spiked maces directly at Zhang Zi's head. He immediately ordered the Goblin King to block while preparing for a counterattack. The Goblin King raised his dual blades to parry the strike, successfully absorbing almost all of the damage dealt by the enemy's heavy blows. Zhang Zi raised an eyebrow and clicked his tongue in admiration. The creature's parrying and defensive capabilities were definitely no joke. Taking advantage of their opening, he ordered the Death Butcher to launch a surprise attack, sending out a chained hook blade that wrapped tightly around the necks of the 2 monsters. A single strike hit both of them, shaving off nearly 500 health points each, which made Zhang Zi gasp, but then a birdman began diving toward him from behind. It intended to launch a sneak attack, extending its razor-sharp claws to snatch at his head from the shadows above. Zhang Zi instantly dodged to the side, thankful that his 26 points of agility weren't just for show. Watching it circle above, he muttered, "So this is a birdman, its speed is truly insane." Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled his S-rank weapon out of his inventory to prepare for the next exchange. Drawing back the string of the Bloodslay longbow, Zhang Zi let out a soft chuckle and thought, "Let me show you exactly what S-rank damage looks like." He aimed at the birdman in the sky and shouted for it to die, but he didn't pull back with enough force, and the arrow fell pitifully to the ground, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. He immediately summoned the heaven-swallowing frog and ordered it to fire off a fireball to chase the creature away and save face. The heaven-swallowing frog closed its mouth to gather fire elements, its belly swelling up like a balloon that was moments away from bursting. Suddenly, a ball of fire soared into the sky, aiming directly at the birdman that was still circling overhead. However, with its high speed, the creature dodged left and right, successfully avoiding every single one of the incoming attacks. It seemed to own the sky, constantly shifting directions, and causing the fireballs to graze past it by only a fraction of an inch. Unexpectedly, a massive fireball larger than usual struck home. The blast radius was too wide to evade, dealing over 300 damage. Zhang Zi laughed, "Let's see where you can run now." Nearly an hour later, he had successfully subdued a group of 4th-floor monsters to replenish his summoning lineup, which had suffered some losses. While picking up the demon's soul orbs, he thought to himself that it was lucky the pig-head monsters and birdmen didn't have high defense, or it would have been a tough fight. Raising his hand to summon, Zhang Zi shouted that he was only missing one more member, and a summoned birdman immediately appeared before him. With the addition of the pig-head monsters and the birdmen to his ranks, his summoned squad was now more diverse than ever before. His summoning army was once again at its full capacity, and their collective combat strength had surged to a whole new level. Looking at his summoning skill panel, Zhang Zi felt quite satisfied. This number of creatures could be considered a complete basic team. He felt confident that he could now go and face the boss of the 4th floor of the magic domain. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed from the distance, with someone screaming for help and claiming that someone was trying to kill them. Zhang Zi stopped to observe and saw a young girl with rabbit ears being chased by a man who was roaring for her to stop so he could teach her a lesson. The 2 of them gradually approached his position, while the man continued to shout loudly that he would definitely deal with her today. Zhang Zi sighed, wondering why there was drama everywhere he went, and decided that it was best not to get involved in someone else's business. But before he could leave, Yue Guangzhou too rushed over and grabbed his leg, crying and begging for help because someone was trying to kill her. Zhang Zi responded coldly, saying he was sorry but he couldn't save her, and that she should return to the altar where it would be safe. However, she clung to him tightly, claiming she had finished the task he gave her, and that he couldn't abandon her after she had turned over all the items to him. Zhang Zi was stunned as she shifted the blame onto him. The man stepped forward in a rage, shouting that he would eliminate this pest for the sake of the people. Zhang Zi hurriedly tried to explain, telling the man to calm down because he didn't even know who this girl was. But the opponent wouldn't listen, stomping his foot and shouting that abandoning a teammate meant he wasn't a real man, before telling him to prepare to die. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his mountain-shaking staff down, Yue Guangzhou too took the chance to slip away, leaving Zhang Zi to curse his luck for this disaster. Before running off, she even splashed mud on him and laughed, saying she would leave this place to him while she went on ahead. A system notification rang out, informing him that Yue Guangzhou too had successfully stolen 3 of his mid-grade demon soul orbs. After checking his inventory, Zhang Zi realized she was a thief, which explained why hot-tempered Long Wang was so angry. Even as Zhang Zi explained he had been robbed of 3 orbs too, the man didn't stop. He didn't believe a word of it, swinging his staff down and yelling that Zhang Zi shouldn't even think about trying to deceive him. Zhang Zi sighed, realizing that words were useless. It seemed the man wouldn't understand unless they had a proper fight. He summoned the heaven-swallowing frog and a poisonous spider, and the spider's silk immediately bound the staff tightly, leaving Long Wang shocked to see such a creature on the 4th floor. He asked in a panic if Zhang Zi possessed a summoning skill talent, his eyes widening in realization as he struggled against the silk. Zhang Zi didn't bother to give him an answer. Instead, he prepared the heaven-swallowing frog for its next attack. He ordered it to fire a fireball, and since Long Wang's feet were tied, he could only raise his hands to try and block the incoming projectile. Even a minor fireball was enough to blast away nearly 200 of his health points, making him grunt in pain. He downed a red potion and barked that if Zhang Zi had any guts, he should stop binding his legs so they could see who was stronger in a fair duel. After drinking it, his entire body glowed a bright red as he flexed his muscles to burst through the constraints of the spider silk. Zhang Zi frowned, not expecting that the man would be able to break free from the crowd control effect so easily. Without wasting a single second, Long Wang leaped high into the air and brought his staff crashing down with immense force. However, using his high speed, Zhang Zi gracefully stepped back to dodge the blow with ease and precision. Long Wang was genuinely surprised by the boy's speed, realizing that he was much faster than he had initially anticipated. Nevertheless, he still gritted his teeth and declared that the fight was far from over. Before he could finish his sentence, the Goblin King struck his staff, making Long Wang worry about just how many monsters this guy could actually summon. He thought to himself that even though the Goblin King was only a 3rd-floor boss, it would be difficult for him to hold his own alone. Zhang Zi continued to raise his hand to summon more creatures as a display of power to intimidate his opponent. The massive Death Butcher appeared behind Long Wang, causing his face to turn pale with pure terror as he felt its aura. The towering figure and the massive blade radiating a thick killing intent made him shiver uncontrollably from head to toe. Long Wang dropped his staff and cried out to the heavens, realizing this was the Death Butcher and wondering how someone could actually summon it. He slumped to the ground and raised his hands in surrender, admitting defeat, while drinking a healing potion, though he still grumbled about wanting a fair fight. Zhang Zi laughed and asked if that wouldn't be unfair, since his talent was summoning. He then asked what Yue Guangzhou too had actually stolen from him. Long Wang crushed the empty potion bottle and asked angrily why Zhang Zi was asking when they were supposed to be on the same side. Zhang Zi sighed and opened his lost item notification to show him, explaining that he had also been robbed and that he should look at the proof. Only then did Long Wang scratch his nose in embarrassment, realizing that he had completely misunderstood the entire situation. He bowed his head and offered an apology, and Zhang Zi didn't take it to heart, choosing instead to unsummon his monsters. Zhang Zi thought that although this guy was hot-tempered, he was willing to admit his mistakes, which wasn't a bad trait. Long Wang smiled and reached out his hand. Zhang Zi smiled back, thinking it had been a long time since he had met someone so straightforward and honest. The two of them shook hands, and a system notification announced that hot-tempered Long Wang had been added to his friends list. Long Wang waved goodbye and said to call him if he ever needed anything before leaving for his monster hunt. Zhang Zi watched him go, thinking his personality was simple yet interesting. Zhang Zi opened his map and told himself that he had already wasted quite a bit of time and needed to find the 4th-floor boss quickly in this labyrinth. He checked the map to determine his direction and headed straight toward the boss's location. After walking for a while, he arrived at the desolate stone forest, where stone pillars stood tall like trees. Suddenly, a familiar cry for help echoed, making him wonder why someone always needed saving whenever he neared a boss. Looking over, he saw Moonlight Bunny hiding behind a boulder. In front of her was the Fishhead Commander wielding a massive broadsword, while a pig demon stood behind it with folded arms, observing the scene. The Fishhead Commander was radiating a fierce green energy, its aura menacing as it raised the heavy broadsword high, preparing to deliver a crushing downward blow. Moonlight Bunny was trembling uncontrollably while the rock in front of her began to shatter. She clutched her short staff and sobbed, wailing that she didn't want to die today. Zhang Zi watched from a distance, thinking to himself that she was finally reaping what she had sowed with her past behavior. However, he noticed that the pig demon standing behind the boss was acting quite unusual, and even its displayed name looked out of the ordinary. The pig demon, named by Rai Wu, shouted that she deserved to die for stealing his items. Zhang Zi thought that while she was indeed annoying, her actions didn't warrant losing her life. The Fishhead Commander continued its relentless assault, frantically hacking away at the stone boulder with its massive weapon. Deciding he couldn't just stand by and watch, Zhang Zi immediately drew his bloodlust longbow and took aim to save Moonlight Bunny from her impending doom. The arrow pierced the boss's head, causing its health bar to drop by over 100 points. It froze, let out a screech, and roared, demanding to know who dared to ambush the great commander. The pig demon, Wu, pointed a finger and barked at him, asking who he was and warning him not to interfere, claiming that the girl was a thief who deserved to die 10,000 times over. Zhang Zi leaped onto a tall stone pillar and shouted back that he knew she was a thief, but she didn't deserve to be driven to her death. Since she was still young, he asked if she couldn't be given a chance to change her ways. The Fishhead Commander didn't bother listening to any explanations and charged forward with its broadsword, while Wu sneered, telling Zhang Zi not to preach forgiveness if he hadn't suffered, and challenged his ability to play the hero. He shouted that this was a level 4 boss and questioned how a single person could possibly stand against it. Zhang Zi simply gave a cold smile and told him not to worry because he had everything under control. He raised his hand and activated his summoning skill, causing a familiar green light to glow as he commanded his minions to come forth and show everyone what he was truly capable of. In an instant, his summoned army gathered, including the Deadly Butcher, the Goblin King, and all the monsters he had recently captured on the 4th floor. Wu's jaw dropped in disbelief as he asked if they were all summoned by Zhang Zi, wondering what kind of overpowered talent could allow for such a massive display of force. Even when facing a sea of monsters, the Fishhead Commander remained unfazed and activated its skill, covering its entire body in a thick, dark green aura of power. Zhang Zi stuck to his usual strategy, calling upon the venomous spiders to fire their webs and bind the boss's legs, forcing it to stay in one place while it swung its blade wildly in frustration. He drew his bow and ordered everyone to charge, while instructing the heaven-swallowing frog to begin building up its internal fire for a powerful attack. The entire summoned formation lunged forward simultaneously, with 3 birdmen taking flight to dominate the airspace above the battlefield. 3 pig-head monsters, along with the Deadly Butcher and the Goblin King, closed the distance. A single strike from the Butcher dealt over 400 damage, which was an incredible amount of power. Zhang Zi continued to provide cover fire, while commanding the heaven-swallowing frog to launch its massive fireballs to incinerate the boss. He ordered all of his summoned beasts to launch an all-out offensive, aiming to finish the fight quickly and secure a decisive victory without wasting any more time. Wu stood there drenched in sweat, realizing that if this kid could even summon bosses, he was practically invincible. He gritted his teeth as his disguise failed, vowing to remember the name Rakshasa, revealing himself to be a player in disguise. He turned and cursed at Moonlight Bunny, calling her a brat and telling her that she was incredibly lucky to have someone step in and save her this time. The little girl could only huddle on the ground and sob, while the intense battle behind her drew to a rapid conclusion. Thanks to the overwhelming numerical advantage, the Fishhead Commander quickly collapsed to the ground, its massive broadsword slipping from its grasp and clattering onto the stony floor. The scene unfolding before his eyes was a familiar sight, just like every other time he had successfully taken down a powerful boss in the demon realm. The massive body of the Fishhead Commander began to slowly dissolve into countless shimmering points of light right in front of Zhang Zi. A system notification appeared congratulating him on defeating the level 4 boss, Fishhead Commander. As he moved to collect the loot, he marveled at how his full team only lost 1 pig head monster to finish the job. While he was busy picking up the dropped items, Moonlight Bunny crept up behind him and offered a soft, barely audible apology, causing Zhang Zi to turn and look at her. She held out several demon soul orbs she had stolen and admitted her mistake, thanking him for saving her and offering to return everything she had taken. As she left, Zhang Zi warned her not to steal again because he wouldn't always be there to save her. Clutching the demon soul orbs, he told himself to get moving and prepare for the 5th floor. His talent activated once more, and a spectral copy of the Fishhead Commander gradually materialized in front of its new master, Zhang Zi. He walked toward the level advancement gate and declared it was time to move to the 5th floor so he could finish up and head home for some early rest. In a dingy old room, a bright light flashed as Bai Raiwu returned from the demon realm. The bald man frowned and grumbled that just as the brat was about to die, Rakshasa interfered and ruined his entire plan. He cursed under his breath, thinking about how his luck had completely run out and everything had gone horribly wrong. As he was slurping down his noodles while scrolling through his phone, his gaze suddenly locked onto a specific piece of information. On the screen was a bounty notice for Rakshasa, offering a reward between 1 million and 5 million from the Dawn organization. Wu laughed out loud, realizing that this time, his target would have no way to escape. On Monday morning at Sky Peak High School, the atmosphere was lively as students arrived for the start of the new school week. The corridors were buzzing with activity as groups of students gathered in small circles, engaged in animated and heated discussions. Zhang Zi overheard snippets of conversation about a massive bounty on the Demon Realm forum, and knowing the target would be in deep trouble, he immediately opened his phone to check the site. The Demon Realm forum didn't belong to any specific organization and was impossible to trace, serving as a global hub for adventurers that held immense influence. Looking at the bounty board, he thought to himself that someone had actually put up 5 million just to track him down. Seeing that the Dawn organization was behind it, Zhang Zi realized that Deathwing must have sent word before he died, making it clear that this trouble would be unavoidable. It seemed like he would need to find more reliable allies within the Demon Realm to help him navigate the dangerous situation he was now in. With trustworthy people by his side, he would have less to worry about regarding being stabbed in the back by unknown enemies. He thought of Uncle Liu Yuying, and the hot-headed Dragon King, but as he opened his classroom door, he heard news that the 4th floor's dead zone had once been locked. Someone mentioned that a person from Great Zia had slain the boss, which had supposedly made several foreigners turn pale with shock, filling the entire class with a sense of pride. Zhang Zi sat down quietly while the other student continued the story, claiming that the one who killed the boss was named Rakshasa and that he was incredibly cool. Batty Yang excitedly declared that if he ever met Rakshasa, he would definitely beg him to be his master. Zhang Zi pushed him away, telling him to go find the guy instead of hugging him. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from outside the classroom, demanding to know exactly which one of the students was named Zhang Zi. A guy with curly purple hair named EU kicked the door open and swaggered in, arrogantly demanding that Zhang Zi come out and face him immediately. He stood there with his hands on his hips and barked at everyone to stop staring, while others whispered that he had awakened a Brank talent and that Zhang Zi was about to get crushed. Batty Yang whispered that EU was famously strong and could kill a bull with a single punch. Zhang Zi simply stood up and told his friend to step aside. EU approached while holding a chair, asking if he was the Zhang Zi who supposedly wanted to replace him. Zhang Zi calmly replied that he didn't even know who he was. He swung the chair down with all his might, but Zhang Zi calmly clenched his fist with his high agility stat. Dodging such a clumsy attack was incredibly easy for him. Right after avoiding the blow, he delivered a precise and powerful punch directly into the other boy's jaw before he could even react. The force of the blow was so immense that it sent him flying into the wall, causing blood to spray from his mouth as he hit the hard surface. His lackeys rushed over to help him up, while Zhang Zi cracked his knuckles, thinking to himself that he had expected someone a lot more formidable than this. The entire class was stunned that he had taken him down with a single punch, wondering when Zhang Zi had become so incredibly powerful. Chen Hao looked at his phone and analyzed the data, realizing that the force of that punch had exceeded 4,000 pounds of pressure. He was suspicious of how Zhang Zi's speed and strength had increased so much from his previous record of under 1,000 pounds, making him more determined to get into Wuking University. When evening arrived, Zhang Zi warned Xiao Feng that security in the area hadn't been great lately and told her to be extremely careful on her way to school. She replied that her school was filled with Demon Realm experts, so he shouldn't worry. Zhang Zi nodded and told her that he was heading back into the Demon Realm now. Xiao Feng asked him what his talent was, but he just smiled and said he'd tell her after she awakened hers. She pouted and reminded him that her own awakening was coming soon. Once he was back in his room, Zhang Zi opened the system interface and began selecting the specific floor he wanted to enter within the Demon Realm. He chose the 5th floor, where he found the altar surrounded by a vast, open sea with seagulls circling gracefully through the air above. Opening his notebook, he realized that the 5th floor was much more crowded than the 4th floor. The eyes surrounding him were filled with murderous intent. It was clear that the bounty board had already taken effect. Zhang Zi thought that if he were to leave the altar now, he would likely be ambushed immediately. Looking at his summoning panel, he decided to return to the 4th floor to build a complete army before coming back here. No sooner said than done. He vanished from the 5th floor altar, leaving the crowd of adventurers fuming with rage as their prey slipped away. Zhang Zi returned to the parched and barren lands of the 4th floor. As he walked through the forest, he thought it was lucky he had retreated in time. For now, his priority was to summon the bosses. Sensing someone was following him, he shouted out to reveal themselves from behind a tree. Moonlight Xiao 2 appeared, causing Zhang Zi to immediately go on guard. The young girl rushed over to grab his leg and started wailing. He sighed, wondering why she was using this trick again. She apologized for stealing his items and begged him to help her reach the 30th floor. Zhang Zi leaned down and told her to speak clearly, but first, she had to let go of his leg. The girl pleaded that if her brother didn't agree, she wouldn't get up. Fearing that they would draw too much attention, he reluctantly accepted her request. She stood up and bowed, offering all of her most valuable possessions as she expressed her gratitude to Big Brother Rakshasa. Zhang Zi told her to keep them. He said it was fine for her to tag along while he fought bosses, but he wouldn't promise anything specific. She happily followed him. The system announced that Moonlight Xiao 2 had joined the party. Zhang Zi asked if her talent was the sleight of hand, and she nodded, accepting it even though she didn't particularly like it. Zhang Zi had the idea to hold down the monsters so she could steal items from the boss. She was excited since she had never tried to steal from a boss before. He asked why she wanted to reach the 30th floor. She sadly replied that her father had gone missing there, and she wanted to find him. Zhang Zi sighed, knowing that people who go missing in the demon realm rarely meet a good end. The two of them arrived at the spot where the fish head commander was battling another group, and cries for help rang out. A series of critical blows completely wiped out that group of adventurers. Zhang Zi noted that the Senza party had been annihilated by the fish head commander. He declared that it was now their turn to charge forward. He raised his hand to summon, and nearly 10 summoned beasts lunged directly toward the fish head commander. Zhang Zi instructed Xiao 2 that he would lure the boss over. He told her to use the opportunity to steal its items, and assured her that he wouldn't let the monster touch her. Zhang Zi drew his bow and signaled his array of summoned beasts to launch a coordinated attack. The Death Butcher swung its massive cleaver and struck the fish head commander's shoulder, taking away nearly 700 health points. The heaven-swallowing frog spat fire, the birdman harassed from the air, and the Goblin King along with the pighead monsters closed in for melee combat, causing the confused boss to jump back. It immediately activated its berserk state, recovering a small amount of health and increasing its combat power. Just as he had calculated, the fishhead commander rushed straight toward Zhang Zi and swung its massive cleaver down. Zhang Zi called for the venomous spiders to fire silk and bind the boss's legs, then turned to shout for Xiao 2 to use her talent. The fishhead commander struggled, but couldn't escape as Xiao 2 quickly circled behind it. The young girl took a quick look at her target and prepared to activate the sleight of hand skill. Xiao 2 raised her hand, and a pale pink beam of light shot directly into the fishhead commander. The system announced that she had obtained a hard horn. Xiao 2 was shocked by the unexpected haul, while the fishhead commander turned around sharply in pain. Xiao 2 was still staring blankly at the horn in her hand, not yet understanding how to handle it. The fishhead commander let out a thunderous roar, a sound so powerful it felt like it was tearing through their eardrums. Xiao 2 held her head and crouched down. Zhang Zi stepped forward to shield her, telling her not to be afraid because he was there and wouldn't let the monster touch her. Ignoring the furious boss, he calmly told Xiao 2 to keep stealing and not to be polite. The girl hesitated for a moment, then closed her eyes and extended her hand to activate the skill once more. This time she obtained a piece of buffalo hide. The fishhead commander roared in agony, and Xiao 2 teased the stupid bull, saying it couldn't touch her and that she would strip it of everything it had. Zhang Zi looked over the items in his Demon Realm handbook and guessed that these were rare, unrecorded materials, so he decided to store them for the time being. Seeing that the boss had been practically stripped clean, he called the Death Butcher to stand behind him. He ordered it to deliver the finishing blow with a critical strike. After the boss fell, Zhang Zi told Xiao 2 to take the key to the 5th floor and wait for him while he farmed some more. She waved and said she would wait for Big Brother Rakshasa at the 5th floor altar. After Xiao 2 left, Zhang Zi remained behind to activate his summoning art and revive the fishhead commander as his own summoned beast. A clone of the fishhead commander appeared behind him. Zhang Zi smiled and said they needed to hurry because the 5th floor boss was still waiting to be captured. He then returned to the Goblin King's area on the 3rd floor. With his current lineup, dealing with the 3rd floor boss was a trivial matter. Zhang Zi took it down in the blink of an eye. With no one else competing for the boss, he enjoyed all the benefits for himself and filled his ranks with 10 summoned beasts. Looking at his full and powerful summoning panel, Zhang Zi confidently returned to the 5th floor. He wasn't afraid even if he were surrounded, as the area around the 5th floor altar was nothing but a vast, endless sea. As soon as he appeared, Xiao 2 ran over and called out to Big Brother Rakshasa. She whispered that they must have seen the bounty board by now and warned him that he had to be very careful. Zhang Zi replied for her not to worry, saying they wouldn't dare to act recklessly later. In the distance, Liu Yuying's team approached to greet them. Long Wang, in his hot-tempered manner, pointed at Xiao 2 and said she was the girl who had stolen their items. He asked Zhang Zi why the two of them were together and if they were on the same side. He replied that she had turned over a new leaf and wouldn't steal anymore. Xiao 2 returned the demon's soul orb and apologized. Long Wang scratched his head and said that men shouldn't hold grudges against girls, so he would let it go this time. Joshin stepped forward to greet him, saying he heard Zhang Zi had helped Yuying kill a boss and expressed his hope that they could become friends. Zhang Zi gave a strained laugh and said that being friends with him right now was a bit dangerous dangerous since there was a bounty out for his life. The little princess's eyes lit up as she asked how much the bounty was worth, jokingly wondering if she should just claim the reward herself while grabbing his hand. Long Wang scolded her for being willing to sell out a friend for money, reminding her that she had just received 1,500,000. She pouted and said that Zhang Zi had taken half of it. Zhang Zi was startled to realize that the money little princess was actually the bounty hunter Shen Mengdi. Jushin seriously said that enough joking around was enough. He noted that Rakshasa was Yu Ying's benefactor and Long Wang's friend, so they had to support each other. Long Wang then bragged that Rakshasa's summoning art talent could even summon bosses. Yi Zhaiqiu was astonished and asked if he could really summon bosses. Everyone excitedly guessed that his talent must be S rank or higher. Zhang Zi modestly said it was a bit higher than S, causing Long Wang's jaw to drop as he asked if it was SS rank. Long Wang mentioned that there were fewer than 500 people with S-rank talents or higher. Jushin expressed his amazement at meeting an SS-rank expert, while Zhang Zi scratched his head and said he was just a novice. Jushin suggested that everyone should add each other as friends, noting how rare it was to encounter someone with an SS-rank talent. Very quickly, Zhang Zi became friends with the little princess, Yi Zhaiqiu, and Jushin. Zyro too said with admiration that an SS-rank talent was a true golden thigh to lean on. Zhang Zi suggested adding her to the party, promising to take her to the 30th floor without needing to share the loot. Long Wang said he had no objections and was just waiting for the others to decide. The little princess broke the silence. She said that since they were the ones going into battle, they should charge a service fee. Long Wang scolded her for being greedy, but Jushin agreed to pay the fee for Zyro too. Yu Ying laughed and said that while the little princess was greedy for money, she wasn't a bad person at heart, just a bit feisty. Jushin called for everyone to prepare for departure, determined to take down the 5th floor boss, Hakivusu, this time. He believed their victory was even more certain with Rakshasa's help. As the party set out, the other martial artists didn't dare to snoop around anymore. Yu Ying reminded them that from the 5th floor up, the monsters were very strong, so they had to be careful and conserve their energy. The monsters on this floor resembled sea fish, possessing fins, sharp teeth, and pointed claws. Jushin took the lead, using his large shield to provide cover for the entire team. He also deployed a defensive halo that increased his teammates' defense. Zhang Zi thought to himself that this S-rank talent was truly impressive. The floor 5 monsters are called wave worshippers, creatures with fish heads, sharp teeth, and lethal claws. However, this party is genuinely powerful and handles the incoming threats with impressive skill and teamwork. Long Wang smashes one with his staff, dealing 400 damage, but its allies quickly use a healing skill to save it. Yu Ying draws her sword and charges forward, telling the others to leave these specific enemies to her care. She unleashes a light slash, striking the wave worshipper directly with a brilliant flash of concentrated energy. A single throat cut deals over 400 damage, and before the monsters can react, they are frozen solid right where they stand. Yi Zhaiqiu casts Ice Storm and shouts for everyone to finish this battle as quickly and efficiently as possible. The group of fishmen is clustered together into blocks of ice, left with nothing but their useless cries of agony. Zhang Zi marvels at their seamless coordination, while Zyro too watches with wide eyes as Long Wang rushes in to finish them. Yu Ying also cleans up the remaining enemies with smooth, efficient movements to clear the battlefield. Zhang Zi thinks that joining such a strong team is a huge advantage, though he barely needs to lift a finger himself. The team approaches a massive stone pillar by the shore, and Zhu Shen tells everyone to touch it to receive the water god's protection. Zhang Zi asks what the protection is for, and Yu Ying explains that since the floor 5 boss is on the seabed, they need this buff. Zhang Zi also reaches out and places his hand on the cold stone pillar to receive the necessary blessing. The system states the effect lasts 60 minutes. If time runs out, they will drown and lose 10% of their health every minute. As they dive, Zhang Zi asks about Hakivusu and learns it is a dark element mage with very secretive combat patterns. He thinks if this boss could give such a strong team trouble, it won't be an easy fight, but he is determined to tame it. Before long, the team reaches the ocean floor and begins to approach the boss territory for the final showdown. Long Wang teases little princess, asking if she is afraid of the water, and she pouts while threatening to stop healing him. While moving, they hear a voice calling out, and Zhu Shen responds, addressing the man as Big Brother Ha Li Gui. Ha Li Gui sighs about failing in Phase 3 because Death Sacrifice was too strong. Zhu Shen sighs as well before they part ways. Zhu Shen says the man has an S-rank talent, but has been stuck for a month, even after spending millions to hire experts. Yu Ying explains that the Hakivusu fight is divided into 3 distinct and dangerous phases of combat. Phase 1 involves 3 waves of minions. If survivors remain, Phase 2 begins where the boss joins the fight with Dark Heavy Strike. Once health falls below 50%, Phase 3 starts, unleashing the deadly Death Sacrifice against the entire party. The damage stacks by 20% each time. Once it hits 100%, the entire team will be wiped out. Zhang Zi realizes the first two phases are manageable, but the final phase is the real threat as Zhu Shen assigns roles. The team moves forward with determination, and Zhu Shen shouts that they have returned to challenge Hakivusu once again. Ahead lies an altar at the bottom of the sea, where a mysterious figure radiates an ominous purple mist. Closing the distance, the Floor 5 boss Hakivusu appears, holding a fishhead staff and condensing a massive orb of darkness. It slowly raises its magic staff high into the water, and evil dark energy surges forth like an ancient, forbidden ritual. Zhu Shen immediately raises his shield, shouting for the others to move back, while telling Yi Zhaiqiu to use Ice Storm. The team gathers inside Zhu Shen's defensive circle for a buff, as Yi Zhaiqiu waves his staff and freezes the minions. The Floor 5 challenge officially begins, and the atmosphere crackles like a taut wire ready to snap at any moment. According to the plan, as soon as the minions are controlled, Yuying and Long Wang immediately launch their coordinated assault. Long Wang charges in, smashing through monsters, while Zhang Zi summons his minions to hold a sturdy defensive line. The entire party huddles within Zhu Shen's defensive aura, focusing on keeping their health bars at the safest possible levels. The monsters that managed to avoid being controlled lunged straight at the Goblin King, tearing at him with savage ferocity. The Goblin King is annihilated in an instant, and Zhang Zi gasps at the damage as Hakivusu orders more attacks. Yuying pushes herself to clear the minions as fast as possible, reminding everyone to brace for the start of Phase 2. A purple blur streaks past Zhu Shen with the speed of a lightning bolt, signaling a shift in the deadly battle. Hakivusu materializes with its signature staff, and Yuying senses the danger, screaming for Long Wang to watch out. In the blink of an eye, Hakivusu eerily teleports and appears directly behind Long Wang's back. Though he hears the warning, Long Wang can't pinpoint the source. He only feels an overwhelming killing intent surging from behind him. Deathly eyes flash as a magic orb unleashes dark heavy strike, draining over 1,500 health and causing a scream. Zhang Zi is stunned, wondering if the boss actually has the ability to teleport instantly across the battlefield. At that critical moment, Little Princess shines as she casts Green Blessing to restore her allies' health to a safe level. Restored to nearly full health, Long Wang stands up and grumbles, asking why the boss always has to target him first. In a fit of rage, he swings his staff down hard toward the spot where Hakivusu is standing to retaliate. But the blow only hits empty water. The boss has vanished once again without leaving a single trace behind. This time, it teleports behind Yuying, preparing to unleash the same devastating move it just used on Long Wang. Dark heavy strike slams into her back, and Yuying gasps in pain as her sword slips from her grasp and falls. Caught by the surprise attack, she drifts helplessly in the deep waters of the ocean floor while the boss looms over her. Zhang Zi immediately rushes over to catch Yuying in his arms, asking if she is alright, and she blushes slightly. In the distance, Yi Zhaiqiu struggles to maintain his ice storm in an attempt to pin down the elusive boss. Hakivusu raises its staff to block the incoming attacks, holding its ground against the freezing winds of the magic storm. Despite its efforts, the boss is frozen solid, and Yi Zhaiqiu tells Long Wang to take the chance to smash the ice. But in that very moment, it vanishes once more, leaving the entire party staring in utter disbelief and frustration. Within a blink, it has returned to its position atop the altar to prepare for its next deadly move against them. The party holds their defensive positions, and Hakivusu chuckles as its health has finally been significantly reduced. Zhu Shen warns everyone to stay alert as the boss is about to enter Phase 3, and he orders them into formation. Long Wang moves quickly to his post, calling for Zhang Zi to join him on the front lines to face the coming storm. Zhang Zi opens his summon panel. Since the Floor 5 monsters are so tough, only his top summons remain to fight. Zhu Shen shouts that Phase 3 has officially begun, and tells everyone to prepare for the final, dangerous confrontation. A massive summoning portal suddenly materializes right in front of Zhang Zi, radiating a strange and powerful energy. Countless aggressive wave worshippers pour out, and before long, Zhang Zi is completely surrounded by Floor 5 monsters. He shouts that he must fight monsters with monsters, and the Death Butcher goes into a frenzy, carving through enemies. During the fight, Zhang Zi summons the Floor 5 monsters he just captured, letting the new recruits battle their own kind. Long Wang praises Zhang Zi's S-rank talent with wide eyes, but he is soon ambushed by monsters from a different portal. The overwhelming numbers leave him flustered, and he curses while swinging his staff wildly in every direction to fend them off. The Black Flag Shaman refuses to stop, the staff in his hand radiating a thick black mist while his minions gather around him as if awaiting a final command. He activates his Death Sacrifice skill, consuming every nearby minion to convert their essence into a massive magic power boost for himself. The shaman is frantically draining the life force of the lesser demons, funneling all that energy into his own body to increase his strength. The group remains steadfast within their defensive light circle, keeping a close eye on the sinister ritual taking place on the battlefield. Death energy erupts from the altar and hits Zhang Zi for over 800 health points, while a system warning identifies it as a curse that boosts magic damage by 20%. Jiu Shen immediately commands Kai Qiu to freeze the remaining merman, ordering her to act fast before the boss can perform another sacrifice. Kai Qiu raises her staff high into the air, unleashing a devastating blizzard onto the center of the battlefield. The skill strikes with precision, instantly encasing every single merman in solid ice and leaving them completely unable to move or react. Sensing the perfect opening, Yue Ying unsheathes her blade and lunges forward to deliver the final killing blow. Her blade moves in a single, fluid motion, slicing through the air with the grace and sharpness of a cutting wind. As the ice shatters into 1,000 pieces, Long Wang joins the fray, swinging his staff and cursing at those wretched mermen. Zhang Zi calculates that if the fight drags on any longer, the water god buff will expire, so they must find a way to finish the boss now. Sensing the looming threat, the Black Flag Shaman lets out another hiss and resumes his death sacrifice ritual to stall the group's progress. The death curse hits the frontline hard, causing over 1,100 health to vanish, but Xiao Gongzhu manages a quick heal in time. Long Wang pants heavily and urges Xiao Gongzhu to heal faster, but she shoots him a sharp glare and snaps that her hands are already full. At that exact moment, a wave worshipper charges forward from the shadows, aiming its spear directly at Yue Ying. She parries the strike and explains that they can't clear all the mermen if the boss keeps sacrificing them to fuel his continuous attacks. Every time the Black Flag Shaman leads a wave of small demons, he drains every drop of their life force to sustain his power. The moment the minions vanish, the death sacrifice is complete, and the shaman unleashes yet another devastating curse upon the team. The damage is scaling up rapidly, this time hitting for over 1,500 health and striking Yue Ying right in the chest. She clutches her chest, trembling from the sheer impact of the blow, as her sword slips from her fingers and sinks to the seabed. That single attack nearly wiped the entire team, leaving Kai Qiu in a panic, while Yue Ying realizes the demon realm is no place for games. Right when things seem hopeless, several magical staves are raised to cast group healing, instantly restoring everyone's health to nearly full. Long Wang lets out a booming laugh, pointing at the green numbers and shouting that their health is back up thanks to the magic. It turns out that the monsters Zhang Zi previously captured have been summoned specifically to provide constant healing support for the party. Zhang Zi asks with a grin if his summoning skill isn't useful after all, and Long Wang immediately praises Rakshasa for saving their skins. Jiu Shen is also impressed by the unexpected power of the SS rank talent, while Xiao Gongzhu is thrilled to have enough sustain to survive. Jiu Shen raises his shield and rallies everyone to give it their all to take down the Black Flag Shaman and clear the stage together. The team continues with their original plan, using the blizzard to lock down the area, while Yue Ying maneuvers for the finishing strike. Zhang Zi joins in, drawing his sturdy wooden longbow to provide long-range suppressive fire and support his teammates from a distance. He orders the heaven-swallowing frog to coordinate its fire breath with the attack, determined to land the final blow so he can summon the boss later. The shaman tries to sacrifice more minions, but is interrupted by the barrage. He stares in confusion at the fireball flying toward him underwater. A massive explosion rocks the area, causing over 2,000 health points to evaporate from the boss's bar in the blink of an eye. The entire team stands in stunned silence, unable to believe that such a difficult boss was taken down with a single concentrated blast. The troublesome Black Flag Shaman is finally defeated, and Xiao Gongzhu cheers as the teleportation portal appears, signaling their victory. Long Wang laughs loudly at their success, while Jiu Shen exhales in relief now that they have obtained the key to ascend to the 6th floor. A system notification pops up on Rakshasa's screen, officially congratulating him on the successful defeat of the level 5 boss. A pile of loot drops to the ground, and Long Wang insists that Rakshasa take the first pick, leading Zhang Zi to find a dead zone invitation. He remembers his previous trip to the dead zone, where he gained the deadly butcher, wondering if he can find something even better this time. Holding the invitation, he tells the others they can split the rest of the loot while he takes this single item, and they all nod in agreement. Xiao too didn't fight, so she doesn't expect a reward, while Long Wang is eager to see the 6th floor mines that are rumored to have kobolds. As the group laughs and jokes together while walking toward the level advancement gate, a loud voice suddenly calls out to them from behind. It turns out Hai Li Gui has returned, and the moment he spots the group, he calls out to his younger brother, Jiu Shen. He asks in surprise if they have already cleared the stage, to which Jiu Shen humbly credits luck and encourages his brother to catch up at level 6. The blonde mercenary they hired grumbles about the 24-hour respawn timer, refusing to return the deposit after wasting his time. Hai Li Gui turns away with a pained and awkward expression, clearly embarrassed by the situation with his hired help. He quickly apologizes and takes full responsibility, while Yue Ying notices Zhang Zi spacing out and tells him it is time to get moving. Stepping through the portal, Zhang Zi wonders if he will eventually become a top-tier expert that people will pay to be carried through stages. They arrive at level 6, where the altar sits in the center of a massive cavern, illuminated by shimmering red and blue crystals. Abandoned pickaxes are scattered everywhere in the vast cave that looks large enough to hold hundreds of people, with tunnels leading deeper into the earth. According to the guidebook, the level 6 cave is a shifting maze, so Ju Shen warns everyone to stay close so they don't get lost. Xiao Gongzhu looks around and complains, wondering where that annoying Long Wang has run off to this time. Zhang Zi also notices his teammate is missing, but then a voice echoes from deep within the cave as Long Wang screams for help. He comes sprinting out of a tunnel with a massive pack of kobolds chasing him, leaving everyone wondering what kind of trouble he caused this time. Fortunately, Long Wang manages to dive into the safe zone of the altar, leaving the snarling kobolds to growl helplessly from just outside the boundary. While the monsters howl outside, Long Wang lies on the ground gasping for air, explaining he snatched a rare ore from one of their carts. Xiao Gongzhu grabs the glowing stone with curiosity, asking what kind of valuable treasure it is to make the monsters chase him so fiercely. A seasoned adventurer dressed like a cowboy approaches the group and asks if this is their very first time visiting the level 6 demon realm. With a greatsword on his back, he explains that Hakim ore is very valuable, with glowing black pieces selling for 500,000 on the exchange. At the mention of money, Xiao Gongzhu's eyes sparkle, as the cowboy adds that these minerals are used to enhance high-level equipment. In the blink of an eye, the valuable stone disappears from Xiao Gongzhu's hand, as Zhang Zi snatches it to get a better look at it. He asks about the enhancement process, and the cowboy explains they need the dwarf forge on level 10, though this specific piece is only worth 10,000. Xiao Gongzhu clutches the stone with sparkling eyes, saying that 10,000 is still a lot, and they could get rich by collecting more. Zhang Zi realizes that although his S-rank bow has high base damage, it isn't truly powerful yet, and it might be time to look into enhancing it. Jaiqiu stepped out leisurely and suggested that since they had already made it to this floor, they should gather some minerals alongside farming monsters. He mentioned that it might be needed later for immortal cultivation or forging equipment. Hearing this, the little princess was eager to set off immediately, but Ju Shen, in his role as the team captain, simply smiled and reminded them that it was already late. The battle with Hakivusu had taken up too much time, so the entire team should rest and recover first. Yue Ying nodded in agreement, suggesting they rest their strength to continue tomorrow. Although the little princess was still pining for the sparkling mineral deposits, she eventually and reluctantly followed the majority's decision. Zhang Zi said goodbye to everyone and asked to log off first because it was already quite late at night. He estimated that his younger sister at home had likely already fallen asleep. After the farewells, the entire group left the floor 6 altar and returned to reality at the same time. The next morning, the scene shifted over to the city police station. Zhang Zi went to receive the reward money according to the scheduled appointment. Beside him, Meng Dai was already waiting with her arms crossed, leaning against the wall. She raised an eyebrow and spoke up, asking if he was really Zhang Zi. She said that she would remember this face very clearly from now on. She stepped closer and grumbled about having half of the reward money taken and having a turtle drawn on her face, calling it truly annoying. Zhang Zi immediately clarified that he was not the one who did it. Meng Dai pointed her finger and argued that although she had been hypnotized, she was still conscious. She claimed that it was because of those 2 brothers that she had to wash her face repeatedly to get it clean. He coldly replied that compared to disregarding the lives of others for money, that incident was nothing. The girl turned around and coldly declared that to her, money is everything. She said that outside of money, everything else is just an illusion. Zhang Zi wondered if she had suffered some kind of shock that led her to worship money so much. While the two were still exchanging words, a crowd of reporters swarmed in, pointing their microphones directly at them. They shouted that this was the hero who assisted in the arrest of Huang Hanfei and repeatedly asked for a retelling of the events. Zhang Zi was frozen by the storm of questions, ranging from his choice of the Tianfeng City 5th Academy of the Great Xia Empire to his feelings while saving Meng Dai. She stepped forward and reacted by saying she didn't need saving, but a reporter immediately reminded her of the scene where she was hypnotized and stood still while a turtle was drawn on her face. Upon returning home, Xiao Feng was glued to the news broadcast with the headline city hero Zhang Zi, the youth who assisted police in taking down a criminal overnight. His name had spread everywhere. He simply gave a faint smile and said it was just catching a criminal, so there was no need to overdo it. He believed that everyone would quickly forget about it soon enough. Zhang Zi went back to his room and told his younger sister to remember to study and rest after eating. He then prepared to enter the demon realm, returning to the familiar floor 6, but the number of adventurers seemed sparser than before. He opened the summoning panel to review his lineup, finding that adding 4 tide callers specialized in healing was quite good. In addition, there were 3 wave worshippers, Hakivusu, along with the heaven-swallowing frog boss and the death butcher ready for battle. The little princess appeared, waving her hand to greet him, and said with a bright smile that he had arrived quite early. Seeing Meng Dai appear, Zhang Zi thought to himself that they were truly rivals destined to meet on a narrow path. Luckily, she did not know his identity as Rakshasa yet. Yue Ying walked up from behind and asked if he knew that the bounty on his head had increased to 5 million. She wondered how he had managed to anger the Dawn organization like that. He scratched his head and said he didn't want to cause trouble, but problems just kept finding him. Yue Ying reminded him to be cautious within the demon realm and that it was best to act together with a team. She seriously suggested that he could contact her if needed. She said she would farm monsters online with him to ensure he was safer. Yue Ying's phone number appeared on the interface. Zhang Zi asked if it was okay for her to give her personal number to someone she had never met in real life. She trusted that he wasn't a bad person, but he decided not to save it. Yue Ying looked briefly sad, simply said it was up to him, and then she turned away. Watching her back as she faded away, Zhang Zi wondered if she was truly angry. He thought to himself that girls were indeed difficult to understand. The whole team had finally gathered together. Zhu Shen asked everyone if they were prepared and then announced their departure. The Dragon King laughed heartily and said that since they had reached the mineral mines, they should just pick a random cave and charge right in. As they ventured deep into the cave, Zhang Zi marveled at how the high-floor monsters were becoming increasingly powerful. He remembered that the giant turtle at the beginning seemed formidable, but now it was as weak as water spinach and couldn't withstand a single blow. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from within the cave, causing the entire team to come to a sudden halt. Zhu Shen warned them to be careful ahead. An axe blade slammed heavily into the ground. Before them was a smaller cave with 2 kobolds standing guard. A burning candle was stuck on their heads. They wore iron collars around their necks, and they held pickaxes in their hands, looking extremely aggressive. Seeing the monsters charging toward them, Zhu Shen called out the old strategy. He would block the monsters. Zhai would use crowd control, the little princess would heal, and the rest would focus their damage. Despite having the shield and defensive light circle for support, each hit from the monsters still took 7 to 9 health from Zhu Shen. Zhang Zi was secretly amazed by the massive destructive power, seeing the health drop even with such high defense. Zhu Shen immediately reinforced the defensive light circle and reminded the entire team to absolutely avoid taking hits, because the damage from the kobolds was incredibly high. Zhai stepped forward and unleashed his ice storm skill. A shower of ice poured down, causing the crowd of monsters to be frozen and lose a portion of their health. The Dragon King rushed in to deliver a melee strike with his staff, dealing nearly 400 damage. Yue Ying followed up with a series of continuous sword strikes, causing the kobold's health bar to plunge without any sign of stopping. Zhang Zi summoned some magic beasts to assist, but he temporarily did not call out Hakivusu because of his low defense. He felt that bringing him out now would likely lead to a wasted loss. One kobold was still trying to escape even though it was frozen. Only a few seconds later, it managed to break through the layer of ice and charged outward. Almost immediately, it swung its pickaxe and slammed it down hard toward where the Dragon King was standing. The painful strike caused him to lose nearly 500 health. Zhai was shocked because his ice storm was supposed to last for 60 seconds, yet it had thawed in just over 10 seconds. He wondered if the monsters had effect resistance. Zhang Zi was also stunned, wondering if an A-rank talent could really be resisted that much. He thought to himself that if they didn't upgrade their equipment, he feared their skills would be difficult to utilize on higher floors. Being pushed back, the Dragon King hurriedly called for help and asked for healing. The little princess immediately cast her green blessing, and Zhang Zi also ordered the Tide Caller to assist with the recovery. The Dragon King's health was quickly pulled up significantly. At the same time, Yue Ying leaped into the fray to break the siege. Her damage output was exactly what one would expect from an explosive action-type combat style. When one monster collapsed, Zhu Shen still had more than half of his health knocked away despite his high defense. He shouted that there was one more left and to focus on finishing it off quickly. Zhang Zi drew his sturdy wooden longbow and coordinated with the heaven-swallowing frog to fire from long range. The attack created a powerful explosion that sent the monster flying backward and caused it to suffer over 600 damage. The Death Butcher, Dragon King, and Yue Ying unleashed a continuous combo to take it down. Zhu Shen gasped for breath, realizing that they had struggled this much with just 2 of them. He wondered how terrifying the boss would be if even the minions had such high health and attack power. 2 spots of light flashed from the cave entrance behind them, accompanied by the sound of growling and barking. Zhu Shen immediately told everyone to stay on high alert. 2 more kobolds appeared, holding pickaxes and walking straight toward the group. Zhai immediately unleashed his ice storm to freeze them. Taking advantage of the brief moment of time, the Dragon King jumped up and swung his staff down. But just as he made contact, the kobold broke through the ice and sent him flying backward, and his staff even fell from his hand. Zhang Zi quickly ordered the Death Butcher to charge in and rescue the Dragon King from the danger. The Dragon King retreated and complained that he couldn't hold on any longer and wanted to go back to the 5th floor. Zhu Shen encouraged him not to be discouraged. Yue Ying asked what Rakshasa was observing, and Zhang Zi replied that he had just discovered a key point that could handle these kobolds. He continued by asking if everyone had noticed that they were all carrying the exact same thing on their heads. Yue Ying looked closely and realized that it was a candle. She figured they probably relied on it to see in the dark cave. Zhang Zi aimed his bow at the one charging toward them and said that was correct. At the start of the battle, he had accidentally shot the candle off one of them, and it immediately began spinning around in a daze. After speaking, he released the string, noting that the kobold's weakness was the candle. He said he would prove it, and as soon as the words left his mouth, an arrow blew away the candle on the minion's head. Having lost its light source, it stood there turning left and right like a chicken with its head cut off. Yue Ying laughed and said they were lost now. The Dragon King was also excited and praised Rakshasa for being too incredible. Taking the opportunity, he rushed in and pounded the monster repeatedly, leaving it to just stand there and take the hits until it died. Yue Ying did not stay out of the action either, delivering a few sword strikes that caused its health to evaporate rapidly. When the monster finally dissipated, the entire team breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Shen smiled radiantly and praised Zhang Zi, even suggesting they have an offline party after clearing the trial. The little princess responded enthusiastically, but Zhang Zi remained cautious because of the bounty on his head. He knew that revealing his real face would cause trouble for the whole group. While everyone was picking up the demon soul orbs and items, Zhang Zi looked over the boss information. According to the Demon Realm records, its lair was located at the deepest part of the 6th floor. The boss was named the Kobold Mine Master. It had a large health pool, and both its defense and attack were high. Furthermore, it possessed the Dynamite Blast skill, which dealt massive damage and caused a stun effect. Just hearing about it made it sound difficult to deal with. Zhu Shen said that if they already knew the weakness was the candle, then dealing with it would be much easier. The entire team excitedly headed toward the floor 6 boss. They crossed through several deep, dark caverns that were completely covered in minerals. Faint light emitted from blue and red stone blocks, reflecting all across the cave walls. A while later, a pitch-black cave appeared in front of them. Zhang Zi pointed to it and said that was the boss's nest. The Dragon King laughed loudly and said they had finally found it, so they should go in immediately. Zhu Shen reminded the entire team to be extremely cautious, because the boss had the Dynamite Blast skill, which dealt high damage along with a stun. He insisted that they must absolutely not be careless. But when they stepped inside, they saw another team surrounding and attacking the boss, and its health bar was already nearly depleted. Zhang Zi sighed softly, seeing as though they had been beaten to the punch. Beside them, a long-haired girl leaned against the cave wall and observed the fight. The little princess recognized her and blurted out, wondering why it was her. Hearing the voice, that girl cast a sideways glance toward them. It was Luo Yan, the little fairy. The moment she saw the little princess, she let out a sneering laugh and remarked that she should have known it was the eldest daughter of the Shen family. She covered her mouth and commented on how small the demon realm was for them to meet here, mockingly asking if her family's debts were paid off yet. The little princess angrily replied that even if the Shens had fallen, it wasn't the turn of a nouveau rich brat to look down on her. Luo Yan sneered while bragging about her team being her subordinates, whereas the other side was weak, prompting the little princess to bark that they were friends, not pawns. As they were trading barbs, one of Luo Yan's subordinates ran up with a gun in each hand to report that the boss was almost down, and asked if she knew that other group. Luo Yan arrogantly pointed at the little princess, and said she certainly did. She explained that the girl had insulted her before, so she would never forget it as long as she lived, and vowed to reclaim her honor. Luo Yan turned around and made a grand announcement for everyone to hear. Anyone who left that team and joined her would get all the boss's loot, and an additional bonus of 1 million, a bribe that made the little princess shake with rage. Dragon King roared at her to take back those filthy words. He declared that even though he was truly poor, he had never once considered selling out his friends for money. Elder God stepped forward and stated that he didn't care about their past grudges, because she was currently their teammate, advising Luo Yan to stop dreaming about buying people off with cash. Luo Yan remained arrogant, dismissing them as trash and telling them to get lost if they wanted to be broke losers. She claimed the boss of this floor was her territory, which made Dragon King snap that the demon realm wasn't her home, while a subordinate pointed a gun and threatened them to try something if they weren't satisfied. Dragon King's blood boiled as he wanted to charge in, but Zhang Zi held him back because the opponents were equipped with S-rank weapons, and they had nothing to fight back with. Luo Yan tilted her chin up confidently, noting that at least they knew their place, while the cowboy-wielding dual pistols chimed in, telling them to vanish if they knew they couldn't win. Dragon King was confused about why he was being stopped, but Zhang Zi calmly replied not to worry because he already had a plan to deal with them. Meanwhile, the battle with the boss was coming to a close with its health bar down to a sliver. Suddenly, an arrow shot out from the distance, causing the explosive barrels to detonate with a massive boom. Hearing the explosion behind her, Luo Yan frantically asked what was happening and why the explosive barrels were suddenly blowing up for no reason. The rain of arrows fired by Zhang Zi continued to target the explosive barrels lined up around the cave, and the series of thunderous blasts caused the entire cavern to tremble. The people fighting the boss were scattered in a panic, while Luo Yan could only scream at them to stop running around and focus on finishing the boss first. Watching the drama from the sidelines, the little princess laughed gleefully as if she had just watched a top-tier comedy performance. Dragon King excitedly praised Rakshasa for the amazing move, but Luo Yan immediately whipped around and pointed a finger while hurling insults, insisting that the lowlifes were the ones playing tricks. Before they could argue further, the ground suddenly began to shake violently and cracked into several pieces. It seemed there was another cave chamber below, and the recent explosions had triggered a massive collapse. The team felt a wave of anxiety, and Liu Yuying frowned while asking if the cave was about to collapse completely. In the blink of an eye, the ceiling of the cavern came crashing down. Every adventurer and even the boss fell straight down to the lower level. Landing safely wasn't too difficult for most, but the fall felt like a death sentence to Luo Yan. She screamed for help as countless familiar red eyes suddenly flashed from the surrounding stone ledges. The masked cowboy reported in a trembling voice that there were too many kobolds and that they were completely surrounded. Terrified, Luo Yan urged him to think of something, because dying in the demon realm meant it was game over in the real world as well. However, her last subordinate finally deserted her. He didn't want to be buried there because there were too many monsters, so he used a teleportation charm to escape, leaving a furious Luo Yan to curse his ingratitude. As soon as she finished cursing, several kobolds leaped into the air and lunged toward her. Luo Yan threw her hands over her face, let out a loud scream, and braced herself for the impact. At that exact moment, a blizzard swept down and froze the monsters in front of her. Zhang Zi's team appeared above, and the little princess cheerfully greeted the eldest daughter of the Guo family. Seeing her saviors appear, Luo Yan desperately opened her mouth to beg for her life. Meng Dai gave a little smile and said they could save her, but there was a condition: they were very poor, so they would need 5 million per person. Trapped in the circle of monsters, Luo Yan cried out in horror, asking if they really meant 5 million each. Meng Dai immediately turned to leave, saying if it was too expensive they were off. So for the sake of her life, Luo Yan finally accepted and promised to give the butler's contact for an advance transfer. Meng Dai smiled with satisfaction as she rested her chin on her hand and tossed a rope down for the girl to grab onto. Using his martial arts strength, Dragon King hauled Luo Yan up from the bottom of the deep pit. 10 minutes later, the money had been transferred in full. The team happily confirmed the payment and let Luo Yan go, though she gritted her teeth and vowed to remember this grudge. Dragon King teased the little princess that scoring 15 million in one go was a huge profit. Meng Dai gave a sly smile and said the girl's family was incredibly rich, so trading money for a life was a bargain. However, Zhang Zi was more concerned about the boss below. If they didn't kill it, the level advancement gate would never appear. The team wanted to finish it off once and for all, but looking down, they saw the boss surrounded by a massive horde of minions, making the situation anything but simple. Dragon King turned to Rakshasa and said they would need his help again, as only his range was sufficient for support. They would lure the monsters while he ambushed from above. With that, the team jumped down, placing all their hope in Zhang Zi's archery skills. The coordinated team took their positions incredibly fast. Elder God only had to call for the old rules for everyone to understand, but Dragon King hesitated when he saw the kobolds had more candles than usual. The giant boss had nearly a dozen candles on its head, along with something that looked like high explosives, which looked dangerous just by looking at it. Zhang Zi said in a low voice to leave the candles to him, and that he would look for a chance to handle them. As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow knocked down one candle, but the next shot was intercepted and snapped by the boss using its massive anchor. Zhang Zi was surprised because this boss actually knew how to protect its own weaknesses. Because there were too many minions, Jaiqiu unleashed another blizzard to freeze some of them and reduce the pressure on the team. Liu Yuying took the opportunity to use a series of sword strikes, but the damage wasn't deep enough. She felt a bit impatient because fighting this way was taking too much time. At that moment, the boss suddenly hurled a heavy explosive charge. The massive block of explosives hovered threateningly in midair. Dragon King told Liu Yuying to stay away due to the massive damage, but just as everyone started to worry, an arrow pierced straight into the explosive. It exploded in the air because Zhang Zi had dealt with it before it could land. Dragon King threw him a finger heart and showered him with praise. Liu Yuying looked up, feeling a sense of inner gratitude for being saved once again. Zhang Zi summoned the heaven-swallowing frog for long-range support and ordered it to fire continuous fireballs at the boss. 2 fireballs hit the mark, causing the boss to lose more than 600 health points. Dragon King encouraged everyone to keep chipping away at it, saying that persistence was the key to clearing the stage. Feeling pressured, the boss reached into its pants and pulled out 2 more bundles of explosives, lit them, and hurled them upward. From his high vantage point, Zhang Zi shouted for everyone to get out of the way immediately. Even so, the area effect damage caused the team below to lose a significant amount of health. Hiding behind his shield, Elder God reminded the little princess to focus on healing. She was worried because the boss was spamming skills as if it had infinite resources, and then it roared and launched a fierce attack. Holding explosives in both hands, the boss charged forward but was suppressed by Zhang Zi's fire, which also snuffed out another candle. He yelled for them to take the chance to dump their damage, promising he would handle shooting out the candles so it couldn't throw any more explosives. After being healed by the little princess, Liu Yuying leaped into the air and unleashed a barrage of sword strikes, determined to end it quickly because the boss's skills were too painful. Dragon King also risked his life to slam his staff onto the boss's head, shouting that it was either the monster's life or his. Elder God maintained his defensive aura for support and constantly urged the entire team to put all their power into the attack. From above, the heaven-swallowing frog and Zhang Zi maintained a constant long-range bombardment, leaving the boss with nowhere to hide as it took hits from all sides. Since it had already lost a lot of health earlier, it didn't take long for the boss to glow red and collapse. Dragon King laughed loudly, glad they had finally taken it down. Elder God immediately issued a warning that it wasn't over yet, as it seemed the boss was about to self-destruct. The team was stunned to hear about the self-destruction, but Elder God risked himself by charging forward with his shield, shouting that if he was going to die, he'd take the monster with him. Everyone was extremely anxious, because that action could very well cost him his life. Unable to stop him in time, he pushed the boss's corpse as far away as possible, just as a terrifying explosion rang out through the air. Zhang Zi hurriedly jumped down, thinking this boss was too frightening for having a self-destruct skill, while the rest of the team frantically searched for Jushin's whereabouts in the thick smoke. His massive shield lay shattered in pieces upon the ground. Everyone knelt down in deep sorrow, but the moment Zhang Zi touched the ground, he heard a familiar voice asking why they were crying. A hand rose up from behind a large rock. It turned out that Jushin was sitting there with his clothes in tatters, yet he still smiled and told them he wasn't dead yet. The whole team surrounded him, feeling both relieved and annoyed by his recklessness, and they warned him never to do something like that again. Looking at the remains of the boss, Jushin sighed that they had taken a major loss this time, since almost all of his equipment was completely ruined. The little princess cheered because the boss had dropped a piece of dark gold ore, and just one piece was worth more than 1 million. She handed it to Jushin, saying that the greatest credit belonged to him, and the entire team agreed even though Jushin wanted to split the loot equally. He looked at Zhang Zi and mentioned that Rakshasa had also contributed greatly, but the others still insisted he take it so he could exchange it for new equipment. Finally, Jushin accepted the dark gold ore and suggested they stop for now. Once he upgraded, they would enter the 7th floor, and the team happily agreed. Afterward, everyone left the boss's lair and began making their way back to the altar. The little princess asked Rakshasa if he would be busy later, and Zhang Zi replied that he still had some time and had no other business to attend to. She made an appointment to meet at the 6th floor altar in 30 minutes to go make some money with Long Wang, and Zhang Zi agreed to log off first. Zhang Zi returned to his own house. He sat on the bed and opened his phone. Since he still had 30 minutes, he decided to check the trading floor to see if there was any interesting equipment. With 10 million in his pocket, he considered buying S-rank equipment, but found the prices to be quite steep. He saw a pair of S-rank boots that suited the little princess and decided to buy them as a gift for her safety. In addition to the boots, he also noticed a silver necklace that increased the effectiveness of talent skills by 10%. Zhang Zi thought that while this item was precious to others, it was even more valuable to him because it meant increasing the efficiency of his summoning art, so he bought it immediately. A notification appeared showing that the 2 items were purchased successfully and were waiting for transaction confirmation. Zhang Zi smiled, seeing it was time to return to the 6th floor of the Demon Realm. The group returned to the altar of the 6th floor of the Demon Realm, a place they knew well, but this time their objective was completely different. Everyone prepared to kick off a brand new money-making mission. The 4 of them were all present. Long Wang asked the little princess how she planned to make money, and she replied coolly that they were going to mine ore. Asking if he remembered the mine from last time, he nodded but worried it was dangerous. She pushed Long Wang forward and reassured him as they walked, saying there was nothing to fear with her healing and Rakshasa providing long-range support. The little princess emphasized that whoever mined for themselves got to keep it, and those who didn't participate wouldn't get a share. Zyro too understood and said she didn't need a share, but any items she picked up would only be given to Big Brother Rakshasa. Upon reaching the old area, Long Wang threw a scouting stone into the cave entrance, and immediately 2 ball-head men jumped out aggressively. Zhang Zi reminded everyone to get into their positions and prepare for battle. He quickly shot down the candles on their heads, throwing them into a state of total confusion. Long Wang received some healing and rushed in to deal with the remaining one, while Zyro too activated her skill to appear behind the small monster. Long Wang shouted for her to stop circling around him, warning her that the target might switch to her. But Zyro too kept circling the monster, confidently stating that she could protect herself. Afterwards, she jumped back to Zhang Zi and bragged about the scrap materials she had picked up. He told her to be careful not to get hurt, while Long Wang finished off the last one and pointed out the mine. The little princess excitedly ran ahead, telling them not to be slow. Long Wang smiled bitterly, saying they would realize it wasn't that simple once they arrived. Before them was a massive mine, with the bottom teeming with bald-head men busy excavating. The little princess's eyes sparkled, saying selling so much ore would definitely bring a huge profit. But Long Wang shook his head, reminding her that a single stone weighed more than 10 pounds. Zhang Zi calculated that with 16 strength points, his punch was more than 1,000 pounds, but carrying 2,000 pounds was pushing it. He told everyone to estimate their own carrying capacity. Zhang Zi estimated he could carry about 60 pieces, Long Wang around 50, while the little princess could only carry about 18 since she focused on her spirit stat. Zhang Zi suggested luring them out one by one to deal with them safely. Long Wang agreed that they couldn't lose their lives for money. He took the task of pulling the monsters, and told Zyro too to find a good hiding spot. He went down and grazed a bald-head man with an arrow to provoke it, then jumped back up. The monster turned its head, saw its target, and immediately began to give chase. As soon as it caught up, it was ambushed by Long Wang. After an hour of killing them one by one, the team was exhausted. Long Wang complained, but the little princess encouraged them to kill a few more and then she'd buy dinner. Holding the ore in her hand, the little princess suggested taking this batch back to sell first. Zhang Zi called Zyro too out. The girl gave a mysterious smile and said that if he walked around a bit more, there would be a surprise for him. Zhang Zi was curious, but she insisted on keeping it a secret. The whole group carried the ore back to the altar. Long Wang complained he was tired enough to faint and hoped for a good price, seeing many merchants inside buying goods. Two merchants stood in the middle, shouting high prices and buying dark gold ore for 500,000 per piece. When the little princess asked to sell regular ore, they refused because they only wanted dark gold ore. She grumbled about how strange their business was. A person in armor approached and asked how much they had collected. Hearing it was only one piece, he scolded them harshly because young master Chen Feng was stuck on the 7th floor and needed ore for equipment. He warned them to watch their lives if they delayed his entrance into Wuking University. Long Wang was upset by how aggressive that guy was. Zhang Zi remembered Chen Feng from the Yunting clubhouse and silently resolved that he had to surpass him and reach the 8th floor first. The little princess said if they wouldn't buy it, they would take it to the trading room to split it equally, and then everyone said their goodbyes and logged off. Before leaving, Zyro too shyly handed Zhang Zi a piece of dark gold ore, saying she had a gift for him. Zhang Zi was astonished and asked where she had managed to get a piece of dark gold ore. She said that while everyone was fighting, she had secretly picked it up from a bald-head man's corpse. He told her to keep it, but she shook her head. Zyro too said this ore would help him get stronger and lead her to the 30th floor to see her father sooner. Zhang Zi accepted it and considered it a debt of gratitude. He planned to use it to enhance his S-rank weapon. The next day at the hospital, Zhang Zi met with Dr. Yang and asked about purchasing permanent rights to use an artificial kidney. The doctor quoted a price of 10 million for 2 of them, which was not a small sum at all. Zhang Zi asked if he could buy one first, but the doctor suggested waiting for a higher quality batch next month. He decided to wait so he could buy the absolute best for his sister. While they were speaking, the door to the room suddenly burst open. Both of them were startled and looked toward the door. A bald man in a black suit said he had urgent business and needed to see Dr. Yang privately. The doctor told Zhang Zi to go home first and he would notify him of any news. He replied that he would help if there was trouble. Having said that, Zhang Zi walked past the bald man with a cold and piercing gaze. The doctor asked what was going on, and he replied that headquarters required a major mission to be carried out in the demon realm tonight. Leaving the hospital, Zhang Zi thought that money was still lacking and resolved to earn enough to buy the best kidney within a month. The scene shifted to the 7th floor of the demon realm. This place was known as the Giant's Cave, and the space within was vast and seemingly endless. Around the altar, piles of giant bones were stacked high, making everyone who saw them shudder with a sense of dread. Uncle Lu stood there telling everyone to stay calm. When he saw Zhang Zi, he greeted him. He returned the gesture and asked why no one had gone in to fight the monsters yet. Long Wang explained that there was a madman who killed everyone he met and had already taken down more than 10 people. Uncle Lu reminded everyone to be careful. He said that criminals who hunted solo adventurers appeared on every floor and advised them to wait for things to stabilize before heading in. Outside, someone shouted that there was a murderer, and everyone pointed their fingers in that direction. In his hand, he held an extremely high-quality weapon. He called himself the Demon's Smile as he pressed a knife to an adventurer's neck and challenged the Demon Realm Management Bureau. No sooner had the words left his lips than he slit his victim's throat. causing the poor soul to vanish into thin air immediately. Right after committing the cold-blooded murder, he vanished right before everyone's eyes like a ghost in the wind. Lu Shu immediately recognized him as a member of the Dawn organization, marveling at their audacity to challenge them so openly. He drew his blade and gave chase, while Liu Yuying followed closely behind to provide backup, ignoring the shouts from the crowd at the altar telling them to come back. Despite the warnings, the two young martial artists remained determined to stick close to Lu Shu as they pursued the assassin. Lu Shu asked why they were following him, but Liu Yuying simply pointed toward a fork in the road and asked which path they should take to catch the killer. He told them there was no time to think as he picked a random path, ordering them to stay right behind him while a lizard watched them from the shadows. The lizard suddenly transformed into the assassin known as Demonic Smile, who let out a sinister laugh, declaring that all three of them would be his prey today. His unique talent was the level 2 transformation art, a skill that allowed him to take on the forms of various creatures at will. When activated, he could turn into a monster and boost all of his stats for 60 minutes. Sensing something was wrong, the three of them quickly turned around. Lu Shu warned them that the creature was a savage giant, a mob from the 7th floor that moved slowly but possessed terrifying physical strength. Standing right in front of them was also an ogre giant, a creature known for having extremely annoying and dangerous skills that could disrupt any battle. It had a massive health pool and possessed the silence skill. Zhang Zi remarked that this was going to be a very dangerous opponent to deal with. Lu Shu nodded in agreement, explaining that the silence skill could seal away an adventurer's innate talent and leave them virtually powerless. He stated that to move forward, they would have to defeat all three monsters, suggesting they should try to lure one of them away first. Zhang Zi drew his bow and fired, while Liu Yuying leaped into the air to unleash a flurry of sword strikes in perfect coordination with Lu Shu. He summoned the Tide Caller to provide much-needed healing, while continuously firing support arrows to keep the pressure on their enemies. Feeling the healing energy surge through him, Lu Shu laughed heartily and praised the effectiveness of the Tide Callers that Zhang Zi had summoned. As one giant finally collapsed to the ground, Zhang Zi reminded the team that the two remaining monsters would be even harder to take down. Upon closer observation, he noticed that the two monsters were standing far too close to one another, making it difficult to separate them for an easy kill. The team decided to focus their attacks on the ogre giant first, because it had lower health and defense, despite its powerful and disruptive skills. Lu Shu charged forward and told Liu Yuying to focus on the ogre giant, while Luo Cha handled the healing and long-range attacks. The ogre giant noticed and sent the savage giant to counter. The ogre giant conjured two eerie red circles in its hands, preparing to activate the dreaded silence skill against the approaching adventurers. It then launched the energy directly toward Liu Yuying, who was still midair and unable to dodge the incoming magical projectile effectively. Having been hit by the spell, she cried out that she could no longer use her light slash skill for 80 seconds. Seeing this, Lu Shu rushed in to provide cover. The savage giant let out a thunderous roar as it swung its massive mace, intent on crushing the enemies beneath its overwhelming weight and power. Lu Shu blocked the heavy blow and hurriedly asked how much time was left, to which Liu Yuying replied that there were still 40 seconds remaining on the cooldown. Sensing the danger, Zhang Zi took the initiative to block an incoming skill meant for Lu Shu, a move that left the older man completely shocked. He explained that Lu Shu was their main damage dealer and could not afford to be sealed, so he would take the silence debuff while continuing to attack from afar. He urged everyone to concentrate all their power on taking down the ogre giant before it could get another chance to unleash its disruptive abilities. As soon as the silence effect wore off, Liu Yuying lunged forward with her chain sword skill, and along with Lu Shu's damage, they finally brought the screaming ogre giant down. Its massive body wobbled for a few moments before collapsing onto the ground and dissolving into countless fragments of light as it was defeated. Liu Yuying continued her close-range assault on the final giant. Although the tide of battle had turned in their favor, Zhang Zi still felt a lingering sense of unease. He wondered how the assassin had passed if these two giants were blocking the path, but before he could think further, an object flew toward Lu Shu, prompting him to scream a warning. Lu Shu took a direct hit to his shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain as he cursed under his breath, wondering what on earth had just attacked him. A lizard suddenly lunged out of the darkness, catching Lu Shu by surprise as he questioned why such a creature would even be present on the 7th floor of the demon realm. Drawing on his vast experience, he realized it was the enemy's transformation art. The fact that just 2 hits took over 2,000 health made him furious at the insane damage. The assassin chuckled darkly, saying they were too late and that they would all be his prey. Lu Shu immediately called the two youngsters closer to protect them. He warned that the killer could disguise himself by turning into a color-changing lizard, but Zhang Zi confidently replied that he would force the coward to show his face. With that, he activated his summoning art, and a long list of powerful bosses began to manifest all over the battlefield to surround their hidden enemy. The assassin had originally planned to take out the archer first, but he froze in sheer shock when he saw an entire army of bosses suddenly materialize out of nowhere. He muttered to himself in disbelief upon seeing the deadly butcher, wondering how a boss from the death zone could possibly be summoned by a mere player. Zhang Zi ordered the sky-swallowing toad to unleash a massive wave of fire, forcing Demonic Smile to reveal his true position as he tried to evade the flames in midair. At that exact moment, the deadly butcher swung its massive cleaver in tandem, with a well-aimed arrow fired from Zhang Zi's bow, creating a perfect pincer attack. Both powerful attacks struck the assassin squarely in the back at the same time, causing him to let out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. Having been knocked to the ground, he reverted to his original form while clutching a teleportation scroll, grinning defiantly as if he were planning his escape. A brilliant light of teleportation erupted around him as he laughed, declaring that Dawn would never stop hunting them, before vanishing just as Lu Shu's blade swung through the air. Lu Shu let out a harsh curse in frustration, while Liu Yuying nervously asked just how terrifying this organization known as Dawn truly was. Lu Shu warned them never to underestimate them, recalling how the Management Bureau once sent one elite squad to wipe out their hideout, only for every member to be killed in action. Since it was unclear where the assassin had fled, Lu Shu suggested they return to the altar and log off for a while to wait for further updates on the situation. Meanwhile, Demonic Smile was successfully teleported to a mysterious, hidden location far away from the heat of the battle he had just escaped. He muttered that Luo Cha was much more troublesome than expected and that he needed to inform the boss before recounting the entire encounter in the Dawn Party chat. At that very moment, a massive explosion rocked the city walls of Tianfeng City, sending shockwaves through the surrounding area and startling everyone nearby. Panic immediately set in among the local citizens, who began to flee in every direction to escape the chaos and potential danger unfolding before them. Xiao Feng frantically asked what was happening, so Zhang Zi looked toward the wall and told her to get changed while he went to investigate the terrifying pit demon appearing nearby. Zhang Zi stood firmly in front of his younger sister to reassure her that he was there and she had nothing to fear, as Xiao Feng trembled and stepped back. In the blink of an eye, the monster leaped forward and shattered the window, forcing Zhang Zi to declare that they needed to get to the emergency shelter immediately. The two siblings rushed outside into a scene of pure chaos, with screams for help echoing through the air as more monsters began to invade the city streets. Noticing a large monster about to strike a defenseless child, Zhang Zi didn't hesitate for a second and lunged forward to intervene and save the young life. He scooped up the child and sent the monster flying with a powerful kick, while simultaneously shouting at Xiao Feng to make a run for the safe zone. However, they were soon surrounded by three monsters. Just as Zhang Zi told her not to fear, a spear suddenly plunged from the sky as a voice challenged the beasts. Zhang Zi immediately recognized the newcomer as the same girl who had previously appeared at the airship docks during their earlier travels. She was the red-haired warrior who had saved both him and Lu Kai during their previous encounter, and her presence brought a sudden wave of relief. Seeing a monster attempt a sneak attack, Zhang Zi shouted a warning, but she expertly backflipped through the air to dodge the strike, leaving him in awe of her speed. As he watched her unleash a relentless barrage of lethal strikes, Zhang Zi couldn't help but think that her physical power was just as terrifying as her agility. It didn't take long at all for her to completely dismantle and slay the aggressive pit demon, despite the creature's immense size and feral ferocity. Several soldiers arrived and addressed her as commander. She calmly ordered them to take the monster's corpse to Professor Yang, to which the four men obeyed in unison. She looked over at Zhang Zi and instructed him to head to the refugee camp and wait for the monsters to retreat before going home, and he nodded his thanks. As they watched her silhouette vanish into the night sky, Xiao Feng turned to her brother and asked in a soft, curious voice. She asked if he knew the woman because she seemed so incredibly strong. Zhang Zi only gave a vague grunt, but inside, he vowed to one day surpass her power. The next morning, news outlets reported that the monsters had been eliminated, but the city suffered heavy damage to transportation and infrastructure. While scrolling through his phone, Zhang Zi wondered if Xu Guang committing crimes in the magic domain at the same time as the invasion was just a coincidence. Online, people discussed the Forbidden Cave monsters and begged magic domain experts for help. Zhang Zi decided to investigate the magic domain tonight. As night fell, the crowded area was filled with people, making it feel more like a lively festival than a dangerous zone. Zhang Zi's entire team was already present and waiting for him, and he appeared exactly on time to begin their mission. Jiu Shen noted the severity of the invasion, while Long Wang regretted being too weak to risk his life. Jiu Shen reminded them to level up for the Floor 7 boss. Luo Sha mentioned that according to the Magic Domain guidebook, this floor's boss only allows a maximum of 3 people to enter the battle at once. Long Wang wondered why there was such a restrictive limit. Jiu Shen confirmed the information and suggested they plan their strategy while heading toward the target. Luo Sha explained that the boss cave only opens once every 12 hours. Money Little Princess worried that the lack of slots would make things difficult for them. Jiu Shen proposed 2 waves of 3 people. The first wave included Jiu Shen, Yi Zhaikyu, and Money Little Princess, serving as tank, control, and healer. The second wave consisted of Luo Sha, Liu Yue Ying, and Long Wang. Luo Sha's tide collars could provide healing, while the others focused on high-speed damage. Long Wang agreed. Xiao too asked about her role, and Luo Sha reassured her that they would return for her after clearing the floor. She obediently agreed. Jiu Shen pointed forward, saying they would follow the plan toward the two-headed monster cave. Luo Sha noticed no mobs nearby and guessed someone was ahead. The entire team moved quickly toward the destination, keeping their guard up as they approached the boss room. Sure enough, there was a massive crowd ahead. Luo Sha recognized Chen Jia Xiao and correctly guessed that he was actually the infamous Chen Feng. Jiu Shen remarked that Feng Yun Jushi, standing next to him, was clearly an elite-tier expert, or perhaps even someone of a higher rank. Feng Yun Jushi arrogantly announced that Chen Jia Xiao was challenging the Floor 7 boss today, so everyone else had to wait their turn. The crowd protested that the boss belonged to everyone, but he coldly replied that their words must be backed by true strength and power. He drew his blade and slammed it into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that sent everyone stumbling backward in fear. Luo Sha marveled at the man's terrifying power, but Jiu Shen told everyone to stay back and observe the situation for a while before acting. However, Long Wang couldn't stand the arrogance and charged forward to challenge him, only for his staff strike to be easily parried by Feng Yun Jushi. The man sheathed his blade with a sneer, telling the young man that he clearly didn't know the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Long Wang's health bar dropped significantly from just a single strike, causing him to grit his teeth in sheer disbelief and shock. Luo Sha and Jiu Shen quickly pulled Long Wang back. Chen Jia Xiao gloated that the magic domain is a place where the strong devour the weak. Long Wang wanted to charge again in anger, but the others held him back since he was clearly not a match for such an expert yet. Chen Jia Xiao grew impatient because the minor mobs hadn't appeared. Feng Yun Ju, she said they had to wait for them to bring food to open the door. Little Princess was surprised. Luo Sha realized they were waiting for a delivery. A passerby explained further, and Luo Sha told Liu Yue Ying he had a plan. Before he could finish, the mobs appeared. The crowd stirred, telling each other to move aside and wait for the elites to finish off the boss. The mobs carried a suckling pig on a platter and slowly approached the cave entrance with a strange, rhythmic gait. Chen Jia Xiao said excitedly that the door was about to open. Right at that moment, a glowing red arrow streaked through the air. The arrow pierced the mob, killing it instantly. Chen Jia Xiao cursed loudly and spun around to see who had dared to interfere. He barked at Luo Sha, asking if he was crazy for shooting the mob. He yelled that if he couldn't fight the boss, no one else would get a turn. Luo Sha calmly stated that he was determined to kill those mobs today. Chen Jia Xiao was enraged because no one had ever challenged him like that. Luo Sha replied firmly that if they weren't allowed to fight, then no one would. Jiu Shen and Long Wang stepped up to support his bold stance. Chen Jia Xiao roared that he would show them the true, terrifying power of the Chen family. But Feng Yun Jushi stopped him, citing investigations by the Magic Domain Bureau. He declared that if they couldn't fight, no one else would either. Luo Sha smiled thinly and told them not to worry. He claimed that even if he killed the mobs, everyone would still be able to challenge the boss. Chen Jia Xiao laughed loudly and called it a pathetic bluff, saying everyone would have to wait until next year for their turn. Luo Sha didn't bother to argue. He simply raised his bow and fired a rapid succession of arrows at the remaining mobs in the area. In the blink of an eye, the large mobs were taken down by Luo Sha, leaving the entire crowd in a state of stunned silence and awe. Chen Jia Xiao was fuming with rage. Feng Yun Ju, she advised him to rest while waiting for the mobs to respawn, as the boss would still be theirs. He left while cursing his bad luck, followed by his subordinates. Luo Sha told the crowd to be patient, promising he would let everyone fight the boss. The crowd grumbled since the mobs were dead and would take 4 or 5 hours to respawn. No one believed Luo Sha's words, thinking it was just a lie. Seeing their skepticism, Luo Sha's group left without further explanation. Behind them, voices mocked them for seeking death by opposing the mad young master. Jiu Shen asked Luo Sha why he did that. Luo Sha smiled and told him not to be in such a hurry, as everything would become clear very soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately activated his summoning art, causing a bright light to envelop the area. A little giant appeared before the astonished eyes of everyone present, radiating a powerful and intimidating aura. Liu Yue Ying cheered. Finally understanding the plan, Long Wang laughed at their own forgetfulness regarding Luo Sha's talent. Luo Sha ordered the summon to knock. The little giant carried the suckling pig to the cave entrance and shouted loudly, sounding just like a punctual food delivery service. The door swung open immediately amidst gasps of surprise. No one in the crowd could comprehend how such a thing was even possible. Jiu Shen praised Luo Sha for the brilliant move. He told the first 3 to enter while he waited outside. Liu Yue Ying promised to return for them. The 2 lookouts left behind by Chen Jia Xiao hurriedly ran back to the altar to report this shocking development to their master. Inside the cave, a giant 2-headed boss was sleeping soundly. Sensing intruders, one of its heads snapped its eyes open and glared at Luo Sha. The horned head asked about the food, while the other head yelled about intruders. The horned head called the other stupid and ordered them to kill everyone. While the heads were bickering, Long Wang charged forward and slammed his staff into the horned head, making it howl in absolute pain. The twin-headed boss flew into a rage and swung its sharp weapon at Long Wang, catching him off guard with its incredible speed. The strike slammed into the ground, sending Long Wang flying. His health plummeted by 1,185 points instantly. Luo Sha's expression darkened as he warned everyone to be careful, noting that the creature's raw power was extremely dangerous for them. He summoned his Tide Caller team for support. Liu Yueying slashed the boss, but it only dealt 102 damage, frustrating her greatly. She leaped high into the air, intending to strike one of the heads directly with all of her gathered strength. However, a giant hand suddenly snatched her leg right out of the midair before she could land her finishing blow. The boss slammed her violently into the ground, creating a massive cloud of dust and debris that obscured everyone's vision. Long Wang immediately rushed forward to save Liu Yueying from further harm, refusing to let his teammate down in such a dire situation. In its madness, the boss swung her like a living weapon directly into Long Wang, causing a sickening thud to echo through the cave. Both of them coughed up blood from the agonizing impact of the collision, their health bars dropping to dangerous levels. They stood up and took their fighting stances, while the Tide Callers worked quickly to restore their health and stabilize their condition. Luo Sha summoned the heaven-swallowing frog to spray fire and suppress the boss's movements, giving his teammates some breathing room. At the same time, he fired arrows continuously, while his multiple summons coordinated for a massive all-out assault on the beast. The boss roared in fury because the opponent had called out so many helpers to tilt the scales of the battle in their favor. The two heads merged amidst a terrifying scream and unleashed a massive shockwave attack that shook the entire cave to its foundations. From the ground, another two-headed giant emerged as a magical clone, and both were equally fierce and aggressive. One clone lunged toward Rakshasa, catching him off guard since he didn't expect the boss to duplicate. Liu Yueying shouted a warning for him to be careful. The other clone was surrounded by his summoned beasts and was currently facing a series of violent counterattacks. Rakshasa realized that this boss was far more difficult than he had imagined, and it wouldn't be taken down as easily as the previous ones. Both heads of the giant smashed the surroundings continuously, howling with a primal rage to kill every single one of them. Rakshasa strengthened his resolve, determined that he would destroy this monster no matter what it took. Liu Yueying and Long Wang surged forward in coordination, while Rakshasa summoned the Death Butcher to join the combat. The three of them concentrated all of their power together to launch a massive, synchronized joint assault on the monster. In the blink of an eye, the boss's health bar plummeted by 5,755 points. Rakshasa was astonished by the sheer magnitude of the combined damage, while the boss let out a howl of agonizing pain. Rakshasa urged the other two to try the attack one more time, and they both immediately agreed to his plan. They struck both of the giant's heads at the same time, causing its remaining health to drop drastically once again. However, the combo failed to trigger this time. Long Wang took a heavy counterblow, losing 1,297 health and calling for immediate healing. Liu Yueying began to suspect that there was only a certain probability for that specific joint attack to actually activate. Rakshasa thought for a moment and then suggested they try once more, calling upon the butcher to provide extra support. The two coordinated their movements again. The boss's health dropped sharply, proving that only combined skills were truly effective. Liu Yueying was delighted with their success, while Rakshasa analyzed the situation, noting they needed to sync talents and summons to raise the combo rate. The boss charged forward in a frenzy, screaming with madness to kill all of the intruders who dared to enter its domain. Rakshasa shouted for everyone to get out of the way, and the entire team managed to dodge the lethal strike just in time. He calculated that because the boss had 2 health bars, they needed to defeat each head individually, prioritizing the one that used magic. The heaven-swallowing frog breathed a torrent of intense flames at the one-horned head of the massive giant. Liu Yueying attacked from the rear while Long Wang coordinated a combo, completely draining one of the boss's health bars. Rakshasa drew back his bow and said he would deliver the final blow himself so that he could summon the monster later. The arrow shot forward with incredible speed, tearing through the air and creating a sharp whistling sound. The boss had no time to react as the arrow pierced straight into its chest, causing the massive creature to finally collapse. Rakshasa cheered, celebrating their victory and the fact that they had successfully cleared the entire stage. The massive corpse of the two-headed giant fell to the ground with a heavy thud, finally defeated. Rakshasa immediately activated his summoning skill to claim the boss. The system congratulated him on defeating the Floor 7 boss. Long Wang was absolutely thrilled that they had finally managed to conquer the challenges of the 7th floor. With their primary mission completed, the three of them walked toward the glittering pile of treasure located just ahead. Standing before a mountain of sparkling riches, Rakshasa chose a crimson sword that stood out vibrantly among the other treasures. He handed the Arank one-handed sword to Liu Yuying, noting it was a perfect fit for her, which left her feeling deeply moved. Rakshasa told her not to hesitate because the sword was clearly meant for her, and Liu Yuying thanked him with sincere gratitude. Rakshasa gave Long Wang the Arank iron armor. The two of them left the remaining loot to him and decided to head to the Floor 8 altar. Long Wang recalled his father, saying the Floor 8 grasslands was once their homeland before the pit demons invaded and took over. Rakshasa looked out at the beautiful, sprawling scenery and found himself remembering fragments of his past life. Suddenly, a strange and unsettling sound echoed through the air as a massive army began to approach their position. Long Wang's face turned pale when he realized they were facing a massive and formidable army of centaur cavalry. People fled past them in a state of sheer panic, crying out for help. Long Wang noted it would be impossible to resist hundreds of monsters at once. An old man approached and suggested they join a 300-person team to wipe out the cavalry together. Rakshasa asked about the specific conditions required for them to join the large group. The old man demanded absolute obedience, with all loot divided by the captain, along with a joining fee of 10 demon soul orbs. Rakshasa politely declined since his teammates were still back on floor 7, but the old man continued to bargain by offering a lower fee. Long Wang was getting annoyed and was about to snap at him, but Liu Yuying advised him to just let it go. From a distance, they spotted Ju Shen and the little princess. Liu Yuying called out to them with a happy shout. Yi Zhaiqiu greeted them warmly, while Chen Jia Quangshao was shocked to see that they had already reached the 8th floor. A subordinate reported that Rakshasa had summoned a little giant to open the doors, which only made Chen Jia Quangshao even angrier. Rakshasa said he would open the gate for Ju Shen once they were finished and expressed his desire to help Zyro to clear the trial. Ju Shen told them to be careful. Yun Feng asked curiously if Rakshasa's talent was ranked at level or level S. Long Wang answered proudly that Rakshasa's talent was S rank, leaving Rakshasa with no choice but to offer an awkward, silent smile. Feng Yunju, she added that an S-rank talent explains a lot, then mentioned his ties to the Ministry of National Security and asked if he was interested in joining. Long Wang was startled and asked if it was truly the Ministry of National Security. Rakshasa was surprised the old man had ties to such a powerful agency. However, he calmly declined and thanked him for the offer. He explained he was still a student without any official certification yet. Chen Jia Quangshao asked Cao Lao irritably if he was trying to recruit the kid. The old man replied that an S-rank talent is worth recruiting for the family. Long Wang marveled that he truly admired Rakshasa for rejecting the ministry. Rakshasa admitted he didn't like Feng Yunju Shi because he seemed too calculating. 3 hours later, the entire group had gathered together at the Floor 8 grasslands to begin their next journey. Yu Tu was amazed by the dreamlike beauty of the place, while Yi Zhaiqiu praised the three for defeating the boss in under 30 minutes. The group prepared to go offline quickly. Before she left, Liu Yuying still made sure to softly say goodbye to Rakshasa. Early the next morning, the sun began to rise over the city. Zhang Zi went downstairs to say goodbye to Zyro Feng before school. As he stepped outside, a luxury black car pulled up in front of the house. A girl wearing a vibrant red dress stepped out of the vehicle, leaving Zhang Zi completely stunned by her sudden appearance. She pulled him into the car, explaining they were going to the largest charity event in the city. He only became interested when he heard a medical mogul would be there. She urged him to dress properly since the event was packed with important people. Zhang Zi was confused, wondering if a makeover was truly necessary. Before long, they arrived at a luxurious building where members of the press and the upper class were starting to gather. The interior was as magnificent as a palace, and everyone in attendance was dressed in their most elegant and expensive attire. Zhang Zi walked alongside Sister Jiang and stood out quite a bit. She proudly said she didn't lie to him, then left him to explore on his own. He spent some time wandering around the massive hall by himself, taking in the sights. Suddenly, he spotted Wang Yang across the room and decided to head over. They greeted each other. Wang Yang asked who had brought him since invitations were required. Before he could answer, Chen Feng appeared, though Zhang Zi didn't know him. Chen Feng raised his head haughtily and looked around the room as if the entire hall and everyone in it belonged solely to him. As soon as he caught sight of Liu Yueying, he swaggered toward her with an arrogant expression and called her name out loudly. He grabbed Liu Yueying's hand and claimed they had a marriage contract. She angrily demanded he let go, but he remained utterly shameless. Liu Yueying flew into a rage and scolded him, telling him to stop talking nonsense and to get lost immediately. Chen Feng, however, continued to follow her closely and refused to give up on his stubborn pursuit of the girl. Just at that moment, Zhang Zi appeared and called out to Liu Yueying, causing her to look back in a state of confusion. She felt that this young man looked incredibly familiar, but for some reason, she could not quite place where she had seen him before. Zhang Zi stepped forward and told her to come with him, saying he would lead her to meet some of her friends who were waiting. Chen Feng blocked his path and asked if he was Zhang Zi, to which the boy calmly replied, asking if they even knew each other before mocking him. Chen Feng lost his temper and threw a powerful punch directly at the young man's face with all of his strength. Zhang Zi easily blocked the strike with a calm demeanor, leaving Chen Feng standing there in a state of utter shock and disbelief. Sixth uncle suddenly appeared and stopped the fight. Chen Feng was furious, but he did not dare to act out in front of the elder. The old man reminded him that the old marriage contract was outdated and that this place was definitely not Jiangbei anymore. Chen Feng walked away, but he still declared that he would come back to formally propose after the martial arts competition was over. Liu Yue Ying was extremely annoyed, but sixth uncle reassured her before turning to thank Zhang Zi for stepping in to help her. Zhang Zi replied that the man looked familiar, but he could not remember where they had met, then politely asked for permission to take his leave. Sixth uncle turned to Liu Yue Ying and asked if she also found the young man to be somewhat familiar to her. She blushed and admitted there was a sense of familiarity, while sixth uncle laughed and said meeting Minister Dongfang was their main priority today. Wang Yang whispered that Zhang Zi was truly brave for clashing with Chen Feng, but Zhang Zi replied that he never intended to cause trouble. Seeing the crowd gathering restlessly at the entrance, Zhang Zi wondered who could have arrived to cause such a massive commotion. Greetings rang out as Minister Dongfang arrived, and everyone immediately stood up to welcome him with the utmost respect and courtesy. Zhang Zi recognized the girl walking next to the minister as an old acquaintance, leaving Wang Yang shocked that he knew such high-ranking people. The girl also recognized Zhang Zi out of the corner of her eye and was secretly quite surprised to see him there. On the stage, Sister Jiang announced the start of the auction, beginning the event with a very rare and precious painting. Zhang Zi looked at the painting and was suddenly startled because the piece of art looked incredibly familiar to his eyes. He quickly scanned the room, his eyes searching through the large crowd for a specific face that he suspected would be there. Sure enough, Boss Li was present. Zhang Zi was determined to expose him because the man made his fortune through the lives of others. He whispered to Wang Yang, asking for help with a dangerous task. Although his friend hesitated at first, he eventually agreed to the request. Wang Yang quietly slipped away and made his way toward the backstage area without drawing any unwanted attention to himself. The MC announced the starting price as 5 million. As it rose to 6 million, the large screen suddenly played a recording of Boss Lei holding the painting. The crowd broke into a loud chatter as they recognized Boss Lei. Panicking, he roared, demanding to know who was playing the footage. In the video, he was seen giving cold-blooded orders to kill the courier in order to steal the valuable painting for himself. The MC questioned him, and Zhang Zi stepped forward, saying that if he did not want people to know, he should not have done it. Zhang Zi asked Xiao Qin to help confirm the man's identity to the public to ensure everyone knew the truth. He stated that the person in the video was Huang Hanfei, a murderer who had just been caught, causing the entire hall to erupt in shock. Xiao Qin confirmed the identity, and Boss Li was arrested on the spot. Zhang Zi thought he had finally avenged his fallen friend. Minister Dongfang showed great interest in the young man and made a mental note to remember him for the future. Sixth uncle praised Zhang Zi for his courage and intelligence before leading Liu Yue Ying over to meet with the minister. Sixth uncle recommended Liu Yue Ying for a position in the Ministry of National Security. The minister said they must follow protocol but seemed pleased. He emphasized that he did not want any rumors of favoritism, so everything would be handled strictly according to the official regulations. The minister told them to contact Xiao Qin, who was in charge of human resources, and sixth uncle happily expressed his gratitude. Sister Jiang praised Zhang Zi for being so cool and informed him that the new artificial kidney would be prioritized for his younger sister. Sister Jiang felt it was a pity that he was leaving so early and missing out on the chance to build more valuable connections. Sixth uncle reassured Liu Yue Ying that there was nothing to worry about regarding her joining the Ministry of National Security. Liu Yue Ying suddenly realized that Zhang Zi looked exactly like Luo Sha from the Magic Domain, so sixth uncle suggested she ask him directly. She snapped out of her daze and decided to enter the Magic Domain to get a clear answer from him as soon as possible. She left in a hurry, while sixth uncle secretly smiled, realizing that his niece had finally started to develop feelings for someone. The floor 8 of the Magic Domain was packed with people. As soon as Luo Sha logged in, he appeared with his longbow in hand. Yi Zhaiqiu lamented that hunting here felt more like committing suicide, and Long Wang expressed his agreement with a heavy sigh. Zhang Zi asked about the situation, and Long Wang explained that without Liu Yue Ying today, they almost died against the Centaur cavalry. Jiu Shen said the level 2 expert examination was approaching, so they could not afford to fall behind. Just then, Liu Ying logged in. She wondered silently why Luo Sha would not admit he was actually Zhang Zi, while Little Princess cheered for them to start the hunt. Zhang Zi opened his guidebook and introduced the 3 different classes of centaurs found on the floor 8 of the domain. The archer type specialized in long-range attacks and would immediately try to increase the distance between themselves and any potential threats. The warrior types wore iron armor and wielded heavy axes. Elite versions of these guards watched the camps, making the mission extremely difficult. Luo Sha warned everyone to be very careful and to avoid being spotted by the enemy patrols while they moved through the area. Jiu Shen spotted a centaur warrior and immediately raised his massive shield to block an incoming strike from the creature. Jiu Shen reminded them not to summon bosses recklessly to avoid being surrounded, suggesting they should lure the enemies out one by one. Luo Sha drew his bow and fired a single arrow at the nearest centaur to draw its attention toward their group. The centaur let out a loud whinny and charged toward them. Zhang Zi smiled, seeing that his plan was working perfectly. The centaur charged straight at Jiu Shen, swinging its heavy axe and preparing to deliver a devastating blow to the tank. Seeing the situation turn critical, Long Wang and Liu Ying immediately rushed forward to provide much-needed support to their teammate. From a distance, Yi Zhaiqiu launched ice darts. Luo Sha shouted for everyone to focus their attacks on the creature's unarmored legs. Yi Zhaiqiu gritted his teeth and poured all of his energy into continuously launching waves of freezing ice darts at the target. The 4 hooves of the centaur were quickly encased in solid ice, leaving the creature frozen in place like a stone statue. Liu Ying seized the opportunity and leaped up to strike its head. The centaur collapsed, and Long Wang marveled at her increased damage. Jiu Shen stepped forward, saying he would hold the items for now and distribute them later. Luo Sha felt this method was too slow. He placed his hand on the ground to summon the heaven-swallowing frog, the death butcher, and the wolf boss into the battle. Long Wang cheered, but Jiu Shen reminded them that they needed to train themselves. Luo Sha told them to handle the warriors first. The entire team charged forward simultaneously, focusing all of their damage output on the remaining cavalry units in the area. Jiu Shen's shield expanded into a massive steel wall, providing solid cover so that everyone could close the distance safely. The butcher and the wolf boss charged into the fray, with the heaven-swallowing frog standing behind, spewing fire that incinerated a large section of the centaurs. In just a few moments, rows upon rows of cavalry were mowed down under the weight of the all-out offensive. Elder God nodded with satisfaction after taking down 3 enemies at once, and Rakshasa suddenly had a great idea, suggesting they should form a guild. Everyone said that forming a guild would be incredibly expensive, from the cost of demon soul orbs and equipment to health potions and compensation for member deaths. Rakshasa calculated the costs and realized it wouldn't be easy, but it was the future trend for adventurers. Elder God remarked that with their current strength, it would be better to put that idea on hold and plan for it later. After traveling a bit further, they reached the centaur stronghold. Elder God pointed out the base where the boss was located, and Rakshasa recognized a familiar face, the big brother Hai Gili. Elder God offered a greeting, and Hai Gili explained that the creature inside wasn't just a regular boss, but an elite boss. The whole group shivered at the news, knowing that an elite boss on the 8th floor was bound to be absolutely terrifying. Rakshasa pondered how the floor 1 elite boss had been so strong, making the floor 8 version even more frightening. Dragon King sighed, feeling as though their chances for the day were gone. Elder God suggested they head back to the altar for an early rest. Liu Ying wanted to say something to Rakshasa, but he had already logged off, leaving her to sigh in silence. Back at school, a familiar voice called out, saying that Zhang Zi had finally arrived at the classroom. A classmate asked why he was so late, and if he knew who had been looking for him all morning. Zhang Zi was surprised and wondered who it could be. His friend teased him, asking about his relationship with Liu Ying since she had come looking for him twice. Just then, Liu Ying appeared at the door and asked Zhang Zi to step out for a talk. The entire class gasped and gossiped about why the goddess was looking for Zhang Zi, wondering if the two were secretly dating. Wang Yang stepped out and told everyone to listen up if they wanted to hear the secret between Zhang Zi and the goddess. Wang Yang made up a story that Zhang Zi had liked Liu Ying for a long time, but was constantly rejected, which left the whole class in total shock. One girl even asked if Liu Ying was pregnant with Zhang Zi's child, pushing the gossip to a wild new level. Wang Yang panicked, clarifying that he never said such a thing and telling everyone not to misunderstand his words. At the football field, Liu Ying handed over a martial arts manual as a thank you, saying it could be helpful for the national martial arts competition. Zhang Zi refused at first because it was too valuable, but she explained that the school only had 2 slots for Qingdai Academy and that she would be waiting for him there. Zhang Zi wondered to himself if she had already figured out his secret identity as the adventurer Rakshasa. When he got home, his sister introduced their new homeroom teacher, Zio Qin. Zhang Zi suspected this move was related to the previous party they attended. Xiao Qin greeted him, saying she was visiting the parents, and then teased him by asking if he was afraid of her. His younger sister happily served some fruit, while Zhang Zi thanked the teacher, using her family name to keep things polite and formal. Xiao Qin mentioned that the rental cost for an artificial kidney was massive and asked what his plans for the future were, leaving him speechless and frustrated. She spoke frankly, revealing that she knew his identity as Rakshasa and left her phone number, telling him to consider his sister's well-being. After she left, Zhang Zi wondered if she wanted him to join the National Security Department as a new recruit for their operations. He asked his sister about the time Xiao Qin took office, and then decided to enter the demon realm early tonight. Xiao Feng was curious and wanted to follow him. The 8th floor of the grassland demon realm remained as beautiful and picturesque as a painting under the soft light. As soon as Rakshasa came online, Dragon King waved his hand and called him over to join the rest of the group. Dragon King was hoping the elite boss had already been defeated by someone else, but Rakshasa noticed a group of people arguing in the distance. Art-piercing arrow was being rejected because he was an archer. The others were complaining that his damage was too low compared to a professional mage. Elder God sighed, noting that the status of archers in the demon realm was truly pitiful and neglected by most party leaders. Rakshasa stepped forward and proposed forming an archery guild, which left everyone around him in a state of utter shock and disbelief. He committed to not charging any fees and guaranteed they would clear the 8th floor, asking if anyone had the guts to give it a try. Many people scoffed and laughed at his proposal, thinking that he was nothing more than a common scammer trying to trick desperate players. Despite the warnings from others, Rakshasa remained determined. Art-piercing arrow trusted him and joined, which encouraged many others to follow his lead. Rakshasa limited the free entry to 100 people for today, stating that he would start charging fees after they cleared the stage, causing the crowd to scramble to register. The archers decided to take a gamble and join the newly formed guild, hoping for a breakthrough in their stagnant progression. Elder God and Dragon King eventually joined because they trusted Rakshasa. Liu Yuying and Moonlight Bunny followed them into the guild as well. Dragon King joked, asking if the guild would even accept them, and Rakshasa smiled while nodding his head in approval at his old friends. He appointed them as high-level members, causing Moonlight Bunny to cheer with pure joy and excitement at their new titles. Elder God reminded them that they needed to clear the stage first. Rakshasa then asked everyone to buy shovels and spades, which left everyone very confused. He explained that if they couldn't find proper tools, they should buy earth-digging weapons to use whenever the situation required them in the field. Once everyone was prepared, Rakshasa declared that the real fun was finally about to begin for their newly established guild. Outsiders continued to mock them, but the Archer Guild moved silently toward the boss camp to begin their first major operation. The patrol paths along the way were filled with a large number of centaur soldiers guarding the area against any intruders. Rakshasa signaled for a halt and said he would pull the monsters while everyone else stayed back to provide cover fire from a distance. He instructed them to lock their targets on the cavalry that he lured toward them and then wait for his command to fire their arrows. Rakshasa drew his bow and fired the opening shot to start the engagement with the enemy centaurs. The arrow lodged itself into the centaur's hind leg, causing the monster to spin around in anger to face its mysterious attacker. It charged forward, swinging its dual blades, but Rakshasa called for everyone to get ready and then gave the order to fire their volleys. 100 arrows whistled through the air at the same time, converging on the single target with lethal and terrifying precision. The centaur's health bar was completely emptied in a mere heartbeat, leaving no time for it to react or even scream. Dragon King was stunned by the terrifying cumulative damage, as a follow-up rain of arrows proceeded to wipe out the remaining enemy formation. Art-piercing arrow laughed loudly, realizing that archers were incredibly strong when they coordinated their attacks. Rakshasa confirmed that this was their true power. He gave the order to clear out the remaining enemy remnants that were still blocking their path forward toward the camp. Onlookers gaped in disbelief at how powerful the archers were when working together, as Rakshasa continued to act as the bait for more enemies. The rain of arrows poured down like a violent storm, causing the centaur ranks to shatter and fall apart almost instantly. The monsters could do nothing but scream in frustration as they waited to be taken down by the relentless and cold-blooded barrage. Elder God praised Rakshasa as a genius, but he modestly replied that he simply remembered the invincible archer squads from the Qin dynasty history. Dragon King was curious about what the Qin dynasty was, but Rakshasa just smiled since that was a part of Earth's ancient history. The archer team quickly closed in on the boss camp, moving with newfound confidence and a clear sense of purpose. Rakshasa requested that they dig a massive pit around the gate that was deeper than a centaur and over 10 meters wide, which helped Elder God understand the plan. Everyone worked hard to dig the trench that would soon surround the entire boss encampment and serve as a deadly trap. Elder God was worried about whether they could lure over 100 enemies into the trap, but Rakshasa told him to leave that dangerous task to him. He refused to let Elder God act as the bait because he had a high agility stat and a potion that would increase his speed by 200% for 60 seconds. Once the pit was finished, Rakshasa said he would lure the enemies and then use a rope to leap across the gap to safety. Elder God and Liu Yuying both told him to be extremely careful and to watch his step during the dangerous and high-stakes task. Rakshasa nodded and then headed toward the centaur camp alone, while Dragon King and Liu Yuying waited behind with bated breath. We must believe that Rakshasa can do this. As he moved forward, he thought to himself that the area was truly packed. No wonder the boss could summon 100 centaur cavalry. Rakshasa hid behind a tent not far from the camp, his gaze fixed intensely on the centaur boss just ahead of him. He furrowed his brows, realizing that this was still the elite boss Senza that no one had managed to defeat yet. But whether it was an elite or not didn't matter today, it was going down. As soon as the thought finished, Rakshasa immediately drew his sturdy wooden longbow and aimed directly at the target. The moment the arrow left the bowstring, the centaur boss had already shifted its body to dodge the projectile with ease. It gritted its teeth and roared about the loathsome humans, then waved a yellow flag to signal for its entire army to assemble. Rakshasa glanced over and guessed that the yellow flag was likely being used to mobilize the ordinary cavalry units. In the blink of an eye, a group of centaur cavalry surged out and charged aggressively toward his position. Their numbers became increasingly dense, which only made Rakshasa more excited. He thought, "Come on, hurry up and chase after me." He pulled down his face mask and then tilted his head back to finish off an agility-boosting potion in one gulp. While running, he taunted those four-legged creatures to catch him if they could, though in his heart, he admitted their speed was not bad at all. Outside, everyone saw Rakshasa appear and shouted to get ready. The entire team raised their bows simultaneously, waiting for the command. The cavalry advanced with a sky-high murderous intent, their mouths screaming as they charged straight ahead into the fray. Rakshasa told himself that victory or defeat rested on this very step, depending on whether they would actually fall for the trap. He launched himself and grabbed a rope to swing across the pit like a bird, gliding through the wind. Liu Yuying's heart throbbed as she called out Rakshasa's name. The centaurs rushing behind him didn't pay any attention to the ground right in front of them as they charged. A long line of them fell into the pit, their screams echoing across a wide corner of the Great Prairie. Rakshasa immediately shouted for them to fire, and the Archer Guild members all followed his command at once. 100 arrows rained down into the bottom of the pit at the same time, striking the trapped enemies. The whistling rain of arrows pierced straight into the trapped centaurs, ending their lives in an instant. In no time at all, the entire cavalry was wiped out, and Rakshasa immediately used his summoning art to collect their souls. Long Wang got goosebumps and cried out that it was terrifying, while the little princess commented that archers were truly frightening. The archers cheered, having never seen their profession look as impressive as it did today, finally escaping the fate of constantly running while shooting. Rakshasa ordered the battlefield to be cleared, saying all loot would go into the guild warehouse to be divided equally among everyone. Everyone happily jumped down into the pit to collect the demon's soul orbs and various pieces of equipment left behind. Someone shouted that with nearly 300 cavalry, the soul orbs must be piled high, while Long Wang lamented again that he hadn't been able to help at all. Jushin reminded them that the boss still had 2 more summoning waves. Rakshasa reassured them that he had prepared enough potions and went to pull the next wave. Only a few minutes later, Rakshasa appeared in front of the boss's camp once again, ready for the next round. The second wave of cavalry, which was even more aggressive than the first, was lured out by him. Rakshasa ran toward the pit, but noticed that this group had blood-red eyes and a heavy, oppressive, murderous aura. Jushin's expression changed as he realized that this time they were facing heavy cavalry units. Jushin asked if their arrows could penetrate the armor. Rakshasa replied that he didn't have time to think and told them to just try it. Hundreds of arrows flew out as Rakshasa shouted for everyone to use all their skills and not let the formation collapse. However, the arrows simply bounced off the thick iron armor of the charging centaurs. The damage dealt was extremely low and almost entirely ineffective against such heavy protection. Jushin and Long Wang were worried and suggested a retreat, but Rakshasa knew that if they retreated now, the guild's prestige would crumble. He calculated that it might even lead to a wave of members leaving the guild altogether. Rakshasa raised his hand to signal a ceasefire, and Jushin thought he was finally deciding to retreat. He smiled and asked why they would retreat without killing the boss. If they couldn't kill these troops, they would trap them in the pit and pull the boss over to destroy it directly. Liu Yuying and Long Wang were panicked, saying that trying to pull an elite boss all by himself was nothing short of suicide. Jushin tried to stop him, but Rakshasa said he had a plan and asked everyone to place their trust in him. As he was about to leave, a hand pulled him back, preventing him from going any further. Liu Yuying warned him that an elite boss could kill a person in a single blow, but Rakshasa noticed that her face was turning a bright shade of red. He even teased her, saying that if she wanted to stop him, she would have to give him a kiss. She blushed and was about to nod when he had already jumped across the pit, laughing and saying he was only joking, which made her call out after him in anger. Rakshasa summoned the wolf boss and reassured everyone that he would be perfectly safe. A fleeting thought crossed his mind that he might actually be more important to her than he had originally realized. The archers were amazed as they watched their guild leader ride the wolf boss and charge directly into the enemy camp. Sounds of admiration rang out from the crowd about how cool he looked during the charge. Rakshasa shouted to the wolf boss that they didn't need to talk. It was time to start throwing the bombs. The wolf boss immediately hurled bombs toward the centaur boss, causing massive explosions. The boss roared, calling them lowly humans who dared to trespass upon its territory. The final team of cavalry also took to the field alongside their general. Rakshasa landed on the ground and tasked the wolf boss with continuing the bombing run. The wolf boss went wild, dropping bombs everywhere throughout the camp. Rakshasa drank his last speed-boosting potion to ensure he could stay ahead of the enemy. The bombs exploded and knocked away many cavalrymen. Rakshasa knew he had to pull the boss, so he aimed his bow and whispered an apology to the wolf boss. The boss roared that it would take his blood to dye its flag, but Rakshasa gave a cold laugh and told it to chase him if it had the guts. The cavalry swarm surrounded the wolf boss, causing it to become trapped in the middle of the camp. Rakshasa managed to escape from the camp, while the wolf boss remained behind, trapped in the center of the enemy encirclement. The wolf boss was beaten down, letting out a painful roar as it finally collapsed. Its final cry echoed through the camp as the enemy closed in. A massive explosion shook the entire region, leading everyone to believe the wolf boss had self-destructed. However, the centaur boss had already begun chasing Rakshasa, meaning the first step of his plan was a success. Rakshasa taunted the monster to come and show him just how powerful an elite boss actually was. Jushin shouted to get ready as the boss came into range, and Rakshasa quickly swung across the pit using the rope. The boss screamed for the human to die, and Rakshasa replied for his brothers to get ready for the strike. The entire team shouted in unison and fired, knowing their guild leader had risked his life to pull the boss to them. Hundreds of arrows flew like a downpour, aimed directly at the massive centaur boss. The escorting cavalry fell into the pit one by one, or collapsed under the relentless rain of arrows. But the elite boss remained standing firm, as the arrows were completely unable to pierce through his thick, heavy armor. The general let out a thunderous roar. As Heart Piercer commanded her units to continue firing, the boss launched his spear in a violent counterattack. The heavy spear lunged straight through Heart Piercer's body, depleting over 2,000 points of her health in a single instant. Ancient God was struck with terror upon seeing how the boss possessed both an absolute defense and devastatingly high attack power. While the others rushed to protect Heart Piercer, Rakshasa realized that it was finally time to play his ultimate trump card. He slammed his palm against the ground and let out a fierce shout, commanding his summon to appear and join the fray at once. The Black Flag Shaman was summoned forth by the power of the summoning art, its massive form radiating an intense and chilling killing intent. Everyone watched in absolute awe as the Black Flag Shaman emerged, while Dragon King grew excited as he recognized this powerful technique. Rakshasa called out to the Black Flag Shaman, declaring that it was finally time to unleash the true power of the Black Witchcraft. The Black Flag Shaman released a surging wave of dark energy that spiraled forward, heading directly toward the Centaur General. The shaman summoned a pitch-black object overflowing with sinister energy, gripped it tightly, and struck at the Centaur boss in a grim sacrificial ritual. The Centaur General was suddenly enveloped by a swirling vortex of deathly energy, and his expression shifted instantly to one of deep shock. The system announced that the target was afflicted by the level 1 death curse, while under this effect, all magic damage taken is increased by 20%. Ancient God was thrilled, identifying it as death sacrifice. The damage scales with the target's health, and stacking 5 layers means certain death for the enemy. Sensing the imminent danger, the boss immediately launched a counterattack with his spear, which whistled through the air as it spiraled toward the shaman. Ancient God instantly raised his shield to block the blow, shouting that they couldn't let the boss touch the shaman, though the impact cost him 500 health. Liu Yuying and Dragon King charged forward to engage in close combat and pin the boss down, while Sky-Swallowing Toad and the archers provided covering fire. Rakshasa screamed at the top of his lungs, commanding all long-range units to concentrate their entire firepower onto the boss to finish him off. The death curse triggered once more, stripping away tens of thousands of health points, just as Liu Yuying and Dragon King lunged in for the strike. Rakshasa watched the battle with bated breath, wondering why the enemy hadn't fallen yet, as the Centaur General let out a maddened, furious shriek. A sudden explosion rocked the entire battlefield, as the powerful skill known as earth-shaking thunder was violently activated by the desperate boss. This technique dealt 1,000 damage within a 5-meter radius, and inflicted a 15-second stun on anyone caught in the devastating blast. While Dragon King and Liu Yuying struggled to hold their ground, Rakshasa, an ancient god, immediately rushed forward to provide urgent reinforcements. Rakshasa stepped in and positioned himself firmly in front of Liu Yuying, acting as a human shield to protect her from the incoming onslaught. Taking advantage of the brief opening, he summoned additional two-headed monsters to serve as temporary shields for the rest of his team. Despite their efforts, the boss continued his frantic charge, thrusting his long spear directly toward the Black Flag Shaman with lethal intent. Rakshasa's face turned pale when he realized that no one was in a position to block the attack in time to save his valuable summon. The powerful thrust hit its mark with pinpoint accuracy, leaving the Black Flag Shaman in a critical state and on the very brink of death. Summoning its remaining strength, the shaman managed to cast one last death sacrifice, shrouding the boss in a heavy, suffocating aura of death. However, after delivering that final and decisive blow, the Black Flag Shaman's health was completely depleted, and it finally collapsed to the ground. The system announced that the Black Flag Shaman had been destroyed. Rakshasa was furious that the boss's critical hit damage was so insanely high. He gritted his teeth and loosed an arrow, ordering the entire team to pour out all their damage, while the sky-swallowing toad continued its fire support. Obeying the command, the sky-swallowing toad immediately vomited a massive sea of flames that completely engulfed the struggling centaur boss. Under the relentless and overwhelming barrage of combined attacks, the boss found himself momentarily disoriented and unable to maintain his composure. As his health bar steadily dropped, Liu Yuying was amazed by the sudden spike in their damage output, while Rakshasa searched for the perfect finishing blow. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Liu Yuying swung her blade and lunged forward to deliver the final, decisive strike against the weakened enemy. Rakshasa realized the curse debuff was still active, meaning both magic damage and the light slash technique were significantly amplified for maximum effect. He gripped his bow tightly, knowing his lifesteal effect was also amplified, and ignored the boss's dying screams as he continued his relentless assault. The boss reared up and slammed his heavy hooves down toward Liu Yuying, letting out a final, desperate roar of defiance as he faced his end. Feeling impatient that his own damage wasn't high enough yet, Rakshasa shouted at the sky-swallowing toad to not give the enemy any chance to use another skill. Another sea of fire erupted with a loud bang, forcing Dragon King and Liu Yuying to exert their inner energy for balance as the boss lost more health. As the boss's health hit rock bottom, he let out one final, earth-shattering scream that vibrated through every single corner of the battlefield. Finally, Rakshasa successfully took down the 8th floor boss, and the mighty centaur general collapsed in a heap of defeated armor and flesh. Dragon King stared in disbelief at the corpse of the elite boss. The system congratulated them on clearing the 8th floor, and Rakshasa wore a satisfied smile. Art Piercer and Little Rabbit cheered loudly for their hard-won victory, while the rest of the archers joined in to hail their guild leader's success. Little Princess's eyes sparkled at the sight of the massive pile of loot, and Rakshasa called for the entire team to head down and begin clearing it out. Rakshasa walked over to the remains of the fallen boss to personally inspect the rare items and equipment that had been dropped upon its death. The system displayed the Golden Killing Blade, a level 5 S-rank weapon with 1,600 to 3,400 damage and an attack boost. Rakshasa announced that whoever needed the blade should speak up for a fair distribution, but everyone unanimously decided to let him keep it. To them, an archer's honor was far more valuable than gold. The fact that Rakshasa hadn't charged them for the carry was already a massive display of integrity. Ancient God firmly asserted that the spoils of war rightfully belonged to Rakshasa, and that he was more than deserving of the rare reward. Rakshasa still decided to divide everything equally among all the members who fought, which only served to deepen their respect and loyalty toward him. Ancient God reminded the group that it was now time to move forward and locate the teleportation gate leading to the next floor of the tower. The group of players watching from behind were stunned to see the boss and his cavalry vanish, unable to believe that a bunch of archers pulled it off. Even though they tried to rationalize that a pro must have helped, the reality was that only the Archer Guild was now advancing toward the 9th floor gate. Little Rabbit let out an excited shout, announcing to the world that they were finally ready to take on the challenges of the 9th floor of the Demon Realm. The 9th floor was completely submerged in a dark and oppressive atmosphere that felt exactly like stepping into the depths of a literal hell. According to the Demon Realm handbook, the monsters here were bloodthirsty cultists, and Little Princess trembled as she hid behind Rakshasa for safety. Ancient gods suggested that they should all log off and rest after such a grueling and intense battle, a proposal that Rakshasa readily agreed to. Both Liu Yuying and Dragon King were also completely exhausted from the fight, so the entire team agreed to meet up again the next day to continue. Liu Yuying gently wished Rakshasa a good night's rest, but she remained behind for a moment, deep in thought about his mysterious and impressive identity. The scene shifted to the following morning at the school, where the bright sun shone down upon the campus as students began to arrive for their classes. The school courtyard was bustling with life, filled with the cheerful sounds of laughter and the chatter of students discussing their daily lives. Wang Yang expressed his anxiety about the upcoming national exams, but Zhang Zi calmly advised him to just stay focused on his studies and keep a clear head. Zhang Zi declared with absolute conviction that he was determined to secure a spot at the prestigious Qingdai Academy, no matter what it took. Suddenly, a loud commotion broke out in the middle of the courtyard because a male student had just been soundly defeated in a duel by a female peer. He literally stood there with an arrogant smirk, taunting the crowd by claiming that such weaklings were completely unworthy of even applying to Qingdai Academy. She pointed her finger directly at Zhang Zi and issued a bold challenge, demanding that he step forward and face her in a duel right now. Wang Yang whispered a warning that she was a notoriously aggressive student from the academy, but Zhang Zi simply chose to ignore her entirely. Infuriated by his blatant indifference, he literally let out a snarl of rage and lunged forward to launch a sudden and violent attack against him. She threw a powerful punch toward Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi calmly caught the retaliatory kick and neutralized her attack. Lily was astonished by his reaction, but continued to provoke him further. She spun her body around and delivered a kick aimed directly at Zhang Zi's head. He dodged it gracefully and recalled the complex techniques from Liu Yuying's manual. Zhang Zi performed a swift leg sweep, sending Lily tumbling hard onto the ground. She recognized the familiar cloud shrouding the moon technique and grew even more suspicious of his identity. Zhang Zi spoke coldly, saying that if she really wanted to fight, they should meet again at Qinghua. The crowd gossiped about Zhang Zi while, on the 9th floor of the demon realm, Rakshasa panicked because he had logged in late. He saw a notification message stating that everyone else had already gone ahead to explore the area. They left instructions for him to wait at the altar if he happened to arrive after they had already departed. A member named Mo Xiuo was delighted to find the guild leader and rushed over to speak with him immediately. He begged Rakshasa to go down to the 8th floor to save their teammates from a dire situation. Rakshasa was surprised by this request because he had assumed they were traveling under Zhu Shen's protection. Mo Xiuo explained that the group was weak and had been training on the 8th floor when they were hunted into a dead end by cavalry. Rakshasa decided to go and rescue them. As Rakshasa focused on sending a message to the others, Mo Xiuo revealed a brief and sinister smirk. The 8th floor was unusually quiet and eerily still at this particular moment. Mo Xiuo pointed toward the path ahead, but Rakshasa grew suspicious because the entire area was filled with strange flags and fortifications. He continued to urge the leader forward, claiming that their teammates were trapped in a dangerous spot just ahead. Rakshasa observed the surroundings closely and told him not to rush. His cautious attitude made Mo Xiuo feel a brief and sudden pang of unease. Rakshasa quickly estimated there were 7 heavy centaur cavalrymen, but saving lives was still his top priority. He immediately slammed his hand onto the ground to prepare his summoning skill. The centaur general he had previously captured and tamed was summoned and appeared instantly before them. Mo Xiuo turned pale upon seeing the general manifest. It was clear he had absolutely no idea this boss had become Rakshasa's loyal summoned beast. Rakshasa reassured him not to be afraid since it was just his own summon. Then he gave the order for the general to charge ahead. The centaur general accelerated like a bolt of lightning, charging straight at the enemy line with his massive spear level. The cavalry hidden inside the cave detected the intruder and swarmed out in massive numbers to meet the challenge head-on. The general carved a bloody path through the low-level cavalry alone. Rakshasa shouted at Mo Xiuo to go save the people while he led the monsters elsewhere. Rakshasa stayed behind for a moment, firing provocative arrows to draw even more cavalry units toward his own position. Mo Xiuo turned and left the area, a strange and unsettling glint momentarily flashing deep within his eyes. He grabbed his bow and ran into a nearby tent to hide, while Rakshasa felt more and more that something about this entire place was not right. The centaur general unleashed his powerful thunderous stomp, causing the surrounding cavalry soldiers to tumble over in chaos. Even though he had taken down a significant number of enemies, more cavalry kept appearing from the shadows, which filled Rakshasa with deep doubt. Suddenly, a blurred figure moved behind Rakshasa's back, and the general immediately delivered a powerful counterkick to intercept them. The heavy stomp caused the earth to shake violently, echoing throughout the area with a deep and muffled explosion. Rakshasa realized there was an ambush in place and immediately ordered his summon to attack the masked individual. The masked man was knocked flat on his back, but before he could confess any information, the general made his final move. A heavy spear was hurled through his back, ending his life instantly and leaving him dead on the spot. From a distant watchtower, a high-velocity arrow tore through the air, heading straight for Rakshasa's vital points. Rakshasa dodged just in time and looked up in shock, finally realizing that Mo Shuo was the one playing these treacherous tricks. Mo Shuo gave a sinister laugh and said he should only blame himself for foolishly offending the powerful Dawn organization. He bragged that the bounty on Rakshasa's head had risen to over 10 million, making the eyes of his cohorts turn red with greed. Rakshasa counterattacked instantly, hitting Mo Shuo's shoulder, and said coldly that the three of them weren't enough to kill him. Mo Shuo was in pain but still laughed because they were in a training camp. He boasted that the real general was returning soon, and that Rakshasa could not escape unless he managed to slaughter every single cavalryman here. Rakshasa heard the frantic thundering of hooves approaching from behind and turned his head around to see the new threat. In just a moment, over 100 cavalrymen had completely surrounded him. Mo Shuo ordered the scene of Rakshasa's death to be filmed so they could collect the massive reward. However, contrary to their expectations, one of the elite cavalrymen approached Rakshasa's summoned beast with a strange behavior. The system asked for confirmation to use a random teleportation scroll. Rakshasa thought to himself that while he had been lured into a trap, he wasn't completely out of options. The people standing high above mocked him, assuming Rakshasa was too terrified to even use a scroll to flee, while Mo Shuo provoked him further. The massive squad of centaur cavalry finally swept in like a rising tide, drowning the area in the sound of charging hooves. They laughed loudly, believing today would be Rakshasa's final day, and that 15 million was about to flow directly into their pockets. Luosha stood tall and declared that they might have misunderstood. He said he would now take the lives of those who dared to exploit his kindness to deceive him, as everyone must pay the price. Mo Shuo laughed loudly in mockery, thinking Luosha had gone insane from fear. He claimed it was Luosha who would die because there were 500 centaur cavalrymen behind him. He said once he finished them off, he would send Luosha to hell. However, contrary to their expectations, the centaur cavalry only surrounded Luosha like guards protecting a commander. They did not launch any attacks against him at all. Luosha smiled with satisfaction and reaffirmed that their deaths were already predetermined. Mo Shuo stared in terror, stammering incoherently as he realized the situation was spiraling out of control. The two people standing beside him were also stunned into silence, as everything happening was too hard to believe. Normally, the centaur cavalry should have immediately eliminated Luosha. Instead, they just looked at each other in total confusion, unable to understand what was going on. Luosha calmly ordered the centaur general to mobilize the soldiers to attack the watchtower. The general immediately bowed his head in obedience to the command. He raised a high red flag to give the signal for an all-out charge. The cavalry immediately screamed and lunged forward like a cyclone. Their momentum surged like a swarm of ants flooding toward the watchtower. Mo Shuo's group panicked, unable to understand why the cavalry had turned to attack them instead. A sense of unease rose within them as they saw Luosha standing there with a calm expression. Usually, the target of this army should have been Luosha, however. They were still dazed when they realized the entire cavalry was absolutely following his every command. Without a single redundant word, the cavalry focused on destroying the watchtower according to Luosha's instructions. In despair, one of them screamed that the Dawn organization would not forgive him, but soon after, Mo Shuo's entire group was completely wiped out. Standing outside, Luosha coldly repeated his warning that anyone who dared to deceive him would die in agony. On a distant cliff, a masked figure silently observed the entire event. He secretly evaluated that Luosha was indeed an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. This person quickly recorded the battle and sent a report stating that Mo Shuo's entire group had been eliminated by the centaur cavalry. This left the recipient of the news in complete shock. After settling everything, Luosha returned to the 9th floor of the demon realm, where his teammates had also just arrived. Chu and Xin could not help but remark that this floor was truly too perverse. Luosha began to recount that the place was filled with evil cult followers. He said their behavior was no different from that of raving madmen. He wrote in his notebook that the monsters on this floor were mainly evil cult followers in red and blue robes. When the redrobed followers were killed, their bodies would mutate into hideous monsters. Their attack and defense stats would double, making them incredibly difficult to defeat. The blue-robed followers were even scarier. Although they were easy to kill, they would curse the one who killed them after they died. Jushen added that the curses included reducing attack, defense, and speed. They also caused continuous health loss and many other effects. There could be over 10 types that lasted for 1 hour in the demon realm. Just thinking about it gave Long Wang a headache. Zhu Shen continued to emphasize that the most terrifying one was the high priest boss. His chamber was filled with poisonous snakes whose attacks caused continuous bleeding. This forced adventurers to use an antidote immediately. Once all the poisonous snakes were killed, the high priest would use dark magic. This would reduce all of the target's stats to 0, making them useless until the boss was defeated. It did not stop there. After he died, he would enter the second phase by being possessed by the evil god. He would transform into a massive and horrifying creature. To defeat the High Priest, at least 10 elite-level adventurers were required. Luo Sha emphasized the need for a support adventurer capable of dispelling debuffs. Long Wang thought such a person would be very hard to find. Long Wang suggested everyone use activation potions to neutralize debuffs and increase resistance. However, because of the high price and rarity, no one agreed with the plan. Luo Sha wondered about Liu Yuying's absence. Long Wang explained that her family had an emergency. He also mentioned that she had to register her college preferences tomorrow, so she could not join them. Luo Sha decided to let the team rest early since many were cursed. Everyone logged out helplessly in a gloomy mood because they had not yet found a suitable support member. At the Liu family estate, Liu Yuying put on her competitive outfit with a determined look in her eyes. She was ready to enter the battle. She went to greet her opponent and began preparing for the intense competition. Her opponent was Tang Xiaoi, a mischievous cousin who pretended to be weak. However, Liu Yuying quickly exposed her identity as the champion of the 40th Student Martial Arts competition. She was a genius with an S-rank talent who had been fast-tracked into Qingdai University and was even on the shortlist for the Ministry of National Security. Xiaoi immediately lunged forward to attack, while teasing that Liu Yuying still could not get into Class A at Qingdai. She then demanded that Liu Yuying prove her strength. Liu Yuying calmly replied that Class A should not be underestimated. She said it contained many silent experts, and some had even become level 2 Demon Realm powerhouses in the real world. Xiaoi still showed disdain, believing the strength of Class A was only average. While the two were fighting fiercely, He Lily suddenly appeared and called out to Liu Yuying. Xiaoi saw He Lily and asked in surprise if she had been injured. He Lily angrily recounted that when she went to school to find someone to challenge, she met an annoying teenager. She discovered that he used the martial arts of the Tang family. Xiaoi was shocked and suspected that he might be her father's illegitimate son. She immediately wanted to go back and ask for the truth, despite He Lily's advice. He Lily tried to discourage her, but Xiaoi remained determined. Meanwhile, Liu Yuying could only sigh as she thought about her cousin's enviable natural talent. At the National Martial Arts Competition, Zhang Zi had arrived early. Around him, students were talking about registering their university preferences. During the conversation, Zhang Zi's phone suddenly rang. Pan Pan called to inform him that his younger sister, Zhang Feng, had not come to class. The teacher asked him to find out why. Zhang Zi was alarmed because the two siblings had left the house together in the morning. This led Pan Pan to decide to contact him again, immediately to check on the situation. Soon after, he received a strange message. At the exact time, his sister was reported missing. The message contained a photo of Zhang Feng tied up, along with a threat forcing him to give up the martial arts competition and leave Tianfeng City. Otherwise, he would receive his sister's corpse. Zhang Zi was furious and confused, wondering if his identity as Luo Sha had been exposed. Looking around in panic, Zhang Zi realized that his sister was his only remaining relative. He could not allow any mistakes to happen. He suddenly remembered Xiang Xiaoqin and quickly took out the business card with her contact information. As soon as the call went through, Zhang Zi asked Xiang Xiaoqin to help find his sister. Meanwhile, in a ruined abandoned building, the place where Zhang Feng was held was completely empty and cold. The two minions on guard looked worried. They complained about having to stay overnight in this gloomy place, but they were forced to complete the task assigned by their boss. Suddenly, one of them stammered in panic when he discovered someone had appeared. When they turned around, both were terrified into silence because Zhang Zi had found them. He kicked the door open and charged in, roaring to ask for his sister's whereabouts, which threw them into a panic. Without hesitation, Zhang Zi immediately lunged forward to attack. A powerful punch landed squarely on the man's face, sending him tumbling to the ground. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, affirming that Zhang Feng was still safe inside. Zhang Zi demanded in a low voice that he reveal the mastermind, or he would not spare his life. In fear, he confessed that the person behind everything was Chen Hao. He said Chen Hao wanted to eliminate Zhang Zi to easily get into Qingdai University. Zhang Zi grit his teeth in rage when he learned that Chen Hao dared to kidnap his sister just for personal ambition. He felt it was truly an unforgivable act. He immediately rushed to the martial arts gym, shouting loudly for everyone to get out of the way. His furious aura left everyone around him in total shock. At this moment, Chen Hao was on the phone and realized that the plan had been exposed. He also admitted that Zhang Zi was not simple at all. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Zi kicked the door open and burst in, loudly calling out Chen Hao's name. Without beating around the bush, he directly questioned him about the kidnapping. Chen Hao admitted everything and claimed that Zhang Zi was the biggest obstacle on his path to kingdom. He declared that to achieve his goal, anyone who stood in his way, including Zhang Zi, had to be removed. Right after that, Chen Hao took out a bottle of purple medicine and drank it. This left everyone wondering about its effects. Zhang Zi was astonished to see Chen Hao's strength double instantly. His face became fierce, accompanied by a sinister and wicked smile. Chen Hao coldly declared that Zhang Zi would soon know the effect of that medicine, but he said by the time he realized it, it would be the moment he went down to meet the King of Hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed an extremely powerful punch toward Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi raised his hand to block the blow but was still pushed back. He realized the force of the strike was about 200 kilograms and was amazed by this abnormal strength. He questioned the medicine that Chen Hao had taken, however. The opponent only responded aggressively, telling him to go to hell and ask the King of Hell. Another punch flew toward him at a terrifying speed. It clearly showed Chen Hao's deep obsession with defeating Zhang Zi. Seeing Zhang Zi continuously dodge, Chen Hao laughed triumphantly. His punch shattered the wall behind them. He mocked the dodging, but Zhang Zi calmly replied that only a fool would confront an enemy head-on before finding an opportunity to counterattack. Chen Hao continued to charge like a tiger hunting prey. Meanwhile, Zhang Zi patiently observed to find his opponent's weakness. Finally, Zhang Zi delivered a direct punch to the stomach, causing Chen Hao to fall. He affirmed that this was revenge for his sister, leaving Chen Hao trembling in fury. However, Chen Hao quickly grit his teeth, stood up, and continued to counterattack. The sudden attack left Zhang Zi with no time to react. He could only stare witty as he realized the danger of the situation. Chen Hao rushed forward, grabbed Zhang Zi's neck tightly, and pinned him to the ground. He madly declared to see if Zhang Zi could dodge this time. In the moment of life and death, Chen Hao was suddenly thrown far away. This left Zhang Zi stunned, not yet understanding what had happened. The force of the blow was so immense that Chen Hao slammed into the wall, causing it to crack instantly and leaving his face pale with agonizing pain. It turned out that Xiang Xiaoqin had arrived, and with a single swift kick, she had rendered Chen Hao completely defenseless. She coldly inquired about Zhang Zi's condition, proving that the boy was no match for her at all. Zhang Zi coughed and thanked her for her timely arrival, joking that if she had been any later, he would have been meeting with King Yama himself. Xiaoqin indifferently replied that had she known, she would have arrived even later. Afterward, she ordered her subordinates to take Chen Hao back to the laboratory for processing, and everyone immediately obeyed her command. Chen Hao was now like a hollow shell, his face deathly pale. Zhang Zi wondered about the drug that had given him such abnormal strength, and Xiaoqin noted it might be a forbidden demon realm substance she was currently investigating. This information stunned Zhang Zi, as items from within the demon realm were never supposed to manifest in the real world. Xiaoqin explained that many old records were now obsolete. Over the last 2 years, certain factions had created special vessels to transport items out of the demon realm, and they needed to interrogate Chen Hao to confirm the details. Just then, the police brought Zhang Feng over in a state of panic. Zhang Zi joyfully embraced his sister to reassure her, while Xiaoqin suggested he take her home so she could stay behind to handle the scene. Zhang Zi agreed to leave, promising to stay in touch if needed. On the way home, Zhang Feng suddenly asked if he had registered his preferences for the upcoming college entrance exam. Zhang Zi reassured her that everything was settled, and he would definitely get into Qingdai University to earn money for her medical treatment, giving Zhang Feng hope that she might one day enter the demon realm too. At floor 9 of the demon realm, a large crowd of adventurers had gathered early, proving that many had successfully cleared floor 8. Upon seeing Rakshasa appear, Liu Yuying anxiously asked why he was late and if anything had happened. He simply smiled and assured her everything was fine. Giant God stepped forward to greet him, happily announcing that the guild leader had finally arrived and all the members were ready to mobilize. However, the biggest problem remained how to conquer floor 9. Heart Piercer bluntly stated that without a support adventurer, clearing the stage would be extremely difficult. Rakshasa mentioned he had posted on the forum to recruit a support and promised to share the loot, but no one had responded yet. Giant God sighed because such adventurers were rare, while Dragon King revealed he knew a very powerful support who even led a team, but he hesitated to say more. Giant God immediately scolded Dragon King for not speaking up sooner, and the little princess also urged him to reveal the truth instead of continuing to stammer. Dragon King reluctantly admitted that this person was notoriously greedy and selfish, which made the little princess curious about just how greedy he could be. Dragon King explained that by custom, this man might demand all the loot after clearing the stage, leaving Liu Yuying and Giant God simultaneously struck with disbelief. The little princess exclaimed that such a level of greed far surpassed even her own, while Zhai and Rakshasa were also taken aback by the news. Dragon King added that he was an old classmate of his father's and had been a top figure in the National Security Department before leaving to form his own support team, leading Giant God to conclude that his strength must be formidable. Rakshasa affirmed that this was exactly the person the team needed and expressed a desire to see his abilities firsthand. Dragon King promised to make contact the following day, as their personal connection would make negotiations easier. Heartpiercer suggested they log off early since there was no further progress, but Rakshasa proposed a plan to scout the temple's layout and invited Heartpiercer and Giant God to join him if they weren't busy. Heartpiercer excitedly agreed, and Giant God concurred, telling the rest of the group to go rest while the three of them conducted the reconnaissance. Giant God explained that the monsters on this floor were concentrated inside the temple, so they were safe as long as they didn't cross the threshold. Rakshasa suggested going in to observe, causing a stir among bystanders who couldn't believe 3 people would take such a risk. Before long, the 3 of them stood before the gloomy and foreboding doors of the temple. Giant God immediately reminded everyone to be extremely careful, as the area was saturated with dangerous, malevolent energy. The system announced that under the influence of the evil aura, human skill damage would increase by 10%. Yet Rakshasa noted how terrifying the place was since they faced debuffs even before the fight started. Giant God mentioned that once they passed the front corridor, they would encounter the boss and countless cult followers. Heartpiercer confirmed they had been cursed the moment they entered that area during their last attempt. Recognizing the danger, Rakshasa decided to postpone the scouting until they had a support adventurer. He told Heartpiercer to keep leveling with the archer team on floor 8 tonight before they all returned, hoping Dragon King would bring good news soon. On the outskirts of Tianlong City, a convoy of luxury vehicles likely belonging to the National Security Department moved along a deserted road, where a policeman remarked that despite his youth, Chen Hao was stubborn and was about to confess the whole truth. The driver added that once Chen Hao met Professor Aoyang, he would certainly be forced to cooperate and recount everything he knew. Suddenly, Xiang Xiaoqin spotted a strange object hurtling toward the convoy and immediately shouted a warning for everyone to watch the road ahead. However, the warning came too late as massive boulders unexpectedly rolled down to block the path. Xiaoqin immediately leaped from the car and yelled for everyone to stay alert. Some vehicles overturned, while others were rendered immobile, leaving the entire convoy backed into a corner with nowhere to run. Observing from the top of a ruined building, Xiaoqin spotted a mysterious figure standing there, watching the chaos unfold. The masked individual looked at her with an inscrutable gaze, as if he had been waiting for this moment, and Xiaoqin immediately lunged toward him. She furiously demanded to know the stranger's identity, while launching a powerful strike with the weapon in her hand. However, the masked man evaded the attack with ease, causing Xiaoqin to grit her teeth in frustration. Realizing the opponent's speed was incredible, she demanded his name, but he only replied that it didn't matter, and declared that the light of Dawn's victory would soon consume this place. Hearing this, Xiaoqin realized with a shock that her opponent was a member of the Dawn organization. As soon as he finished speaking, the masked man threw his cloak high into the air. Dozens of bats flew out from within the cloak to obscure her vision, and Xiaoqin realized she had fallen for a diversionary tactic meant to lure her away from the convoy. When she turned back, she was horrified to see that the vehicle carrying Chen Hao had exploded into a ball of fire. The next morning at the National Martial Arts Competition, the atmosphere was incredibly lively as contestants and spectators gathered in large numbers. Zhang Zi walked down the stairs, telling himself to work harder before the exam, when he suddenly heard Xiang Xiaoqin's familiar voice asking him to just call her by her name instead of using her official title. She quickly broke the bad news. Chen Hao had been snatched away from the security department by a mysterious and powerful force. Zhang Zi was shocked by the news and couldn't help but wonder who would have the audacity to openly steal a prisoner from the National Security Agency. Xiang Xiaoqin reassured him and reminded him that he still owed her a favor, then suggested he join the security department to become her teammate, but he hesitated because of the upcoming competition. She handed him a slip of paper, as if it were a special arrangement she had prepared for his future. Zhang Zi took it with a look of intense curiosity, wondering what kind of information was written inside. Before leaving, Xiang Xiaoqin explained that he just needed to go to the address on the paper to meet someone who would provide special training to guarantee his admission to Qingdai University. The scene then shifted to a small house, where a woman was pleading with a professor to tutor her son. At the same time, Zhang Zi followed the address on the paper and told himself that he had likely found the right place. When he arrived, the woman looked at him with a gaze that was far from friendly or welcoming. Zhang Zi ignored her and knocked on the door to introduce himself, saying Xiang Xiaoqin had sent him, which prompted the owner to open the door and assess him as the talent she had mentioned. Zhang Zi was surprised by the professor's somewhat peculiar way of addressing him. Suddenly, Professor Pang launched an attack toward Zhang Zi, forcing him to react quickly and dodge the blow. She continued with a relentless barrage of strikes, and although Zhang Zi tried his best to evade them, he was eventually hit by a kick to the stomach that sent him flying back. He fell to the ground in pain, while the young boy with the woman huddled fearfully in his mother's arms. Professor Pang turned to the woman and told her that her son had no talent, so she wouldn't teach him, advising the woman to take her money and leave. She then pointed at Zhang Zi and claimed that his ability to dodge 2 of her kicks proved he had martial arts talent, then invited him inside, leaving Zhang Zi to clutch his chest and groan about her excessive strength. Shortly after, Zhang Zi's cries of agony could be heard coming from inside the house, as he underwent his grueling and harsh training sessions. That evening, Zhang Zi's sister called him out for dinner, breaking the quiet atmosphere of the house. Zhang Zi was busy chanting a cultivation formula, which made Xiao Feng ask about it curiously, and he excitedly declared that he had gained a new understanding of the secrets of power. He explained that he had recently been studying the dragon breath technique under a senior, and finally understood its essence, intending to enter the demon realm tonight to hunt for demon soul orbs to boost his stats. Xiao Feng asked worriedly if taking such risks to get into Qingdai was too dangerous, but Zhang Zi maintained that this was just a stepping stone on his path to becoming stronger. After dinner at floor 9 of the demon realm, the members quickly logged on. Rakshasa appeared and immediately asked about Dragon King, but Giant God said they had been waiting for over 30 minutes and he still hadn't arrived. Right then, Dragon King's voice rang out, signaling his arrival along with the person everyone had been waiting for. Dragon King led a middle-aged man whose name in the demon realm was Cold Wind Thinker. Dragon King introduced him as the incredibly powerful support adventurer who would help the team conquer floor 9, and Cold Wind immediately set the condition that all the loot would belong to him, which Rakshasa readily accepted. The system announced that Cold Wind Thinker had joined the party. He satisfiedly urged everyone to set out, while Heart Piercer was surprised that he was the only support for a team of over 100 people. Cold Wind confidently asserted that he alone was more than enough to ensure everyone reached the final boss safely. Before the skeptical eyes of the crowd, he triumphantly summoned the green barrier to prove his unique abilities. Immediately, all team members were enveloped by a mystical and ethereal green light that glowed brilliantly around them. Everyone stood frozen in sheer amazement at the sight of this miraculous and beautiful protective effect. The system announced that the effect helped teammates within a 100-meter radius increase demon soul orb efficiency by 100%, while simultaneously reducing debuff influence by 60% indefinitely, causing everyone to marvel at Leng Feng's power. After preparations were complete, the group quickly headed toward the gathering area where the evil cultists were located. Rakshasa asked Dragon King in a low voice about Leng Feng's talent rank, and he answered that according to his father, it was only an A-rank talent. Dragon King explained that the true power came from the S-rank blessing orb in Leng Feng's hand, which was far from an ordinary weapon. This blessing orb had the capability to increase talent skill effectiveness by 100% and possessed a level of durability that was nearly perfect. Rakshasa understood that it was thanks to this special demon soul orb that Leng Feng's A-rank talent could far surpass even those with natural S-rank talents. Leng Feng reminded them that as they moved deeper into the area, enemies would start attacking, and everyone needed to stay within the green barrier to receive the buffs. If they left the range, they would have to bear the consequences alone. The further they went, the more gloomy and cold the atmosphere became, making Xiao too tremble before the terrifying and dark scenery. On the ground lay numerous corpses with eyes that remained wide open in death, their white pupils creating a gruesome sight that made anyone who saw it shudder with fear. From afar, the cultists stood waiting like malevolent deities, and Leng Feng declared he was only in charge of buffs and preventing curses, while killing the monsters would be the responsibility of the others. Rakshasa immediately agreed to the terms. The team cautiously moved closer to the enemies, with Jushin and Dragon King leading the way to ensure everyone's safety. Rakshasa quickly issued tactical orders, splitting the forces to attack the red-clothed and blue-clothed cultists on both flanks, while requesting the archer team to prepare to fire. At the signal, hundreds of arrows tore through the wind toward the enemy, and Heart Piercer gloated that they would be taken down in just a heartbeat. An arrow hit a blue-clothed cultist, causing the oil lamp held in his hand to shake violently from the impact. The lamp fell to the ground and shattered into pieces, releasing a strange purple gas that quickly began to spread throughout the area. Rakshasa immediately warned everyone about the appearance of a curse, and the system announced a level 1 vicious curse effect that increased damage taken by 10% due to the influence of the evil energy. Right after that, the green light from the green barrier covered the whole team, leaving everyone amazed by the powerful protective effect that nullified the darkness. Leng Feng reassured everyone that he had accepted the request to lead the team through this floor, so they should confidently put all their effort into attacking without any worry for their safety. With the support of such a high-level expert, the team's morale immediately soared, and everyone eagerly grabbed their weapons to charge forward. Dragon King laughed with excitement because he could finally fight freely. Yi Zhaikyu stood nearby, reminding everyone to fight quickly and secure a swift victory, while she and Rakshasa both focused intensely on commanding the flow of the battle. The chaotic battle quickly broke out as the melee warriors charged ahead, while the archer team stood in the rear, providing continuous and lethal fire support. Leng Feng noticed that Xiao too was not participating in the fight and asked for a reason. The little girl frankly admitted her weak combat ability, and when scolded, she countered that he was also just standing outside supporting, leaving Leng Feng speechless at her wit. A thick rain of arrows whistled through the air toward the cultists, quickly putting the enemy forces at a severe disadvantage. Lang Feng stood before the large door and reminded them that after collecting this wave's loot, everyone had to hand it all over to him, according to their previous agreement. He turned back to announce that behind the door was the final boss, the High Priest, and suddenly demanded more money if they wanted him to continue supporting them in this final battle. This unexpected request left Rakshasa and Dragon King utterly astonished. Dragon King immediately protested, because this was completely contrary to the original agreement they had made. Lang Feng smiled sinisterly and explained that he only accepted the initial price out of respect for Dragon King's father. Normally, his hiring fee would be 1 million gold, especially when the group was so large and he had to protect archers with very low health. Jushin added that the boss's venomous snakes carried lethal poison. If not detoxified in time, one would lose their life in an instant. Rakshasa immediately asked for the specific fee, and a greedy Lang Feng demanded 500,000 gold from each person. This astronomical price left the entire formation simultaneously jaw-dropped in shock and disbelief at his blatant greed. Everyone voiced their opposition because the amount was far too large. Zyro too angrily pointed directly at Lang Feng, blaming him for losing his integrity because of his greed for money. The once gentle little girl now strongly criticized that selfish people like him would never have real friends and would only be lonely on the road to the underworld when he died, leaving Lang Feng stunned into silence. He asked with agitation who had taught the little girl to say such harsh and biting words to him. Seeing the tense situation, Rakshasa quickly stepped forward to apologize on behalf of Zyro too and hoped that Lang Feng would overlook her outburst. However, Lang Feng ignored the apology and continued to press for the source of those words. Zyro too trembling said they were her father's words, making him immediately ask for the father's name and suspecting it was Cao Yi. Zyro too was surprised to confirm her father was indeed Cao Yi and asked whether Lang Feng knew him from before. Lang Feng admitted that he not only knew him, but had also been a subordinate and a student guided by Cao Yi in the National Security Bureau. Zyro too emotionally asked about her father's fate at the 30th floor of the Demon Realm, causing Lang Feng to show a look of pain and helplessness as he recalled the traumatic past. He choked up, saying that it was Cao Yi who had saved his life during that tragic event many years ago. Zyro too hurriedly asked whether her father was still alive or had died, hoping to receive a clear and honest answer. Dragon King also remembered his father's story about a major incident that caused Lang Feng to leave the Security Bureau, and Lang Feng began to recount the story of the 7-member team led by Cao Yi. Their team, along with 3 A-rank powerhouses, entered to explore the 30th floor of the Demon Realm and became the first adventurers to ever face the boss there. Rakshasa speculated that the boss was the Snow Woman, and Lang Feng confirmed this fact with a heavy nod. He said the whole team was deceived by the Snow Woman's weak appearance. Despite having 4 S-rank talent adventurers, with just a single skill, 6 people were frozen into ice statues in an instant. To protect the remaining members' safe retreat, Captain Cao Yi sacrificed himself and was permanently sealed in ice by the Snow Woman. Zyro too burst into painful tears and swore that she would eventually reach the 30th floor to find her father and bring him home. Lang Feng quickly tried to stop her, because her current strength was still far too weak to face such dangers. But Zyro too confidently stated she had found a friend who could help her achieve that goal. Lang Feng asked in surprise for that friend's identity and the massive fee they must have requested for such a dangerous task. Zyro too pointed toward Rakshasa and asserted he was willing to help without any reward. Rakshasa also confirmed his promise to take her to the 30th floor to find her father. Touched by this genuine friendship, Lang Feng decided to make an exception and provide free support for the team to defeat the High Priest boss, leaving everyone extremely surprised and happy. He awkwardly explained that he was originally a good person and quickly urged everyone to start moving because their time was running out. Lang Feng advised that upon entering, the entire team would immediately be targeted by the boss, so they must be extremely careful. Everyone responded in unison that they were ready to fight. Inside the Divine Temple was a gruesome scene, with countless poisonous cobras crawling all over the cold ground, and the High Priest roared a warning to those who dared to intrude upon the sacred land. As soon as he finished speaking, all the snakes simultaneously turned their heads to stare directly at Rakshasa's team with murderous intent. Lang Feng warned that not only was the toxicity lethal, but the snake's attack power was also very high and especially dangerous for archers, so everyone needed to avoid close combat. Rakshasa immediately issued tactical orders to keep their distance and concentrate their fire, and Heart Piercer along with the archer team quickly followed the command, firing hundreds of arrows in succession. The snakes were quickly wiped out with the effective tactical approach. However, there were still many more continuing to crawl out from the shadows. Lang Feng praised Rakshasa for his quick-witted leadership, stating that this tactic had saved the reputation of the archer class, which was often viewed as weak and vulnerable. On the other side, Yi Zhaikyu used her ice darts to freeze the snakes in place, combined with fire from the archers, helping the formation quickly control the situation. After the snakes were finally eliminated, countless demon soul orbs fell to the ground with a shimmering light, making everyone feel incredibly excited. Rakshasa reminded Leng Feng that according to their agreement, all the rewards belonged to him and invited him to come and collect them. However, Leng Feng smiled and refused the loot, allowing everyone to split the rewards among themselves, which made Heart Piercer and the whole team extremely joyful at his change of heart. Xiao too, moved by his kindness, praised Leng Feng and believed her father would certainly be proud of him, leaving him to only laugh shyly in embarrassment. Rakshasa asked about the plan to deal with the high priest, and Leng Feng explained that in the early stages, his strength was not too terrifying, but they must beware of dark magic that could drastically reduce an adventurer's stats. Dragon King wondered since the Demon Realm Handbook stated stats would drop to 0, but Leng Feng explained that was due to the incorrect assessment of adventurers, who had very low stats at that time. He also revealed that the effects of the dark magic only lasted for about 60 minutes, rather than being permanent, as many people had mistakenly believed. Rakshasa realized that with Leng Feng's green barrier, reducing debuffs by 60%, facing the high priest would become much more feasible than they originally thought. However, Leng Feng warned that upon entering the third stage, the high priest would transform into a giant snake demon with terrifying attack power, the ability to inflict area effect poison, and could drain 50% of an adventurer's health to heal himself. Upon hearing that, Liu Yuying and the others couldn't help but shudder at the boss's formidable power. Luo Cha reassured them that with such a large formation and Leng Feng's support, they had a real chance at victory if they cooperated well. Long Wang charged in with the melee squad, while Liu Yuying followed closely behind. Luo Cha then ordered the archers to open fire, and an arrow soared straight toward the boss to signal the start of the battle. The Grand Hierarch let out a furious roar as he felt the impact of the initial assault. He declared that mere mortals who dared to insult the gods would surely face a fitting and agonizing punishment. Luo Cha quickly coordinated the strategy, ordering Zhu Shen to hold the aggro and Yi Zhaikyu to control the enemy, while the melee and ranged groups synchronized their damage. Meanwhile, Leng Feng maintained a protective barrier for the entire team. Long Wang was burning with a fierce battle spirit, determined to repay the boss for all the trouble he had caused them thus far. Leng Feng highly praised Luo Cha's leadership skills, saying that Zyro too had chosen the right companion, which made the little girl boast proudly about his strength. When Leng Feng heard from Xiao Tu that Luo Cha could even summon bosses with his summoning art talent, he was utterly astonished by such a rare and powerful ability. He suddenly realized that if he could summon bosses, Luo Cha would eventually be capable of summoning the Snow Woman from the 30th floor in the future. Long Wang let out a loud shout and launched a powerful strike, while Liu Yuying and Zhu Shen coordinated their support from behind. Luo Cha encouraged everyone to keep up the pressure, feeling satisfied as the boss's health bar began to drop significantly. The Grand Hierarch screamed in a crazed frenzy as he felt himself being overwhelmed by their well-coordinated formation. Finally, he unleashed a wave of dark magic, prompting Luo Cha to immediately warn everyone to be on high alert. Zhu Shen raised his shield to block the blow, but was still hit by the force of the attack, leaving him panicked as he realized the situation had turned critical. The system immediately notified them that Zhu Shen had been afflicted by the Grand Hierarch's dark magic curse. Zhu Shen's health plummeted rapidly, and he was sent flying backward before he even had a chance to react to the impact. Long Wang was stunned by the sheer amount of damage, while Liu Yuying lunged in for a melee attack only to be swatted away by the boss. Liu Yuying was unable to withstand the boss's overwhelming power and lost a massive amount of health, causing a worried Zhu Shen to call out her name. The Grand Hierarch had now become even more aggressive and manic than before, his bloodlust filling the air. Liu Yuying lay there helplessly as her stats dropped to a dangerously low level, but in that moment, she was shocked to see something unexpected occur. Luo Cha had summoned the Centaur boss to provide them with some much-needed reinforcements in the middle of the fight. Chuan Xin's team was filled with awe and excitement at the sudden appearance of such a powerful and unexpected ally on the battlefield. The Centaur boss roared as it obeyed its master's command and charged at the Grand Hierarch, while Leng Feng ordered those hit by the curse to retreat temporarily until the effect wore off. Luo Cha quickly rushed to Liu Yuying's side to check on her condition, receiving a shy and quiet word of thanks from her in return. Zhu Shen realized that with their stats being so heavily reduced, their attacks were barely doing anything, leading Luo Cha to agree that they needed a brand new strategy. Meanwhile, the Centaur boss fought valiantly, but was quickly drained of its life force by the Grand Hierarch, leaving Long Wang and Liu Yuying deeply concerned. Luo Cha immediately resummoned the Centaur boss, concluding that dragging out the battle wasn't an option and that he needed to test a very important theory. Right after that, the centaur boss that was currently fighting suddenly turned translucent and vanished from the battlefield in an instant. The Grand Hierarch roared aggressively as he searched for his target, but Luo Cha was quick to summon the centaur boss once again to maintain his dominance over the battlefield. At this moment, the centaur general's morale became fiercer than ever before, his explosive killing intent causing the entire area to tremble violently. Long Wang cried out in surprise when he saw that the cursed status on the centaur general had completely disappeared. Luo Cha smiled with satisfaction, confirming his hunch that simply unsummoning the creature would dispel the debuff. He then ordered the centaur general to teach the Grand Hierarch a lesson, who immediately hurled his spear at the enemy. The sharp spear tore through the air with terrifying speed, carrying an immense amount of destructive power within it. The attack pierced straight through the Grand Hierarch's chest, dropping his health to 0. The system announced that Luo Cha's summon had slain the boss, and he pumped his fist in excitement. Everyone cheered as they saw the Grand Hierarch collapse, thinking the ordeal was finally over, but he suddenly stood up shakily with a cunning smirk on his face. The Grand Hierarch raised his head and shrieked that they were incredibly naive to think that such a simple attack could ever truly destroy him. Lang Feng frantically warned that the Grand Hierarch was entering his third phase, forcing the team to raise their guard, while the sky-swallowing toad stood ready for combat. A thick, gloomy red mist began to envelop the Grand Hierarch's body, signaling the start of a truly terrifying transformation. His physical form began to mutate at a rapid and gruesome pace that was horrifying to witness. In the blink of an eye, a massive serpent with a body as thick as a pillar appeared, fiercely declaring that today would be the end for anyone who dared to challenge its might. The serpent lunged forward in a frenzy, making the ground shake violently, which caused several team members to recoil in fear at the sight of such raw power. Many of the onlookers were frozen in terror by the overwhelming and monstrous presence of the boss's new form. Luo Cha quickly took command, ordering Zhu Shen to maintain the aggro while the ranged units prepared to strike. The sky-swallowing toad spat fire at the boss, but it only dealt a negligible amount of damage. Even the constant barrage of arrows seemed to do nothing more than tickle the serpent's steel-hard scales as they bounced off harmlessly. One of the archers complained about their low damage output, but Luo Cha explained that the boss's scales had extremely high defense, so they needed to be persistent. The Grand Hierarch let out a thunderous roar and exhaled a cloud of purple poisonous gas toward the entire group. A team member immediately screamed a warning for everyone to stay away from the boss's highly lethal venom. Lang Feng urged everyone to stay focused on healing and to keep attacking, noting that the boss had already lost nearly half of its health bar. The sky-swallowing toad kept breathing fire while the serpent barely bothered to dodge, as its massive size seemingly made it difficult to move with any agility. The centaur general charged forward and delivered a massive strike, causing the boss's health to drop by a noticeable amount. The Grand Hierarch immediately shifted his focus and targeted the centaur general as the most immediate threat. Luo Cha watched with concern as the boss bit down hard on the general's shoulder and lifted him into the air to drain his blood, rapidly depleting the summon's health. Lang Feng panicked and yelled for everyone to do whatever they could to stop the serpent from finishing its blood-draining process. After completely draining the life force, the serpent carelessly tossed the centaur general's limp body onto the ground like a broken toy. The boss's health quickly recovered to over half, and he let out a wicked, gleeful laugh. Meanwhile, Luo Cha saw that the general only had 15% health left and needed time to recover. Without the centaur general's strength, the team's damage output dropped significantly, leaving them to rely solely on Long Wang and Liu Yuying for the time being. Lang Feng remarked that while Luo Cha was a good leader, the team still had many glaring weaknesses. Luo Cha replied that his teammates weren't weak, they just hadn't reached their full potential yet. Lang Feng analyzed the situation and pointed out that while the team was balanced, they were severely lacking in magic damage, which was a major flaw. He explained that in the demon realm, the ability to progress depended heavily on the team's total damage output, especially magic-based damage. Even though Yi Zhaikyu had great crowd control, a mage's primary role was still to deal damage, which was exactly what Luo Cha's team was missing. Lang Feng offered to introduce some potential recruits if needed, mentioning that the cost to hire a rank a talent adventurer was around 500,000 gold. Luo Cha declined due to his limited funds and his worry about trusting strangers. Lang Feng then predicted that with their current strength, the team could only reach the 20th or 23rd floor at most. Up ahead, Long Wang charged forward aggressively to attack, but Zhu Shen immediately warned him to be careful of the enemy's reach. The Grand Hierarch swung his massive tail and swatted Long Wang away. Zyro Gongzhu scolded him for his recklessness and told him to dodge so she could have time to heal him. Liu Yuying also shouted for Long Wang to fall back to a safer distance to ensure he didn't get killed. The Grand Hierarch laughed triumphantly, declaring that the day of reckoning for all these puny mortals had finally arrived. He continued to spew toxic gas, causing Zhu Shen and Long Wang to frantically call for Xiao Gongzhu to hurry up and heal the whole team. Xiao Gongzhu nervously announced that her mana was almost completely depleted and pleaded for everyone to find a way to end the fight quickly. Realizing they couldn't let the battle drag on any longer, Luo Cha calculated that the serpent's scales were simply too tough for regular attacks to be effective. He immediately ordered the entire long-range team to focus their fire into the snake demon's mouth whenever it opened, a plan that Heart Piercing eagerly agreed with. As the snake demon took a deep breath to prepare its poison gas attack, Luo Sha realized the moment had come and told everyone to get ready. The instant the boss opened its mouth wide, Luo Sha shouted at the top of his lungs, giving the order to attack the monster directly. Hundreds of arrows flew into the snake demon's gullet simultaneously, dealing a massive amount of damage that dropped its health to a critical level. Liu Yue Ying immediately urged Long Wang to seize the opportunity and finish off the boss. He responded with excitement as he prepared to deliver the final blow. However, the snake demon swept its long tail across the area, attempting to block the party's follow-up attacks with a desperate defensive maneuver. Long Wang was shocked to see the boss curl its body into an egg shape, while Leng Feng warned that it was looking for a way to escape the battle. Long Wang couldn't believe that a boss on the verge of defeat would actually have the audacity to turn tail and run away from them. Suddenly, a small white snake began slithering stealthily toward the back of the temple in a quiet attempt to find an exit away to escape. Xiao too spotted it and screamed out a warning. Leng Feng shouted that they had to stop it now, so Luo Sha immediately drew his bow and aimed. The arrow tore through the air and struck the small snake deep in the back of its neck, causing the great archpriest to let out a cry of resentment. Luo Sha let out a long sigh of relief, thankful that he had managed to stop the boss from escaping just in time before it could vanish. The system announced that Luo Sha had successfully defeated the great archpriest, and a shower of demon soul orbs and precious treasures immediately dropped to the floor. Little Princess's eyes lit up as she cheered at the sight of the abundant loot and rewards left behind by the fallen boss. Heart Piercing and the rest of the team also cheered with joy after pouring all their strength and effort into such a grueling and difficult battle. Luo Sha knelt down to examine the treasures when Leng Feng suddenly approached him with a pensive look, making him turn around with curiosity and wonder. While everyone else was excitedly dividing the loot, Leng Feng pulled Luo Sha aside and explained that his mission was complete, but he still had one more thing to discuss. The two of them talked for quite a long time, with Luo Sha listening intently to every single word that Leng Feng had to say to him. Luo Sha confirmed that Leng Feng wanted him to reach the 30th floor to save Caoyi, Xiao Tu's father. He insisted on helping because of his promise, not for a reward. Zhu Shen approached to report that the loot had been mostly gathered, and suggested the team move up to the 10th floor, a proposal that Luo Sha immediately agreed to. Leng Feng told everyone to head to the altar while asking them to look after Xiao Tu and warning that every 10 floors, the difficulty increases significantly. After finishing the loot collection, the team headed to the altar in high spirits. As they reached the 10th floor, which appeared as a desolate desert filled with bones, everyone marveled at the barren landscape. According to the Magic Domain manual, this was once a massive ancient battlefield where countless creatures had perished long ago. Little Princess stretched her tired limbs after 7 hours of continuous combat and suggested they rest, since it was nearly 3 in the morning. Luo Sha pondered Liu Yue Ying's mention of her upcoming exam, wondering if she had recognized his identity, but he quickly agreed with Zhu Shen's suggestion to log off. One by one, everyone said their goodbyes and logged out of the magic domain to prepare for their future journey to conquer the 10th floor. Liu Yue Ying and Luo Sha were the last ones to leave, sharing a quiet farewell before finally logging off for the night to get some sleep. Luo Sha opened the system interface to check the demon soul orbs he had collected, 5 high-grade, 7 mid-grade, and 4 low-grade. He decided to absorb them all. After the absorption, his stats increased with strength +1, speed +2, and spirit +2, giving him confidence for the Qingdai University entrance exam. The next morning at Professor Pang's house, a familiar and cheerful voice greeted Zhang Zi as he arrived very early for his daily training session. Zhang Zi felt a bit embarrassed at being called Little ZZ and asked to be called normally, but Professor Pang just tapped him and told him to focus. Zhang Zi threw a powerful punch with intense focus in his eyes, showing clear and remarkable progress in his martial arts skills and physical control. His continuous strikes made the force-measuring device vibrate violently under the sheer power of his physical attacks and concentrated energy. The display showed a striking force of 3,010 kilograms, leaving both Zhang Zi and Xiang Xiao Qin completely speechless with shock and awe. Xiang Xiao Qin couldn't believe that Zhang Zi had completed the introductory stage in just a few days, though he humbly credited Professor Pang's teaching. Professor Pang confirmed with satisfaction that he had mastered the basics of the dragon breath method and urged him to continue his rigorous training. Xiang Xiao Qin expressed her amazement at Zhang Zi's natural talent, while Professor Pang also praised him and teased her about finding such a rare genius. After finishing the training session, Xiang Xiaoqin called Zhang Zi back just as he was preparing to leave for the day to head home. She informed him that she would be leaving Tianfeng City soon and wouldn't be able to cheer for him, but she wished him luck on his exam. Before leaving, Xiang Xiaoqin gave Zhang Zi a photo of the person who robbed Chen Hao and warned him about the Dawn organization. After finishing his training, Zhang Zi logged into the magic domain, where everyone had already gathered on the 10th floor waiting for his arrival. As soon as he appeared, Long Wang stepped forward and called out to Luo Sha, while Luo Sha asked Heart Piercing why he looked so gloomy and discouraged. Heart Piercing sighed and complained that the monsters were getting harder, but Long Wang teased him about running away from a 10-meter-tall beast earlier. Luo Sha mentioned that the Magic Domain guidebook described a giant monster on the 10th floor and asked if anyone had encountered it yet. Long Wang described the creature as over 10 meters tall, shaking the ground with every step, with 3 beastmen on its back like a living armored chariot. Once everyone was gathered, Luo Sha suggested they find the war chariot behemoth together. The sight of their 100-person party made nearby adventurers stare in total awe. As Luo Sha's group advanced, a thick cloud of dust suddenly swirled up ahead of them, signaling the imminent arrival of a powerful enemy force. A thunderous sound echoed through the area, causing the entire team to stop in their tracks and look around with high alert and caution. Zhu Shen shouted a warning to everyone as he noticed a massive object charging toward them with terrifying destructive power through the thick dust. When the fog cleared, 3 massive war chariot behemoths appeared before them, letting out intimidating roars that left the entire team feeling a sense of dread. Zhu Shen worried that their massive size would make them impossible to block, while Heart Piercing argued that the archers wouldn't be able to help from too far away. Liu Yue Ying asked for Luo Sha's opinion, and he quickly realized that the beastman holding the chains was the driver and the key to winning. Luo Sha planned for Zhu Shen to draw aggro while the team focused on killing the drivers to make the chariots lose control and reduce the danger. Right after the plan was laid out, Zhu Shen immediately charged forward to fulfill his duty of attracting the enemy's attention toward himself. He raised his shield high and rushed toward the behemoths, while the lead beastman blew a horn to signal the giant monsters to launch their attack. The horn blared, and the war chariot behemoths let out fierce roars before charging toward Zhu Shen with an overwhelming and terrifying physical force. In the blink of an eye, they had closed the gap and were preparing to deliver a series of lethal and crushing blows to the brave tank. Zhu Shen was knocked backward by the impact, his shield shattering into pieces, leaving him horrified by the sheer raw strength of the massive monsters. Despite the impact, the behemoth didn't stop, continuing to use its long trunk to attack, forcing Zhu Shen to strain every muscle just to survive. Luo Sha immediately ordered all the archers to prepare their arrows and aim at the target to deliver a decisive and fatal strike to the drivers. Hundreds of arrows rained down simultaneously, causing the driver beastman to be knocked clean off the back of the charging behemoth in an instant. The remaining 2 beastmen looked down in panic as they saw their comrade being taken out so quickly by the coordinated volley of arrows. The beastman who had been hit lay motionless on the ground, completely stripped of its ability to fight or control the massive monster anymore. Without a driver, the war chariot behemoth went berserk, its eyes glowing a deep red as it began attacking Zhu Shen even more violently than before. Luo Sha realized with a start that the behemoth had entered a frenzied state and immediately shouted for Zhu Shen to retreat to a safe distance. The monster's madness was so intense that even the high remaining beastmen on its back were tossed off and slammed into the hard desert ground. As the creature charged out of control, Long Wang suggested to Liu Yue Ying that they take care of the 2 remaining beastmen right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Wang and Liu Yue Ying charged forward to launch a fierce and coordinated assault on the fallen enemies. During the skirmish, Liu Yue Ying noted that these beastmen had incredibly fast reflexes and an impressive ability to dodge their incoming sword strikes. Luo Sha commanded the team to focus their fire, quickly taking down the 2 beastmen with an arrow through the chest to finish off the enemy. Long Wang let out a sigh of relief for killing the beastmen, but felt regret that the war chariot behemoth had escaped, while Liu Yue Ying suddenly pointed into the distance. From afar, a mysterious silhouette appeared, standing alone and directly facing the aggressive and terrifying giant beast. Luo Sha realized that person was in danger and immediately suggested moving in to help, but Zhu Shen gasped in horror as the monster charged straight at the armored youth. Surprisingly, the young man showed no sign of fear. Instead, he flashed a confident smile before drawing his weapon to engage in combat. His blade danced through the air with lightning speed, delivering a series of incredibly precise slashes against the massive behemoth. With terrifying velocity, the war chariot behemoth was defeated after just a single strike, and that person was none other than Yizai Shu Guang. He looked at Luo Sha with a playful expression and declared that he had finally found his ultimate arch-nemesis within the magic domain. Long Wang was completely stunned when he saw the damage numbers reach 9,000, which was more than enough to take down the behemoth in a single blow. Luo Sha was secretly terrified by the opponent's overwhelming power and sword speed that was almost impossible to track, while Yizai Shu Guang confirmed he had been searching everywhere. When Luo Sha questioned his identity, he openly admitted to being part of the Shu Guang organization and invited Luo Sha to join them, but the offer was immediately rejected. Yizai Shu Guang argued that the world would eventually be overrun by monsters, and that only those who joined their organization would have a chance to survive. He told Luo Sha to think carefully about the offer, but Luo Sha remained steadfast in his refusal and challenged him by asking what would happen if he didn't join. Upon hearing this stubborn response, Yizai Shu Guang's expression shifted instantly from a friendly smile to something much colder. He slowly drew his razor-sharp sword from its scabbard, the metal glinting ominously under the light of the magic domain. The cold edge of the blade was quickly pressed against Luo Sha's neck as he mocked the boy, asking if he truly had no fear of death. Zhu Shen, Liu Yue Ying, and Long Wang all stepped forward to protect Luo Sha, declaring that they would never submit to a criminal organization like Shu Guang. Luo Sha calmly admitted that they were currently no match for him, but he emphasized that they would absolutely never bow their heads in submission. The two sides stared each other down in a tense standoff, and Yizai Shu Guang seemed surprised that Luo Sha was so unwavering in his principles. After a brief silence, he sheathed his sword and let out a faint, mysterious smile that didn't reach his eyes. He ridiculed the group's naivety regarding the world's true nature and announced that they would definitely cross paths again in the near future. As Yizai Shu Guang walked away, Long Wang was furious, but Luo Sha noted it wasn't the right time to fight and shared the coordinates of the secret camp provided by Leng Feng. In the distance, Yizai Shu Guang quickly reported the situation back to his organization through their private communication channel. He revealed the plan to infiltrate Qingdai University to assassinate all the students, which made another member worry about potential interference from the powerful teachers. Meanwhile, Luo Sha's group reached the secret camp, only to find that others had arrived before them, causing everyone to immediately go on high alert. Little Princess noticed that the two adventurers standing ahead looked very familiar, though she couldn't quite place them at first glance. Luo Sha quickly confirmed they were Yunfeng Ju Shi and Chen Shao, which made Long Wang grumble about how small the world was for rivals to meet again. Chen Shao was in the middle of enchanting his S-rank weapon under the guidance of the blacksmith Georgia and appeared to be extremely excited. The blacksmith Georgia explained that enchanting required extra materials to increase the success rate, but there was still a significant risk of failure and weapon destruction. Luo Sha noted that the failure rate was quite high and required careful consideration, and Long Wang agreed because he didn't want to gamble with his own weapon. Yun Feng advised Chen Shao not to worry too much over a single piece of equipment, encouraging him to be bold and take risks to achieve greatness. Blacksmith Georgia raised his heavy hammer and struck the crossbow on the table with a powerful blow to begin the enchantment process. Little Princess and Long Wang stood nearby and didn't stop teasing him, jokingly predicting that the enchantment would end in a miserable failure. However, the system suddenly announced that the enchantment was successful, leaving everyone in the group completely speechless with surprise. Chen Shao was overjoyed when his weapon reached SS rank with a massive damage boost and an increased freezing duration of 20 seconds. Little Princess and Long Wang were clearly unhappy with the result, while Chen Shao's subordinates marveled at the incredible power of an SS rank weapon. Blacksmith Georgia then called Luo Sha forward to enchant his weapon, leading Yun Feng to realize that Luo Sha's bow was also an S rank that couldn't be ignored. Georgia asked Luo Sha to provide some rare materials to help increase the success rate for the upcoming enchantment of his bow. When he saw the snake demon's sinew and scales, he was absolutely shocked by the rarity and quality of these high-level materials. Yun Feng realized these were spoils from the Floor 9 boss, which made Chen Shao feel a surge of jealousy that his own team hadn't obtained such treasures. Blacksmith Georgia began the enchantment process by slamming his heavy hammer down onto Luo Sha's longbow with a ringing strike. The first blow produced a piercing metallic sound, accompanied by a brilliant golden light that filled the entire blacksmith stall. Zio too cheered for Luo Sha while Chen Shao mocked him, pointing out that the failure rate was 40% and he might not be so lucky. After a moment of intense tension, Blacksmith Georgia happily lifted the bow and offered his sincere congratulations to Luo Sha. The system announced the successful enchantment, upgrading Luo Sha's weapon to SS rank with a new ability to convert damage into health for himself. Furthermore, targets hit by his arrows would suffer a piercing effect, losing 1% of their health every second for 50 seconds, which stunned Luo Sha. Liu Yue Ying happily congratulated Luo Sha on his success, while Long Wang excitedly suggested that everyone should try enchanting their equipment as well. Long Wang then hesitated due to his perceived bad luck, while Zhu Shen explained that his iron staff was far too rare to risk being destroyed in a gamble. Chen Xiao left in a huff, while Yun Feng comforted him and reminded him about the exam, and Zhu Shen suggested the team head back to the altar to log off. The next morning at the training hall, Zhang Zi was stunned to see that his striking force had reached 1,907 kilograms. The examiner officially announced Zhang Zi's power result was 1,907 kilograms, causing everyone nearby to gasp in admiration. His speed reached 2,100 meters in 30 seconds, with stamina at 624, plus impressive mental stability results for 34 minutes. The teacher praised Zhang Zi for not letting him down and told him to get plenty of rest for the exam, and Zhang Zi politely thanked him before leaving. While wiping away his sweat, Zhang Zi accidentally walked past Lily and Xiao Wei, but none of them noticed each other's presence in the busy hallway. Xiao Wei confirmed this was the testing site while eating candy. The appearance of two beauties with Qingdai Academy badges caused quite a stir among the boys. Xiao Wei exhaled on her hands to warm up before stepping in front of the punch measuring machine with an air of complete and total confidence. She delivered a punch that seemed effortless, but produced a thunderous sound of impact that left everyone in the vicinity witty-eyed with shock. The result showed a force of 1,566 kilograms, which she felt was enough to secure the top spot among the applicants. However, a student pointed out that someone had already reached over 1,900 kilograms earlier, which started another wave of gossip. Xiao Wei spun around in shock to ask for more details, and was floored to learn that someone had far exceeded her score with a result of 1,900. That evening, Zhang Zi returned home exhausted after a long day of testing, where Xiao Feng greeted him, but he immediately noticed her troubled expression. Two uninvited guests, his aunt and uncle, were waiting with fake smiles that immediately made him go on guard because of their greedy history with his house. When Zhang Zi asked why they were there, Xiao Feng bluntly stated that they had come to demand money, which caught him completely off guard. The aunt claimed their son got into Dongdai Academy, but the tuition was too high, so they demanded 400,000 from his recent police reward. Zhang Zi congratulated his cousin, but Xiao Feng was outraged by their shamelessness, especially when the uncle brought up their parents' funeral to pressure them. The aunt continued to urge Zhang Zi to hand over the money quickly with an attitude that was filled with nothing but pure, unadulterated greed. Zhang Zi calmly replied that he had applied to Qingdai Academy and hoped they would also be happy for him if he got in, which shocked them both. The couple burst out laughing in mockery, claiming that Zhang Zi getting into such a prestigious school was an impossible joke that would never happen. Without arguing, Zhang Zi quietly pulled out the official acceptance letter from his pocket to let them see the proof with their own two eyes. Upon seeing the official notice from Qingdai Academy, Xiao Feng cheered for her brother, while the couple stood there paralyzed in disbelief, thinking it was a mistake. The uncle angrily denied the truth and continued to demand the money, accusing Zhang Zi of using a fake letter just to deceive them and avoid paying. Zhang Zi flatly refused, asserting that even if he had the money, he would not give them a single penny. Xiao Feng immediately supported her brother's decision. In a fit of rage, the uncle raised his hand to slap Xiao Feng, causing the young girl to shrink back in fear. However, Zhang Zi swiftly blocked the strike and squeezed the man's wrist so tightly that he couldn't move from the intense pain. Zhang Zi coldly warned them that this was the last time he would call them aunt and uncle, demanding they leave his house immediately if they ever dared to touch his sister again. The couple panicked and fled the apartment, shouting helpless insults and curses as they scrambled away from the scene. Zhang Zi was now strong enough to protect his sister, filling Xiao Feng with a profound sense of pride and a long-awaited feeling of satisfaction. Xiao Feng was eager to share the good news with her friends about Zhang Zi being admitted to Qingdai Academy so they could all celebrate together. However, Zhang Zi felt that since this was only a preliminary admission list, they should not be too flashy about it. He planned to enter the Demon Realm to continue his training right after dinner. Upon arriving at the 10th floor of the Demon Realm, the team members quickly gathered to prepare for their next major challenge. Xiao too kindly asked about the exam results, while Chuan Xin sighed because her performance didn't meet her expectations. Meanwhile, Luo Cha approached Zhu Shen to congratulate him on successfully enhancing his shield. Zhu Shen happily explained that increasing his defense was essential to facing the Swordmaster boss of the 10th floor. Long Wang also shared the news that Liu Yuying's weapon had been successfully upgraded. Luo Cha pondered the situation and announced that today's objective was to confront the floor boss known as the Swordmaster, a beastman warrior with terrifying sensory abilities and master-level swordsmanship. The Swordmaster possesses speed as fast as the wind, a razor-sharp mind, and unparalleled sword skills. Therefore, the entire team must be prepared to fight to the very end if they hope to emerge victorious. Long Wang sighed, noting that even finding the boss wasn't guaranteed since the behemoth chariots remained a significant obstacle. Chu Wenzin agreed, recalling that they only succeeded last time thanks to the intervention of Yi Zai Shu Guang. Luo Cha asserted that he had devised a new strategy and asked everyone to coordinate their efforts, to which the entire team immediately agreed. From a distance, another behemoth chariot appeared, its fierce eyes locked onto Luo Cha's group with clear hostility. 3 familiar beastmen were still perched on its back, proving that this monster had not been completely eradicated. Long Wang immediately assigned the primary task to Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen charged forward valiantly, wielding his S-rank shield to confront the massive behemoth chariot head-on. As soon as he reached the beast, he had to put forth every ounce of his strength to withstand the powerful impact of the giant monster's charge. The newly enhanced shield proved its worth with a reflection capability that helped maintain stable aggro. Long Wang rejoiced as Luo Cha's plan began to show its effectiveness. Long Wang let out a loud shout and lunged forward, swinging his staff with full force to strike the massive beast. At the same time, Liu Yuying unleashed a sharp and precise slash to support the ongoing assault. Under their coordinated barrage, the behemoth's health plummeted, leaving Long Wang astonished by the significant increase in Liu Yuying's destructive power. From afar, Luo Cha drew his bow, took careful aim at his target, and released a perfectly accurate shot. The arrow pierced straight through the chest of one of the beastmen, causing him to tumble off the behemoth's back instantly. With just a single strike, the beastman was eliminated, suffering over 6,000 points of damage and leaving the surrounding archers in total awe. The sudden threat caused the behemoth chariot to descend into a state of panic, losing all sense of control. It let out a violent roar before turning around to flee from the battlefield in a desperate attempt to survive. Realizing the beast had entered a berserk state, Zhu Shen immediately warned the group. Luo Cha quickly organized the team to begin the pursuit. Luo Cha and the archer squad closely monitored the monster's movements to prepare for a swift and decisive pursuit. He ordered the team to maintain the attack while chasing, as the behemoth no longer had a clear focus on any specific target. Hundreds of arrows continuously struck the target, causing the beast's health to drop rapidly. Luo Cha urged everyone to finish it off quickly, as its health fell below 50,000. Meanwhile, the 2 remaining beastmen launched a vicious attack against Zhu Shen's group. Liu Yuying, Long Wang, and Zhu Shen coordinated their strikes fiercely to eliminate the remaining threats. Zhu Shen used his shield to protect his comrades, while Liu Yuying unleashed a powerful light slash technique. The relentless assault caused the beastman's health to deplete at an incredible speed. Long Wang was amazed by Liu Yuying's newfound strength, and Zhu Shen noted that the effects from her upgraded weapon were truly formidable. Not to be outdone, Long Wang used his own upgraded weapon to finish off the last beastman afterward. The group decided to quickly regroup with Luo Cha. Zhu Shen agreed and led the others as they ran to support the pursuit team. On the other side, Luo Cha and the archers were still focused on attacking the beast. Although its health had decreased significantly, it still hadn't been defeated. Liu Yuying was determined to end the battle before the berserk state wore off, channeling all her strength into a final, decisive blow. A powerful arrow was released, streaking through the air directly toward the massive monster. The attack dealt 10,577 damage, causing the beast's health to plunge towards 0. Finally, the massive behemoth was successfully slain. Luo Cha happily announced their victory to the rest of the team. Liu Yuying was struck with disbelief at the astronomical amount of damage Luo Cha was able to inflict. Chu Wenzin let out an excited scream as the battle concluded. Luo Cha then requested that everyone quickly clear the battlefield and gather the spoils. Zhu Shen praised Luo Cha's increased power. Luo Cha smiled and revealed that he still had an even bigger surprise in store, which piqued Liu Yuying's curiosity. Luo Cha placed his hand on the ground and activated his summoning art to bring back the behemoth they had just slain, turning it into his own majestic mount. This sight left everyone in absolute shock. Chu Wenzin's jaw dropped, while Zhu Shen couldn't help but admire Luo Cha's incredible talent. Luo Cha suggested that Zhu Shen and Chu Wenzin climb onto the behemoth's back to help with observation and command. Everyone responded enthusiastically amidst Long Wang's excitement. Long Wang laughed loudly, praising Luo Cha and expressing his belief that the team would become invincible at this rate. Luo Cha excitedly shared that if they continued to eliminate more beasts, the entire team could eventually have a powerful army of mounts. He couldn't help but chuckle at that vision. The group rode on the back of the behemoth, passing by other adventurers who watched in stunned silence. Chu Wenzin suddenly warned about the appearance of monsters ahead. Luo Cha recognized it as another behemoth chariot and immediately prepared for another engagement. He excitedly declared that this was the perfect opportunity to test the strength of his new mount and ordered the team to attack. Luo Cha drew his bow, aimed precisely at the target, and took down the controlling beastman with a single, expert shot. Following the successful strike, he immediately ordered his behemoth to accelerate and pursue the fleeing enemy. Luo Cha's mount charged ferociously toward the opposing beast to begin their head-on confrontation. The two behemoths collided violently, but it was clear that Luo Cha's summon held the upper hand in the struggle. Luo Cha shouted orders for Liu Yuying and Long Wang to step forward and coordinate their attacks to end this battle quickly. Two more familiar giants appeared, blocking the team's path forward. Everyone responded in unison and charged at the two remaining giants. Following Luo Cha's command, the archer squad positioned high above unleashed a volley of long-range fire on the beast. Hundreds of arrows tore through the air, relentlessly striking the behemoth with overwhelming force. Luo Cha drew his bow with the cold precision of a death god passing judgment, whispering that it was time to grant the creature a new rebirth. An arrow pierced straight through the behemoth's head, causing its health to plummet. Long Wang cheered excitedly at the prospect of riding another beast, as numerous treasures dropped from its fallen body. One behemoth after another was systematically eliminated by Luo Cha and his army, creating an incredibly magnificent and imposing scene. Surrounding players buzzed with rumors about an army controlling behemoth chariots. Some thought it was a force from the Bureau, while others believed a player possessed a mental control talent. Long Wang screamed in excitement about how amazing it felt to ride a behemoth, declaring they would head straight for the Swordmaster boss. Luo Cha calmly reminded everyone to be ready for the upcoming fight. This would undoubtedly be the most difficult opponent the team had ever faced since they first entered the Demon Realm. Luo Cha recalled the information from the handbook, stating that defeating the Swordmaster required absolute persistence. He also assigned Chu and Xin to lead the archer squad in providing long-range support. The group quickly enters the sword hero's lair and is immediately drawn to a red-skinned giant beast that is completely different from the ones they saw before. Perched proudly on the back of that monster is a solitary figure sitting majestically. It is the demi-human sword hero, leisurely enjoying tea on the back of the giant beast while stepping on two skulls, creating a truly terrifying scene. Looking like a messenger from hell, he roars in anger upon seeing humans intruding into his territory and declares he will slaughter them all. Zhu Shen immediately steps forward to warn everyone about the opponent's terrifying speed and raises his shield to protect his teammates. In the blink of an eye, the sword hero vanishes from his original position, leaving everyone in a state of utter shock. He lets out a loud shout and lunges forward with horrifying speed, creating an explosion that shakes the very space as he delivers an attack. Zhu Shen is forced to retreat and defend, while Luo Sha watches from the back, quickly observing and calculating the movement patterns of the boss. Long Wang is astonished to realize that the sword hero's cooldown time is extremely short, or perhaps it does not even exist at all. Luo Sha quickly determines that the interval between attacks is exactly 3 seconds and informs everyone, then focuses on drawing his bow to aim directly at the target. An arrow is fired, aiming near the sword hero's chest, catching him completely by surprise. However, the sword hero reacts with incredible speed and easily slices Luo Sha's arrow in half. Seeing an opportunity, Luo Sha immediately orders Long Wang and Liu Yuying to launch a coordinated attack. They both respond in unison and charge forward. But the sword hero vanishes once again before the attacks can even land. He uses his teleportation ability to dazzle everyone, leaving them with no time to react. Long Wang is terrified as he watches the sword hero unleash a barrage of sharp sword energy, forcing the entire team to be extremely cautious. Luo Sha immediately warns everyone that it is the dangerous whirlwind technique. Long Wang grumbles in frustration, noting that the boss's lack of cooldown makes dealing with him incredibly difficult. The little princess notices that the red-skinned giant beast is also charging to attack the archer team, creating a crisis on 2 fronts. The red giant beast uses a powerful suction force, causing the other giant beasts to lose their balance and tumble over. The archers on the backs of the giant beasts are shaken up, making it impossible for them to maintain their supporting fire. The sword hero takes the opportunity to lunge at Zhu Shen, and Liu Yuying immediately shouts a warning from behind. His overwhelming power forces Zhu Shen to grit his teeth in defense, realizing that the team will never be able to counterattack if this continues. Luo Sha quickly makes a decision, requesting Chu and Xin to lead the giant beast team to eliminate the red beast, while he will directly face the sword hero himself. Chu and Xin takes the order immediately, as the aggressive red beast charges toward Luo Sha's army. It is clear that this particular beast possesses power far superior to any of the ones they encountered previously. Luo Sha slams his hand on the ground and summons the High Priest from Floor 9 to confront the sword hero. The High Priest appears and immediately engages the boss, sparking a clash between 2 powerful forces from different floors of the demon realm. The sword hero is surprised by the surge of dark magic, but he quickly regains his composure. He swings his sword, slicing directly through the magical attacks with astonishing strength. The entire team is stunned to see the sword hero using physical attacks to break through magic, a feat that is almost unthinkable. Liu Yuying explains that only Grandmaster level adventurers can achieve such a feat, making Luo Sha realize the situation has exceeded his expectations. The little princess panics as the sword hero continues his charge with the clear intention of finishing off Luo Sha. The sword hero's surprise attack leaves Luo Sha with no time to defend, but Zhu Shen manages to use his shield to protect him just in time. Zhu Shen realizes that they cannot hold out for much longer, and Long Wang proposes a tactical retreat. Luo Sha quickly agrees and orders the entire team to retreat so they can find a different way to deal with the situation. However, the sword hero anticipates this move and unleashes his whirlwind slash to block their escape path. Zhu Shen bravely stays behind to block the attack, urging everyone to retreat to safety. Liu Yuying suddenly notices that the sword hero is heading toward Luo Sha's high priest. With terrifying speed, the sword hero quickly eliminates the high priest in a single strike, much to everyone's deep regret. Liu Yuying laments the sacrifice of the high priest, while Zhu Shen encourages her by saying they still have a chance to win. Zhu Shen reminds them that according to the Demon Realm Handbook, the only way to defeat the sword hero is to persevere and fight until the very end. After falling, the high priest transforms into a giant snake demon, and the system quickly notifies them of this change. The system confirms that Luo Sha's summoned follower has transformed into a snake demon with new powers. At the same time, Luo Sha summons the Centaur General to bolster his forces and strengthen his resolve to fight to the end. The giant snake demon immediately lunges at the sword hero, making the battle incredibly fierce. The sword hero continues using his whirlwind slash in an attempt to destroy Luo Sha's summoned beasts. The Centaur General bravely uses his sword to block the attacks, while the snake demon also resists with great fortitude. Despite losing a significant amount of health, both summoned beasts strive to hold back the sword hero to create an opening for their teammates. Zhu Shen recognizes the opportunity and calls for Long Wang and Liu Yuying to launch a coordinated attack on the boss. Following the command, both of them quickly rush in to support, creating a high-pressure 4-on battle. The sword hero begins to falter under the continuous onslaught, while Luo Sha is determined to finish him off. Luo Sha loudly reminds Liu Yuying not to get distracted and to join the attack immediately. Liu Yuying apologizes, explaining she was absorbed in studying the sword hero's swordsmanship, and reveals that she has discovered his weakness. She explains that while delivering his attacks, the sword hero barely dodges and takes massive damage, even though his skills are extremely dangerous. For this reason, the Demon Realm Handbook emphasizes that the only way to defeat him is through a relentless and persistent assault. The Snake Demon and the Centaur General have caused the sword hero to lose a significant amount of health, but he still counterattacks fiercely and delivers a fatal blow. The system notifies that Luo Sha's Centaur General has fallen in battle after that horrifying strike. With just one single strike, the sword hero has eliminated an elite summoned beast, leaving everyone in a state of utter shock. Luo Sha is enraged to see his subordinate destroyed, and immediately calls for Long Wang and Liu Yuying to coordinate their attack on the boss's weakness. Liu Yuying worriedly reminds Luo Sha to keep his distance, as his defense is quite low and he could easily end up in danger. The sword hero notices that Luo Sha is preparing to launch an attack and immediately lunges at him to stop him. He swings his twin blades with murderous intent, but Luo Sha agilely dodges and resolves to risk everything by utilizing his speed. Luo Sha spins around to dodge the blow and suddenly appears behind the sword hero's back, leaving him completely stunned. The sword hero cannot believe that his opponent was actually able to evade his attack. At that exact moment, Luo Sha shouts a signal for Long Wang and Liu Yuying to unleash their ultimate moves, causing the boss's health to drop sharply. At the same time, Luo Sha draws his bow and fires a decisive arrow aimed straight at the sword hero. The boss's health rapidly depletes to nearly zero, and he lets out a roar of agony before collapsing. The sword hero trembles as he admits his defeat before being finished off by Luo Sha's arrow, marking a resounding victory for the entire team. Long Wang stands dazed, staring at the boss's corpse, and cannot help but exclaim that they have truly won the battle. The system announced the successful defeat of the Sword Master, and Zhang Zi stepped forward to firmly state that the team had officially taken down the Floor 10 boss. Everyone was incredibly excited. Art Piercer couldn't believe his eyes upon learning they had beaten the boss and were about to reach Floor 11. Zhang Zi shared that to subdue the Sword Master, he had to sacrifice a Centaur General. Immediately after, Zhang Zi placed his hand on the ground and shouted loudly to summon the Sword Master back to life. The Sword Master immediately appeared in the form of a summoned beast and respectfully replied that he would obey his master's commands. Zhang Zi ordered the Sword Master to demonstrate his power by destroying the red giant beast that was slaughtering his army. The Sword Master took action at once, crouching slightly before drawing his longsword with a cold and detached demeanor. In the blink of an eye, his small figure darted away with terrifying speed, heading straight for the massive monster. A few sharp sword strikes were enough to bring down the red giant beast. It let out a roar of agony before collapsing heavily onto the ground. Faced with the overwhelming power of the Sword Master, the giant beast had almost no chance to resist and was easily defeated. Naturally, Zhang Zi did not miss the opportunity to subdue it and turn it into his own summoned beast as well. Heart Piercer exclaimed in shock that the whole team had fought hard just to lower the giant beast's health, while the Sword Master dealt thousands of damage with just a few swings, leading everyone to believe no one could surpass the guild leader's strength, all while countless treasures appeared beneath the beast's corpse. Everyone quickly stepped forward to collect the spoils of war, following the conclusion of the intense battle. Zhang Zi noticed that Heart Piercer seemed worried and asked him what was wrong. He replied that 3 archers in the team had lost contact and were no longer on his friends list. Zhang Zi comforted him, saying the demon realm was inherently harsh, and suggested using the guild fund to support their families. Zhang Zi continued by instructing Heart Piercer to find more information about the 3 missing members, and informed everyone that they had been fighting for 6 hours, so they should head to the floor 11 altar. Dragon King was excited to finally set foot on a new floor. Looking ahead, Dragon King remarked that their journey was still very long, and the entire team cast their eyes toward a future filled with high expectations. The moment they set foot on floor 11 of the Demon Realm, everyone was astonished to realize that the scenery here was a massive, sprawling harbor. Zhang Zi explained that according to the Demon Realm handbook, the battlefield of floor 11 was located on the sea, and they had to board a ship to continue their journey, which made some people anxious due to their fear of seasickness. Jushin suggested that everyone should take a rest since they were exhausted and start exploring the next day. Zhang Zi also announced that he would be busy with personal matters and unable to participate for the next few days. Liu Yueying and Dragon King also mentioned they had to participate in the admissions work for Kingda Academy, while the little princess complained about how exhausting this particular task was going to be. Zhang Zi realized that his teammates were all people from Kingda and that he might soon meet them in real life. Jushin suggested everyone take a break for a few days before reuniting. The scene shifted to Xinghui City, with skyscrapers standing close together, creating a modern and prosperous atmosphere throughout the city. Zhang Zi stood before the gates of Kingda Academy, the most prestigious school in the Great Xia State, and he couldn't help but feel deeply moved by the sight. Just then, a gentle voice rang out from behind, asking Zhang Zi to lead the way because she couldn't see the path clearly. The person speaking was a blind girl with a gentle and fragile appearance that made people want to protect her. Zhang Zi enthusiastically helped her. The girl gratefully introduced herself as Sun Ruotong and asked for his name in return. When it became clear that both were new students, the surrounding crowd began to gossip and show doubt that a blind person could actually pass the entrance exams for Kingdom. Zhang Zi gently comforted Ruotong, telling her that as long as she believed in her own strength, she was completely worthy of this opportunity. At the registration area, candidates stood in long lines waiting to complete their enrollment procedures. A person in charge of guiding the crowd caught Zhang Zi's attention because his physical appearance was remarkably similar to Dragon King's. The man noticed Zhang Zi staring at him and spoke up to remind him to quickly present his documents and maintain order. Wang Shan assigned Dai Yang the task of leading Zhang Zi to the dormitory, while also reminding everyone not to use their Demon Realm nicknames in the real world. Dai Yang greeted him in a friendly manner and led Zhang Zi to dormitory N13. The boy silently realized the true identities of Dragon King and Jushin. Dai Yang pointed out the direction of the dormitory and reminded Zhang Zi to rest before gathering at the assembly hall at 5 o'clock. The two said their goodbyes. Zhang Zi thanked him and said he looked forward to seeing him again in the near future. Dai Yang walked away, but still felt that Zhang Zi gave off an inexplicable sense of familiarity that he couldn't quite place. Inside the hall, everyone stood up to welcome Principal Ran Tianqiu as he stepped up to the podium to deliver his speech. While Zhang Zi listened attentively, some students below began to whisper among themselves because they thought the speech was becoming too long and tedious. Afterward, Lei Zhenlong declared that although they had met the admission standards, the candidates still had to pass an entrance test in an elimination format. He announced that there were 26 tokens in the testing area, and within 7 to 2 hours, whoever possessed them would officially become a student of Kingdom. Candidates who failed the test would be forced to leave the academy, and emergency supply bags would be dropped randomly to assist with their survival. When asked about safety, the organizers confirmed that there were no monsters in the testing area, and candidates could withdraw by calling for help from the observation planes. After explaining the rules, all candidates were required to hand over all personal belongings before boarding buses to the testing location. The crowd was in an uproar when they learned that even weapons were not allowed to be brought along, causing many people to feel quite worried. While jostling to leave the hall, Ryutong was pushed down, but fortunately, Zhang Zi was there to pull her back up just in time. Zhang Zi helped Ryutong onto the bus, She recognized him and expressed her gratitude, and the two of them quickly became much closer. The principal watched them and realized that Zhang Zi was the new disciple that Professor Pang Tihua had just taken in, so he asked a teacher to verify the information. The buses quickly took the candidates to a desolate and remote mountainous region, signaling that the challenge was about to begin. On the bus, Zhang Zi noticed the sky turning dark, and Ruotong predicted it was about to rain thanks to her incredibly keen sense of hearing. She explained that even though she couldn't see, she could perceive her surroundings through sound, and she even detected that some candidates were secretly cooperating with each other. Zhang Zi suggested cooperating with Ruotong to pass the exam, promising to become her eyes, and Ruotong happily agreed to the partnership. The three buses stopped at a ruined and desolate area where the survival test was scheduled to take place. The candidates quickly got off the bus, and Zhang Zi looked around to get a grasp of the surrounding situation. The teacher announced that this was the testing area and wished everyone luck, while Zhang Zi and Ruotong monitored the information on the system. The system announced the locations of the tokens and the first wave of emergency supply bags, where red represented tokens and yellow represented supply bags. Immediately after, the candidates scattered in all directions to gain an advantage right from the very first minutes of the test. While many people rushed to find the tokens, Ruotong suggested they act immediately, but Zhang Zi decided to prioritize finding a supply bag to ensure their survival. Zhang Zi explained that with 7 to 2 hours on the clock, ensuring survival was more important, as only then would they have a chance to seize a token later on. After 8 hours of moving, Zhang Zi determined that many tokens already had owners, so the two of them needed to find a safe place to rest and wait for the next supply drop. Ruotong detected a basement entrance 15 meters away thanks to her sharp hearing, which left Zhang Zi feeling completely astonished. Zhang Zi asked her out of curiosity how she had managed to discover this hidden and specific location. Ruotong explained that she heard sounds echoing from below, and thus deduced that it must be a large, open space. The two of them headed down to the basement to hide. Zhang Zi couldn't help but admire her superior hearing when the system announced that the second wave of supply bags had appeared near their location. Zhang Zi decided to let Ruotong stay behind where it was safe while he went to grab a supply bag, and she didn't forget to tell him to be extremely careful. Hiding behind a large rock, Zhang Zi noticed that the supply bag had not been taken by anyone yet and prepared to make his move. Just as he lunged forward, an arrow was suddenly fired toward him from out of the darkness. The opponent spoke up with a threat, warning Zhang Zi not to step any closer if he didn't want to lose his life right then and there. That group of people declared that the supply bag belonged to them and that they were ready to take action if he dared to try and steal it. Zhang Zi quickly assessed the situation, realizing the opponent had numbers and weapons, so he decided to act in a flash to seize the supply bag. 3 arrows were fired in quick succession, but Zhang Zi still managed to grab the supply bag in time and retreat safely. With his superior speed, he quickly vanished into the forest, leaving the opponents unable to pursue him effectively. The leader was furious because his prey had slipped away, while his accomplices were stunned by Zhang Zi's incredible speed. Meanwhile, rain began to fall just as he made it back to the hideout. Ruotong was overjoyed to see Zhang Zi return safely, but she immediately became wary when she noticed a stranger following behind him. Xiao Wei, who had been silently observing from the beginning, finally spoke up and confirmed that Zhang Zi was indeed the one who had taken the top spot in the entrance exam. Zhang Zi stayed on high alert and asked for her identity. Xiao Wei stated bluntly that she wanted to challenge him, as she wasn't convinced by his recent achievement. However, right at the climax of her declaration, Xiao Wei's stomach let out a loud growl, causing her face to turn bright red with embarrassment. Zhang Zi completely ignored her challenge and calmly opened his supply bag to take out some food for himself and Ruotong. While eating the compressed biscuits, he complained about the dry rations. Ruotong wished for some hot water, so Xiao Wei offered to trade her lighter for a portion of their food. Zhang Zi only agreed to give her a small share and demanded that she go find her own food source as soon as she finished eating. Xiao Wei sat down on the floor, feeling dissatisfied, and began to complain about how harsh this admission test had become. Zhang Zi bluntly told her to leave once she was done eating, but Xiao Wei protested, arguing that he didn't own this basement. Zhang Zi warned her that her presence could put them both in danger. Suddenly, Ruotong heard a strange noise and pointed upward, warning Zhang Zi that someone was approaching their location. A voice echoed from above, saying that the map showed a signal in this area. They quickly searched around and discovered the staircase leading down into the basement. An aggressive group burst in and demanded they hand over their tokens. Xiao Wei craftily pointed straight at Zhang Zi and framed him, making him curse her inwardly for the dirty trick. The leader stepped forward to threaten him, but Zhang Zi calmly stated he didn't have any tokens and warned that if they came any closer, he wouldn't hold back. A fat guy in the group immediately threw a punch and lunged toward Zhang Zi with an aggressive look on his face. Without any hesitation, Zhang Zi spun around and delivered a powerful kick that sent the fat guy flying. He then countered the girl with him, sending her tumbling to the ground. The leader ended up in an even more pathetic state when Zhang Zi kicked out one of his teeth, causing him to lose all of his initial bravado. After taking down all three of them, Zhang Zi coldly warned them to get lost before he truly lost his temper. The group retreated in terror while whispering about Zhang Zi's strength. He picked up the token they had dropped, and Ruo Tong voiced her complaints about their greed. Zhang Zi turned his gaze toward Zyro Wei, which immediately made her feel awkward and flustered under his stare. Zyro Wei acted cute and hoped he would let it go, but Zhang Zi bluntly demanded she hand over the tokens to avoid any further trouble. Zyro Wei was both angry and intimidated by Zhang Zi's power, while Ruo Tong reminded him that this girl might come from a prominent family and shouldn't be underestimated. Upon hearing the mention of the Liu family, Zhang Zi looked surprised and immediately began to question her identity. Zhang Zi asked Zyro Wei if she knew Liu Yuying. She admitted that Liu Yuying was her cousin and asked curiously about the relationship between the two of them. Realizing her identity, Zhang Zi let out a long sigh and decided to let Zyro Wei off the hook, though he warned her never to do something like that again. Zyro Wei immediately grew curious and asked about his relationship with Liu Yuying, but he crossly denied everything and told her to leave. The mischievous girl teased him a bit more and then left with a bright smile, promising to ask Liu Yuying about him when she returned home. After Zyro Wei left, Zhang Zi realized their location had been compromised, so he quickly packed his things and found a new hideout with Ruo Tong. Looking up at the light rain, Zhang Zi thought about how his original plan to hide had been ruined by accidentally gaining the tokens, forcing them to act more cautiously. Ruo Tong warned him that there was someone severely injured 100 meters to the northeast. Zhang Zi decided to go check it out and told her to stay somewhere safe. Underneath an ancient tree, a male student spat out a mouthful of blood, while Liu Yuying tried to calm him down and encouraged him to hold on. Sensing someone approaching, Liu Yuying immediately went on high alert and shouted out, demanding to know the stranger's identity. When she recognized Zhang Zi, both of them were surprised. Liu Yuying quickly began to explain the gravity of the emergency situation. She informed him that 5 students had been murdered by unknown assailants, and advised Zhang Zi to head back to the bus pickup point immediately for his own safety. Afterward, Liu Yuying quickly left to report to Minister Lei and issue an emergency broadcast to stop the entrance examination at once. By the time Zhang Zi got back, Ruo Tong had also received the emergency notification, and they both decided to return to the assembly point immediately. On their way, they heard a cry for help. Ruo Tong determined there was a man and a woman, and that the woman was injured, so Zhang Zi hurried over to assist. Before their eyes, a stranger was wielding a knife and moving towards Zyro Wei with the intent to kill. Just at that moment, Zhang Zi appeared to stop him. Hearing the noise, the attacker turned his head and was immediately met with a kick to the face from Zhang Zi, which sent him stumbling back. However, the man quickly regained his balance, proving that his combat strength was anything but ordinary. Zyro Wei hid behind Zhang Zi and called him her brother-in-law, which left him caught between laughter and tears due to her playfulness. The assassin scoffed and declared he would kill all 3 of them. Zhang Zi quickly assessed the enemy's strength and told Zyro Wei to protect Ruo Tong while they retreated. Zhang Zi channeled his internal energy, causing his body to radiate a golden light as he unleashed a powerful strike from the soft power style. The sheer force of the attack was enough to partially overwhelm the assassin's defenses. While blocking the blow, he recognized the familiar technique and asked about the connection between Zhang Zi and Master Pang Tihua. Zhang Zi didn't answer but continued his assault, declaring that dying under his dragon breath art was a great honor. He poured all of his strength and speed into a final, decisive blow that left his opponent completely stunned. A direct punch made the assassin spit out blood and collapse, proving that he was no match for Zhang Zi's current power level. Zhang Zi inwardly realized that the recoil from the technique had injured his hand, and he likely had a few broken fingers. Ruo Tong asked after him with worry, so Zhang Zi immediately urged everyone to leave quickly to avoid the risk of encountering more enemies. At the bus assembly point, the announcement for students to board was echoing. Zyro Wei ran over from a distance and was greeted by Liu Yuying, who asked about her condition. When she heard Zyro Wei calling Zhang Zi her brother-in-law, Liu Yuying was left stunned, while Zhang Zi was completely at a loss for words. At the bus lot, all the students were hurriedly gathering to leave the danger zone as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a female student screamed in terror as an abyss pit monster appeared with a gruesome form and a bloodthirsty grin on its face. Liu Yuying quickly ordered everyone onto the buses, while Dai Yang assigned students to protect the freshmen and immediately reported the situation to Minister Lei. Dai Yang charged forward with his shield, determined to block the monster and buy some time for the others to escape. Liu Yuying called out to Dai Yang in worry, telling him to retreat, but he remained determined to stay and protect the students. Dai Yang used his shield to block the monster's attack, but his defensive layer didn't seem strong enough to hold back the creature's raw power. The monster let out a roar and slammed its claws down, leaving Dai Yang in a state of panic as he faced the threat of certain death. Right at the critical moment, Zhang Zi lunged forward and delivered a powerful kick that broke the monster's tooth and saved Dai Yang from the brink of disaster. Dai Yang was stunned by Zhang Zi's reckless action, but the boy stated he wanted to help because Dai Yang reminded him of a brave friend. The Abyss Pit monster swatted the shield away and continued its charge with a terrifying and primal aggression. Liu Yuying also rushed in to provide support, but her attacks didn't seem to have much of an effect on the monster's tough hide. Realizing its defense was too strong, Liu Yuying grew frustrated as she was forced to constantly dodge the monster's wild swings. Upon identifying its target, the monster immediately shifted its direction and launched an attack toward Liu Yuying. In that moment of extreme danger, Zhang Zi summoned all of his strength and yelled at the top of his lungs for her to get out of the way. Putting everything he had into his movement, Zhang Zi lunged at the monster with the firm determination to deliver a final, finishing blow. The Dragon Breath Art Kick was executed once again, this time with a truly terrifying and overwhelming power. The monster was quickly defeated, and Liu Yuying realized with a shock that Zhang Zi was a practitioner of the soft power style. Dai Yang was filled with admiration for Zhang Zi's strength and declared that he had performed a great feat by slaying the Abyss Pit monster. Suddenly, a masked figure appeared beside the monster's corpse and coldly praised everyone for their resilience. Since his face was hidden by a mask, no one could recognize his identity, and Zhang Zi immediately spoke up to question him. The stranger declared that his identity was irrelevant and introduced himself as a member of the Dawn organization, with the ambition of spreading the light of victory. Dai Yang angrily recognized his affiliation and condemned the Dawn organization for daring to target innocent students. The Dawn operative drew his weapon, declaring he would kill everyone, and lunged forward to attack, while Liu Yuying immediately prepared a counterstrike. However, both Liu Yuying and Dai Yang were struck by the blow and forced into a defensive, disadvantaged position. The enemy's overwhelming power left them temporarily unable to mount any form of resistance against him. Seeing the dire situation, Zhang Zi quickly lunged forward to stand in front of Liu Yuying to shield her from harm. The Dawn member shifted his focus to Zhang Zi, unleashing a flurry of sharp, successive strikes at the young man. He mocked Zhang Zi's heroic ambitions while the boy gritted his teeth, struggling to hold his ground against the crushing pressure. Just then, a man in a suit appeared and parried the Dawn agent's lethal move, with both sides appearing to be evenly matched in strength. Everyone joyfully recognized him as Minister Lei, who sternly warned the Dawn organization for daring to cause chaos at Qingdai Academy. Police forces also quickly emerged from specialized vehicles to assist in gaining control over the chaotic situation. The Dawn member chuckled smugly, acknowledging Minister Lei's power, but declaring that today's game had come to an end. Minister Lei immediately gave chase, determined not to let the intruder escape so easily from the scene. However, the Dawn agent jumped onto the back of a monster and coldly bid them farewell before retreating into the distance. The beast lunged toward Minister Lei, but he swiftly eliminated it in the blink of an eye with a single decisive blow. The monster's corpse slumped to the ground, bringing an end to the immediate threat facing the group. Minister Lei stepped on the creature's remains and glared angrily in the direction where the Dawn operative had vanished. Fluttering wires obscured the view and allowed the enemy to slip away, so Minister Lei immediately ordered a roll call and sent all students back to the school to treat those who were injured. The scene shifts to the 11th floor of the Demon Realm, where all the members had quickly gathered in full to prepare for their next journey. As soon as Rakshasa logged in, he called out to Dragon King, who happily approached to greet him and expressed how much he had missed his friend after not seeing him for a while. Dragon King quickly noticed that Rakshasa's hand was injured and asked about it with concern, but Rakshasa reassured him it was just a minor wound. Liu Yuying also shared that Ju Shen had been injured during the exam and was hospitalized for a few days, leaving everyone worried about the absence of their main defensive pillar. Rakshasa noticed a girl peeking out from behind Liu Yuying who seemed familiar, so he spoke up to ask about her identity. Liu Yuying introduced the girl as her close friend, who wanted to join the guild to help everyone conquer the challenges of the Demon Realm. The girl politely introduced herself as Yiren, but Liu Yuying could only watch helplessly at Xiao Wei's usual overacting. Rakshasa politely returned the greeting and ordered the team to set out, as Dragon King excitedly urged everyone to board the ship. Yiren curiously whispered to Liu Yuying about the guild, made up entirely of archers, and Rakshasa's mysterious identity, prompting the latter to immediately remind her friend to speak more quietly. All the members quickly boarded the large vessel and began their voyage across the sea toward the battle zone of the 11th floor. Liu Yuying wondered why Xiao Wei didn't join her own guild but followed her instead. Xiao Wei revealed that she was curious about the candidate Uncle Six mentioned and wanted to see if Rakshasa was worthy of the Liu family's eldest young lady, causing Liu Yuying to blush with embarrassment. When Liu Yuying noted that they had never fought, making it hard to judge his strength, Xiao Wei confidently asserted that she would find a chance to challenge Rakshasa to a duel to see who was superior. On the other side, Xiao too curiously asked Rakshasa why he had entered the demon realm. He shared thoughtfully that his goal was to provide a better life for his family before leaving this dangerous place to enjoy a peaceful existence. Xiao Wei approached Rakshasa and asked him to accept a small request, but he remained wary, knowing that this, overacting, girl surely had some kind of hidden agenda. When Rakshasa refused the duel, Xiao Wei tried to entice him by revealing secrets about Liu Yuying, such as her favorite foods or the colors she usually wore, but none of it managed to pique his interest. Even though Xiao Wei claimed she was creating an opportunity for him to pursue her cousin, Rakshasa calmly stated that there was nothing more than a normal friendship between them. Xiao Wei still didn't believe in pure friendship between a man and a woman, but Rakshasa ignored her and didn't bother to argue any further. Suddenly, everyone was alarmed to discover a pirate ship heading straight toward them across the open water. The crowd grew restless because the Demon Realm Handbook stated that sea voyages were relatively safe, but someone pointed out that the information was outdated, prompting Rakshasa to immediately calm everyone down and order them to prepare for battle. The distance between the two ships continued to narrow, signaling that a collision was now completely unavoidable. The guild members became extremely tense as the pirate ship drew dangerously close to their vessel. Finally, the two ships collided with a heavy thud, and the aggressive pirates immediately leaped aboard, shouting for an all-out attack. The situation quickly turned into chaos as the members were surrounded from all sides. Their formation broke apart, and many cried out for help against the overwhelming pirate force. Rakshasa quickly ordered Chuanzin to lead everyone to huddle back together to avoid being separated and to launch a coordinated counterattack. Immediately after, Rakshasa used his summoning art to call forth the Grand Hierarch and ordered him to use his dark magic to wipe out the invading pirates. A burst of red dark magic exploded, sweeping through the pirate ranks and leaving them in a severely weakened state. Rakshasa continued to direct Chuanzin to target the cursed pirates and eliminate them with precise arrow shots, and Chuanzin immediately obeyed, calling for the team to focus their firepower. Precise down to an inch, hundreds of arrows tore through the air simultaneously and streaked toward the pirates, instantly forcing them onto the defensive. Those who seemed to have fallen suddenly snapped their bloodshot eyes open, roared aggressively, and sprang back up as if they had never been taken down. Luosha furrowed his brows in annoyance upon realizing that these pirates had an unusually high amount of health. He immediately warned everyone to be careful, thinking that if this dragged on, he would have no choice but to summon the sword hero to turn the tide of the battle. Xiao too stood beside Xiao, observing her equipment and curiously asking if she was a mage and why she hadn't joined the fight yet. Xiao proudly replied that this trivial skirmish wasn't worth her intervention, even arrogantly revealing that her talent was the highest among everyone there. Xiao too looked at her with disdain, assuming she was just bragging because anyone could claim to possess an S-rank talent. Xiao challenged her to see for herself, just as a lustful pirate lunged forward, loudly declaring his intention to claim the beauty standing before him. Long Wang hurriedly shouted for the girl to retreat quickly, and not just stand there like a target, however. Liu Yuying remained calm, reassuring him that there was no need to worry because Xiao was perfectly capable of handling the situation on her own. At that very moment, Xiao suddenly revealed a smile that was both cryptic and dangerous. She immediately unleashed a terrifying pressure on the pirate, leaving him horrified when he discovered that his body could no longer move. With just a single simple strike, he was defeated while everyone else watched in complete shock. Xiao calmly explained that she had increased the gravity on his body by 100 times for 100 seconds, rendering her opponent completely immobile and turning him into prey she could dispose of at will. After that, Xiao leisurely approached and swung her blade down repeatedly, causing the pirate's health to plummet. He screamed for help in a desperate struggle, but he could not escape the fate of being annihilated. Xiao too was amazed by how terrifying this seemingly weak girl could be, while Luosha also secretly held a high opinion of Xiao's talent, realizing that once hit, an opponent was helpless for 100 seconds. Just then, the sinister voice of a pirate claiming to be the master of the sea fortress echoed from a distance, threatening to toss them all into the sea as shark bait. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped down aggressively, leaving everyone standing there in utter amazement. Captain Jiao immediately raised his gun and fired a rapid succession of bullets at the advancing adventurers. Some people were hit and sent flying, while the rest talked in a panic as they realized the newcomer was Captain Jiao of Floor 11, who should have been waiting at the sea fortress instead of showing up so early. Despite this, everyone decided to risk their lives and charge forward, believing that they could defeat him with their overwhelming numbers. Battle cries echoed everywhere, boosting the morale of the entire team. Long Wang excitedly suggested that he and Luo Sha charge together so they wouldn't miss the chance to take down the boss, but Luo Sha immediately reached out to stop him. He calmly analyzed that the early appearance of the final boss could just be a fake or a scripted event that would end once the battle reached a certain point, so everyone needed to observe the situation before acting. Captain Jiao gripped a rope above him and laughed with arrogant pride, mocking the group for being too naive if they actually thought they could capture him. Immediately after, a barrage of bullets rained down on the adventurers like a heavy storm. Most players could not withstand such a concentrated attack. Long Wang breathed a sigh of relief for not charging recklessly, thinking that if they could cut the captain's rope, the tide of the battle might turn. The moment that thought flashed in his mind, Luo Sha raised his sturdy wooden longbow, aimed at the rapidly swinging rope, and waited for the perfect opportunity. In just an instant, he fired an arrow with absolute precision, successfully severing the rope before Captain Jiao could even react. The captain fell heavily to the ground, letting out a single cry of pain, but he quickly sprang back up, proving that he was not an opponent who could be easily defeated. He smiled sinisterly, admitting his opponent did well, but declaring it was all in vain, before shouting for Polly and activating his transformation to show his true power. The parrot on his shoulder immediately responded with a sharp cry, its eyes turning from black to a glowing red as it aggressively vowed to follow its master's orders and tear the enemies apart. Polly spread its wings and dove down, using its sharp claws to snatch the archers below, causing them to panic before dropping them hard onto the ground, resulting in severe injuries. Long Wang was horrified to see the giant black bird charging straight at them, and Xiao too could not hide her fear in the face of this critical situation. Luo Sha quickly regained his composure and told everyone to prepare for battle, while asking Xiao about her talent's target limit, to which she replied she could only control one object at a time. Luo Sha decided to assign the task of controlling Polly to Xiao using her gravity skill, while he would directly face Captain Jiao. The two coordinated quickly, and Xiao unleashed her skill, leaving the bird immobilized while loudly urging the others to attack. The bird screeched in rage repeatedly, but it still could not move, being completely restrained in place. Taking the command from Luo Sha, the archer team immediately raised their bows, ready to unleash the next wave of attacks. Captain Jiao laughed loudly, declaring the fun was over for now and welcoming everyone to his sea fortress, before being enveloped in black smoke and vanishing, leaving Liu Yuying shocked at his escape. Before leaving, he did not forget to taunt them, demanding that they come to the fortress, while Polly also screeched as if echoing its master's command. Luo Sha quickly stabilized the team's morale and declared their next destination was Captain Jiao's Lairth Sea Fortress. Not long after, Luo Sha's ship approached the fortress, and everyone was amazed to discover that the structure was built on the shell of a giant turtle, where minions were preparing for battle. Luo Sha calculated and confirmed that the information in the Demon Realm Handbook was perfectly accurate. The fortress was protected by sturdy walls and a dense array of cannons. To face Captain Jiao, everyone was forced to scale this wall, but climbing could only be done via rope ladders, making the mission incredibly difficult. He continued to analyze that approaching the rope ladders was not easy, because the pirates would use cannons to attack from above, and after scaling the wall, they would still face a fully armed enemy force. In response to Long Wang's worry, Luo Sha reassured him that over 100 adventurers were already clearing the way. Liu Yuying estimated the wall's height to be about 10 meters, and Luo Sha immediately came up with an idea to pass it without fighting for the ladders, as they could move directly onto the wall. While looking around, Liu Yuying suddenly discovered that the Chen family group and Chen Xiao had also appeared, leaving her deeply surprised. Little Princess looked annoyed at meeting her archenemies again, while Chen Xiao approached with a condescending attitude, calling her his fiancée. Zai was surprised to learn that Liu Yuying really had an engagement with the Chen family, but Yuying immediately denied it and insisted her marriage would be her own choice. Chen Xiao continued to invite Liu Yuying to join his team to easily scale the wall and defeat the boss, but she flatly refused and told him to stay away. Not giving up, he arrogantly threatened her, claiming she was traveling with useless people and warning that on their wedding day, he would make her submit. Long Wang was furious and wanted to teach him a lesson, but Liu Yuying stopped him, asserting she would handle it herself. Luo Sha stepped forward to comfort her, saying he was always on her side, and Zai also spoke up in support. Liu Yuying smiled and thanked Luo Sha, while a sense of familiarity rose in her heart as she noticed he resembled someone she once knew but couldn't quite remember. Ahead, the adventurers charged forward together with fiery momentum, their shouts echoing across the battlefield as they resolved to eliminate the pirates. On the wall, the captain's minions quickly lit the fuses of the cannons and laughed loudly before firing, causing tragic screams from below as many people were hit by the shells. Observing the whole scene, Luo Sha realized that Chen Xiao's group had also begun to implement their attack plan. The Chen family's formation was prepared with great care, featuring dozens of large shields raised in front to withstand the firepower from the cannons. The incoming cannonballs were deflected by these shields. Luo Sha guessed that the Chen family was cooperating with Falling Swallow Little Fairy to utilize her warrior forces to break through the pirate defense, something their archer team couldn't do. Yue loudly encouraged her teammates to maintain their formation, announcing that they were almost at the base of the wall. Chen Xiao looked on with disdain, claiming that by the time they killed the boss, Yue still wouldn't have scaled the wall. Wan Feng reminded him that the relationship between Liu Yuying and Luo Sha didn't seem simple, advising him to settle the marriage issue soon to avoid complications. Luo Sha saw that the time had come and decided to take action. When Long Wang asked about the attack plan, he smiled confidently and summoned the majestic giant beast chariots. The appearance of the giant beasts filled his teammates with excitement. Chuan Xin laughed because she had almost forgotten about this advantage, and Long Wang was also happy to realize they didn't need to fear the cannons or fight over rope ladders anymore. Luo Sha mounted the back of a giant beast and signaled the entire team to advance, officially starting the assault on the sea fortress. The adventurers in front were horrified by the destructive power of the cannons, as many were blown away after a few charges. Just as their morale wavered, they were stunned to see a massive giant beast chariot approaching with a driver on its back. Everyone talked incessantly about the archer team that owned the giant beast chariots, believing their formation was even more impressive than Chen Xiao's and could easily reach the wall. The pirate soldiers on the wall stared in daze at the sight, before hurriedly shouting to open fire to stop the advance. Luo Sha immediately ordered a counterattack, and hundreds of arrows were fired at once, causing the pirates to flee in panic, unable to understand how the enemy could have gotten so close. Luo Sha quickly warned everyone to watch out for the people at the base of the giant beasts, to avoid accidentally stepping on them, and the whole team followed the order immediately. Falling Swallow Little Fairy angrily declared she would crush Yue, causing the girl below to protest in alarm, claiming that such an action was no different from murder. A thunderous explosion echoed as earth and smoke rose violently, many pirates were eliminated, and a series of items fell from the fortress. Luo Sha immediately ordered the entire team to head inside the fortress now that the path had been opened. After jumping down to the ground, he continued to urge everyone to maintain their light and resolved to be the first to defeat the boss of this floor. From a distance, Chen Xiao watched with a look of extreme anger and resentment as he saw Luo Sha taking the light. While he was charging forward, something suddenly appeared that blocked Chen Xiao's progress. A swarm of pirates holding sharp swords suddenly appeared and attacked him in a coordinated and relentless manner. Chen Xiao was in a panic and could only stand there screaming as successive slashes rained down on him. Wan Feng hurriedly ran over to support him and advised him to stay calm, but hatred had caused him to lose all reason. He screamed that Luo Sha had stolen his person and vowed to kill him. Wan Feng patiently calmed him down, reminding him that Luo Sha's talent was incredibly powerful, being able to summon up to 5 giant beast chariots at once. Chen Xiao was still not satisfied, worrying that the floor's boss would be stolen. Wan Feng advised him to observe first and understand the opponent before acting to ensure victory. Chen Xiao revealed a sinister smile, secretly planning to catch the opponent off guard. Just then, Captain Jiao appeared high above, declaring he would turn everyone into food for his pet, while Polly screeched in excitement. Polly immediately dived down at a terrifying speed, her glowing red eyes locked firmly onto her targets, which was Zhang Zi's group. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a giant black bird, prompting Zhang Zi to quickly warn everyone and tell Kaiku to freeze her. Kaiku cast her frozen blizzard skill to slow Polly down, but the monster continued to roar aggressively, claiming that mere humans could never hope to stop her. Zhang Zi immediately ordered Zyro Wei to deal with the massive bird, while the rest of them faced Captain Jiao alongside him, all while summoning the Grand Hierophant to bolster their strength. From high above, Captain Jiao relentlessly rained bullets down upon them, forcing Zhang Zi to shout at the Grand Hierophant to launch a counterattack immediately. The Grand Hierophant quickly obeyed the command, raising his hand to unleash divine power to punish the enemy, though many archers below were still hit and suffered heavy losses. Liu Yuying grew worried as she noticed the boss evasion stat was far too high, making it difficult for dark magic to be effective. Dragon King suggested they switch to melee combat and charged forward with her. Zhang Zi continued to command the Grand Hierophant, while realizing that, despite the captain's incredible speed, his movements followed a predictable pattern that allowed him to anticipate his dodges. In another corner, Master Chen and Yun Feng watched the battle in silence. Yun Feng couldn't help but praise Zhang Zi's calm and decisive nature, while Master Chen remained annoyed as he was told to wait for the right moment. During the fierce exchange, the Grand Hierophant was suddenly struck by one of Captain Jiao's bullets, causing the tension of the battle to rise higher than ever before. Seeing the Grand Hierophant fall, Dragon King didn't look worried at all. Instead, he let out a loud laugh, and told Zhang Zi that he finally understood the strategy he had planned from the start. As soon as the Grand Hierophant vanished, a giant serpent was immediately summoned. Zhang Zi drew his sturdy wood longbow and ordered the serpent to draw the boss aggro so the team could attack from behind, while Heart Piercer led the archers to fire 100 arrows at once. Caught in the sudden ambush, the captain had no time to defend himself and was struck by a barrage of arrows while the giant serpent bit down hard on his shoulder, making him roar in agony. Master Chen panicked when he saw the boss was about to fall and wanted to rush out to kill Zhang Zi, but Yun Feng held him back, reminding him that the floor boss wouldn't be so easy to defeat. Right then, the captain roared in a rage, vowing that they would all die a miserable death for provoking him. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed a sinister smile, and the ship began to shake violently as if it were about to capsize in the rough waters. Zhang Zi immediately warned everyone to stay alert, while Liu Yuying also felt the intense vibrations under her feet without knowing exactly what was happening on the ship. From beneath the ocean, a massive octopus pierced through the hull, its giant tentacles reaching up to attack everyone. The little princess jumped in terror, complaining loudly about the horrific sight. Captain Jiao laughed triumphantly and introduced the creature as his personal pet, the legendary Emperor Octopus. Zhang Zi was stunned that the captain possessed such a massive monster, and quickly reminded everyone to stay clear of those dangerous and powerful tentacles. Right after his warning, a tentacle slammed down and killed several people. The Emperor Octopus then attacked Dragon King, draining 2,410 health points, while his counterattack only dealt 599 damage, making him curse at its high defense. Little Bunny hid fearfully behind Zhang Zi, trembling as she complained that the boss was already this difficult, even though they were only on floor 11 of the demon realm. Faced with such a dire situation, Zhang Zi finally decided to reveal the trump card that he had been keeping hidden all this time. The Beastman Swordmaster was summoned, wielding dual blades with a cold gaze fixed on the captain. Zhang Zi ordered him to destroy the Emperor Octopus and put an end to that annoying captain once and for all. The Beastman Swordmaster immediately obeyed the command and lunged toward the giant octopus with an overwhelming and terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, he reached the massive tentacles that were swinging around wildly and dangerously in the air. The dual blades in the Swordmaster's hands danced through the air, unleashing his sword intent as two sharp blue lights that sliced through the Emperor Octopus and cut its tentacles into pieces. The remaining tentacles immediately shifted their focus toward the Beastman Swordmaster, launching a frantic counterattack to eliminate this dangerous new enemy. However, the Swordmaster continued to advance with godlike speed, relentlessly cutting through the rest of the tentacles without showing any sign of hesitation or fear. Everyone watching the battle was filled with excitement as they praised the power of the Beastman Swordmaster. Liu Yuying marveled at the sight with joy, while Master Chen grit his teeth in jealousy of Zhang Zi's summoning ability, and Yun Feng thought his power was truly unpredictable. Captain Jiao roared in fury and commanded the Emperor Octopus to launch another desperate counterattack against the Beastman Swordmaster. As he spoke, the sea surface vibrated violently, causing the surrounding ships to be tossed high into the air by the force of the waves. A giant octopus with rows of sharp teeth emerged from the water. Dragon King joked about making enough sashimi to last for days, while Kai Qiu warned everyone not to get swept away by the sea, and Zhang Zi placed his faith in the Swordmaster. The Beastman Swordmaster stood tall before the massive, gaping mouth of the octopus, ready to engage as the creature hissed and threatened him. The Swordmaster grit his teeth, his eyes glowing with the fierce determination to completely destroy his opponent right then and there. He unleashed his whirlwind slash, creating a powerful vortex that struck directly into the mouth of the Emperor Octopus with incredible force. Immediately after, the Swordmaster leaped onto the creature's massive body and drove his dual blades deep into it, delivering a fatal critical hit. The Emperor Octopus let out a tragic, earth-shaking roar before collapsing into the sea, signaling a decisive victory for the Beastman Swordmaster. Seeing that the perfect moment had arrived, Zhang Zi ordered the Swordmaster to finish off Captain Jiao, and he quickly lunged forward to carry out the kill order. The Swordmaster leaped high into the air, while the captain desperately pulled out his guns and fired repeatedly to stop the incoming attack. However, the bullets failed to have any real effect, and in a mere instant, the Swordmaster used his sharp blade techniques to take down the captain once and for all. The captain was blown back through the air and hit the ground hard, stammering in disbelief at his defeat, before the system announced that the player had successfully slain him and all his pets. Dragon King laughed with pure satisfaction, noting that the captain had picked the wrong opponent, and everyone cheered as they realized they could finally move on to the next floor of the demon realm. After the captain was defeated, the level advancement gate for this floor immediately opened up, inviting everyone to begin their next journey. As the boss fell, a pile of demon soul orbs and weapons dropped to the ground. Zhang Zi moved to collect them, while Heart Piercer hesitantly expressed his wish to temporarily leave the team to train more. This decision caught Zhang Zi by surprise, and Heart Piercer explained that the last battle showed their damage was too weak, so they wanted to return to lower floors to get stronger before fighting alongside them again. Zhang Zi assured them they weren't burdens at all. Everyone felt a bit guilty, but remained firm in their decision, declaring that the Archer Guild would always be their home and they would never betray it, only wanting to improve so they could be more useful. Sensing their deep determination, Zhang Zi respected their choice and told them to stay safe and keep in touch whenever they needed help. Heart Piercer promised to lead his brothers to become stronger before they met again. Before they parted ways, Zhang Zi reminded Heart Piercer to contact him if anything came up, and said he would be waiting for them up ahead, making the farewell feel warm and sincere. In the distance, Master Chen cursed Zhang Zi in a fit of rage, while Yun Feng advised him to retreat and wait for another chance since the boss was dead, and Zhang Zi's group had already moved to the next floor. When they set foot on floor 12 of the Demon Realm, everyone was stunned by the breathtaking night sky, and Little Bunny and the Little Princess were delighted to gaze at the shimmering stars above. However, amidst that beautiful sky, strange and eerie shapes appeared like creatures that were silently watching them from high above. Zhang Zi explained that the monsters on this floor were elemental creatures, which were immune to physical attacks and could only be harmed by opposing magic. Liu Yuying added that fire monsters would be countered by water or ice magic, and Zhang Zi nodded in agreement. A member analyzed that the team only had Kai Q and Irin as mages, with Kai Q being an ice specialist, while Irin used non-elemental gravity magic that couldn't deal elemental damage. Zhang Zi realized they needed more mages from different elements to fight effectively. Liu Yuying noted that finding more mages in such a short time wouldn't be easy, so Zhang Zi decided to rest since it was already late, and they needed to wait for Elder God to recover before continuing their journey. The next morning at the Qingdai Academy office building, Principal Ran welcomed Xiao Qin, who had been sent by Minister Dongfang to assist in the recent investigation. The principal expressed his trust in Xiao Qin and thanked Minister Dongfang, while Minister Lei worried that having over 100 candidates stay at the academy would affect order if they didn't finish the entrance exam soon. The principal mentioned he had discussed it with Xiao Qin and decided to continue the entrance exam as normal, to be completed within 3 days. However, Minister Lei was still concerned about potential unexpected incidents. Xiao Qin reassured him that the academy had proposed to the security department the use of professional equipment to ensure the safety of the entire testing process. When asked about the equipment, Xiao Qin explained that it was the Virtual Combat System, or VCS, a technology used by the security department to train their new recruits. In the VCS system, each group of 10 candidates would have to face simulated abyss monsters in realistic combat to evaluate their overall abilities. Xiao Wei asked Ryu Tong about her testing group and learned she was in Group 11. Then Ryu Tong turned to ask Zhang Zi and found out he was in Group 3. Ryu Tong was surprised to realize it was almost Zhang Zi's turn to compete, while he remained calm and noted that Chen Fang's group was currently testing in Group 2 at level 15. Everyone watched the screen with excitement as Chen Fang broke the record with a time of 1 hour 56 minutes, causing the crowd to cheer and compare his results to the other candidates. The examiner quickly announced the end of Group 2's test and invited Zhang Zi's Group 3 to prepare for their entrance into the examination. Ryu Tong explained the monster hierarchy in the VCS, while Chen Fang felt smug because he was already familiar with the system and believed he would take first place, all while Xiao Wei cheered enthusiastically for Zhang Zi. Chen Fang walked by with a look of contempt and threw a challenge at Zhang Zi, but he calmly replied that the final results would prove everything. Xiao Qin stood nearby and reminded Zhang Zi not to let her down, and he confidently replied that he would do his absolute best. Zhang Zi quickly put on the virtual reality glasses, and as the examiner declared the start, his eyes grew sharp, ready to face the challenge ahead. An abyss monster slowly approached, and Zhang Zi looked at his own hands, stunned by the incredibly realistic sensation that the system provided. Suddenly, the monster lunged aggressively toward him, forcing Zhang Zi to react immediately to the incoming threat. It launched a lightning-fast attack, but Zhang Zi quickly dodged it and countered with a powerful punch that left the monster's face completely deformed. The audience below cheered as they realized Zhang Zi was not as weak as the rumors suggested, while Ryu Tong curiously asked about the result, and Cairo Wei reassured her that he had won. The monster for the next level quickly appeared, and Zhang Zi continued to move forward in the virtual reality space with high determination. The crowd talked excitedly when they saw Zhang Zi had reached level 9, but some still doubted his ability compared to Chen Feng. However, Zhang Zi continued to deliver a decisive punch that left the monster unable to resist. After a series of continuous battles, Zhang Zi gasped for air, realizing his stamina was significantly depleted, and told himself to limit the use of the dragon breath method and the soft force technique unless truly necessary. The level 9 monster was quickly defeated, but immediately the level 10 monster appeared and aggressively charged toward him. Both sides engaged in close combat. Zhang Zi threw a punch, but the level 10 monster was smarter and successfully dodged it. Chen Feng stood under the stands, gloatingly explaining that level 10 monsters possessed primary intelligence, while sarcastically mocking that Zhang Zi would soon fail. Zhang Zi thought to himself that the battle would become difficult if he did not use his true power. With an explosion of resolve, Zhang Zi rushed forward to grab the monster's neck and used the soft force technique to snap its horn, making the principal realize he was Pang Tai Hua's final disciple. Quickly reaching level 16, Zhang Zi amazed everyone as he faced an intermediate monster full of tentacles, matching Chen Feng's record and opening up a chance to take first place. Seeing everyone cheering for Zhang Zi, Chen Feng gritted his teeth in anger, hoping that the Abyss Pit monster would defeat him. Xiao Qin was amazed to realize Zhang Zi had the potential to break the system's level 15 record, while Minister Lei doubted this ability, and Xiao Qin even suggested placing a bet on the match's outcome. The level 16 monster quickly appeared with a terrifying form, possessing sharp fangs and metal tentacles on its back that made anyone who saw it shudder. As soon as it appeared, it lunged straight at Zhang Zi, forcing him to roar with determination and exert all his strength to face the challenge. Zhang Zi threw a punch, but was surprised when the opponent could still block it with terrifying speed, forcing both sides into a fierce close combat struggle where he had to use even his head to attack. The monster retaliated with a powerful kick that sent Zhang Zi flying, and he quickly calculated that he could only use the dragon breath method once or twice more, and needed to wait for a decisive moment. Realizing the opponent was superior in both speed and strength, Zhang Zi could not continue his fast attack strategy, causing the audience to speculate about his intentions when he temporarily stopped attacking. Ryu Utong cheered for Zhang Zi anxiously, while Kaio Wei also gritted her teeth to encourage him not to give up because he still had to become her brother-in-law. At this moment, Zhang Zi stood still, clenching his teeth, seemingly taking advantage of every second to recover his stamina before delivering the final blow. In an instant, the monster aggressively lunged straight at Zhang Zi as if to deliver a finishing strike. In his eyes, the hand with sharp claws was approaching, the dangerous distance only inches away. However, Zhang Zi maintained absolute calm and skillfully dodged that fatal attack. He seemed to have a clear plan in his mind. He quickly grabbed the opponent's tentacle, while silently understanding that the highest essence of the soft force technique was the principle of Tai Kai, borrowing strength to strike back. Right after speaking, Zhang Zi immediately stepped back to create a safe distance, then suddenly rushed forward to grab the monster's neck. Being restrained, it roared violently in a fit of rage. Just then, the system announced a congratulation for defeating the level 16 Abyss Pit monster, while informing him that the level 17 monster would appear in 5 minutes. Xiao Qin could not hide her excitement as she praised the brilliant move of borrowing force to counterattack, stating she had not misjudged him and teasing Minister Lei that he had definitely lost the bet. The crowd buzzed with joy as Jiangdong finally held its head high thanks to Zhang Zi's excellent performance, while Chen Feng shouted in anger, unable to accept that he had been surpassed. Xiao Qin immediately spoke up to stop Chen Feng, reminding him that the test was not over and he was not allowed to step into the competition area. By this time, Zhang Zi was exhausted with sweat beading on his forehead, but he remained steadfastly sitting still, with absolutely no intention of giving up. After 5 minutes, the level 17 Abyss Pit monster appeared with a form much larger and more terrifying than level 16. As soon as he saw it, Zhang Zi shouted a loud provocation, ready to fight. The monster immediately lunged toward him with a ferocious aura, and Zhang Zi was also determined to risk his life and fight to the end. Suddenly, the level 17 monster vanished, leaving Zhang Zi extremely surprised and confused about what was happening. A voice rang out announcing that the test had ended, and they were preparing to leave the virtual reality space. Zhang Zi felt regret because he had just found his rhythm when the match was stopped. Xiao Qin praised Zhang Zi for his excellent performance in defeating the level 16 monster, believing he would also do well in the challenges of the Demon Realm and the Security Bureau. Under the stands, everyone cheered Zhang Zi's name in unison, making him the center of attention as the crowd roared with excitement. As Zhang Zi stepped down, the crowd immediately surrounded him, asking to become his disciples. Kaio Wei irritably explained that they were all fans because he had reached level 16, leaving Zhang Zi dazed. Zhang Zi quickly escaped from the crowd, using exhaustion as an excuse to return to the dormitory before continuing his journey into the Demon Realm, with Ryu Otong quickly chasing after him. When asked, Ryu Otong hesitantly asked Zhang Zi to help her clear the 11th floor of the Demon Realm tonight. He agreed but was still worried because she was visually impaired and the place was dangerous. Just then, Kaio Wei ran over to rescue them from the crowd and offered to take Ryu Utong back to the dormitory. She reminded Zhang Zi that she would be wearing a green mage robe so he could easily recognize her. This made Zhang Zi wonder because Ryu Utong could not see, yet she knew her outfit's color perfectly. Perhaps someone else had told her the details. At the 11th floor of the Demon Realm, everyone had gathered very early to prepare for the next conquest in the vast marine environment. Rakshasa squeezed through the crowd looking for the girl in the green mage robe and took the initiative to approach and greet her, confirming if she was indeed Ryu Tong. The girl replied happily and recognized that Rakshasa was Zhang Zi. He stated he would lead her to defeat this floor's boss and told her to just follow him since her eyes could not see. Ryu Tong hesitantly confessed that she had not intended to hide it, but in the demon realm, her eyes could actually see everything perfectly. This confession left Rakshasa completely astonished as he turned around, while Ryu Tong blushed with guilt and hurriedly apologized for the deception. Rakshasa thought to himself that this meant she already knew his true identity from the moment they met in the academy. Ryu Tong continued to guarantee that she would keep the secret and swore not to reveal his identity. Rakshasa accepted the promise and emphasized that this matter should stay between the two of them. Ryu Tong wanted to make an even stronger oath, but Rakshasa waved it off, saying it was unnecessary because he trusted her. Meanwhile, Dragon King sent a message that everyone was gathering at the altar. Rakshasa informed Ryu Tong that his friends were coming, and he would introduce her to everyone, and she happily agreed to meet them. Not long after, Dragon King's group appeared, and Rakshasa introduced Ryu Tong as a friend who would join them in exploring this floor. Ryu Tong politely expressed her hope for everyone's help. Dragon King welcomed her warmly, while Liu Yue Ying and Cairo Wei both silently speculated about the special relationship between her and Rakshasa. When everyone had gathered, Rakshasa declared the start of the journey to clear floor 11, while helping Jushin and Ryu Tong obtain the keys to progress to floor 12. Rakshasa caringly asked about Jushin's health and received the answer that he was about to be discharged from the hospital, which made him feel much more relieved. Everyone was surprised that the journey was smooth, without encountering any pirates or Captain Horn. The group quickly rode the giant beast war chariots toward the sea fortress. With high spirits, Rakshasa's army and the powerful giant beast war chariots quickly attacked and wiped out the guarding pirates in a flurry of violence. Zio too felt annoyed when she saw Ryu Tong accidentally touch Rakshasa and immediately tried to stop her, but he reminded her to be polite. Ryu Tong quickly apologized for her clumsy behavior. Ryu Tong wasn't used to the name Rakshasa yet and slipped up, then was amazed at his ability to summon giant beast war chariots. Zio too proudly bragged that Rakshasa could even summon bosses. The battle took place in a flash when Captain Horn appeared and continuously fired at everyone, but the team was well prepared for the assault. Thanks to the experience from last time, Rakshasa's team quickly defeated the Kraken and cleared the stage with ease, leaving Dragon King and Liu Yue Ying in absolute awe. Rakshasa checked the summoning art system and realized the number of followers had reached the limit of 10, making him hope to level up soon so he could summon up to 30 subordinates. He announced that Jushin and Ryu Tong now had the keys to advance to floor 12, but Dragon King sighed because the team still lacked the necessary elemental mages. Rakshasa admitted they lacked fire, lightning, and earth mages. Jushin mentioned he knew a fire mage, but she was still stuck on floor 10, while Little Fairy suggested posting a recruitment notice. Ryu Tong suddenly said she could help, explaining that she wasn't an elemental mage, but possessed auxiliary skills that could increase elemental attributes for weapons and equipment. Rakshasa quickly realized that this elemental buffing ability could help the team deal effectively with elemental monsters, opening up a great chance to clear floor 12. Since it was getting late, Rakshasa suggested everyone go back and rest, while promising to distribute demon soul orbs from the guild storage to increase their strength before the next challenge. Rakshasa declared the end of the session and told Jushin to rest. The next morning, Minister Lei introduced the Class A advisor, Master Gu Tianyang, making Zhang Zi wonder about Zio Qin's absence. Minister Lei reminded them that although Master Gu Tianyang had priority in choosing students, he still had to maintain his image. Master Tianyang introduced a simple test for the students. Ryu Tong and Cairo Wei both wanted to form a team with Zhang Zi to participate in the test, which surprised him because their relationship had not been very harmonious before. Chen Feng's two henchmen mocked that entering Class A was an impossible dream and advised them to rely on Chen Feng, then laughed loudly as they walked away. Cairo Wei was furious at Chen Feng's attitude, but Zhang Zi calmly advised her to let them go into the test first and then wait to see the results of their efforts. Just a few minutes later, the doors to the testing room burst open. 3 battered figures lay sprawled across the floor, and one of them had a broken leg, which sent a wave of terror through the onlookers. The crowd buzzed with shock when they realized that even Chen Feng had been defeated. He angrily asserted his high status, but Minister Lei strictly reminded him that family power was not a ticket into Qingdai Academy. Minister Lei ordered Chen Feng to leave and announced that it was now time for Zhang Zi's group to step inside and face their own entrance examination. As the 3 of them entered, Master Gu Tianyang stood tall, waiting for them with an overwhelming aura that put immense pressure on everyone in the room. Cairo Wei expressed doubt because of the master's drunken appearance, but Zhang Zi knew that anyone who could defeat Chen Feng was far from simple. Master Tianyang warned them that he would not go easy during the test. Ryu Utong sensed a powerful source of energy radiating from him, making Zhang Zi realize that the drunkenness was just a facade. All three immediately dropped into their combat stances and coordinated according to their plan. Zhang Zi took command of the strategy as all three launched a simultaneous attack from different directions to place maximum pressure on their opponent. Master Tianyang seemed quite amused by their seamless coordination and easily neutralized Ryu Tong's attack with a single, effortless movement. Immediately after, with just one swift counterattack, both Ryu Tong and Cairo Wei were sent flying backward across the room. Zhang Zi immediately launched an attack from behind, but Master Tianyang calmly dodged it and remarked that the boy was quite bold for trying to pull off a sneak attack. The master continued to dodge gracefully and unleashed a counterattack that kept Zhang Zi from getting close, proving that the gap in their strength was truly massive. Zhang Zi gritted his teeth in frustration as Master Tianyang landed on the ground. The master remarked that while they were stronger than previous students, they still weren't good enough to touch him. Zhang Zi worriedly checked on his teammate's condition. Cairo Wei replied that she was fine, but noted that the master's speed was so extreme that they simply couldn't find an opening to get close. Zhang Zi proposed a new plan. He and Cairo Wei would lead a frontal assault, while Ryu Utong provided support by predicting the master's movements. Master Tianyang took a swig of wine and seemed intrigued by this new tactic. In the stands, the assistant principal wondered why Master Tianyang wasn't ending the match quickly as usual, while the principal realized that the master was genuinely interested in these three students. The principal explained that the sheer potential of Zhang Zi, Cairo Wei, and Ryu Utong was what made Master Tianyang want to prolong the fight to observe them further. During the exchange, Zhang Zi realized his speed had hit its limit even with the dragon breath method. Master Tianyang praised his ability, but still demanded that he push himself even harder. Ryu Utong quickly predicted the master's next move and signaled Cairo Wei to attack from the left, allowing her to take immediate action. Master Tianyang was impressed when he realized they were using hearing and prediction to track his position, while Ryu Utong continued to guide her teammates in dodging his strikes. Sensing that Ryu Utong was the vital link in their coordination, Master Tianyang decided to target her first in order to break their formation. However, Ryu Utong suddenly smiled and declared that the master had fallen right into their trap, which caused him a moment of genuine surprise. At that exact moment, Zhang Zi suddenly appeared behind him, using the soft power technique to restrain the master and ordering the others to launch an all-out attack. Zhang Zi locked the master's legs, making Tianyang realize that the boy was actually a disciple of Pang Tihua. However, with just a burst of internal energy, he blew all three of them away. All three hit the ground hard, but Zhang Zi struggled to get back on his feet, feeling the terrifying and overwhelming strength of their opponent. The principal walked in with a satisfied smile, praising the three of them for their excellent performance in forcing Tianyang to resort to using his wind shock technique. Master Tianyang also appeared satisfied, and the assistant quickly announced that all three had passed the test, officially becoming students of Class A under his mentorship. Cairo Wei was overjoyed as she received her gold badge, the prestigious symbol of Class A, and eagerly showed it off to Liu Yuying, while Ryu Utong held hers with deep emotion. As the three of them walked out, the crowd was stunned to see the first team pass the test. They realized that only 2 spots remained in Class A, promising fierce competition ahead. Minister Lei reminded everyone to go home and rest after their tests, noting that they had to be at Class A by 8 o'clock sharp the next morning. Cairo Wei called home to share the news, while Ryu Tong asked Zhang Zi about their plans for the Demon Realm. Zhang Zi smiled and confirmed that they would continue their journey to conquer Floor 12 of the Demon Realm tonight, and Ryu Tong quickly agreed with plenty of excitement. Night fell upon the 12th floor of the Demon Realm, and the entire group quickly gathered together, ready for another thrilling boss hunt. Dragon King spoke up excitedly when he saw the two of them appear, urging Ryu Tong to show off her elemental dependency ability. Rakshasa smiled in encouragement, and she raised her staff, activating a skill that surrounded them with brilliant light. The system immediately announced that everyone's weapons had been enhanced with the thunder element for 30 minutes, making Dragon King grin like he had just struck gold. He happily confirmed that all attacks now carried the thunder attribute, but Ryu Tong explained that the skill had a catch. The elemental buff was completely random and could not be chosen at will. Rakshasa reassured them that if they didn't get the element they wanted, they could just wait for the cooldown and try again. Then, Liu Yuying was enhanced and looked on in shock as her weapon began to glow. Liu Yuying happily announced that she had received the fire element, while Ancient God was also supplemented with an element perfectly suited for combat. Dragon King laughed with pure satisfaction, glad to finally be able to hunt monsters comfortably. Rakshasa remarked that their luck was quite good today, since the team now possessed all the basic elements. Little Fairy noted that while others had to use expensive talisman methods for elemental enhancement, Ryu Tong's skill was far more efficient, Just then, Rakshasa warned the group when he spotted a fire elemental monster. The monster immediately lunged forward and exhaled a massive sea of flames, intending to incinerate the entire group in one go. Ancient God quickly rushed to the front to block the attack with his shield. Although he lost some health, he successfully protected his teammates standing behind him. Dragon King counterattacked, but his damage was negligible. Fortunately, one Knight of Autumn used ice magic to suppress the monster, while Rakshasa utilized the counter-element to shoot it down with ease. Overwhelmed by the coordinated assault, the monster was quickly defeated while trying to flee, unable to escape its inevitable fate. One Knight of Autumn excitedly realized the true power of elemental counters, while Dragon King wondered what his thunder element was strong against. Rakshasa guessed it might be the wood system and suggested testing it later. Rakshasa noticed the journey was easier than expected and announced that the elemental overlord's palace was just ahead. However, the boss failed to appear on time, causing confusion as rumors of anomalies in the demon realm spread online. Dragon King was worried by the news, but Rakshasa thought it might just be a temporary situation. However, with so many people gathered, clearing the floor today seemed almost impossible. Ryutong was confused about what to do, so Rakshasa proposed going back to hunt small mobs to practice elemental patterns and gather more loot. Liu Yuying quickly agreed with the idea. Dragon King sighed and accepted the plan, but as the group prepared to leave, a sudden chaos broke out ahead, prompting Rakshasa to go and investigate. The crowd fled in a panic when the elemental overlord suddenly appeared outside the palace. Many people lamented that their groups weren't strong enough to defeat the boss, creating a very chaotic scene. Seeing the boss's massive physical form, Dragon King couldn't help but feel terrified. Rakshasa quickly ordered Xiao Dio Yuren to use her gravity powers to suppress the target. Xiao Dio Yuren was annoyed at him for getting her name wrong but still cast her skill immediately. The elemental overlord attacked ferociously, appearing far more bizarre than any previous boss. Ancient God tried to attack, but dealt absolutely no damage, which left him in a state of complete and utter confusion. Dragon King fell into the same situation as every strike displayed zero damage. Even with the entire group attacking at once, they couldn't even make the boss flinch. Rakshasa guessed that the boss might have a non-elemental attribute, which left Liu Yuying completely shocked. Meanwhile, a single counterattack from the boss easily sent several people flying. Dragon King took a painful hit, forcing Liu Yuying to warn him to retreat temporarily to ensure his own safety. Cairo Wei worried that the control skill wouldn't last long, while Rakshasa struggled to find a way to change the boss's attribute. At that moment, Ryu Tong suggested trying a bold approach. Under Rakshasa's skeptical gaze, Ryu Tong decided to use her elemental dependency and launched a direct strike at the boss. After being hit by the move, the elemental overlord's entire body immediately burst into flames, officially taking on the fire attribute. Dragon King's jaw dropped as he witnessed this unique method, and he couldn't stop praising Ryu Tong for her incredible cleverness. Rakshasa quickly seized the opportunity and ordered everyone to attack now that the boss had the fire attribute. One Knight of Autumn immediately used ice magic to deal massive damage. The strategy proved to be highly effective, as the boss's health bar began to drop rapidly in a very short amount of time. Rakshasa was overjoyed by the positive results and requested that Xiao Dio Yuren continue to maintain the gravity to keep the boss suppressed. Ancient God coordinated with One Knight of Autumn for continuous attacks, causing the boss's health to quickly drop to just over 1/3. Suddenly, Cairo Wei frantically announced that the gravity suppression effect was starting to wear off. The elemental overlord immediately shifted its target to Rakshasa. He realized the boss was beginning to transform its own attribute, which left Dragon King in shock. After landing a heavy blow on Ancient God, the boss officially switched to the metal element. Rakshasa quickly warned everyone about the change so they could adjust their tactics. Seeing that the metal element was weak to fire, Rakshasa immediately told Liu Yuying to find an opportunity to strike. Liu Yuying didn't hesitate for a second, swinging her sword as she lunged at the boss with an explosive burst of power. Her strike dealt an enormous amount of damage, earning her high praise from Dragon King, which made Liu Yuying's face turn slightly red. Rakshasa quickly shouted a warning when he realized the boss had shifted its aggro entirely toward Liu Yuying. The elemental overlord immediately launched a violent counterattack while simultaneously hitting Ancient God again, making things very difficult for him. Liu Yuying regretted that her sword's speed was not yet fast enough, while Long Wang waited impatiently for his lightning element to take effect. At that very moment, the boss suddenly launched an attack from behind, forcing Luo Sha to shout a loud warning to the team. Liu Yuying was sent flying backward by the impact, and only managed to let out a single, pained cry before hitting the ground. Cairo Wei and Luo Sha Sha were extremely worried. He immediately rushed over to her side to check on her condition and make sure she was okay. Luo Sha helped Liu Yuying up and asked after her with deep concern. She hesitantly expressed her desire to learn swordsmanship from the Beastman Swordmaster. Luo Sha happily agreed to the request, but emphasized that they needed to focus on defeating the boss first, prompting Liu Yuying to thank him with genuine gratitude. Meanwhile, the boss continued to transform, this time taking on a lightning attribute, which led Cairo Wei to quickly warn everyone to stay on high alert. Realizing that his bow possessed the earth element which counters lightning, Luo Sha immediately drew his string and fired a powerful, decisive arrow toward the boss. Long Wang was stunned when he saw that the initial attack seemed to deal absolutely no damage to the creature's health bar. However, immediately afterward, the boss suddenly exploded due to the accumulated damage effect, leaving everyone in the group completely astonished by the turn of events. Despite the blast, the Elemental Lord quickly reformed its physical body, forcing Jiu Shen to shout for everyone to fall back to a safe distance immediately. Jiu Shen sighed as he felt his role as a shield warrior becoming increasingly insignificant. He wished he had a taunt skill to draw the enemy's aggro properly. Noticing his teammate was feeling discouraged, Luo Sha provided support with several precise arrows and encouraged Jiu Shen to keep persevering through the fight. Luo Sha's next attack dealt nearly 6,000 damage. Long Wang grew excited seeing the boss's health drop to 1/3, but Liu Yuying noticed something unusual happening. Xiao Dio Yiren realized that more and more people were gathering around them. She worried the boss might be stolen, but Luo Sha reassured her that he had a plan. Right after that, Luo Sha placed his hand firmly on the ground and activated his summoning art. A brilliant blue light erupted, signaling a truly grand summoning. In the blink of an eye, the Beastman's Swordmaster, the War Chariot Behemoth, and Captain Jiao were all summoned. Long Wang laughed and urged everyone to finish the fight quickly. The surrounding players were terrified witnessing the simultaneous summoning of multiple bosses. They couldn't help but remark that if you live long enough, you truly see everything. Many adventurers even lamented that with Luo Sha able to summon actual bosses, ordinary players stood almost no chance of competing within the magic domain anymore. Luo Sha charged forward with an overwhelming aura and fired a bow shot. The critical hit caused the Elemental Lord to explode into fragments in midair. The system quickly announced the victory over the Elemental Lord. Luo Sha smiled with satisfaction as the long and difficult battle finally came to an end. Long Wang looked at the pile of demon soul orbs and equipment scattered across the ground and couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear with pure joy. Luo Sha picked up a grade A elemental necklace with a spirit stat of 17 and decided to give it to Ryu Tong for her contribution, but she humbly declined. At that moment, Liu Yuying tensely announced that she had just discovered an extremely serious problem, which left Luo Sha feeling very confused and concerned. She stated that the level jump portal leading to floor 13 of the magic domain had failed to appear, leaving the entire group in a state of shock. Xiao too worriedly confirmed this fact, while Jiu Shen speculated it might be related to the recent abnormal fluctuations. The crowd also buzzed with reports of this happening on other floors. Long Wang suggested that everyone should temporarily retreat to stay safe. Liu Yuying decided to return and ask her uncle about the cause. Luo Sha agreed and told them to watch the news. The next morning at the academy, students were gossiping about the chaos in the magic domain. Even the guide fairies and trading systems had vanished, causing widespread panic. Cairo Wei stood in front of the male dormitory and shouted loudly for Zhang Zi to wake up for the Class A roll call. Nearby students stared curiously at the beautiful girl. Zhang Zi walked out groggily and wondered why she was there so early. Cairo Wei explained she was eager to see the final 2 members of Class A. Even though he hadn't had a chance to eat breakfast yet, Zhang Zi was still dragged away by Cairo Wei in a scene of hurried and humorous desperation. In Class A, Lin Junyang introduced himself to Sun Ruotong. When Zhang Zi and Cairo Wei entered, he greeted them warmly, creating a very friendly atmosphere in the room. Zhang Zi smiled back and confirmed that he was indeed a student of Class A, quickly integrating himself with his new classmates and surroundings. Junyang introduced Zhang Qiuyu, a boy with glasses who sat silently reading. He joked that without their arrival, the class would have been incredibly dull and boring. Cairo Wei curiously asked how Junyang passed the test. He revealed that through his own effort, he managed to stall Professor Gu Tianyang for a short time, which surprised Zhang Zi. Junyang shared that he had possessed the power of telekinesis since he was a child. He then proceeded to demonstrate his ability directly for everyone to see. Cairo Wei and Ruotong were both amazed by this special power. Junyang explained that by absorbing many spirit-type demon soul orbs, he could now control much heavier objects. Zhang Qiuyu finally spoke up, noting that Junyang's mental power was still insufficient against someone as strong as Gu Tianyang. This annoyed Cairo Wei and made her curious about him. Qiuyu calmly revealed that he didn't need to fight to be passed. Everyone was astonished by this. and Luo Sha began to suspect some sort of backdoor favoritism was at play. Cairo Wei expressed her outrage over the lack of fairness at the academy, but Luo Sha remained skeptical and waited silently for a proper explanation from the staff. Right then, Professor Gu Tianyang walked in with his usual drunken appearance. He confirmed he made an exception for Qiuyu because the boy solved a problem that had plagued him for 3 years. Cairo Wei protested that this was incredibly unfair, but Professor Gu Tianyang simply replied that she would eventually understand. Zhang Zi stepped in to mediate the situation. Professor Gu shared that in his 6 years at the 5th Academy of Great Xia in Tianfeng City, he taught 10 students across 2 classes, but only 4 successfully graduated. After taking a sip of wine, the professor coldly revealed that the other 6 had died in the magic domain. Cairo Wei was horrified by the high mortality rate he mentioned. Those stern words caused the entire class to fall into a heavy silence. Everyone sat in deep thought, contemplating the dangerous path that lay ahead of them. The professor emphasized that his requirements were extremely strict. Only those with unwavering wills could survive his trials, as they were currently nothing in his eyes. After finishing his speech, he left and ended the class. He reminded them that harsh training would begin tomorrow, so they should enjoy their final moments of relaxation. On a deserted street, a mysterious man muttered about a replacement for Quang Dao. He said if the boy couldn't handle it, he should disappear, then realized he was being followed. He quickly ducked into a dark alleyway. The mask covering his face made his identity seem even more suspicious and dangerous to any potential onlookers. 2 followers wearing National Security Bureau badges immediately moved to restrain him. They announced they suspected him of being in the Dawn organization and demanded cooperation. However, the criminal only sneered and leaped high into the air. He showed total contempt, claiming that just a few agents like them could never hope to capture him. The national security agents immediately drew their weapons and fired, but the Dawn member didn't flinch, as he moved with incredible, superhuman speed. Multiple gunshots hit him squarely in the back, yet he did not fall. This proved that his defensive capabilities were far beyond those of any ordinary human being. He let out a bizarre laugh and cast off his cloak, revealing magic domain equipment that was completely bulletproof. The agent's guns were now entirely useless against him. Silu charged forward in a fit of rage, throwing a powerful punch in an attempt to restrain the opponent through raw physical force and combat skill. The Dawn member contemptuously mocked the meager salary of the agents. The 2 quickly clashed in a fierce battle, creating a violent surge of colliding energy. Ultimately, Silu emerged victorious when his arm manifested a special layer of armor from his magic domain gear, allowing him to completely overpower his opponent. Looking at the restrained criminal, Silu irritably declared that the National Security Bureau's gear was just as good. He then ordered the man's arrest despite his own minor injuries. Back in the classroom, Professor Gu Tianyang required everyone to use VR combat gear to train continuously for 24 hours. Cairo Wei was shocked that there would be no rest. Zhanyang asked about Zhang Zi's absence. The professor explained he was in special training as Pang Tihua's disciple, which piqued Cairo Wei's curiosity even further. Meanwhile, Zhang Zi was struggling before a massive boulder. He groaned and complained that the challenge was far too much for his current physical limits to handle. Even after using the dragon breath method, he could only move the rock a few meters. Professor Gu appeared and teased that Pang Tihua's disciple seemed to only be at that level. Zhang Zi slowly realized that the dragon breath method was closely linked to breathing. He remembered Professor Pang's teaching about deep breathing to unleash one's true power. 1 month passed in an instant. The sky was clear as an airplane soared through the air, opening up a completely new setting for the journey ahead. Chen Xiao confidently stated his family had arranged a pickup. He revealed he would meet Colonel Andrew of the National Security Bureau to plan his revenge against Zhang Zi. After a month of bitter training, Zhang Zi could now easily manipulate the giant boulder with just one hand. He practiced while answering a phone call from his sister. On the other end, Xiao Feng happily announced that a matching artificial kidney had been found. The surgery would happen soon, making Zhang Zi promise to return to her side. Xiao Feng continued that she had been guided into the magic domain by her teacher. However, due to the chaos, she hadn't awakened a talent yet and was curious about his name there. The little girl answered him obediently and expressed how much she missed her brother. This made Zhang Zi even more determined to protect his precious younger sister at all costs. After ending the call, Zhang Zi's body trembled as a surge of power erupted from within him. He decided to request a leave of absence to be with her on the day of the surgery. When he tightened his fist, the massive boulder immediately shattered into countless tiny pieces. Zhang Zi was startled to realize he had accidentally used far too much strength. At the 11th floor of the Demon Realm, as soon as Rakshasa logged in, Liu Yuying appeared as well. The 2 of them greeted each other warmly before their scheduled sword practice. Rakshasa informed her that he would be busy with personal matters for the next few days and wouldn't be able to continue practicing with her. But they both decided to make the most of their remaining time together. Liu Yuying was determined to defeat the Beastman's swordmaster, but Rakshasa reminded her that her greatest opponent was herself and urged her to let go of all distracting thoughts to make real progress. Liu Yuying's perseverance was truly admirable. She had been practicing for a full month, yet her enthusiasm and passion hadn't diminished in the slightest. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng was taken into the operating room, where the doctors began preparing the anesthesia for her critically important surgery. The doctor gently reassured the young girl and advised her to relax. Xiao Feng hoped this would be her very last operation, while her vital signs indicated she was feeling quite anxious. Dr. Yang congratulated her on entering the demon realm and asked about her talent. Xiao Feng expressed regret that she hadn't awakened it yet due to the unstable situation, but she remained full of hope. The innocent girl shared her dream of becoming as strong as her older brother, which piqued the doctor's curiosity regarding Zhang Zi's actual abilities. Xiao Feng proudly revealed that her brother possessed a triple S-rank talent, leaving the doctor completely stunned to hear about such a rare and immense power. The doctor continued to probe for her brother's name, and although the girl initially refused to answer, he skillfully manipulated the conversation to extract the information he wanted. Falling into a daze from the anesthesia, Xiao Feng unconsciously revealed that her brother's secret alias was Rakshasa. Upon hearing that name, Dr. Yang's face immediately twisted into a look of terror before shifting into a sinister smirk as he removed his mask, revealing his true identity as the leader of the Dawn organization. He decided to halt the surgery and ordered his subordinates to take Xiao Feng away, intending to use the young girl as a hostage to bargain with Rakshasa. Outside the operating room, Zhang Zi waited anxiously, constantly reassuring himself that his sister would come out of the surgery safe and sound. At that exact moment, Xiao Qin called him with an urgent warning that Dr. Yang was actually the head of Dawn and demanded that Zhang Zi stop the surgery immediately. Shocked by the dire news, Zhang Zi frantically asked Xiao Qin to explain the dangerous situation in more detail. Xiao Qin confirmed that Yang Nuo was indeed the leader of the Dawn organization and emphasized that he must absolutely not be allowed to get anywhere near Zhang Zi's sister. The moment he hung up the phone, Zhang Zi charged straight toward the operating room, his mind filled with a mixture of panic and righteous fury. Another doctor tried to block his path, but Zhang Zi refused to listen and was determined to force his way inside to save Xiao Feng. In a fit of rage, he threw a powerful punch, forcing the person standing in his way to scramble to the side to avoid the blow. However, his opponent managed to block the strike, and after a few quick exchanges of combat, Zhang Zi realized that the man was actually Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao removed his mask and mockingly remarked that Zhang Zi had grown stronger, but he too had been training intensely just for the chance to get his revenge. The loud commotion caused the nurses and security guards to panic as they realized a violent battle was unfolding right in the middle of the hospital corridor. Zhang Zi roared at everyone to stay back and launched another devastatingly powerful punch toward Zhang Hao. The guards watched in horror as they witnessed the immense strength of the two men, while Zhang Hao laughed and declared that Xiao Feng had already been taken away, and Zhang Zi was too late to save her. This revelation caused Zhang Zi's anger to explode, and he channeled all of his internal energy into his very next strike. The massive punch landed squarely in Zhang Hao's stomach before he could prepare a proper defense, leaving him with severe internal injuries. Zhang Hao was sent crashing into the wall, creating a massive hole, and he stared in terror as Zhang Zi's hand began to glow with an ominous and terrifying power. Zhang Zi revealed that this move was the bursting vein from the severing vein system, coldly telling his enemy that he should prepare to report to the King of Hell. Just as Zhang Zi was about to deliver the killing blow, a sudden explosion occurred, forcing him to leap backward to safety. The person who appeared was Yang Nuo, who gave a hypocritical greeting with a fake smile, while Zhang Hao immediately begged him for assistance. Zhang Zi sensed that Yang Nuo's power was heavily infused with the aura of the demon realm and demanded the return of his sister. But the villain calmly replied that she would remain safe as long as Zhang Zi cooperated. Yang Nuo set a condition that Zhang Zi must enter the death zone at exactly 8 o'clock that evening for the exchange, leaving him conflicted since the demon realm was currently unstable. Before their conversation could end, a black spear suddenly lunged toward Yang Nuo, and he realized that Xiao Qin and the security department forces had arrived on the scene. Xiao Qin and her officers quickly surrounded the area and declared that this time, there was no way for Yang Nuo to escape their grasp. However, he only smirked confidently, asserting that everything was still proceeding exactly according to his master plan. Yang Nuo activated a demon realm item to make his escape, but not before telling Rakshasa to meet him in the death zone at 8 o'clock in the evening. Before vanishing, he revealed that the reason he was targeting Zhang Zi was because the boy was the only person in the entire world to possess a triple S rank talent. Hearing this shocking truth, Zhao Qin was stunned and immediately began to question him, putting Zhang Zi in an incredibly awkward and difficult position. At the location where Zhao Feng was being held captive, Yang Nuo informed his subordinates that his cover had been blown, and they needed to prepare to leave the city once their objective was met. He sat the heavily injured Zheng Hao down in a chair, who looked absolutely pathetic and miserable, much like a defeated dog groveling at his master's feet. When a subordinate asked why his identity was exposed after years of hiding, Yang Nuo just laughed and attributed it to the sudden appearance of an unpredictable variable. Yang Nuo ordered everyone to prepare for their entry into the death zone, assigning the task of controlling the boss to his subordinates, while ordering the others to guard the area and keep all adventurers away. Zheng Hao begged for a chance to personally take revenge on Zhang Zi, and Yang Nuo reassured him that he would get to watch his rival's slow death through a live recording. After finalizing all of his plans, Yang Nuo ordered everyone to get ready, determined to ensure that not a single mistake would occur during the operation. At the 13th floor of the Demon Realm, Rakshasa approached the death zone alone and received a system notification that the gates had opened, signaling that he was ready to enter. Dragon King's group unexpectedly ran into Rakshasa and greeted him warmly, wondering why he had arrived so much earlier than usual today. Dragon King teased him about how Rakshasa and Liu Yuying had been spending a lot of time practicing together lately, but Rakshasa explained that he had an extremely important matter to take care of today. When pressed for details, Rakshasa revealed that his younger sister had been kidnapped by the Dawn organization, which left the entire group in a state of shock and horror. Rakshasa seriously stated that Yang Nuo had demanded he enter the death zone for a life-or-death exchange to save her. Dragon King shouted in a fit of rage upon hearing that Dawn had kidnapped Zhang Zi's sister. He declared that since they were brothers, he would definitely charge in to help save her, and called for the others to join. One Knight of Autumn immediately agreed to the fight, and Cairo Wei along with the other members didn't hesitate. Little Fairy even jokingly said that while she usually charged high fees, she would provide free support this time, which moved Rakshasa as he reminded them to stay safe in the dangerous death zone. Dragon King urged the group to set out immediately, and Liu Yuying agreed, emphasizing that rescuing Rakshasa's sister was their top priority. Seeing that everyone was united in their resolve, Rakshasa didn't waste another second, and decided to lead the entire team straight into the heart of the death zone. As they stepped into the haunted park, eerie melodies began to play, sending shivers down Cairo Wei's spine. One Knight of Autumn explained that this was the center of the death zone, and that the presence of many foreign adventurers proved how dangerous it was, though Dragon King remained confident in their numbers. Rakshasa surveyed the surroundings and suggested they follow the crowd, as the main entrance to the park was likely located just up ahead. Right then, Rakshasa received a system notification, stating that the Dawn members were waiting for him inside the park and demanding that he meet them quickly. The opponent revealed the location was the central stage where the Joker boss appeared. Rakshasa immediately informed his teammates and led everyone toward the park gate to meet an acquaintance before entering. The person waiting there was none other than Mai Wei, whose true identity was Zhao Qin from the security department. Upon meeting, Rakshasa told her about his appointment with Dawn, but Mai Wei expressed doubt about the strength of his companions. Rakshasa insisted they were friends here to help and would retreat if the situation became unmanageable. Mai Wei warned him that Dawn was a ruthless organization, but Liu Yuying and Dragon King were both confident in their ability to protect themselves. Finally, she agreed to lead the way and reminded everyone to be extremely careful. Upon entering the park, the gloomy scenery and grotesque monsters made Cairo Wei shudder at just how horrifying and macabre the place truly was. Mai Wei drew her weapon and reminded the team to fight quickly and efficiently, avoiding any unnecessary or prolonged combat with the local creatures. Dragon King was eager to test his strength against the Death Zone monsters, but quickly realized how terrifying they were when a single blow from a rotten wooden horse cost him over 3,000 health points. Meanwhile, Mai Wei demonstrated her overwhelming superior strength, as each of her attacks dealt a massive amount of damage to the monsters. Liu Yuying and Cairo Wei couldn't help but be amazed by her power, growing curious about the background of this female warrior, whom Rakshasa had invited for support. As they neared the entrance to the stage area, the group found it blocked by a defense system. Many adventurers were gathered there, gossiping about how they couldn't get past the dangerous attack towers. Rakshasa stepped forward to assess the situation, and learned that many people had hoped to be the first to kill the boss, but all had to give up in the face of the terrifying defense system. Following the direction the crowd pointed, Rakshasa looked up and was struck with disbelief at the sight that greeted his eyes. A series of electrified towers were continuously firing bolts of lightning, and anyone who dared to get close was instantly incinerated, leaving behind nothing but charred black skeletons. Manga Hanangatu explains that these are lightning-based defense towers that will simultaneously attack any target in range, making a breakthrough nearly impossible. Liu Yue Ying wonders how the Dawn bypassed this system, while Long Wang suspects it is their scheme, but Manga Hanangatu reminds them to focus on the rescue mission. At that moment, someone appears and calls out to Luo Sha, announcing that he is waiting inside and the defense towers will not attack him. Pang Pang smiles and reveals that only Luo Sha is allowed to enter, and anyone else who tries to barge in will be instantly obliterated by lightning. Luo Sha decides to enter alone, but Liu Yue Ying tries to stop him out of concern, fearing that facing the Dawn directly is far too dangerous for him. Despite their worries, Luo Sha insists that saving Xiao Feng is the top priority and tells his teammates to stay back, leaving Long Wang frustrated but unable to stop him. Several nearby adventurers do not believe in the danger of the defense system and recklessly charge forward to test their luck against the towers. In the blink of an eye, lightning bolts strike down from the towers and strike them down, leaving agonizing screams echoing throughout the entire park. Manga Hanangatu admits that even she would struggle to withstand multiple lightning attacks. Little Princess thinks it is a suicide mission, but Yi Zhai proposes a plan. As they head deeper inside, Luo Sha asks about the tower's origin. Pang Pang reveals her talent is Tower Defense Master, allowing her to summon combat towers with formidable power. Luo Sha cannot help but admire this special ability. Pang Pang humbly says it is still far inferior to Luo Sha's summoning art and hopes to witness his boss summoning firsthand. Luo Sha promises there will be an opportunity in the future and asks to be taken to the Dawn's leader, where Yang Nuo and Dao Mu are already waiting. Hearing the commotion, Yang Nuo flashes a fake smile and welcomes Luo Sha as if he were an honored guest instead of a rival. He declares this will be the stage for a miracle and wants Luo Sha to witness it, but the young man loses patience and demands his sister's release first. Yang Nuo continues to stall for time and then calls for his lover to appear so the performance can finally begin in front of their captive audience. Taiyun Zhu Yue steps out with a cold aura and a sharp gaze that immediately makes the atmosphere extremely tense for everyone present. Upon seeing her, Zhang Zi is stunned and blurts out her name, realizing she is somehow related to Liu Yue Ying based on her striking appearance. Zhu Yue confirms she is Liu Yue Ying's older sister, but Yang Nuo quickly interrupts their conversation to get back to his main objective for the day. Before taking action, Zhu Yue looks at Luo Sha and softly whispers an apology that only he can hear. Immediately after, she places her hand on Luo Sha's chest and channels a mysterious surge of energy directly into his body. Luo Sha instantly goes on guard as the system notifies him that Zhu Yue is using a talent skill on him, though he cannot yet feel its effects. While Luo Sha is still guessing the opponent's motive, Yang Nuo warns him not to move if he doesn't want Xiao Feng to be in danger. Luo Sha worries about his sister's condition and keeps thinking of ways to rescue her from her captors while he is held in place. At the detention site, Zheng Hao aggressively watches over Xiao Feng, but the clever little girl finds a way to persuade him to let her use the restroom. Before closing the door, Zheng Hao only gives her exactly 5 minutes to finish, completely unaware of Xiao Feng's secret escape plan. As soon as the door is closed, Xiao Feng immediately takes the opportunity to activate her escape method, preparing to enter the magic domain. With her quick wit, she uses a special skill to vanish from the detention room, turning the Dawn's plan completely upside down in an instant. Appearing in the magic domain, Xiao Feng sighs in relief, but soon realizes she isn't fully safe yet and needs to contact her brother right away. She opens the system to send a message to Luo Sha, informing him of her current location and begging him for help in her time of need. Right after, the guide fairy appears to welcome Xiao Feng to the magic domain and instructs her to choose an outfit before awakening her talent. Xiao Feng chooses a pink dress and a mask to protect her identity, remembering her brother's warning about the many dangers of the magic domain. The guide fairy waves her magic wand, and the adorable outfit is instantly completed on her body, as if by a touch of true magic. After confirming everything is ready, the fairy asks Xiao Feng to place her hand on the orb to activate and display her talent for the first time. The little girl follows the instructions and gently places her hand on the crystal orb with a nervous and rapidly beating heart. A brilliant golden light erupts, making Xiao Feng worry about her talent rank, telling herself that even reaching rank A would be a stroke of luck. While the guide fairy announces the awakening process is complete, outside, Liu Yue Ying and the others are rushing to find a way past the defense towers. Nga Hanangatu agrees, but believes they still need a healer to ensure safety against the overwhelming number of lightning defense towers. Little Princess excitedly accepts the healing role, while Long Wang urges everyone to quickly start executing the plan to save their friend. Nga Hanangata asks Yi Zhaikyu to immediately use the elemental buff on her to test their luck with the lightning attribute. However, the first result is the fire element, leaving the entire group feeling quite disappointed by the unfortunate turn of events. After the cooldown, Liu Yue Ying becomes the next one to try her luck, hoping to gain the lightning attribute for the team. Unfortunately, she receives the ice element, but Jiu Shen encourages them by saying they still have more chances left to get it right. When it is Jiu Shen's turn, he only receives the earth element, making the search for a lightning attribute user extremely difficult for them. Liu Yue Ying grows worried when Yiren also only has the wood attribute, and it seems like their last shred of hope is slowly fading away. The last person remaining is Long Wang, and all eyes are on him as the group's only remaining hope to bypass the defenses. Fortunately, this time the activation is a success, as Long Wang officially receives the lightning element, causing everyone to burst into cheers of joy. Meanwhile, Luo Sha's body suddenly glows with a golden light surrounding him, as if he is under the influence of some special and powerful magic. Despite receiving a system notification, Luo Sha still does not dare to move, fearing for Xiao Feng's safety according to the previous threat. When checking his messages, Luo Sha is overjoyed to realize that Xiao Feng has escaped into the magic domain, finally opening up a chance to save her. Meanwhile, Kaiyunju Yue still continues to maintain the skill on Luo Sha, without any sign of stopping or letting go. After finishing, she announces the process is over, but Luo Sha realizes his body has not changed at all and begins to doubt their true objective. Yang Niu steps forward to ask for the result, and Zhu Yue confirms it was a success, but the situation is not what they originally predicted. Hearing this, Yang Niu looks puzzled and asks her to explain the situation more clearly to him and the others. Zhu Yue presents a copy of the Summoning Art Skill book and explains that only a rank SSS talent holder could copy it, which leaves Yang Niu utterly shocked. These words stun Yang Niu, as he realizes his ambition to seize Luo Sha's talent has completely failed and cannot be salvaged. Unable to accept the truth, he grinds his teeth in anger and decides to change their original plan to something much more sinister. Yang Niu admits to the plot of using the copy technique to turn the summoning art into a skill book to dominate the magic domain, but now he wants to kill Luo Sha. He moves close to Luo Sha and coldly declares that he cannot allow someone with such terrifying power to continue existing in this world. Dao Mu excitedly asks to finish Luo Sha herself, wanting to carve the name of the first-rank SSS talent adventurer onto her own body as a trophy. Yang Niu agrees to leave and gives Dao Mu 10 minutes to handle him. She laughs obsessively, declaring Luo Sha will be her 304 Taiscon trophy. Luo Sha looks at the scene before him in shock, a sense of unease rising within him as he realizes the situation is changing unpredictably. From a distance, a violent bolt of electricity suddenly strikes down with such destructive force that it blows away a large tree nearby. Amidst the thick smoke, a majestic Long Wang appears with his body surrounded by purple lightning, announcing that the group has come to support Luo Sha. Pang Pang is amazed they could bypass her defensive formation, but Long Wang just sneers and declares that the group has crushed all of her defense towers. Xiao Qin quickly reports that Xiao Feng's location has been confirmed and rescue forces are on the way, making Luo Sha sigh in relief and express his thanks. Luo Sha teases Long Wang about his singed hair to lighten the mood, while Liu Yue Ying asks about what the dawn did to him during the ritual. Hearing this information, Liu Yue Ying is completely frozen, unable to believe her own sister is actually involved with the Dawn organization. Xiao Qin reminds everyone to stay focused because a death domain boss is approaching, while Jiu Shen wonders about the charm status over the boss's head. Dao Mu laughs provocatively, declaring the performance of death is about to begin and readying herself to fight alongside Pang Pang against the group. She orders her subordinates that everyone except for Luo Sha can be eliminated at will, showing her bloodthirsty nature to everyone present. Jushin warned everyone that the little clown boss had been controlled by a charm spell, but Long Wang still confidently declared that he would defeat it head-on. Rakshasa immediately called forth all his summoned beasts and declared that he would face it directly, while Dao Mu excitedly promised to give everyone a deadly surprise. As soon as the words were finished, the clown boss gave a grotesque smile and snapped its fingers, signaling that a dangerous attack was about to take place. From high up in the sky, countless mysterious boxes suddenly rained down, leaving everyone in a state of confusion about what could be hidden inside those containers. One box caused Long Wang to tumble, and the system immediately announced these were horror boxes, containing random effects like explosion, freezing, sleep, or silence. Wo panicked and warned that this was the signature skill of the little clown boss, urging everyone to dodge as quickly as they possibly could. Within seconds, several boxes exploded in sequence. Although the blast power was not massive, it still caused significant chaos across the entire battlefield. Some members were hit by bombs marked with special characters, and negative status effects activated all at once, putting the whole team in a precarious position. The little princess was horrified to find that she had been silenced, rendering her unable to use any of her vital healing skills to support the group. Liu Yuying fell into a deep slumber, while Yi Zhaiqiu was completely frozen, causing the team's overall combat effectiveness to plummet drastically. Rakshasa noted that he was also silenced, but since the summons had been called out beforehand, the impact wasn't too great. Wo Su had to acknowledge how terrifying the Death Zone boss was. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air toward Dao Mu, fired by Rakshasa with such absolute precision that it seemed impossible to miss its target. This surprise attack caused Dao Mu's health to drop significantly, forcing her to become much more cautious about her positioning on the field. Rakshasa continued to fire arrows in rapid succession, coldly stating that if she wanted to know who would win, she should experience it for herself. The little clown boss immediately obeyed her command, baring its sharp claws with a fierce look in its eyes as it lunged straight for Rakshasa. The boss let out a roar filled with murderous intent as it closed the distance, acting as if it wanted to tear apart anyone who dared to challenge it. Rakshasa quickly ordered his teammates to fall back and protect those under crowd control, while tasking Wo Su with holding off the boss. A powerful strike from Wo Su caused the boss to lose more than 9,000 health, making the creature shriek in agonizing pain. Rakshasa summoned the human beast Swordmaster and the High Priest to join the fray, noticing that Dao Mu's charm spell had finally been dispelled. The human beast Swordmaster swung its twin blades, executing the swordplay like the wind skill against Dao Mu, but she dodged it with ease and mocked his low-level summons. A single lethal blow from Dao Mu was enough to destroy the High Priest on the spot, showing just how wide the gap in power truly was. Right after that, another summoned beast transformed into a giant snake and coiled tightly around Dao Mu in an attempt to restrain her movements. However, Dao Mu quickly counterattacked and heavily wounded the snake demon. Long Wang asked for healing, but the princess was still silenced, and Jushin noted the Xuguang members were terrifying. In the distance, Yang Nuo and Kai Yunju Yue watched the battle with amusement, as if they were simply enjoying a theatrical performance. Meanwhile, Rakshasa's group continued to fight fiercely against the little clown boss and the remaining members of the Xuguang organization. Kai Yunju Yue softly begged Yang Nuo to spare them, but he fanatically declared that when the Gate of God opens, the demon realm will invade Earth. After some time, Kaio Wei and Liu Yuying finally woke up, and Rakshasa happily updated them on the situation while warning them of the lurking dangers. Pang remained as calm as if he were watching a play, urging Dao Mu to hurry up and bring the battle to a swift end. Jushin immediately stood up to shield Kaio Wei and Liu Yuying, while Rakshasa ordered the team to coordinate their efforts to eliminate Dao Mu. Rakshasa leaped into the air, using the dragon breath method to boost his speed as he launched a surprise attack that left Dao Mu terrified. Rakshasa immediately signaled Kaio Wei to take advantage of the opening and launch a decisive counteroffensive against their enemy. Understanding the plan, Kaio Wei quickly cast a gravity skill that made Dao Mu's body incredibly heavy, leaving her completely suppressed and unable to move. Liu Yuying shouted as she and the human beast Swordmaster delivered a powerful combined strike intended to finish off their opponent for good. Their combined whirlwind slash of light technique sent Dao Mu flying into the distance, marking a major turning point in the battle. Dao Mu slammed hard into Pang before he could react, while Wo Su unleashed her double S-rank skill, Overlord Spear, on the boss. Rakshasa was astonished to see the attack deal over 110,000 damage, which was enough to leave the boss on the verge of death. Wo Su stepped in front of Dao Mu and coldly announced that her boss had already failed, telling her to prepare for her own demise. However, Dao Mu stubbornly stood back up and revealed that the little clown boss still possessed one final, extremely dangerous ultimate skill. The boss suddenly sat back up, leaving everyone in a state of shock as they wondered what kind of horror was about to unfold. Immediately following that, it unleashed the Death-Playing Cards skill, signaling a fated attack that carried the weight of destiny itself. The clown boss announced this would be the final performance, and everyone's names began appearing on the cards as Wo Su explained its instant death effect. Kaio Wei and the little fairy panicked at such an unfair and broken skill, knowing that death could strike any one of them at any moment. The clown boss began to draw a card amidst the extreme tension, while Rakshasa demanded that everyone prepare themselves for the worst possible outcome. The first card was flipped over, and the victim turned out to be the heaven-swallowing frog, one of Rakshasa's summons, which filled him with rage. A pitch-black hand manifested and crushed the heaven-swallowing frog in an instant, leaving everyone watching in a state of pure disbelief. With just a single squeeze, the summoned beast was completely annihilated, fueling Rakshasa's determination to seek revenge for his fallen companion. Rakshasa furiously ordered an all-out attack, and Wo Su also urged him to seize this chance to kill the boss once and for all. Rakshasa's consecutive arrows dealt more than 17,000 damage each, quickly shredding through the boss's remaining health bar. Finally, the clown boss collapsed, and Dao Mu shrieked in agony as she witnessed her powerful ally being systematically destroyed. The system announced that Rakshasa had successfully defeated the Death Zone boss, causing all the adventurers outside to buzz with excitement over the feat. Realizing the situation had turned against them, Pang quickly fled the scene, leaving Dao Mu furious at her teammates' cowardly retreat. Rakshasa and Wo Su immediately gave chase, determined not to let a single member of the Xuguang organization escape with their lives. Wo Su rushed ahead to block the path, but Pang managed to use a teleportation skill to escape, leaving only a panicked Dao Mu behind. Wo Su took to the air, preparing to deliver the final blow to Dao Mu and put an end to this dangerous threat once and for all. Rakshasa stared coldly at his opponent, leaving Dao Mu paralyzed with fear, as she realized there was no longer any path for her to escape. Just at that moment, a cloud of black smoke appeared, and Yang Nu suddenly manifested, rescuing Dao Mu from her desperate situation. He declared that no one else had the right to handle his subordinates, and ordered Dao Mu to retreat, while she bowed her head in shame. Rakshasa wondered about Yang Nu's ability to appear so suddenly, and Wo Su speculated that this was likely his unique, innate talent. Yang Nu arrogantly declared that he wouldn't let anyone leave this place alive, while Wo Su advised Rakshasa to retreat now that the boss was dead. However, as Rakshasa prepared to leave, Yang Nu suddenly appeared directly in front of him with a level of speed that was simply unimaginable. He announced that everyone else was free to go, with the sole exception being Rakshasa, who was forced to remain behind. Wo Su immediately issued a warning, and Rakshasa felt a sharp pain spread throughout his body like a premonition of extreme danger. Yang Nu had activated the Death Bet skill, forcing both himself and Rakshasa into a life-or-death struggle for 15 minutes. Cairo Wei was horrified by such a cruel skill, while Jushin concluded that Yang Nu's primary goal was clearly to take Rakshasa's life. Yang Nu crazily declared that only one of them could survive, and that the day the Gate of God opens would be the end of all humanity. He easily dodged the strikes, and even seemed to find amusement in the strength his opponent was displaying during their desperate struggle. Liu Yuying and Long Wang also rushed forward to provide support, determined to join forces and defeat this incredibly dangerous enemy. Jushin suggested that they had to end the battle within 15 minutes, but Rakshasa observed that more and more adventurers were gathering nearby. Outside, adventurers were talking excitedly about Rakshasa killing the boss in his clash with Xuguang, with many expressing anger and cheering him on. However, even though the whole group put all their effort into the attack, they still couldn't touch Yang Nu even once, showing his power was beyond belief. Rakshasa immediately ordered Wei Ren to restrain the target, but a ray of dawn moved as if he were teleporting, making it impossible for her to lock his position. He turned to ask one Knight of Autumn to find a way to slow him down, and she quickly cast her magic. A ray of dawn disdainfully declared that no matter how many people stood against him, low-level skills were just child's play. When he saw the enemy was frozen, Rakshasa immediately urged Wei Ren to take her shot. However, in the blink of an eye, a ray of dawn circulated his internal energy to shatter one Knight of Autumn's ice layer, as if it had never existed in the first place. I Do My Own Way could not stand such an arrogant attitude, so he immediately unleashed his SS rank skill, Overlord Spear, to launch an attack. Those watching from the outside marveled at the explosive power and the visually stunning exchange of blows. Xiaowei provided coordinated support, using her crowd control skills to keep the target stationary and creating a perfect opportunity for I Do My Own Way to deliver his finishing blow. Seeing that the opponent remained unusually calm despite the pressure, Rakshasa secretly suspected that the man must be hiding a dangerous trump card. Just as he predicted, a Ray of Dawn activated the Holy Light armor skill to create a solid defense, easily blocking the powerful and concentrated Overlord Spear attack. Rakshasa was astonished to see an SS rank skill neutralized so easily, and even I Do My Own Way was stunned by this terrifying defensive capability. Little Fairy anxiously asked about the origin of the brilliant golden armor that was currently enveloping the opponent's entire body. Long Wang's jaw dropped when he saw the armor could withstand over 110,000 damage. Meanwhile, a Ray of Dawn smugly revealed that he hadn't used all his skills yet, and the Death's Gamble timer had only 7 minutes remaining. At this moment, the Beastman's Swordmaster and Liu Yuying joined the battle at the same time to increase the pressure. Realizing that time was running out, everyone resolved to break through his armor, Rakshasa placed his trust in the Beastman's swordmaster and prepared for a total offensive. A Ray of Dawn felt nothing but contempt upon seeing them team up with low-level bosses, considering them all trash in his eyes, but the Beastman's swordmaster determinedly unleashed the Windborn blade technique. Liu Yuying was furious at the insult to her sister, and immediately collaborated with the Beastman's swordmaster to unleash a powerful spiraling light joint attack. This attack finally caused a Ray of Dawn to lose a significant amount of health, proving that his defense was not completely invincible. Even so, he calmly evaluated the joint skill as quite impressive, which made Zai impatiently urge everyone to continue the attack before the crowd control duration ended. Refusing to accept defeat, Liu Yuying and the Beastman's swordmaster continued to pour all their strength into shattering the opponent's protective shield once and for all. Observing the situation closely, Long Wang realized the armor was not an absolute defense and called for everyone to work together to shatter it, giving Rakshasa renewed determination to fight to the end. The entire lineup attacked simultaneously, as Rakshasa's arrows and the team's powerful skills rained down continuously on a Ray of Dawn's defense. After a series of rapid-fire strikes, the Holy Light Shield finally shattered into countless tiny pieces, leaving him exposed. Liu Yuying and I Do My Own Way immediately seized the opportunity, determined to finish off the opponent as soon as the defense was broken. A Ray of Dawn angrily changed his mind, declaring that he would not just kill Rakshasa, but would annihilate everyone present in this place. He roared with murderous intent and unleashed a powerful finishing move directed straight at the entire group. Right at that moment, Kaiyun Zhuyu suddenly appeared behind him and desperately begged him to stop his hand and end the violence. Liu Yuying was shocked to recognize her older sister, while Kaiyun Zhuyu did not dare to look directly at her and could only choke back apologies. A Ray of Dawn completely lost control, declaring he would use his ultimate skill, Grand Shadow Darkness, to destroy everything around him. Darkness immediately enveloped the entire area, causing those around to panic as they were unable to see anything at all. Rakshasa's group realized this was a vision-stripping skill and quickly gathered for defense, while a red demon face appeared in the darkness, letting out a horrific laugh. A Ray of Dawn unexpectedly attacked I Do My Own Way from the darkness, but one Knight of Autumn timely warned him of the attack's direction. However, he continuously changed positions, making it difficult to predict his movements and putting the whole group on the defensive. Eventually, I Do My Own Way was still backstabbed from behind. Rakshasa immediately requested everyone to protect one Knight of Autumn so she could continue to determine the enemy's location. Zai recognized one Knight of Autumn's auditory tracking ability and called her by her real name, Su Ruotong, causing her to respond unconsciously. A Ray of Dawn noticed this from above and decided he had to quickly end the battle before the situation could be turned against him. I Do My Own Way warned that Rakshasa's cooldown was almost over and the enemy might target him. Rakshasa decided to use himself as bait to create an opening for a counterattack. A Ray of Dawn immediately unleashed a slash at Rakshasa, causing his health to drop sharply, but it was all part of the plan to create an opportunity for his teammates to strike back. The Beastman's swordmaster and Liu Yuying simultaneously unleashed the Windborn blade and whirlwind light slash skills to attack the opponent. Despite this, a Ray of Dawn calmly defended and counterattacked, causing the Beastman's swordmaster to be destroyed, which brought Liu Yuying immense pain. He continued to swing his sword with the intent to finish everyone off, as murderous intent blanketed the entire battlefield. Rakshasa shouted a panicked warning to Liu Yuying before the fatal attack could land. In the moment of life and death, Liu Yuying thought this was probably the moment of parting as everyone rushed to save her, but it seemed to be too late. Kaiyun Zhuyu suddenly appeared and blocked the blow for her sister, leaving Liu Yuying horrified as she witnessed her sister's sacrifice. Severely wounded, Kaiyun Zhuyu still struggled to beg a Ray of Dawn to stop and spare everyone. As the darkness gradually faded, a Ray of Dawn angrily called her a fool, while Liu Yuying painfully held her sister as Kaiyun Zhuyu only wished for her sister to live a good life. I Do My Own Way indignantly demanded that he deactivate Death's Gamble and face the punishment of the law, but he insanely declared he would make everyone be buried with his beloved. In a fit of rage, Liu Yuying immediately charged forward, determined to avenge her sister. When the Death's Gamble timer showed only 58 seconds, Rakshasa requested everyone to protect him and used his summoning skill to summon the clown boss. The entire group lunged forward together to stop a Ray of Dawn to buy time for Rakshasa to complete the summoning ritual. Long Wang angrily concluded that the opponent had gone completely mad, and I Do My Own Way called for everyone to fight to the bitter end. A Ray of Dawn screamed in madness, while the clown boss appeared and announced the start of the Death Lottery performance. Death cards immediately flew toward a Ray of Dawn like scythes of fate. He frantically activated his holy light armor to withstand the attacks from the clown boss. The clown boss declared that only one person could join the game, and the chosen one was a Ray of Dawn, making Rakshasa secretly rejoice as the plan was a success. The boss's massive hand squeezed the shield, forcing a ray of dawn to grit his teeth in desperate resistance. After a period of struggle, the shield was finally crushed, and a large explosion echoed across the battlefield. Debris and shards flew everywhere, and the system immediately announced that Death's Gamble had been deactivated. Long Wang's group burst into joy over the victory, as they had finally defeated the dangerous enemy. I Do My Own Way decided to take all the items dropped from A Ray of Dawn back to the agency to assist in the investigation. While checking the loot, she discovered a Divine Gate pass, which made Rakshasa curious about its origin, and they both agreed that an urgent report to their superiors was necessary. Rakshasa realized the number of skill books the opponent possessed proved he had murdered many adventurers. Then everyone quickly left the demon realm as the area was about to disappear. Liu Yuying was saddened, believing for the first time in the existence of fate, but Rakshasa gently comforted her, saying that sometimes people must learn to let go to move forward. The team gathered at the first-floor altar to leave amidst the cheers and praise of the surrounding adventurers, who deeply admired their achievement. On the fourth floor of the demon realm, a large crowd of adventurers was gathered and waiting. As soon as Rakshasa appeared, Xiao Feng immediately ran over and hugged her brother with overwhelming joy after the long wait. Rakshasa sincerely thanked everyone for their help, but Ancient God and I Do My Own Way both humbly stated that today was the collective effort of the whole group and quickly parted to rest and continue the investigation. Rakshasa also said goodbye to I Do My Own Way before leaving. Xiao Feng curiously asked about the people who had kidnapped her. Rakshasa held his sister's hand to reassure her and promised to tell her everything later, while also asking about the talent she had awakened. Xiao Feng playfully refused to reveal her talent, leaving Rakshasa with no choice but to laugh helplessly. Meanwhile, in California, a coach informed Chen Feng to prepare to return to Great Xia for an important event. Chen Feng looked annoyed because he wanted to continue training to pass the Leveltuo Demon Realm Powerhouse trial, but it was explained that the International Young Powerhouse Exchange Assembly was about to take place in Great Xia, and he was one of the chosen representatives. Upon hearing that his fiancée was close with Zhang Zi, Chen Feng immediately changed his attitude and decided to return to his country right away. He angrily removed his training gloves and prepared to depart, while his manager silently arranged for additional forces to accompany him. After Chen Feng departed, the command was given to Henry's group to get ready for their journey to the Great Xia, a move that is bound to trigger a series of new and unpredictable events. Meanwhile, in Japan, a maid informed Junichiro that Lady Takahashi was currently unavailable to see any visitors, leaving him with no choice but to try and schedule a meeting for another time. As soon as Junichiro left, Takahashi remarked that he was still a very useful pawn for the Dawn organization and commanded her maid to serve him well to ensure their relationship remained intact. Two men appeared on the communication monitor, frantically reporting the devastating news to Takahashi that Yang Nuo had been defeated and killed in the heat of battle. This report left Takahashi in a state of absolute shock, as it was hard for her to believe that one of the prominent leaders of the Dawn organization could actually be taken down so easily. The men explained that the culprit was an individual known as Rakshasa, who possesses the terrifying ability to summon bosses, and they cautioned that the Divine Envoy's wrath would be truly terrible once he learned of this. Takahashi immediately began formulating a plan to finish Yang Nuo's mission by infiltrating her people into the delegation for the exchange convention in the Great Xia to find a chance to access the Divine Gate. She stated that she was prepared to go to any lengths to fulfill her duties and avoid the Divine Envoy's punishment, while her comrades noted that various powerful groups from America would also be participating. Returning to the hospital, Zhang Zi warmly asked about Xiao Feng's recovery, and she cheerfully replied that she was finally ready for discharge since her teachers and classmates had all come to check on her. The teachers then brought up the fact that Zhang Zi would be competing in the International Youth Demon Realm Exchange Convention, and he was stunned to hear that such a massive global event was being held right here in the Great Xia. Teacher Gu loudly warned Zhang Zi and his teammates that they needed to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming convention, as he wouldn't tolerate any loss of face, especially with a mysterious and priceless reward on the line for the winner. Once the lecture was over, Teacher Gu and the others headed out to practice, while Zhang Zi pulled Cairo Wei aside to ask about Liu Yuying, since her last visit felt strangely like she was saying her final goodbyes. Cairo Wei looked at him with wide eyes and asked if he was seriously still in the dark about the situation, before revealing the shocking truth that Liu Yuying is scheduled to be married very soon. Zhang Zi was completely blindsided by the news, as Cairo Wei explained that Liu Yuying's fiancée had returned from overseas, and the Liu family was forcing her into a marriage with Chen Feng, which explained her recent emotional distress. Cairo Wei suspected that Liu Yuying would never truly agree to such an arrangement, but resisting would mean being cast out of her family, and Zhang Zi nearly panicked when he heard the wedding was actually taking place this very day. Acting on pure instinct, Zhang Zi left Xiao Feng in the care of the hospital staff and dragged Cairo away along as he bolted toward the exit, leaving the poor girl completely confused about his sudden sense of urgency. With a burning fire in his eyes and a heart full of resolve, Zhang Zi tightly gripped Cairo Wei's hand and announced that they were heading to the Liu family estate right now to stop the wedding and save the bride. At the Liu family villa, the guests had already gathered early. Elder Chen said politely, "Elder Liu, I have been busy with official duties lately and could not visit. I hope you do not take offense." Elder Liu replied that you serve the country and the people, so how could I blame you, as we are simply bored from staying cooped up in the house. Then Elder Liu turned to the butler and ordered, "Is Yu Ying ready yet? Go and hurry her to come down here." Right at that moment, she stepped down gracefully from the upper floor. Elder Liu spoke up, "Yu Ying, come here quickly and greet your future parents-in-law." Today she was dressed in a magnificent outfit, yet she stood frozen, looking at him with a look of utter bewilderment. Yu Ying stepped forward, bowed her head, and said, "Excuse me, grandfather. I have thought about it very carefully, and I do not want to marry Chen Feng." Chen Feng's mother immediately became furious and said, "What did you just say? You don't want to, don't you see yourself in the mirror? Knowing how many people want to marry my son, if it weren't for my husband's promise, I would never have agreed to this marriage." Elder Liu trembled with rage. "How dare you defy me? Do not be as stubborn as your mother and older sister." Yu Ying replied that this is her own decision and asked him not to mention her deceased mother and sister. Elder Liu grew even more enraged, shouting that today she must marry at any cost or else get out of the Liu house, for he would have no granddaughter like her. Yu Ying angrily replied fine, she would leave, as sixth uncle hurried forward to stop her from being impulsive. She bowed respectfully, thanking him and the clan for raising her. From now on, she declared she would give up her status as a member of the Liu family and cut all ties. The Chen family mocked them, saying Elder Liu should discipline his granddaughter again, for if this got out, where would the Liu family's face be? Elder Liu roared, "Ruan-san, execute the family punishment immediately." These words filled sixth uncle with sheer terror. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Liu's men stepped forward. Ruan-san approached with a whip, asking the young lady for forgiveness, while Yu Ying's gaze swept over them, a cold sweat breaking out. Chen Feng's mother said with disdain, "I heard that the Liu family punishment is very strict, requiring the banished person to have their limbs broken. I wonder if that is actually true." Ruan-san spoke in a deep voice, "Young lady, as you know, those who leave the Liu family are not permitted to use the family's martial arts." Yu Ying calmly replied, "I understand, so go ahead and do what you must." Sixth uncle begged desperately, "Father, this is your only granddaughter. Even a single lash is enough pain. Please tell Ruan-san to stop." But Elder Liu, for the sake of his pride, coldly ordered, "Execute the family punishment." Ruan-san immediately followed the order, aggressively swinging the whip directly toward Yu Ying. She closed her eyes tightly, preparing to endure the blow that would cripple her martial arts. Suddenly, a strong hand blocked the path in front of Yu Ying, gripping the whip firmly. Ruan-san stared with wide eyes and shouted, "Who are you to dare interfere with my execution of the family law?" Facing Ruan-san's aura, Zhang Zi remained calm and said, "I am Zhang Zi." Everyone was buzzing, wondering why a demon realm powerhouse would appear at the Liu family estate, and whether it was related to the marriage between the Liu and Chen families. Yu Ying blushed when she saw Zhang Zi suddenly appear and hold her in front of everyone. He declared loudly that as long as he was there, no one was allowed to hurt her. Elder Liu barked, "Who are you to dare burst into the Liu house?" Chen Feng roared in a fit of rage, "Damn you, Zhang Zi, how dare you come here to steal my woman?" Zhang Zi coldly replied that who he is does not matter, but what you need to know is that today I will take Yu Ying away from this place. Elder Liu angrily shouted at Ruan-san, "What are you standing there for? Kill this brat along with that treacherous girl." Ruan-san lunged forward to attack, as Yu Ying hurriedly warned that his whip formation was extremely formidable, telling Zhang Zi to leave quickly and not worry about her. Zhang Zi said firmly, "What are you talking about? Today I came here to take you away, and no one can stop me." He looked straight into Yu Ying's eyes and asked, "Will you agree to go with me?" This action moved her deeply, and she replied, "I agree." Ruan-san aggressively swung the whip and charged, but Zhang Zi calmly observed and said, "Then I will deal with these people first." He easily dodged Ruan-san's attacks with a series of light and graceful movements. Elder Liu saw the technique and recognized it as the soft force stream from the Taihe school. Ruan-san barked, "Kneel down and confess your guilt to Elder Liu, or else even if your sect leader comes, he won't be able to save you." Zhang Zi coldly replied, "You talk too much." Ruan-san grit his teeth in anger, calling him a brat who doesn't know life from death, then unleashed the Iron Fence hidden dragon formation. Yu Ying and the others panicked because this technique was extremely dangerous. Sixth uncle exclaimed with worry, "The Iron Fence hidden dragon formation. This time Zhang Zi is in serious trouble." Ruan-san shouted, "Let's see how you escape my formation." Zhang Zi replied nonchalantly, "Escape? Who said I wanted to escape?" He grit his teeth, saying that normally I rarely get angry, but today you have truly provoked me. The continuous attacks rushed at him, but he dodged them with great flexibility. Immediately after, Zhang Zi delivered a powerful punch to the opponent's stomach, sending him flying far away. Ryuan-san was knocked back, as billows of smoke and dust rose from the impact. The Chen family was horrified that this brat broke Ryuan-san's iron fence hidden dragon formation with just a single move. Elder Lia's mouth hung open, wondering if that was actually the dragon's breath. Right then, someone ran in frantically reporting, "This is bad. The backyard is on fire." Everyone panicked, shouting that it was really burning and to run. Ryuan-san tried to calm them down, telling them to protect the master and inviting the honored guests to leave through the emergency exit without pushing. Elder Liu was flustered, wondering what was happening and if someone had actually dared to set fire to the Liu estate. He pointed at Zhang Zi, saying it was definitely caused by this brat, and that he had already called the police to see where he could run. Yu Ying pulled Zhang Zi's hand worriedly, saying they must go quickly. Elder Liu pointed straight at his face in a rage, calling him a rotten brat who dared to cause chaos in his Liu family. Sixth uncle whispered in his ear, "Zhang Zi, take Yu Ying away quickly, or if the people from the Bureau of National Security arrive, it will be too late." Zhang Zi quickly held Yu Ying's hand and left the chaotic crowd. In his warm embrace, she asked if he appeared today because Xiao had tipped him off, and he replied that he came on his own and would not let her marry Chen Feng. Yu Ying blushed and asked, "But what am I to you?" Zhang Zi said frankly, "Maybe it's a bit late to say this now, but you are the person I have liked in secret, and I will not give you up to anyone." The National Security Bureau personnel quickly arrived, pointing their guns and demanding Zhang Zi stop. They accused him of trespassing, arson, assault, and kidnapping. Zhang Zi was surprised, asking kidnapping. "You people should at least be reasonable," the officer barked. "Explain everything at the station and cuff him immediately." He threatened, "Don't resist in vain, for you don't want to oppose the Bureau of National Security." Yu Ying was confused, while Zhang Zi reassured her, saying it seemed like the only choice was to take a risk. Right at the moment of tension, a voice rang out from behind. Noting that today Zyrakin's outfit seemed a bit unusual, she walked up to Zhang Zi's side. The officer was flustered, saying, "Department Head Zia, I have orders to arrest these two troublemakers." Zyrakin said these two are under her control, and he could go back and report to his superiors. He still hesitated, saying that if he let her take the people like that, he feared it would be difficult to explain. Zyrakin spoke sternly, saying no explanation is needed, as these are the people Director Dongfeng wants to meet, asking if he dared to interfere. He immediately became frightened and said he wouldn't dare after the successful rescue. Zyrakin told them to get in the car, while Zhang Zi was still in a daze. Zyrakin teased him, saying he was quite brave to dare burst into the Liu house and kidnap the eldest young lady. Yu Ying hurriedly explained that everything was not what she thought. Zhang Zi said, "Leave the case to me. I only came to save someone, otherwise she would have been beaten to death by her grandfather." While driving, Zyrakin said, "Don't be in a hurry to be a hero saving the beauty, for she and the director are only temporarily helping to suppress this matter, and what happens next depends on his performance at the Youth Demon Realm Powerhouse Exchange Assembly." Yu Ying asked, "Are you really going to participate?" Before he could answer, Zyrakin added that this time he must take first place, otherwise he would run into trouble when he returned. The car quickly shot straight toward the airport. The scene shifted to a deserted street, where someone muttered with resentment, "Zhang Zi, sooner or later I will personally kill you to take my revenge." He immediately became alert, stealthily hiding to one side and quickly reaching his hand into his coat pocket. It turned out he took out a phone with a look of joy, noting no one knew this number, and wondered if it was him. But it was only a notification message, stating that Zheng Hao no longer had any relatives left in the world. Hearing this news, Zheng Hao was not sad but instead revealed a devious smile. He found the address at 89 Huang Road, Dongshan City, and wondered if he had come to the wrong place. Despite his doubts, he still decided to head inside to scout the situation. Zheng Hao observed his surroundings as he walked, thinking he might have arrived at the wrong location. Just as he was about to leave, a voice rang out that made him jump, saying his death made me very sad. The sound came from a white cat with a cold gaze. Zheng Hao was panicked, wondering if this cat had become a spirit since it actually knew how to talk. Suddenly, another voice rang out behind him, saying, "The passing of your uncle made me deeply mournful." He turned around with a start, trying to find who was watching him, but behind him was only a cat with strange, glowing yellow eyes, which made Zheng Hao back away in fear, wondering if it really was a cat spirit. The cat introduced itself, saying, "I am the person you are looking for, and this is only my clone." Zheng Hao was astonished and asked, "Are you the envoy?" "You can call me that if your uncle arranged for you to come here. Are you ready to serve the god?" Zheng Hao replied that as long as he could become strong enough for revenge, he was willing to do anything. The envoy licked its paws, saying becoming strong is simple but you must complete your uncle's unfinished mission. Hearing he could become strong, Zheng Hao was extremely excited, saying he would accept any mission as long as he obtained power. The envoy raised a paw, a blue light radiating, and said, "I grant you power on behalf of the god." Unexpectedly, in just a short while, the completion progress of the key code had reached 85%. The envoy said, even though you only reached 85% power, you are already very lucky. He informed Zheng Hao that he could now activate his talents in the demon realm with 85% power. Zheng Hao asked in shock if he truly could use his talents there, to which the divine envoy replied irritably that if he didn't believe it, he should try it himself. Zheng Hao immediately put the claim to the test, and a violent, explosive power erupted from within his body. With just a single punch, the ground beneath him cracked and shattered, and this newfound strength filled him with absolute excitement. He nearly destroyed the entire hideout, so the divine envoy quickly stepped in to stop him, telling him not to get carried away as he was ruining the shelter. Zheng Hao laughed and offered to let his loyal slave take him back, and a week passed by quickly. Zhang Zi, Sun Ryudong, and Cairo Wei arrived at the venue, and Cairo Wei couldn't help but marvel at how beautiful the ocean view was in this place. The three entered the city center, which was truly magnificent, and since the Great Xia was the host country, they provided very thoughtful hospitality. Cairo Wei was amazed by the number of foreigners, saying it felt like they were walking through a zoo. Suddenly, a voice cut them off, telling Zhang Zi to stop right there. Cairo Wei crossed her arms in annoyance when she saw Chen Feng blocking their path. He taunted that stealing his woman didn't mean Zhang Zi had won, as they still had plenty of time to play. Fortunately, a woman appeared to defuse the situation, asking if they were the representatives from the Kingdom Martial Arts Academy and inviting them to follow her. Cairo Wei recognized her as Minister Shikingzhu. As they walked away, Chen Feng didn't stop threatening Zhang Zi, swearing that sooner or later he would make him regret his actions. Zhang Zi calmly replied that he would be waiting for whatever came his way. Cairo Wei reassured him that Chen Feng wouldn't dare do anything in such a crowded place. Zhang Zi asked Shikingzhu about the convention process, and she explained it consisted of solo and team matches in a knockout format, with a prize of 50 million. The teammates' eyes widened when they heard the massive amount of the prize money, shouting in disbelief that they absolutely had to take home the championship title this year. Kingzhu sternly warned them that the bigger the prize, the more formidable their opponents would be. This year, the American team was extremely strong, aiming for their 5th consecutive title, led by Duncan Austin, the world's only level 5 Demon Realm powerhouse. The whole team was shocked by this news, as level 5 sounded absolutely terrifying. Kingzhu added that countries like Germany, Japan, and England also brought brilliant geniuses, so they must not be careless before giving them room cards to rest. Since he wasn't feeling tired yet, Zhang Zi wanted to head down to the beach to see the scenery, and Jun Yang enthusiastically joined him for company. The two stepped out onto the beach, which was filled with girls in hot outfits sunbathing under the bright blue sky. Jun Yang was beyond excited, calling it a paradise for beautiful women, and suggesting they change into swimwear to join the fun. Just then, a charming Japanese girl named Chihiro approached and asked Zhang Zi for help applying sunscreen. Zhang Zi immediately handed the tube of cream to Jun Yang and introduced him, saying his friend would be happy to help. Jun Yang accepted, thinking he couldn't miss such a golden opportunity and promising to apply the cream perfectly. However, Chihiro looked visibly displeased by the switch and quickly snatched the sunscreen tube back from him. She walked away coldly, saying she suddenly didn't want it anymore. Jun Yang stood there dazed, not understanding what happened, while Zhang Zi felt out of place and decided to head back to the hotel alone. Right at that moment, Zhang Zi noticed a group of suspicious individuals who caught his attention. He found it very strange that they were covering their faces in broad daylight, looking like they were up to no good. The group, dressed in identical clothes, sneakily moved toward a secluded area. They whispered that this mission was vital and required absolute caution. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Zi followed silently and saw them entering an eerie cave. Inside the cave, lights were lit everywhere, creating a gloomy and dark atmosphere that felt quite unsettling. The group of people all knelt down respectfully at the same time in front of their leader. They told the Lord Divine Envoy that he didn't need to risk himself, and that they could handle the mission on his behalf. Meanwhile, Zhang Zi hid himself further in the cave to observe the situation. The Divine Envoy, resting on Zheng Hao's shoulder, said this mission was extremely important and must not fail. He added that many other forces were aiming for the same goal, so they couldn't afford to leave any openings for their enemies. The subordinates replied in unison that they understood his command perfectly. Lord Divine Envoy. The Divine Envoy announced that he had chosen Zheng Hao as the new leader of the Great Xia, ordering them to spread the word that all were slaves to God and would be blessed. Zhang Zi was shocked to see a talking white cat leading the Dawn organization. Zheng Hao asked why the followers were so loyal, and the Divine Envoy replied that they craved the pass to the Kingdom of God. If the mission was successful, even Zheng Hao would have a chance to go to that dreamlike place. Then the Divine Envoy told Zheng Hao to go deal with the little bug hiding nearby. Zheng Hao immediately shouted, asking who was there and ordering them to show themselves. Zhang Zi stepped out and warned that their activities had been discovered. He told them the National Security Bureau was on its way and they couldn't escape, demanding they reveal the Dawn organization's true plot. The Divine Envoy wasn't easily fooled, laughing coldly and calling him a brave little bug. He ordered Zheng Hao to take revenge, and Zheng Hao growled that today would be the day Zhang Zi finally dies. Zheng Hao rushed forward with overwhelming killing intent, determined to send Zhang Zi straight to hell. Zhang Zi realized this was a skill from the demon realm and quickly dodged, but Zhang Hao's power had surged so much that he could only defend himself and look for an opening. Seeing Zhang Zi constantly dodging his attacks, Zhang Hao laughed maniacally, saying this cave would become his grave. He then threw a massive boulder, intending to crush his opponent into the ground. In that critical moment, as Zhang Zi looked for an escape, someone suddenly grabbed his shoulder and told him to follow quickly. Without having time to think, Zhang Zi immediately followed the mysterious person out of the danger zone and away from the cave. Zhang Hao wanted to give chase, but the two of them had already disappeared into the distance. He roared in frustration, while the divine envoy calmly told him not to be impatient, as they would surely meet him again soon. The group that rescued Zhang Zi ran to a safe place far from the cave, panting for breath. He asked who they were and why they had gone out of their way to help him. The blonde man introduced himself as Sun and said the girl was their prophet from the Savior Army. This name reminded Zhang Zi that they were enemies of Dawn, and Sun confirmed they helped because of his special identity. The child looked straight at Zhang Zi and called him father. He was stunned as the little girl, Zhang Yueliu, claimed to be the child of him and Liu Yuying. She even knew his SS-grade summoning talent, making him suspect she was a time traveler. Yueliu explained that his future self had sent her back to the past before he died to lead the Savior Army. Zhang Zi grew more confused, wondering how he could have died and what had happened to the world. Yueliu sadly said that not just him, but all of humanity had perished, and the entire world had been destroyed in the future. She recounted that in the year 3021, the ghost pits exploded, the divine envoy awakened, and a war began. By 3029, humanity defeated the level 100 boss, but opening the divine gate only brought ruin. When the divine gate opened, the demon realm and the real world merged together. The divine citizens descended to plunder all resources and turned every human into a slave. Humanity was plunged into a living hell, and that same year, Zhang Zi founded the Savior Army to fight the divine citizens and was eventually honored as the Savior. In the year 3035, when victory was near, the king of the divine realm used an SS-grade forbidden spell to destroy Earth. Just before the end, Zhang Zi used his space-time power to send Yueliu back to the past. Zhang Zi was terrified. If what she said was true, then the year 2021 was the present. Yueliu confirmed this and stated that the white cat he saw was indeed the divine envoy. The massive amount of information left Zhang Zi dizzy and struggling to process it. Yueliu gently reassured him that his reaction was completely understandable given the circumstances. After the escape and the shocking news, Zhang Zi decided to return to the hotel to rest. He joked that if she really was his daughter, his genes weren't bad at all. Yueliu happily followed him back as the sun began to set. Everyone gathered together at the hotel, and Kaio Wei teased Zhang Zi when she saw him bringing a little girl back. Yueliu quickly greeted everyone and began to introduce herself. Before she could finish, Zhang Zi hurriedly interrupted, introducing her as his younger sister and presenting the others as his classmates to avoid suspicion. Yueliu playfully said she didn't need introductions as she knew them all, complimenting the girls on being beautiful in their youth and teasing the guys, which left everyone completely bewildered. Zhang Zi quickly covered her mouth, explaining that his sister had watched too many time travel movies. Everyone noticed they looked like father and daughter, but Zhang Zi still didn't dare admit the truth. Everyone felt the situation was odd, with Kaio Wei joking that the Zhang family was quite unique. Ryudong then reminded them it was almost 8 o'clock and time to enter the demon realm. Zhang Zi agreed it was almost time, and they made plans to meet online. Yueliu warned him that when the divine envoy awakens, the demon realm would change, and she told him he must protect Liu Yuying at all costs. Shortly after, they arrived at level 12 of the demon realm to begin their mission. Liu Yuying was delighted to see Zhang Zi again and apologized for being late to their meeting. She took his hand and asked about the incident, but Zhang Zi said it was a long story. Their teammates teased them to focus on the boss. Noting the forum said the level skip gate had appeared, Yuying shyly pulled her hand away. Everyone was surprised to see the level skip gate actually appearing right before their eyes in the demon realm. However, it was strange because the counter on the gate increased every few minutes, leaving everyone wondering what was happening. Someone guessed it had to reach 100% to enter, while it was currently only at 16%. Others said they tried but couldn't get in, and Shan Wei was angry about the false hope. Zhang Zi watched silently, remembering Yueliu's words that the demon realm would only stabilize when the divine envoy awakened. Perhaps that crucial moment hadn't come yet. Seeing Zhang Zi lost in thought, Liu Yuying gently patted his shoulder to get his attention. She asked what was on his mind, and Zhang Zi replied it was nothing, suggesting everyone act freely for now. Their teammates left to give them space, returning to rest for tomorrow's match. Meanwhile, Zheng Hao and the Lord Divine Envoy were sitting on a rock by the seaside as the night fell. Noticing the Divine Envoy's unusual condition, Zheng Hao asked about it with a hint of concern in his voice. The Divine Envoy's body was glowing and showing cracks, but he said it wasn't serious. In about 30 hours, hours, his true form would awaken and leave the cat's body. He warned Zhang Hao not to be too arrogant while he was gone. However, Zhang Hao didn't care at all, secretly harboring deep ambitions to take over both the Earth and the Divine Realm for his own gain. The device reported a stable status and projected awakening in 29 hours, 52 minutes, and 9 seconds. Yue Liu knocked on the door to wake Zhang Zi up because he was exhausted. He had been sleeping very soundly and opened the door in a daze, which made the little girl burst out laughing. Yue Liu grabbed Zhang Zi's hand and immediately pulled him along as they left the room to head toward the event. The tournament contestants had gathered in full force at the stadium, filling the venue with a sense of anticipation and competitive energy. Qingzhu explained the rules, stating that today consisted of 4 high-stakes rounds. She hoped everyone would win, but emphasized that safety was the top priority. Xiao Wei mentioned that Shang Qiuwu's turn was coming up. His first match was against the expert Dong Heqi, which made everyone anxious, but Zhang Zi believed Shang Qiuwu's intellect would lead to a wise strategy. The match was broadcast live on the massive screen in the stadium, so that all the spectators could follow every single detail of the action. Shang Qiuwu's opponent looked at him with a smirk and asked if he was finally ready to begin the fight. Shang Qiuwu smiled confidently, adjusted his glasses, and then suddenly announced to the referee that he was formally withdrawing from the match. The referee was completely taken aback and asked for confirmation regarding his sudden decision to forfeit the match right before it started. Shang Qiuwu firmly reaffirmed his decision, standing his ground without showing a single hint of hesitation. Xiao Wei was confused as to why a smart strategy involved surrendering, but Zhang Zi and Yue Liu laughed, saying that knowing one's own limits was the true essence of wisdom. Qingzhu then reminded Xiao Wei, Ryu Utong, and Zhen Yang to prepare for the upcoming rounds. Qingzhu turned to Zhang Zi and warned him that his third-round opponent was Chen Feng, someone who had undergone special training and should not be underestimated. Xiao Wei cheered enthusiastically, and Zhang Zi responded with a look of quiet confidence. The referee declared the start of the second round. Chen Feng stepped onto the stage with a burning determination to crush Zhang Zi in their impending confrontation. Zhen Yang's match took place against an aggressive opponent, while Xiao Wei also held her own, refusing to back down against the massive martial artist facing her. Ryu Utong fought with incredible resilience, but she encountered many difficulties while facing off against such a formidable and powerful adversary. The entire team watched every single detail of the ongoing matches with intense focus, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of each fighter on the field. It was finally Zhang Zi's turn, and he stood up confidently amidst Yue Liu's cheers. Xiao Wei delivered a decisive punch to secure her victory, followed by Zhen Yang, who won his match with overwhelming dominance. Lin Zhen Yang celebrated his win and proudly declared that he simply could not afford to lose to a girl in such a public arena. However, Ryu Utong was not as lucky as her two friends. She was defeated by her opponent, and Jarawas was declared the official winner of the match. As the third round was about to begin, the team captain encouraged Chen Feng, saying this was the moment to test the results of his special training. He boasted with total confidence that he would defeat Zhang Zi and eagerly awaited the fateful showdown. The two of them officially stepped onto the stage amidst the wild and passionate cheers from the massive crowd of spectators watching the event. Chen Feng slowly took off the heavy coat that he hadn't removed for an entire year, except for when he was taking a bath. Today, he dropped the coat onto the ground with a heavy thud. Zhang Zi realized that its weight reached several tons, making it clear just how grueling Chen Feng's training process had been. Right after his threats ended, Chen Feng lunged forward like a fierce tiger hunting its prey. The audience gasped in shock at Chen Feng's incredible speed as he closed in on Zhang Zi. For his part, Zhang Zi immediately began utilizing the dragon breath technique to counter the assault. Chen Feng appeared extremely confident after his thorough preparation. He laughed loudly, challenging Zhang Zi to see how long he could dodge. Shang Qiuwu commented anxiously that this speed was far too dangerous, while Qingzhu revealed that the coat was made of titanium, proving Chen Feng had invested heavily in this battle. Xiao Wei grew impatient seeing that Zhang Zi had not yet launched a counterattack, while Yue Liu remained calm, reassuring her that this opponent was no match for her father. Chen Feng kept up the pressure and mocked Zhang Zi's speed, challenging him to a direct confrontation because he believed Zhang Zi could not possibly win against him at this level. When he reached the limit of his patience, Zhang Zi slightly furrowed his brows and decided to end the preamble. At that exact moment, Chen Feng suddenly vanished from his sight. However, this didn't pose a problem for Zhang Zi. He reacted instantly and delivered a thunderous slap that left Chen Feng dazed. This strike served as justice on behalf of Liu Yueying. Without stopping, Zhang Zi delivered a powerful kick that sent Chen Feng flying high into the air. This was a kick specifically designed and reserved just for him. Following that was a punch fueled by everyone's collective anger. With just a single blow, Chen Feng was sent crashing through the distant wall, which shattered upon impact. Zhang Zi stood tall and cracked his knuckles with absolute confidence. To him, Chen Feng's speed was no better than a turtle's crawl. The referee immediately announced that the winner was Zhang Zi from the Dezia team. The audience exploded with excitement over this overwhelming victory. Many people didn't even have time to see the details of the fight, but they all admitted that the Dezia contestant was incredibly powerful. Dorothy complained irritably that Chen Feng was a useless fool who didn't deserve to be in the tournament. The captain ordered him to be taken for medical treatment and affirmed that he would handle Zhang Zi personally. Below, Zhang Zi's teammates cheered. But the bad news was that Zhun Yang was too severely injured to continue, leaving the semifinals entirely up to Zhang Zi and Xiao Wei. Not long after, the referee announced the start of the semifinals with two matchups, one of which featured Henry facing off against Tang Xiaowei. The atmosphere in the stands grew extremely tense as the contestants prepared to enter a life-or-death battle for a spot in the final round. Qingzhu seriously warned Xiaowei that Henry was an extremely terrifying opponent. On the stage, Henry continuously applied pressure and advised her to surrender, while the commentator also noted that Xiaowei had very little chance of winning. Those dismissive words made Xiaowei furious. She resolutely declared that she would never surrender to this arrogant foreigner, no matter how difficult the fight became. However, the gap in their strength was undeniable. Henry only needed a single move to leave Xiao Wei severely injured and struggling to stay on her feet. That single strike caused Xiao Wei to cough up blood as she was sent flying through the air. Below, Zhang Zi and Qingzhu could not help but call out her name in a panic. Fortunately, Zhang Zi rushed forward just in time to catch Xiao Wei, preventing her from sustaining even more severe injuries upon hitting the hard ground. Henry's attacking power was so immense that even Zhang Zi was pushed back dozens of meters after catching her. The medical team quickly approached Xiao Wei. While on the stage, Henry raised his hand in a provocative gesture toward Zhang Zi, despite his anger. Zhang Zi restrained himself because it wasn't yet time to strike. The announcer declared that Henry from the United States team was the winner of this semi-final match, advancing him to the next stage of the tournament. Immediately following that, the second semi-final match between Zhang Zi and Jirawas officially began, drawing all eyes back to the stage. While Zhang Zi was wearing his headphones, Jirawas stepped forward to mock him, but Zhang Zi completely ignored the taunt, even criticizing Shang Qiu Wu's taste in music for being too outdated. Jirawas broke into a grotesque smile, opening both of his palms to reveal glowing red eyes that looked like demons, which began to emit a hypnotic and enchanting sound. Zhang Zi was momentarily confused by the bizarre sight of eyes growing out of his opponent's palms, and suspected that he had fallen under the influence of a hypnotic technique. Jirawas believed his plan had been a total success, and that Zhang Zi had fallen deeply into a state of hallucination from which there was no escape. Fortunately, Shang Qiu Wu contacted him through the Bluetooth headset, reminding Zhang Zi to take deep breaths and keep his heart rate stable to break the hypnotic spell. Jirawas thought that victory was already in his grasp as he slowly moved closer to deliver what he thought would be the final, crushing blow. Just as Jirawas was about to strike, Zhang Zi suddenly counterattacked with a powerful kick that sent him flying. This strike served as revenge on behalf of Ryu Tong. Next, a powerful punch snapped Jirawas' arm instantly. The referee then declared Zhang Zi the winner, allowing him to advance to the grand final. Shang Qiu Wu was amazed that Zhang Zi's dragon breath technique could overcome hypnosis. Qingzhu reported that Xiao Wei's life was not in danger, but the final match against Henry would be incredibly difficult for him. Henry stepped onto the stage with an arrogant attitude, advising Zhang Zi that he should just surrender early. Zhang Zi responded coldly, saying he would make Henry pay for hurting Xiao Wei. The confrontation began as both of them lunged at each other with terrifying speed, moving so fast that the audience could barely follow their movements on the stage. Two incredibly powerful punches collided head-on, creating a breathtaking moment where no one could tell yet who would come out of the clash injured. The result was that Zhang Zi's arm was broken, which surprised Henry since no one had ever dared to face him in a direct head-on collision before. Qingzhu anxiously asked him to forfeit, but Shang Qiu Wu understood that Zhang Zi would never give up. The intense pain caused Zhang Zi's arm to tremble violently, making his situation appear extremely disadvantageous. Henry mocked him for still wanting to continue the fight despite being so badly injured. Without saying a word, Zhang Zi silently employed the dragon breath technique to stimulate his cells and speed up the natural recovery process of his body. Realizing this intention, Henry immediately launched an attack while boasting about his superior scientific strength, but Zhang Zi managed to dodge in time because he could no longer afford a direct clash. Zhang Zi changed his tactics, attacking from behind and using the dragon breath technique to block Henry's meridians in order to neutralize the man's overwhelming physical power. Qingzhu was overjoyed to see the plan succeeding, but Shang Qiu Wu remained on high alert because he felt that things were not going to be that simple in the end. Henry turned around to launch a counterattack, but Zhang Zi didn't give him a single opening. He delivered a fatal punch to finally get revenge on Xiao Wei's behalf. The blow injured Henry and caused him to spit out blood, but strangely, he became even more excited by the impressive strength Zhang Zi was displaying. The power gap gradually became clear as Henry activated the God of War serum and sent Zhang Zi flying, while boasting about his ultimate and supreme power. Henry transformed into a bizarre, goblin-like shape, leaving Zhang Zi astonished by the forbidden drug the man had apparently used to enhance his physical form. Henry leaped high into the air, intending to finish Zhang Zi off with a final, crushing blow that would end the match once and for all. Thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes, Zhang Zi managed to dodge just in time. Henry's massive strike hit the ground instead, causing a violent explosion upon impact. The audience was horrified by this power that exceeded human limits. When the dust finally settled, it revealed a massive crater left on the surface of the stage. A bone-chilling roar echoed through the air, accompanied by rows of razor-sharp teeth and dripping, slimy fluid that made everyone shudder in terror. Henry continued his transformation into a terrifying monster, looking like a demon crawled out of hell, as he bellowed that no one possessed the power to defeat him. Zhang Zi realized that his opponent had become no different from a bloodthirsty abyss devil, charging toward its prey with primal ferocity. Henry's teammates were horrified upon discovering that the War God serum originated from the abyss devils, while the referee immediately ordered a spectator evacuation due to the life-threatening incident. Henry's body had grown several times larger than Zhang Zi's, radiating a crushing and overwhelming pressure that felt absolutely suffocating. Security forces intervened swiftly while teammates rushed in to provide backup. Yahello asked Zhang Zi about his condition with deep concern, and he reassured her that he was still holding up fine. The protection detail used their weapons to suppress the monster. Although it was an uphill battle, they managed to temporarily keep the beast under control. Zhang Zi clutched his injured arm, concluding that Henry must have injected himself with a forbidden drug. Qing Zhu urged everyone to flee the chaos and head to the hospital for treatment, and he agreed. Elsewhere, a man watched a screen filled with glowing red dots. Feeling satisfied that 90% of the Abyss Devils had been activated, he prepared to execute his plan to push humanity to the very brink of extinction. At the hospital, the trainees were receiving medical attention for the various injuries they had sustained during the recent conflict. Zhang Zi lay on his hospital bed and told Xiao Wei to get some rest, while Zhen Yang cheerfully praised him for the incredible strength he had displayed. The doctor informed them that Zhang Zi's wounds were not life-threatening, and that his body was recovering at an astonishing rate. Director she visited to announce a full investigation, and Zhang Zi decided to accompany him. Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook the entire building, sending everyone into a panic. Director she suspected that a major catastrophe was currently unfolding. Immediately after the tremor, a monster smashed through the wall and burst into the hospital, causing the terrified doctors to collapse onto the floor in shock. Zhang Zi recognized the creature as a mutated abyss devil. In just the blink of an eye, the surrounding area had been reduced to a pile of smoldering ruins. As a swarm of monsters appeared, Zhang Zi immediately ordered everyone to evacuate and gather at the beach, a move that director she quickly coordinated. Zhang Zi requested that Xiao Wei and Zhen Yang leave first, while he stayed behind to hold off the monsters, an act of selflessness that left Xiao Wei deeply worried for his safety. As the monsters lunged, Zhang Zi struggled to defend himself. He shouted at the top of his lungs for everyone to leave quickly, forcing director she to lead the retreat. Zhang Zi utilized his powers to manifest a massive, colossal boulder in order to block the path and hinder the monster's relentless advance. He hurled the giant rock to crush them beneath its weight, then screamed for everyone to continue running toward the beach assembly point without looking back. Yahello called out for her father in a panic, but director she quickly corrected her, reminding her to call him Big Brother instead. The hospital shook violently as the group finally managed to escape the building. However, the pack of monsters continued to hunt them from behind, causing director she to grow increasingly anxious about their dire and life-threatening situation. Zhang Zi's group was quickly surrounded, with the monsters staring at them hungrily as if they were nothing more than a delicious and helpless feast. One of the monsters opened its maw to lunge at Zhang Zi, but he instantly manifested an energy shield to withstand the creature's ferocious bite. Yu asked in a panic what they should do. Zhang Zi gritted his teeth and admitted that nowhere was safe anymore, yet he remained determined to risk everything on one final gamble. Just at the most critical moment, a sudden and blinding beam of light came hurtling toward them from the far distance. A sword pierced straight through the monster's head, and Zhang Zi realized with immense joy that the person coming to their rescue was none other than Xiao Qin. From high above, Xiao Qin appeared alongside a fleet of helicopters as the Demon Realm Management Bureau forces arrived to provide much-needed reinforcements. Xiao Qin descended rapidly and landed on the ground with a majestic and imposing posture that commanded absolute respect from everyone present. Zhang Zi joyfully hailed her as their savior, and Xiao Qin teased that they were lucky the reinforcement point was right here. She She then quickly led the evacuation toward the beach where planes were waiting. Everyone immediately scrambled after Xiao Qin, but they soon realized that since most of them were heavily injured, making progress was becoming an incredibly difficult task. Xiao Qin led the way from the front, continuously striking down monsters to clear a path, when suddenly, a colossal tentacle lunged aggressively directly at her. Zhang Zi shouted a frantic warning to be careful, then immediately lunged forward to block the powerful blow with his bare hands on her behalf. The monster was knocked far back by Zhang Zi's strike, even though its gaping mouth was still dripping with disgusting and vile slime. It was a gargantuan beast with countless heads sprouting all over its body, creating a grotesque and terrifying form that would make anyone's skin crawl. Witnessing this scene, Yu couldn't help but feel nauseous from the sheer revulsion. Xiao Qin suggested Zhang Zi lead the evacuation, but he insisted director she guide the retreat instead. After a moment of thought, Zhang Zi activated the dragon breath method to achieve maximum speed. He shouted that he would stall the gargantuan beast and left the smaller monsters to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin nodded and shifted her focus to attacking the swarm of smaller monsters, urging everyone to evacuate immediately without a single moment of hesitation. Yahello didn't want to leave Zhang Zi, calling for her father repeatedly, but Qiu dragged her away and told Zhang Zi to survive at all costs. Soon, only the combatants remained. Zhang Zi attacked the beast's weak points, but it was incredibly agile. Zhang Zi furrowed his brows and cursed under his breath in frustration, acknowledging that for a high-level monster, its speed was truly formidable. As he charged forward, a tentacle suddenly coiled tightly around his leg and then his arm. Xiao Qin asked in a panic if Zhang Zi was all right. Before he could answer, the monster launched a ferocious assault that forced Xiao Qin to grit her teeth in defense, telling him to hang on for just a little longer. Zhang Zi was in a perilous state as a tentacle tightened around his throat, making it hard to breathe. Despair surged within him as he thought of Xiao Feng and Liu Yuying, whom he still needed to protect. The tentacles tightened further, causing his body to tremble. While back at the beach, the evacuation efforts were descending into total chaos with deafening screams filling the air. However, a group of armed soldiers blocked everyone's path, barking that the planes were reserved only for their own ambassadors and that there was no room for the people of Great Xia. Upon hearing this, Director Shi's group fell into a state of confusion and despair, realizing they had no way to board the planes and were unsure of what to do next. The situation rapidly spiraled out of control. Just then, countless monsters suddenly appeared on the beach, causing everyone to scream for divine intervention in their panic. Director Shi took the lead and shouted that in this situation, their only option was to fight for their lives with everything they had, or they would all be utterly annihilated. Some people began to feel a deep sense of regret for participating in the convention, instead of simply staying at home, where it was safe and peaceful. Back on Zhang Zi's battlefield, while he was still bound by the tentacles, the monster suddenly trembled and spoke, questioning why human consciousness was invading its brain. The creature's numerous eyes suddenly began to glow with eerie, strange red beams that pulsed with an otherworldly power. The monster appeared to be under some form of control as its gaze grew distant and hazy, and then it suddenly released its grip and dropped Zhang Zi onto the ground. Freed from his bonds, Zhang Zi was shocked to hear the monster speak and realized he could read its thoughts. Xiao Qin was also stunned to see the beast stop its attack, while Zhang Zi simply shook his head in confusion. Even more surprisingly, the monster suddenly made a declaration, stating that it, as a creature, was now willing to follow and obey the humans' every command. Zhang Zi's eyes widened in sheer astonishment, as he found it absolutely impossible to believe that a monster of this caliber would actually listen to his orders. Xiao Qin approached and asked what he had done. Zhang Zi speculated that he had accidentally gained control over the gargantuan beast. She told him to clear a path, and he ordered the monster to stop its own kind. Meanwhile, back at the beach, the crowd remained in a state of chaos as Director Shi's group continued to be denied boarding on the departing aircraft. Director Shi questioned them in a fit of rage, since the planes clearly had empty seats, but the soldiers coldly replied that the transport was strictly for their own country's representatives. The citizens of Great Xia voiced their anger and criticism, but they were still rejected as the monsters drew closer, sending a wave of mortal terror through the crowd. The panicked crowd turned and fled in every direction, their voices raised in blood-curdling screams that echoed across the shore. Amidst the crisis, they were surprised to see Zhang Zi returning. Yahello let out a joyful cheer, while Qiu also breathed a heavy sigh of relief at his arrival. Zhang Zi appeared alongside Xiao Qin with a swarm of monsters trailing behind them, leaving everyone in a state of utter shock and unable to comprehend the situation. Zhang Zi shouted a loud command, ordering the swarm of monsters to move aside and open a safe passage for his group to pass through. Immediately, the pack of monsters obeyed his command and began attacking their own kind in order to clear an escape route for the humans. Because of this, Zhang Zi regrouped with the others and briefly explained that he had controlled the gargantuan beast. Yahello angrily suggested they shouldn't let the foreigners board. Zhang Zi agreed and tasked Qiu with leading Xiao Wei's group to safety, while simultaneously ordering the monsters to launch an attack against the foreigners. The swarm of monsters lunged forward instantly to attack, sending the foreign group into a state of absolute and utter panic. Taking advantage of the distraction, Zhang Zi's group quickly boarded the aircraft and successfully escaped from the danger zone. Once everyone was safe, Qiu Yu urged Zhang Zi to board the plane. Before departing, he communicated with the gargantuan beast through his thoughts, telling it to find a safe place. The monster immediately obeyed his final instruction and left the area without showing even a single moment of hesitation. After everyone boarded the plane, the group finally left the island. 3 days later, back at Zhang Zi's house, Xiao Feng watched the news and sighed at how dangerous the convention had turned out to be. Zhang Zi said in a deep voice that the real concern is the magic domain slowly encroaching on reality, which is why Xiao Feng needs to get stronger as fast as possible. Yue Liu agreed and emphasized Xiao Feng's vital role in the future, which made the girl curious to ask more about the events to come. When Yue Liu was about to spill the beans, Zhang Zi cut her off and said it is better to let the future unfold naturally. He then invited Xiao Feng to train in the magic domain with him, making her jump with excitement. At the first level of the magic domain, a massive crowd had gathered due to the growing monster threat. Everyone was desperate to power up as quickly as they could. People could not stop gossiping about the international players following the dramatic events that had just unfolded. Zhang Zi and Xiao Feng arrived together. She asked about his teammates and Liu Yuying, but he told her they were already on the 12th floor, and that today would be dedicated to boosting her level. Just then, a familiar voice called out Zhang Zi's name. Yi Jian appeared with a grin, explaining that he had brought his guild members along to provide some backup. The sudden arrival of Yi Jian and his guild caused quite a stir among the surrounding players. Zhang Zi greeted the members and praised Yi Jian for building such a powerful guild. Xiao Feng was impressed by their numbers, but Zhang Zi reminded her that they needed to reach even greater heights. Yi Jian rallied his men to begin the mission, completely determined to help the guild leader's younger sister clear the stage in record time. Without wasting any more time, Zhang Zi led the entire group deep into the first floor of the magic domain. With the guild's support, a thick rain of arrows quickly wiped out the monsters the moment they spawned. In the blink of an eye, the entire wave of monsters was completely annihilated by the precise archer formation. As soon as another group of monsters appeared, the archers unleashed another relentless volley of arrows without a moment's pause. The giant turtle was brought down in seconds. Yi Jian handed all the demon's soul orbs to Xiao Feng to boost her stats, but while she was grateful, she expressed a desire to fight on her own. Yi Jian immediately backed her up and encouraged her to test her skills, promising to cover her from behind. Xiao Feng gritted her teeth, determined to prove what she could do. She immediately activated her magic to launch an attack against the monster, standing directly in front of her. However, her damage was still quite low, forcing her to retreat a bit, though she stubbornly refused to give up the fight. Right then, 3 strangers appeared with mocking laughter and shamelessly stole her kill right from under her nose. The trio combined their strength to finish off the monster in the blink of an eye. Many items dropped, but they brazenly claimed everything for themselves. Xiao Feng angrily demanded the loot back, but they only mocked her before walking away. Xiao Feng realized with a heavy heart that the magic domain is full of people with wicked intentions. Yi Jian calmed her down and promised to teach those punks a lesson. Even though she did not understand the plan yet, Xiao Feng followed along when Yi Jian suggested they head toward the boss room. At a different clearing, the group from earlier was waiting in front of the level jump portal, cheering when the shadow wolf finally spawned. They immediately charged forward to attack the boss, their eyes gleaming with greed for the potential loot. But at that exact moment, a sudden rain of arrows came pouring down from the distance. The shadow wolf was killed in an instant, leaving the group shell-shocked. Yi Jian and his team appeared to mock them, then told Xiao Feng to use her key to proceed to the second floor. Yi Jian ordered Hidden Arrow, Nan Feng to stay behind and keep camping the boss just to teach those bullies a lesson for picking on the guild leader's sister. The trio begged for mercy, but Yi Jian coldly turned them down and left them to face the consequences of their actions. Meanwhile, back on the 12th floor, Zhang Zi returned and apologized for his tardiness. Dai Yang was understanding, knowing he was busy helping his sister out. Zhang Zi asked Liu Yuying how her family was doing. She replied that she was currently living with Uncle San Tong and had been officially disowned by her clan. Their intimate conversation prompted Xiao Wei to give a loud, fake cough as a reminder. She then announced that she wanted to invite everyone to her birthday party next week. Everyone happily agreed, seeing it as a great chance to meet up in real life. Xiao Wei was particularly excited to finally see what everyone actually looked like. Zhang Zi shifted the topic to the new combat power rankings. Dai Yang noted that Great Xia only had 2 players in the top 10, and their own team had not even cracked the top 500. Dai Yang explained that since they were only on the 13th floor, they could not compete with the experts from higher levels. Xiao Wei wondered aloud why Luo Sha's name was not on the list. Zhang Zi explained that the rankings were based on individual strength, so his summoning art did not count toward the score. He emphasized that they needed to keep improving and push to the 13th floor quickly. Before long, the group set foot on the 13th floor of of the magic domain, a place crawling with countless powerful demonic beasts. This floor featured two distinct types of massive dragons, the Flame Giant Dragon and the Frost Giant Dragon, both possessing terrifying levels of power. The final boss was the massive Dark Dragon King, whose wingspan could block out the entire sky. Shanwei boldly declared that nothing could stop them and rallied the team for battle. Suddenly, a strange anomaly appeared in the sky, causing everyone to stop and look up in unison. A flame giant dragon was breathing fire towards someone with wild fury, causing the victim to go plummeting straight out of the sky. Everyone turned pale, knowing that falling into the abyss meant certain death. The mountain path was already treacherous, and with the dragons attacking, Zhang Zi decided to handle the floor himself. Shanwei asked what his plan was. Zhang Zi explained that he would kill a giant dragon and use his summoning art to turn it into a protector for their aerial formation, earning praise from Dai Yang. They still needed to find a weakness to lure the dragons down, and someone suggested that they should try targeting the creature's wings. Zhang Zi agreed to the test. Dai Yang assigned the long-range tasks to Luo Sha and Zhai Qiu. Liu Yuying urged them to cross the bridge quickly, so Zhang Zi asked Dai Yang to take the lead. Dai Yang immediately raised his shield and ran ahead to clear the path, leading everyone across the extremely dangerous bridge. In a short matter of time, the entire team had safely reached the other side of the precarious crossing. But as soon as they arrived, they were horrified to see a flame giant dragon diving straight at them from the sky with overwhelming killing intent. Dai Yang immediately ordered a retreat, while other nearby teams were also seen scrambling to get out of the way. Right then, the flame giant dragon unleashed a massive torrent of flames that completely engulfed the entire battlefield. Dai Yang gave it his all to block with his shield. Once the flames dissipated, he breathed a sigh of relief, seeing the dragon trying to pull back. Zhang Zi raised his bow and yelled, "You're not going anywhere." He fired an arrow infused with a powerful blood energy that streaked directly toward the target. The arrow pierced straight through the flame giant dragon's body, causing the massive creature to lose its balance in midair. As the dragon began to fall, Zhang Zi shouted for Zhai Qiu to freeze it. Zhai Qiu immediately cast his frozen rain skill, creating countless shards of ice. A thick layer of ice rapidly encased the flame giant dragon, freezing its massive body solid right where it stood. Without giving the enemy a chance to fight back, Zhang Zi ordered an all-out attack. Shanwei charged forward excitedly, swearing to beat the dragon into a pulp. In a flash, the team worked together to finish off the flame giant dragon, leaving the observers nearby in utter disbelief at what they had just seen. Zhang Zi fired one final arrow to deliver the finishing blow and make sure the target was dead. The flame giant dragon was completely destroyed. The team was thrilled because they now held a significant advantage in the air. Zhang Zi immediately used his summoning art to revive the flame giant dragon as his servant. Everyone was excited, suggesting they hunt more dragons to build an aerial guard team. The onlookers were left completely speechless as they witnessed this incredibly dominant display of summoning a giant dragon. Ignoring the stares from the crowd, Zhang Zi led his team forward. With the dragon escorting them, the journey to the mountain peak became much easier. After killing a few more, they had a total of 7 dragons, giving them the confidence to face the boss. However, Liu Yuying noticed a large crowd gathering nearby. Dai Yang said in a serious tone that the Dark Dragon King of this floor is known as the ultimate nightmare for all adventurers. While they were still discussing their plan, a sudden anomaly occurred that put everyone on high alert immediately. The Dark Dragon King appeared before their eyes, causing a wave of chaos as the crowd whispered frantically about how terrifying the creature was. Zhang Zi's group fell silent. Dai Yang asked if he felt confident, but Zhang Zi honestly admitted that a single tail swipe from the boss would be enough to wipe them all out. Xiaowei worried if they should just skip this floor, but Zhang Zi remained firm, declaring that they absolutely had to stand their ground and fight. He pointed ahead to a massive nest of dragon eggs, and the team realized that this could very well be the boss's primary weakness. Shanwei suddenly realized that the boss was a female dragon, and that the nest of eggs was the tactical key to winning the battle. Zhang Zi proposed utilizing the nest to lure the boss, and at the same time, he pulled out several skill books as gifts for his teammates before the battle began. Shanwei excitedly chose a new skill, while everyone else was happy because they could now possess a second skill for themselves. Dai Yang selected the Sky-Shattering Roar skill because it suited his personal fighting style perfectly. This S-rank skill allows him to emit a powerful roar that reduces the damage of all enemies within a 10-meter radius. Liu Yuying did not find a suitable skill for herself, so she suggested that Zhang Zi learn the S-rank skill Personal Domain, which can create a unique field of rules. Zhang Zi was satisfied with learning the new skill and thanked everyone for the deep trust they placed in him. The team responded happily that the strongest person should possess the strongest skill to protect everyone else. After completing the preparations, Zhang Zi suggested they start challenging the Dark Dragon King, and despite being mocked by others, the whole team moved forward with confidence. Ignoring the sarcasm, Zhang Zi planned to use his summoned giant dragons as the first wave of attack, and everyone nodded in agreement. The Dark Dragon King immediately lunged forward with a terrifying and overwhelming presence. Zhang Zi calmly ordered his 7 summoned giant dragons to launch a synchronized attack on the boss. The Dark Dragon King let out a threatening roar, but the giant dragons still charged forward bravely. Flames and frost rained down continuously, causing the boss to suffer a significant amount of damage. However, the damage was not very high due to the Dark Dragon King's incredible defense, which made the whole team feel worried. The boss soared through the air, being enveloped by freezing snowflakes as it flew across the battlefield. Realizing there was an opening, the entire team prepared for a massive and coordinated all-out offensive attack. But the Dark Dragon King suddenly activated magic immunity, leaving everyone in a state of utter shock. Liu Yuying pointed to the sky as countless other giant dragons began to appear from a spatial vortex. These newly appeared giant dragons made the situation extremely critical and dangerous for everyone involved. The whole team panicked upon realizing the boss had summoned reinforcements, and Zhang Zi's 7 giant dragons were being surrounded. Zhang Zi immediately summoned the clown boss, Xiaozai, declaring that it was finally time for her to enter the battle. Xiaozai appeared with a bizarre smile, greeting him happily as if they were meeting an old friend after a long time. The people around were shocked to realize this was the same clown boss that had appeared before, confirming that Rakshasa could summon bosses, which made them incredibly excited. The light blue dice floating in the air even made the pack of dragons look on in total astonishment. The Dark Dragon King let out an enraged roar that shook the very ground they stood on. Realizing the immunity time was almost up, Zhang Zi ordered Xiaozai to suppress the boss, while Xiao Wei used her gravity suppression skill to provide support. Liu Yuying and the Dragon King also charged forward, preparing to concentrate all their firepower on the boss. Zhang Zi drew his blood bow and ordered Xiaozai to quickly eliminate the pack of summoned dark dragons. Xiaozai happily obeyed the command, and her magic cubes attacked continuously, causing the system to display a massive amount of damage. The Dark Dragon King once again activated its magic immunity state. The boss's entire body was covered in purple lightning as it prepared to fly away, causing everyone to feel anxious. When the boss was at half health, many felt regretful because they could not continue attacking once it flew up. But Zhang Zi realized it wasn't fleeing, but preparing to unleash an ultimate move. The Dark Dragon King spat out a billowing flame dragon breath to attack the team formation below. The team quickly took cover behind Dai Yang's shield to withstand the intense heat and pressure of the flames. Xiaozai complained because her new outfit was scorched, while Zhang Zi and Liu Yuying protected her and warned that the boss was about to attack again. Immediately after, the boss switched to its frost dragon breath, causing the entire battlefield to be plunged into a freezing chill. Dai Yang struggled to hold the line, but the team was gradually becoming exhausted, and at the same time, Xiaozai was frozen, making the situation even more dire. Zhang Zi immediately asked the little princess to dispel the status effect from Xiaozai, but at that exact moment, the boss continued to lunge forward, preparing to unleash its strongest dark dragon breath. A terrifying surge of dark dragon breath crashed down upon the battlefield like a dark wave. Because the range was too wide, the team could not dodge and faced the risk of being completely wiped out by the attack. The Dragon King was in despair, but Zhang Zi remained steadfast in his belief that there was still a way to survive. He drew his blood bow and put all his strength into a risky and daring plan. The arrow streaked through the air toward the nest of dragon eggs. The arrow shattered an egg, causing the boss to lose health and immediately turn its head back to protect the nest. The team was excited to see that the plan had succeeded, as the boss lost control in a fit of absolute rage. Xiaozai took the opportunity to rush forward and retaliate, while Zhang Zi reminded her not to let the boss fly up into the air again. Liu Yuying and the Dragon King led the team in an all-out attack, while Xiaozai summoned countless devil flower bats to harass the boss. The Dark Dragon King's health bar decreased continuously as the system displayed the damage from the devil flower bats. Meng Dai trembled in shock at the terrifying but extremely effective power of Xiaozai's summoning skill. The Dark Dragon King let out a roar that shook the very space, and everyone hurriedly covered their ears to stay alert against the terrifying dragon's cry skill. Its massive wings had been severely damaged by the devil flower bats summoned by Xiaozai. The Dark Dragon King struggled violently in its intense and primal fury. It tried to soar up into the sky again, but Zhang Zi clenched his fists, realizing the critical nature of the situation. Meng Dai immediately jumped up and launched her blades, determined to force it back down to the ground once again. The blades flew straight into the egg nest, destroying another egg and making the boss even more frenzied. The Dragon King made a wry face while praising the little princess's cleverness, while Zyro too felt regretful about her dream of raising a baby dragon. The Dark Dragon King roared and spat intense flames at the entire team. Ancient God immediately set up his shield formation and activated sky-shattering roar to draw the monster's attention, while shouting for everyone to dodge. The shield could not withstand the pressure and shattered, and Ancient God was also thrown far away by the force of the blast. He propped himself up and sat there gasping for breath because his shield had been destroyed by the dark dragon breath. Zhang Zi, standing beside him, realized they needed to change tactics as the boss lunged from the sky. The whole team panicked as the Dark Dragon King continued to close in, having no idea how to respond to the threat. Zhang Zi quickly drew a blue circle and reassured everyone to step back, telling them to leave everything to him. The Dragon King asked Rakshasa's intention in astonishment, while Liu Yuying worriedly realized he was about to activate a dangerous skill and shouted for him to stop. The Dark Dragon King opened its massive jaws wide, gathering energy to prepare for a devastating and final destructive blow. Zhang Zi deployed his personal domain, coldly declaring that he would show the boss what his rules of the game were. Outside, everyone watched with worry as Zhang Zi faced the boss alone. Inside the domain, the system displayed 5 rules, and he chose to reduce the target's movement speed and attack speed by 50%. The Dark Dragon King's eyes widened when it realized something was very wrong with the environment. The system announced that the boss's movement speed and attack speed had been sharply reduced. Zhang Zi summoned a giant dragon, jumped onto its back, and declared he would have the final battle within his own domain. The Dark Dragon King was hit by the dragon's wing, and the system displayed the slowed and frozen status effects. Zhang Zi controls the giant dragon to soar through the air, confidently unleashing a charged strike now that the boss has been slowed down. The system announces 17,557 points of critical damage. Zhang Zi draws his bow again, declaring himself the ruler of this territory. Outside, Long Wang waits anxiously. Liu Yuying angrily tells him to be quiet, while she secretly prays for Zhang Zi's safety. Long Wang suddenly cheers when he sees a flash of light signaling that the battle has finally come to an end. The system announces that Luo Sha has successfully defeated the Dark Dragon King. The giant dragon beneath his feet has completely overwhelmed the boss. Long Wang shouts with joy, loudly praising Zhang Zi's incredible heroic feat. Liu Yuying runs over and hugs him tightly, with countless items dropping behind him. She scolds him for being reckless, but is deeply relieved he is safe. Those around them are utterly stunned by Luo Sha's victory, constantly praising him and sharing their excitement at witnessing such a legendary battle. Zhang Zi picks up an enhancement charm and realizes that it is an incredibly precious and rare item. The system displays a double S rank enhancement charm that can upgrade equipment of S rank or lower and fully restore its durability. Zhang Zi suggests gathering the loot and moving to the next floor's altar to divide everything safely. The team excitedly heads toward the 14th floor of the magic domain. Upon reaching the 14th floor of the magic domain, a vast and dense forest stretches out before their eyes. The whole team stands on the altar to observe. According to records, this is a jungle floor where countless treants lie in wait everywhere. Treants can disguise themselves as trees and attack with roots when prey enters their range. Zhang Zi explains the boss is a treant weak to fire, so they must rely on Ryu Utong. Ryu Utong happily agrees to support them despite her skills being highly random. Jiu Shen suggests everyone take a rest since they are all exhausted. Long Wang agrees. Meng Dai teases him about his habits. Zhang Zi concludes that the team should take a break after the intense battle with the Dark Dragon King. Liu Yuying suggests talking privately with Zhang Zi after logging off. The next morning, Xiao Feng excitedly brags about reaching the 6th floor. Zhang Zi is surprised by Xiao Feng's hard work and reminds her to thank Yi Jian and his guild for all their help. During breakfast, Zhang Zi mentions his team has reached the 14th floor. Xiao Feng is happy that the gap between them is steadily narrowing. Zhang Zi reminds Xiao Feng to focus on the upcoming national exam. Just then, Yue Liu's scream startles both of them. Zhang Zi rushes into the room and finds a stranger standing inside, catching him completely off guard. He asks for their identity, and the person immediately takes a defensive stance, warning him not to harm the prophet. Yue Liu quickly explains that this is Gao Ying, a bodyguard sent by Zhu Yi to protect her 24 hours a day. Zhang Zi is surprised but has to accept it. Zhang Zi worries that living together will be inconvenient, but Gao Ying firmly insists that protecting the prophet is the most important mission. Seeing her determination, Zhang Zi agrees, thinking that Gao Ying can help protect Yue Liu when they enter the magic domain. Yue Liu is happy to have someone to go to the amusement park with, while Zhang Zi returns to the 14th floor of the magic domain. Jiu Shen notices Zhang Zi looks quite tired. He can only sigh, realizing that taking care of a young child is not a simple task at all. Yi Zhaiqiu announces that Country M has broken the record by entering the 19th floor. Long Wang sighs and urges the team to speed up. Ryu Tong begins bestowing the fire attribute on everyone to prepare for combat. Long Wang is the first one to receive the buff. After 10 minutes of preparation, the whole team enters the dense jungle with high spirits. Entering the forest, everyone realizes it is easy to get lost. Xiao too is suddenly attracted by a strange and mysterious scent. She approaches a flower and immediately faints due to a charm skill. Zhang Zi timely warns everyone of the hidden danger. Meng Dai quickly uses a purification skill to help Xiao Tu wake up from her stupor. After waking up, Xiao Tu is confused, while Zhang Zi reminds everyone not to touch anything recklessly in this dangerous forest. The team continues forward and notices something strange. They haven't encountered any other adventurers in this vast jungle. Suddenly, a group of people being chased by treants runs toward them in a state of pure panic. The team quickly hides behind some bushes to avoid being spotted and quietly observes the developing situation. Liu Yuying considers an ambush, but decides to prioritize finding the boss, while mysterious sounds continue to echo through the woods. Everyone realizes the forest is like a maze and wonders how to find the boss. Someone suggests climbing to the treetops to get a better view. Zhang Zi thinks for a moment and then comes up with a very feasible and clever idea. The team eagerly asks about the plan, and Zhang Zi responds by summoning the Dark Dragon King. A massive dragon emerges from the summoning circle, leaving everyone staring in absolute awe and amazement. The Dark Dragon King lets out a majestic and thunderous roar that shakes the very ground beneath them. Everyone is stunned to learn they will ride the Dark Dragon King into the sky to find the boss, feeling both excited and overwhelmed. All of them sit on the dragon's back. Ryu Utong holds on tight because she is afraid of heights, while Long Wang teases her about taking her on a roller coaster. Jiu Shen points downward as he spots a truly massive tree appearing in the distance. Before them is a skyscraper-sized tree. Everyone suspects this is the god of trees, and Zhang Zi orders the dragon to fly closer to investigate. Flying around it, they realize this might be the world tree, with countless treants standing guard all around its base. Below, a group of adventurers is coordinating their use of flames and ice to attack the treants. Zhang Zi observes and suggests landing to understand the situation, while skills are being unleashed continuously below. A girl in red casts flames under the command of a man in black. Both believe they can emerge victorious this time. The man cautiously reminds her not to be careless since the opponent is an elite, hoping to get a double S rank staff after defeating the god of trees. A massive shadow covers them. They look up in terror, realizing the Dark Dragon King has appeared on this floor. Yao Guang notices people on the dragon's back and is amazed by the ability to tame the Dark Dragon King as a mount. People cheer as they recognize the great god Luo Sha, sharing that they watched the video of him defeating the Dark Dragon King and admire him greatly. The team feels excited by the admiring gazes, while noticing two groups waiting for something below and deciding to observe further. From afar, a giant treant appears, far taller than the others. It is the boss, the god of trees. Sui Zai Gao Ji orders everyone to follow closely, so they are not overtaken by the Zui Zai group in the race for the boss. On the other side, Yu Guang also spots the rivals and orders preparation to enter the tree hollow. On the dragon's back, Zhang Zi assesses and decides to join. The team lands in front of the tree hollow. Zhang Zi assigns Jiu Shen to lead and Long Wang to bring up the rear, reminding everyone to stay close in the dark. The group cautiously ventures deep into the dark, an ominous hollow of the massive tree. A tree root suddenly reaches out and wraps around the head of Long Wang's staff, startling him. Immediately after, a treant charges out with a fierce roar. Zhang Zi instantly identifies the enemy as a treant and loudly warns everyone to dodge the incoming attack. A massive root suddenly stabs straight into the formation, forcing everyone to scatter quickly to avoid being hit. Zhang Zi draws his bow, Liu Yuying draws her sword, and tells everyone to focus on using the fire attribute to attack while checking on Long Wang. Long Wang is held tight by the roots. His health bar continuously drops due to poison, with poison damage indicators popping up rapidly. Zhang Zi worriedly asks Money Little Princess to quickly neutralize the poison on Long Wang before it is too late. Money Little Princess immediately uses a purification skill, while Jiu Shen raises his shield and activates Sky-Shattering Roar to draw aggro and create a chance to counter. Zhang Zi pulls his bowstring tight and declares that he will give the treant a taste of his flaming charged arrow. The arrow strikes the treant's forehead, dealing a critical hit of over 13,811 damage and making it roar in agony. In an instant, the treants were wiped out and dropped a variety of items. Zhang Zi noted that their resistance to fire was remarkably low and urged everyone to quickly clear the battlefield to find the boss. Liu Yuying looked at the four paths branching out in front of them and felt completely confused about which road would eventually lead them to the boss's lair. Giant God remarked that splitting the team to find the right way was both dangerous and time-consuming, so he turned to Zhang Zi to ask for his professional opinion. Zhang Zi came up with a clever idea and summoned Zai along with the ghost dolls to scout the various paths hidden in the deep darkness. Zai gave an eerie and unsettling smile as he reassured the ghost dolls that they had absolutely no reason to fear the pitch-black tunnels ahead of them. Dragon King happily praised Rakshasa's initiative, noting that with an army of ghost dolls at their disposal, no amount of divergent paths would be a problem. In another hollow, two separate teams were locked in a standoff over the rights to the tree god boss, while Zhang Zi's group watched the situation from their hiding spot. Up ahead, the tree god God controlled countless roots that slithered around the feet of the two armies like massive, terrifying, and ancient serpents. After noticing that the roots were coated in a deadly toxin, the adventurers quickly gulped down immunity potions to protect themselves during the upcoming fight. Yu Guang grew worried when he saw how well prepared the opponents were, but Su Zui insisted that the true terror of the tree god went far beyond its simple toxins. Even though Su Zui was a master assassin using a solid and logical strategy, the boss' health was still quite high, so Zhang Zi decided to keep observing for a while. Gao Ji unleashed a barrage of continuous strikes with his twin daggers, shouting for his teammates to keep up the pressure so the boss would remain in a paralyzed state. A combo chain of over 10 hits caused the damage to ramp up significantly. Miao Guang noticed the boss' health dropping, but Gao Ji remained remarkably calm throughout. Once the counter reached 35 hits, Gao Ji laughed triumphantly while his followers cheered and recorded his heroic feat on video to show off later. Dragon King noted that the assassin's fire ailment weapons were dealing massive damage, and Giant God agreed that it was not yet the right time for them to intervene. Gao Ji delivered a powerful finishing blow and smiled confidently, believing that the grueling battle against the tree god had finally reached its conclusion. His group of lackeys immediately began chanting his name and praising their leader as a legendary hero who had just achieved a magnificent victory. Dragon King was impressed by the massive damage output, but Zhang Zi noticed something was wrong since the system had not yet announced the boss' defeat. A voice suddenly rang out, warning everyone not to celebrate too early because the tree god was still alive, and its severed roots were already starting to grow back. Gao Zhe's team immediately used their fire magic in an attempt to incinerate the newly sprouting plant buds before they could fully develop into a threat. Even as the intense flames engulfed them, the swarm of little tree saplings continued to shriek aggressively without showing any sign of slowing down. The overwhelming number of little trees caused the team formation to fall into a panic, while Zhang Zi's group watched more monsters spawn from the boss' remains. Gao Ji ordered his men to maintain their positions and keep fighting, dismissively stating that they were just a bunch of small trees that shouldn't be a major concern. From the rapidly growing roots, an even larger number of strange, bizarre, and unnatural young leaves began to sprout at an alarming rate. Mysterious green orbs appeared, and then opened up to reveal dozens of glowing, angry eyes that glared at everyone in the vicinity with pure hatred. Gao Ji's entire team watched in absolute horror as the tree god transformed into a truly terrifying and monstrous new form that they had never seen before. The eye-covered roots stretched out toward the adventurers and let out a violent, deafening roar that shook the very foundation of the cavern. Immediately after, a barrage of sharp thorns was launched, forcing Gao Zhe's team into a panicked defense while they screamed for their healer to provide support. As they struggled to get back on their feet, they discovered that strange purple flowers had begun to bloom all over the surface of the moving roots. These flowers opened up like ravenous carnivorous plants and turned their hungry maws toward the human prey, looking for their next meal. Poisonous thorns were fired continuously, causing many to suffer from severe poisoning and forcing them to prioritize destroying the flowers to stop the constant damage. The massive tree trunk and roots began to move with lethal intent, sending the entire team into a blind panic as they fled, with Gao Ji being the first to run. From a distance, Su Zui mocked Gao Ji for failing once again, but Gao Ji shot back that the other team probably couldn't defeat the tree god either. Miao Guang asked about their next move, and Su Zui decided to wait 10 minutes for the boss to reset, but that was when Zhang Zi's group appeared to offer an alliance. Recognizing Rakshasa's immense power, Su Zui immediately agreed to let Zhang Zi's team take the lead and have priority over the boss's kill. Although Miao Guang was hesitant because they had spent a lot of money on their strategy, Su Zui knew they couldn't win against Rakshasa and accepted the terms. Zhang Zi proposed an alliance where Su Zui would handle the tactics, and his team would get first pick of the loot, which made the other group feel incredibly excited. A system notification soon appeared, confirming that Su Zui's team had successfully joined the alliance and were now official partners for the raid. Zhang Zi quickly assigned roles, telling Zhai Qiu to use her freezing spells and Giant God to focus on defense as the entire team prepared for combat. Su Zui aimed his spiritual power orb at the main body of the tree god and warned everyone to stay alert for the poisonous thorns scattered across the ground. Yu Guang followed up with a fire rain skill, summoning a devastating shower of fireballs that descended from high above the battlefield to strike the enemy. The fireballs rained down continuously, incinerating the massive horde of little tree saplings that were swarming and crawling below them. Agonized screams echoed across the entire cavern, while Zhang Zi praised his teammates' strength and warned them that the boss was about to unleash a powerful skill. Little Princess immediately cast gravity suppression, which caused the boss to freeze in its tracks and struggle under the sudden, massive weight pressing down on it. Giant God leaped into the air to draw the boss aggro, creating a perfect window of opportunity for the entire team to unleash their full damage output. Liu Yuying reminded Su Zui to have his teammates stop attacking at the right time so that Zhang Zi could deliver the final blow and summon the boss as a minion. Zhang Zi drew his bow, with each arrow forming a powerful vortex of flames as he prepared to launch the final, decisive strike on the weakened enemy. However, he suddenly sensed the presence of a third party approaching them from the shadows, catching him off guard for a brief moment. It was none other than Gao Ji, who rushed in with the intention of stealing the kill, much to the shock and disbelief of everyone who had worked so hard. Gao Ji unleashed his ultimate move, and then quickly jumped back with a devious and cunning smirk on his face, thinking he had successfully snatched the victory. He arrogantly announced to the entire group that he would be the one taking the reward for killing the boss, regardless of their effort or contribution. The entire team was furious at his cowardly and despicable behavior, but Gaoji just showed off his teleportation scroll and mocked them for being too slow. No one had expected him to have a teleportation scroll ready as a backup plan to ensure his safe escape after stealing their hard-earned rewards. Suddenly, a glowing green sphere flew out from the tree god's massive body, catching the attention of everyone on the chaotic battlefield. Gaoji reached out to grab it out of curiosity, but the sphere immediately sprouted countless vines that bound him tightly and held him in place. Zhang Zi quickly warned everyone to stay back when he realized the situation had turned extremely dangerous and was no longer under their control. The vines tightened their grip around Gao Ji's body, squeezing him so hard that he was completely unable to move or use any of his escape items. Miao Guang panicked, and even Su Zui didn't understand why the strategy had failed, while Zhang Zi ordered everyone to prepare for a new and more difficult battle. The vines completely enveloped Gao Ji, and then formed into a massive, pulsing flower that made a sickening sound, as if it were slowly digesting its prey. The flower burst open, revealing Gao Ji's horrifyingly deformed head attached to a mass of terrifying vines and dark, corrupted energy. Everyone watched in sheer horror as they realized that Gao Ji had been swallowed whole by the boss and turned into a grotesque part of its living body. The tree god, now in its new and even more twisted form, laughed like a maniac, and Zhang Zi immediately ordered a retreat to avoid the reaching vines. The mutated divine tree attacked with insane fury, forcing the entire team to flee from the dark cave in a state of absolute chaos and fear. As they ran outside, the vines continued to chase them relentlessly, while the voice of the world tree threatened to destroy every last intruder. Zhang Zi remained calm and summoned the Dark Dragon King, commanding the massive creature to burn the entire world tree to the ground immediately. The Dark Dragon King unleashed a torrent of death fire, incinerating the vines and the base of the tree until the entire battlefield was a sea of flames. Miao Guang was stunned by the appearance of the Dark Dragon King, and the Dragon King laughed as he watched the world tree slowly burn to ashes in the fire. Some people were worried that the fire might be put out, but the Dark Dragon King's death fire was not something that could be easily extinguished by any means. Zhang Zi ordered the entire team to take this chance and concentrate their firepower to finish off the boss once and for all, and Ryu Tong agreed. Su Zui and Miao Guang also joined the fight with renewed determination, as the death fire spread everywhere and the world tree screamed in agony. The adventurers below burst into cheers and joy as they witnessed the world tree being engulfed in fierce, raging flames. Zhang Zi pointed forward and issued a decisive command, telling Old Black to finish the creature off immediately. Taking the order, the Dark Dragon King intensified the power of his purple death flames, which burned even more violently than before, as he lunged forward to swallow all the vines into his belly. Long Wang asked anxiously if the world tree was truly dead, and if swallowing the vines would cause the Dark Dragon King to be parasitized. But Zhang Zi reassured him that the temperature of the death fire was high enough to melt steel, making it completely safe. Finally, the system notification rang out, offering congratulations for the successful defeat of the world tree boss. The entire team breathed a sigh of relief, but they noticed no loot had dropped. Instead, a glowing point appeared inside the Dark Dragon King's belly, leading everyone to speculate that the divine tree seed and the rewards had been swallowed and might soon form a new dragon egg. Hearing that a dragon egg was about to hatch, the female members were both surprised and excited as they imagined the scene of raising a baby dragon together. Su Zui's team approached to thank Zhang Zi despite the lack of loot, and they even asked to take a commemorative photo together, while many people nearby crowded in like fans meeting an idol. Seeing the men looking so mesmerized, Xiao Wei teased Yuying that Zhang Zi was truly quite a lady killer, which prompted her to quickly remind them not to discuss family clan matters within the demon realm, while Su Zui offered to give a dragon egg to Yu Guang, but she refused because she didn't want to raise a pet. Zhang Zi stood before the teleportation gate and reminded everyone that it was getting late and they should quickly proceed to the next floor. The entire team excitedly followed Long Wang's lead as they stepped into floor 15 of the demon realm. At the floor 15 altar, the scene was filled with burning fires, and a massive metal structure loomed over them, creating an overwhelming and awe-inspiring atmosphere. According to the guidebook, this floor was entirely mechanized, with the final boss being the Steel Titan, a giant robot with high magic resistance that required a focus on physical attacks, which happened to be Long Wang's specialty. Liu Yuying stood upon the high fortress wall, observing the surroundings, and called everyone over to see the situation unfolding down below. Below them, adventurers were driving off-road vehicles equipped with modern weapons and charging into battle. Long Wang was so fascinated that he suggested they buy one to try it out. Zhang Zi noticed that everyone was exhausted, so he suggested they take a temporary break and gather tomorrow with the full team to continue their exploration, and the entire party agreed to log off. Before leaving, Zhang Zi caringly told Liu Yuying to get some rest early and said he would see her again when they returned to the academy, which made her feel a bit shy. That night, the silhouettes of several mysterious individuals appeared on the rooftop of a building, gathering for a secret meeting. They questioned Zheng Hao about the reason for summoning them, displaying an irritable attitude because they felt disturbed by the call. Zheng Hao cracked his knuckles and coldly declared that he would straighten out their attitudes. A man in a tank top rushed forward to attack, but he was countered by a fierce glare. With a sudden burst of power, Zheng Hao grabbed the opponent's head and slammed him into the ground, leaving him completely helpless and defeated. The other two individuals were terrified by that display of immense strength and immediately bowed their heads to offer an apology. Zheng Hao, his entire body engulfed in flames, declared that he was the new leader and swore to make Zhang Zi pay with his life. Meanwhile, at the Tianjin Security Bureau, Minister Dongfeng discussed the political situation with Xiao Qin. He stated that the influence of the Chen and Chu families was too powerful, making it difficult to deal with them, and warned that if they were not removed soon, it would threaten the future of Great Xia. The minister decided to wait for the perfect opportunity and asked about Zhang Zi. Xiao Qin confirmed he was in Tianjin to support his younger sister with her exams, and that accommodations had been arranged for him. He highly valued Zhang Zi's talent and suggested that Xiao Qin take him to the Chu family's upcoming birthday banquet, while Zhang Zi had already moved into his spacious new villa in Tianjin. Early in the morning, Zhang Zi prepared breakfast and reminded Xiao Feng to focus on her exam preparation, while also mentioning that the dragon egg was about to hatch, so he would enter the demon realm early. Xiao Feng was very excited and said she wanted to have a baby dragon of her own, but Zhang Zi reminded her to prioritize her exams for the time being. Zhang Zi invited Gao Ying to have breakfast, but she refused because she had to protect Yue Liu. He then returned to floor 14 of the demon realm, where the Dark Dragon King was soaring through the sky. Below, a crowd of people gathered around the 3 dragon eggs that were on the verge of hatching. Zhang Zi went over to Liu Yuying to ask about the situation. They held hands as she told him the dragon eggs were still safe, and he thanked her for all her hard work. Thanks to the protection of Xiao Tu and Xiao Dio, everything remained stable until suddenly one of the eggs began to crack, making everyone feel incredibly nervous. An adorable little red dragon emerged from the egg, opening its large eyes to look around at everyone standing there. Xiao Tu was so excited that she asked to adopt the flame scroll dragon, and Zhang Zi happily gave her his consent. Xiao Tu named the baby dragon Qinglong, and the system displayed that its stats were still quite low since it had only just hatched. Xiao Dio also adopted a blue dragon and named it Blue Spirit, which was revealed to be an isotribute creature. Liu Yuying held the tiny black dragon in her arms, predicting that in the future, it could evolve into a magnificent dark dragon king. Jushin and Long Wang returned to ask about the current situation. Zhang Zi informed them they were preparing to enter floor 15 and noted that raising pets would require many demon soul orbs. Liu Yuying decided to explore floor 15 with Zhang Zi, Jushin, and Long Wang first, while the others headed back to rest. The group of 4 returned to the floor 15 altar, standing amidst a landscape of machinery and a sea of burning flames. The Dark Dragon King flew high above to perform reconnaissance. Everyone believed that with Rakshasa present, the difficulty of this floor would be greatly reduced thanks to his dominant summoning art. In the distance, 2 robots were overwhelming the adventurers, causing the situation to become increasingly tense. Observing from the air, they noticed that many adventurers were using tanks to battle against the mechanical robots. Zhang Zi decided to lower their altitude to get a closer look and ordered the Dark Dragon King to fly downward. The appearance of the Dark Dragon King left everyone below in shock, including an old acquaintance, whom Jushin had once invited to join their team. Suddenly, red laser beams locked their targets onto the group, signaling that extreme danger was drawing near. Numerous drones appeared in the sky, declaring the execution of the intruders according to the laws of the Titan, and immediately opened fire. The concentrated firepower from the UAVs caused continuous damage. Though each hit was not very high, the sheer volume made the situation very dangerous. Zhang Zi ordered the Dark Dragon King to fly higher into the sky, to escape the effective firing range of the enemies. Due to the lack of manpower, he decided to head straight into the massive metal building to investigate the Steel Titan boss. Long Wang suggested they destroy and capture the Titan to make clearing the stage easier later on, but first, they had to defeat it in battle. The Steel Titan seemed to have detected them from a very great distance, which left everyone in the party quite surprised. The Titan's red eyes glowed as it locked onto its target, and it slowly began to raise its massive mechanical arm. The Titan's hand transformed into a dazzling blue energy cannon as it prepared to open fire on them. Everyone panicked as they realized they had been spotted and were about to become targets to be shot down. A burst of green energy projectiles struck the Dark Dragon King's tail, causing him to lose 18,000 health points instantly. Long Wang was astonished by the terrifying amount of damage caused by just a single glancing blow from the giant robot. Recognizing the dangerous situation, Zhang Zi immediately ordered a retreat because the team formation was not yet strong enough to face the Titan. The Titan continued its bombardment, but the Dark Dragon King managed to dodge just in time, and the entire team finally escaped safely. At the Tianjing school, the exam announcement rang out. Zhang Zi encouraged Xiao Feng, who felt confident thanks to Yue Liu's prediction. Just then, Xiao Qin appeared and called out to Zhang Zi, introducing herself as Xiao Feng's teacher and stating that she wanted to discuss something important with him. She handed a tablet to Zhang Zi and showed him a secret video from the Demon Realm that had been sent back by a spy. The video revealed a previously unknown floor of the Demon Realm that had never been seen before. In the footage, a red-eyed gorilla appeared with sharp teeth and an extremely ferocious expression on its face. The monster used a fighting staff with overwhelming power, easily annihilating the adventurers, which caused Zhang Zi to feel a deep sense of worry. After hearing Xiao Qin's explanation, Zhang Zi asked her to take care of Xiao Feng and then quickly returned to the Demon Realm to continue his exploration. Along the way, Zhang Zi thought about the need to accelerate the pace of his exploration and wondered what the true purpose of the Xuguang emissaries really was. When he returned to floor 15, Zhang Zi noticed that his teammates had not arrived yet and felt that something unusual was happening. Unexpectedly, the little black dragon that Liu Yuying was raising appeared on his shoulder. It flew around and signaled for him to follow, leading Zhang Zi toward a new destination. The remaining 3 teammates were waiting patiently, and Liu Yuying praised Little Black for his intelligence, while Azure Dragon and the Blue Spirit practiced flying in an adorable manner. Once everyone had gathered together, Zhang Ji announced his bold plan to conquer the 15th floor in a single attempt, and the group gave him their unanimous support. He immediately summoned the Dark Dragon King and gave the command to set out toward their destination. While riding on the dragon's back, Zhang Ji reminded everyone of the extreme dangers posed by the monsters on this floor and how their aerial advantage would help them reach the boss quickly. The adventurers down on the ground were absolutely stunned to see the Dark Dragon King soaring above, and they quickly realized it was the elite team led by the great god Rakshasa. However, when they reached the massive metallic building, they found no sign of the Iron Steel Titan or any other adventurers, leading the group to suspect the boss had already been defeated. The entire team landed to investigate the area further, but both Dragon King and Liu Yuying felt that the eerie silence of the situation was incredibly strange and unsettling. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow loomed directly behind them, causing everyone to spin around in sheer terror at the sight of the unexpected threat. Little Rabbit cried out in shock, identifying the massive entity as the very Iron Steel Titan that the group had been searching for all this time. A giant airship with powerful, roaring engines appeared in the sky, and everyone realized with a shock that this was actually another mechanical transformation of the Iron Steel Titan. From high above the clouds, a bright red laser beam filled with destructive killing intent shot straight down toward the center of the battlefield. Instantly, a terrifying explosion roared through the air, causing the entire area to shake violently and sending shockwaves throughout the metal structures. As dust and debris flew everywhere, Giant God immediately raised his shield to block the blow and shouted for Rakshasa to get everyone onto Little Black's back while he provided cover. The Titan airship relentlessly rained down heavy H-1ECF, a L-1EF1C from above, forcing the group to dodge frantically, as fighting on the ground at this moment was nothing short of a suicide mission. Despite his defense, the attack dealt nearly 20,000 damage, making Giant God wince in pain, so Zhang Ji grabbed his hand and pulled him into the air to avoid being a sitting duck. The Iron Steel Titan showed no mercy, continuously firing beams of red laser energy that obliterated everything in the surrounding environment with pinpoint accuracy. The Dark Dragon King roared as he dodged the incoming fire, and the team realized they needed cover to strike back, so Liu Yuying suggested using the steel buildings outside as a shield. Zhang Ji agreed with the strategy and told everyone to hold on tight to Old Black so they could speed away and escape the immediate danger zone as fast as possible. The Iron Steel Titan followed closely behind them, its lasers pursuing the group relentlessly, making the entire situation feel incredibly tense and desperate for the survivors. A direct hit caused the Dark Dragon King to lose his balance and crash hard into the ground, sending a massive cloud of dust covering everything in sight. Zhang Ji immediately unsummoned Old Black because his health had dropped to a critical level, then led the group toward a safe hiding spot amidst the rubble. The group huddled behind a massive steel wall, maintaining absolute silence to avoid being detected by the mechanical monster circling in the sky above them. As the Iron Steel Titan continued its aerial search, everyone felt a wave of anxiety, realizing that against this giant boss, they were currently nothing more than tiny, defenseless ants. Zhang Ji analyzed the situation, noting the boss's damage was too high, as the Dark Dragon King lost over half his health in a short clash, and Little Clown was too fragile for a frontal assault. Looking at the system interface, Zhang Ji noticed the Divine Tree was still just a seedling, and Meng Dai speculated that special conditions were needed for it to reach its full form. Upon checking the information, the system revealed the Divine Tree needed a host to grow, and Zhang Ji suddenly remembered how it had once parasitized Zhu Kui Gaoji, sparking a new idea. Zhang Ji grabbed his friend's hand and laughed loudly, because he had finally come up with a plan to plant the Divine Tree seed directly into the body of the Iron Steel Titan. Liu Yuying understood the plan, but was worried about how they would get close enough, so Zhang Ji decided to wait for the Titan to switch back to its ground mode before acting. In front of them stood a swarm of giant robotic spiders blocking the way, and Dragon King suggested they wipe them out first to clear a path for their main assault. The mechanical spiders detected the intruders and immediately let out an alarm signal, calling the rest of the swarm to charge forward and attack the group. Giant God used his shield to block the lasers and draw the aggro, while Dragon King charged forward to test the power of his weapons against their thick steel armor. A mechanical wire suddenly wrapped around Dragon King's weapon, while the spider bots called for even more reinforcements, putting the team in a dire and urgent situation. Zhang Ji joined the fray and summoned Little Clown for support, determined to clear out the entire swarm of robotic spiders once and for all to move forward. Liu Yuying drew her sword to suppress the enemies, while Meng Dai channeled her magic, drawing 2 red circles on the ground to prepare a massive area of effect attack. A golden light swept across the area, causing a series of mechanical spiders to explode, while Liu Yuying and Dragon King coordinated their strikes to finish off the survivors. Sword light and steel staves created beautiful arcs of destruction in the air, and Dragon King shouted out to signal that they had successfully wiped out the enemy forces. Giant God held the defensive line against the incoming lasers, urging everyone to finish the fight quickly before the Titan noticed their presence and returned to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, a red laser from the Titan struck the ground with a massive explosion, forcing Zhang Ji and Meng Dai to dodge as the boss began charging more energy. Zhang Ji immediately shouted a warning to Liu Yuying, telling her to be extremely careful of the incoming fire from the mechanical monstrosity. He lunged forward and pulled her into his arms, narrowly avoiding a lethal shot from the Titan's powerful laser that would have been a killing blow. Once they were safe, Zhang Ji worriedly asked if she was okay and quickly resummoned the Dark Dragon King back onto the battlefield to regain their momentum. He instructed Giant God and Dragon King to feign an attack on the ground to distract the Titan's attention away from their true main objective. Zhang Ji and Liu Yuying climbed onto Old Black and took to the skies to find an opening to approach the boss, while also reassuring the others waiting below. With laser beams crisscrossing the sky in a dense and deadly pattern, Zhang Ji rode the dragon downward, determined to decide the battle with a single, decisive strike. The Dark Dragon King let out a massive roar and attacked, dealing several thousand points of damage to the massive Iron Steel Titan in one heavy blow. Despite the immense danger, Old Black flew right up to the Titan's head to create the perfect opportunity for Zhang Ji to make his final move. Giant God and Liu Yuying watched in fear as the Dark Dragon King was hit by a laser cannon, but Zhang Ji remained calm, controlling the dragon to maintain a precise distance. The Dark Dragon King's hellfire clashed head-on with the Titan's laser beam, creating a spectacular and breathtaking scene of light and fire in the sky. Dragon King panicked when he saw the Dark Dragon King falling from the sky, but Giant God realized that Zhang Ji was actually carrying out a very bold and risky plan. Zhang Ji held the seed of the Divine Tree and plummeted downward, jamming it into a gap in the Titan's armor, while shouting out a defiant declaration of war against the machine. The heavy impact of the collision caused the Titan's massive metal arm to shake and vibrate violently as the seed took hold deep within its circuits. Liu Yuying rushed over to save Zhang Ji, while Giant God screamed a warning about the impending danger of the Titan's retaliatory strikes. A massive explosion rang out, and through the thick clouds of smoke and dust, Liu Yuying finally found Zhang Ji lying among the wreckage and debris. Zhang Ji landed safely on a bed of soft, magical vines and reassured a worried Liu Yuying that he was perfectly fine and had not suffered any injuries. He stood up as Liu Yuying held his hand with concern, and the two of them quickly moved to clear the dangerous area before the next wave of attacks. The seed of the divine tree began to sprout instantly, its vines shattering the Titan's armor and growing with a wild, uncontrollable frenzy through its mechanical body. Countless vines wrapped tightly around the iron steel Titan's body, pinning it down and making it completely impossible for the machine to move or fire its weapons. Everyone watching from below was absolutely amazed when they realized that Rakshasa had actually succeeded in his daring and seemingly impossible plan. Some adventurers recorded the strange sight of vines growing out of the Titan's power core, as the system issued constant danger alerts regarding the boss's instability. The iron steel Titan resisted violently, its two massive arms firing wildly in every direction in a desperate attempt to break free from the strangling vines. Thick smoke and fire covered everything as shells tore up the ground, turning the entire battlefield into a scene of pure, unadulterated chaos for everyone involved. As everyone fled in panic, Zhang Ji grabbed Liu Yuying's hand and warned her that the Titan was now in its final death throes and would be extremely dangerous. Zhang Ji leaped onto the rooftop of a high-rise building, preparing himself to deliver the final, killing blow to the mechanical beast once and for all. He drew his flaming sturdy wooden longbow and declared that he was going to bring this long and difficult battle to a definitive end right now. The flaming arrow shot through the air like a meteor, and the Titan screamed that no one could destroy its creation just before it began to explode from within. Flames completely engulfed the Titan's massive body, causing it to let out a final, agonizing shriek of mechanical pain that echoed through the entire floor. Sensing that the Titan was about to self-destruct, Zhang Ji pulled Liu Yuying close to shield her and shouted a loud warning to everyone else to take cover immediately. The iron steel Titan exploded under the overwhelming power of the divine tree, and countless rare items dropped to the ground amidst the cheers of victory from the survivors. The divine tree continued its rapid and lush growth, eventually enveloping what little remained of the mechanical Titan's chassis with green light. The system interface flashed a congratulatory message, confirming the successful defeat of the 15th floor boss and the completion of the arduous trial. The whole team joyfully named the new entity the Divine Steel Tree. Jushin wondered if they could summon more Titans, making Meng Dai incredibly excited. Zhang Zi pointed at the system interface, showing that only the Titan's head remained after it was destroyed. The system announced that the Titan required specific parts in order to be fully restored to its original state. Liu Yuying discovered a nearby mechanical factory, which could potentially be the place to repair the damaged Titan. Zhang Zi decided to enter the factory with her to inspect it and find a way to restore the Iron Steel Titan. Meng Dai teased the two of them, but Zhang Zi explained the mission and requested everyone else to wait outside for their return. Inside the factory, a janitor robot appeared to welcome them and expressed its readiness to serve, which made both of them burst into laughter. Realizing that this was a manufacturing plant for mechanical creatures, Zhang Zi prepared to summon the Titan for repairs. The Iron Steel Titan was summoned in a heavily damaged state, and the system began to conduct a thorough analysis of its condition. The janitor robot announced that the repair time would take over 5 hours. Zhang Zi decided to start the process and move to the next floor with Liu Yuying. When they returned outside, Jushin announced that they had finished collecting the loot and were ready to proceed to the new floor. An S-rank war hammer dropped, making Jushin extremely excited as the system displayed the detailed information of the weapon. The steel war hammer possessed high damage and special effects. When Zhang Zi handed it to Jushin, he was deeply moved, and Long Wang also eagerly looked forward to his own S-rank weapon. Meng Dai eagerly suggested moving down to floor 16 to continue their journey through the depths of the realm. The whole team moved together toward the teleportation portal, stepping into the next floor of the demon realm with determination. Zio too was deeply moved because she was getting closer to her goal, and Zhang Zi reassured her that everything would eventually be fine. Floor 16 appeared with a gloomy atmosphere. Zhang Zi remarked that the place was filled with the aura of death, noting that the final boss was a terrifying vampire. Zhang Zi suggested they pause here to rest and prepare themselves properly for the next difficult battle ahead. Everyone agreed to exit the demon realm, promising to meet again the following evening to continue their long journey. At that exact moment, Zhang Zi received an urgent distress message from Taozhai Tianchen asking for immediate help. The conversation continued as Rakshasa messaged Zio Feng to ask what happened and if she was in danger. Zio Feng choked up and replied that Big Brother Yijian had sacrificed his life at the final boss of floor 10, prompting Zhang Zi to set out to assist. At the 10th floor of the demon realm, monster corpses lay scattered everywhere as Rakshasa appeared amidst cheers. Zhang Zi quickly asked about the situation, while Zio Feng was moved to see her brother arrive in time. The members took turns reporting the situation. Zio Feng stated the battle went well at first, but the elite orc swordsman boss was too strong and caused heavy losses, leading to Yijian's sacrifice while blocking the enemy for their retreat. The level 1 elite orc swordsman slowly approached while riding on the back of a beast, his overwhelming aura dominating the entire battlefield. Xiao Feng choked up as she wanted to use a resurrection spell to save Yijian, but Zhang Zi calmed her down and told everyone to retreat to safety, asserting that he would handle the boss alone. Hearing this, everyone was absolutely astonished that guild leader Rakshasa decided to solo the elite boss, trusting in his overwhelming power to succeed. Zhang Zi waved his hand to activate his magic, and a brilliant blue summoning circle appeared beneath his feet. The Dark Dragon King was summoned, letting out a majestic roar that shook the entire battlefield and filled everyone with awe. Billowing clouds of smoke and dust covered the area, leaving everyone stunned by the appearance of the legendary creature. The Dark Dragon King soared into the sky and breathed deathly fire down upon the orc swordsman, leaving the enemy utterly astonished. He watched intently as the swordsman shot into the air, cleanly evading the raging wave of flames. He gripped the twin longswords tightly in his hands, his overwhelming aura pressing down on everyone around him. Everyone gasped in shock. They had heard the guild leader was the Rakshasa god, but this level of power was truly beyond imagination, utterly defying the heavens. Old Black soared through the sky, glaring at the swordsman below before roaring and urging the execution of the ultimate skill, Silver Moon Slash. Old Black swiftly dodged the razor-sharp waves of sword energy with agile precision. Riding on Old Black's back, Zhang Ji clearly felt the might of his new skill. This was the true power of an elite-level boss. Xiao Feng anxiously urged them on. With only 20 minutes left before Yi Jian could no longer be revived, the glowing blue circle in her palm reminded her of the ticking time, forcing her to coldly declare that Sword Saint Oak had driven her to act. The magical circle on the ground rapidly expanded outward, radiating intense energy across the battlefield. The Steel Titan rose, leaving everyone stunned. They had never seen such a colossal creature. Amid astonished exclamations, Zhang Ji immediately ordered it to eliminate the target at maximum speed. The Steel Titan responded instantly, obeying its master's command without the slightest hesitation. The dual-blade swordsman charged straight at the Steel Titan, his killing intent surging like a storm. He frantically slashed at the Steel Titan, declaring that anyone who trespassed upon the orc's sacred ground would be executed. Yet every attack proved futile, the massive body utterly unscathed, leaving everyone horrified. A steel carnivorous flower bloomed, proclaiming that the will of nature and metal would judge the enemy. The swordsman continuously severed the vines, but all his efforts were in vain, causing no meaningful damage. The Steel Titan raised its arm as energy gathered within the flower at its limb, unleashing a barrage of seeds that dealt devastating damage. The system notifications of health loss rang out repeatedly, forcing the Sword Saint to scream in agony. The Steel Titan followed up with a crushing stomp, slamming down heavily on its opponent. The system announced, "Congratulations, Sword Saint Oak has been defeated." The crowd erupted in cheers for their mighty guild leader, who had defeated the Sword Saint in an instant. Xiao Feng hurried over to ask about Yi Jian's location, and immediately cast a revival skill on him. A pillar of green light surged upward, signaling the activation of the resurrection spell. The young man lying on the ground slowly sat up, rubbing his head in confusion. Everyone rushed forward in joy. Yi Jian was deeply moved to be saved, and the guild leader reassured him that from the next level of the demon domain onward, he would personally guide Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng waved gratefully, thanking everyone for their hard work. The group laughed, saying she was thoughtful and never caused any trouble. Everyone adored the girl as the team's source of joy. Zhang Ji advised them to rest early after a peaceful day, and all agreed to call it a night. The next morning at the villa, Xiao Qin woke Zhang Ji and informed him of a major event. She decided to dress him in a more elegant and luxurious outfit. Zhang Ji was bewildered, having not even brushed his teeth before being rushed to change. Xiao Qin firmly ordered that he had only 5 minutes to prepare before getting into the car. On the way, Xiao Qin explained that it was the 70th birthday banquet of Patriarch Chu Bin, an event gathering the elite of the Great Xia nation, and that someone important wanted to meet Zhang Ji. When the car stopped, Chen Feng, with his blonde hair, appeared and was shocked to see that Zhang Ji was still alive. Chen Feng pointed mockingly, but Zhang Ji calmly responded, intensifying Chen Feng's hatred due to their past grudge. A stern voice echoed, reminding Chen Feng to maintain proper etiquette on such an important occasion, forcing him to comply reluctantly. Xiao Qin pulled Zhang Ji away, avoiding wasting time on a nuisance, and the two entered the venue together. She held his hand and urged him to follow her quickly deeper into the banquet hall. Xiao Qin introduced Zhang Ji to the bureau chief, stating that she had brought him as promised. Bureau chief Dongfang Dekang and Patriarch Chu Bin welcomed him warmly. Zhang Ji respectfully bowed to the two elders. Chu Bin invited him to sit, while Dongfang Dekang praised Zhang Zhe's achievements at the exchange event, which had brought great honor to the Great Xia nation. Zhang Ji humbly replied that it was his responsibility. He was then invited to join the National Security Bureau. He affirmed his willingness to serve the country, while Xiao Qin subtly hinted at power struggles, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Dongfang Dekang stopped Xiao Qin from continuing, and reassured everyone that he would not allow Su Yuyuan to seize the bureau chief position. Chu Bin suggested avoiding discussions of national affairs on his birthday, but Xiao Qin remained clearly wary of the political schemes. Su Yuyuan and Chen Kaizhai appeared to offer birthday wishes. Xiao Qin quickly led Zhang Ji away and revealed that an even more important figure was about to arrive. All the guests simultaneously turned their heads toward the entrance. A powerful man entered with 2 bodyguards, and everyone immediately recognized that the leader had arrived. Zhang Ji was surprised by the leader's presence. Xiao Qin explained the immense influence of the Chu family in the Great Xia nation, as evidenced by the leader personally attending the celebration. Suddenly, Zhang Ji sensed danger and warned Xiao Qin that the leader was in imminent peril. A masked man in black rushed forward with a swirling mass of purple energy in his hand, and the crowd panicked, shouting to protect the leader. The assassin quickly injured a bodyguard and condensed the purple energy into his fist, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He suddenly widened his eyes in shock when his attack was blocked. Zhang Ji lunged forward and used both hands to firmly block the assassin's punch. The two faced off in tense confrontation, as Zhang Ji smiled confidently while staring directly at his enemy. The assassin snarled in anger, threatening that sooner or later Zhang Ji would die by his hand. He shattered a glass window and swiftly escaped from the scene. Dongfang Dekang immediately ordered a pursuit. The leader thanked Zhang Ji for saving him and reassured everyone to continue the banquet. Xiao Qin suspected the assassin's identity and believed it was Zhang Hao, who was currently taking control of the Dawn organization. Dongfang Dekang joked that Zhang Ji had become famous after the incident, but he could only smile awkwardly, uncomfortable with the attention. In a high-rise building, Zhang Hao fumed over the failed plan caused by Zhang Zhe's interference and reiterated his agreement with Henry to legitimize the Dawn organization. Henry calmly reassured him that he would keep his promise if the leader had been successfully assassinated. At home, everyone watched the news about the failed assassination and realized that Zhang Ji had appeared on television. His family was thrilled to see him gaining fame, while Zhang Ji could only sigh at the overwhelming media attention. Zhang Ji decided to take Xiao Feng into the demon domain to continue her training and help her overcome the next challenge. At the 11th level of the demon domain, Xiao Feng was astonished by the vast ocean stretching endlessly before her eyes. Zhang Ji summoned the Black Dragon as a rapid means of travel, leaving Xiao Feng witty-eyed in amazement at the colossal creature. Captain Jiao stood balanced on a taut rope, laughing arrogantly as he challenged anyone brave enough to come forward and surrender their life. A massive shadow streaked across the sky, forcing him to look up in astonishment. Everyone was stunned when Zhang Ji and Xiao Feng appeared riding a dragon, radiating overwhelming dominance. Behind Zhang Ji, the figure of the Sword Saint manifested, poised and ready to deal with Captain Jiao. The Sword Saint obeyed without hesitation, leaping off Old Black's back and unleashing wind-like sword techniques that slashed down upon the target. Captain Jiao summoned a gigantic octopus, its blood-red eyes glaring as it surged up from the sea. The enormous tentacles thrashed wildly, lashing out in all directions with destructive force. With a single decisive strike, the Sword Saint severed every tentacle, demonstrating unmatched swordsmanship. The rushing sword energy struck Captain Jiao, knocking him down as he screamed in unwilling defeat before being slain. Everyone was utterly shocked. The captain had been eliminated in less than 10 seconds, an unbelievable and overwhelming victory. Old Black roared, opening a swirling purple portal along with countless spoils of war. Zhang Ji told Xiao Feng to proceed to the next floor while he handled the cleanup, humbly noting that many stronger experts still existed. Ahead, a colossal dragon was battling atop a mountain peak. Zhang Ji decided to observe the situation before taking action. The dragon unleashed ferocious flames as cries for help echoed from another team, struggling desperately in combat. Noticing their slow progress, Zhang Ji chose to intervene and assist in order to save time. Two steel titans emerged from the smoke, causing players to panic and scatter in fear of being crushed underfoot. The steel titan's vines wrapped tightly around the dragon, completely restraining its movements. Realizing that the mighty Rakshasa had summoned bosses for support, the players decided to stand aside and wait for the next wave of monsters. After the dragon was defeated, the two steel titans gradually vanished. Old Black landed near the advancement gate. Zhang Ji told Xiao Feng to head to the 15th floor, while he stayed behind to clear the battlefield. Upon reaching the 15th floor of the demon domain, Xiao Feng happily greeted Liu Yuying, marking their reunion after a long separation. Zhang Ji wondered why everyone had gathered there and asked about the situation on the 16th floor. Long Wang sighed in disgust, saying the monsters there were revolting, while Shen Mengdi grimaced and stuck out her tongue, confirming that the rotting, maggot-infested zombies were enough to make anyone nauseous. He nodded and decided to escort Xiao Feng through her challenge first before advancing to the 16th floor. The group readily agreed and expressed their heartfelt thanks. A gigantic robot with glowing red eyes swept its gaze across the battlefield, sending players into a panic. as they fled while crying for help. Two black dragons spread their wings across the sky, with Old Black circling directly above the robot, forcing it to tilt its head upward to face him. Old Black let out a thunderous roar and unleashed a raging sea of flames, scorching the enemy's metallic body. At the same time, two steel titans summoned by Zhang Ji appeared, coordinating their assault to topple the red-eyed robot as powerful crimson beams from its eyes clashed in the air. Long Wang laughed excitedly at the sight of the two colossal monsters teaming up against the boss, while Zhang Ji commanded Old Black to continue the assault. Amid the raging inferno created by Old Black, the battlefield was engulfed in blazing destruction. The robot gradually disintegrated as the system announced the defeat of the Iron Titan. A golden light appeared, prompting Liu Yuying to ask in surprise about the phenomenon. The system then announced that summoning had advanced to level 2. Zhang Ji smiled with delight, as his core skill had finally been upgraded. Zhu Shen curiously asked about the golden light, and Zhang Ji explained that he could now summon up to 30 subordinates, filling Liu Yuying with excitement. Long Wang was astonished by the number of 30 subordinates. Tang Kaiao enthusiastically remarked that the later floors would become much easier, and the group laughed cheerfully before moving on to the next floor after clearing the battlefield. The 16th floor of the Demon Domain officially opened before them. Xiao Feng looked at the gloomy surroundings with fear, but Zhang Ji gently reassured her that everything was still under control. Shen Mengdi suddenly shouted in excitement. She realized it was 4 in the morning and that today was her birthday. Long Wang was surprised as he recalled the celebration that evening, and Liu Yuying asked if Zhang Ji would attend. He happily agreed. The group cheered enthusiastically at the prospect of meeting Rakshasa in real life, then quickly dispersed to rest. At home, Gao Ying asked for permission to leave for a few days due to the Dawn organization becoming active again. Zhang Ji agreed and promised to take good care of Zhang Yueliu. Yueliu was thrilled to learn she could see her mother that evening. She excitedly asked Zhang Ji to take her shopping for clothes to prepare for the special reunion. The little girl jumped with joy, and Xiao Feng gently patted her head, reassuring her that her mother would surely adore such a lovable child. At the Tang family villa, the butler respectfully welcomed Zhang Ji, Xiao Feng, and Yueliu as they entered. Liu Yuying, dressed in an elegant purple gown, turned to greet Zhang Ji. He generously praised her radiant beauty. Yueliu happily ran over and hugged Liu Yuying, calling her Mom, leaving Liu Yuying utterly shocked. Zhang Ji awkwardly introduced the girl. Xiao Feng explained that Yueliu was the daughter of Liu Yuying and Zhang Ji from the future, leaving Liu Yuying stunned by the unbelievable truth. Zhang Ji shyly promised to explain everything in detail later, while Yueliu cheerfully said she had missed her mother very much. Long Wang walked over and asked who Liu Yuying was talking to, then realized that Zhang Ji was the legendary Rakshasa. Long Wang, Zhu Shen, and Shen Mengdi approached. Liu Yuying introduced Zhang Ji as Rakshasa, and everyone was thrilled to finally meet him in person. Shen Mengdi suddenly recognized that Rakshasa was the one who had once snatched her bounty and drawn a turtle on her face, causing the group to burst into laughter. Zhang Ji could only laugh awkwardly and insisted she must have mistaken him, which made the atmosphere even more cheerful. A girl in a green dress approached with two beauties, introducing Xiao Tu and Yao Ju, adding even more liveliness to the party. Long Wang laughed heartily, noting that everyone had arrived. Liu Yuying invited them all to the banquet table to enjoy the meal. At the table, lively conversations filled the air. Yueliu wanted to stay close to her mother, while Xiao Tu curiously asked about Yao Ju's eyes and learned that she could navigate using her hearing. The butler announced that members of the Song family had arrived to offer congratulations, but Liu Yuying declined to receive them. Shen Mengdi raised her glass, wishing everyone a wonderful time on her birthday. Everyone raised their glasses together, celebrating the birthday in a warm and joyful atmosphere. Zhu Shen expressed his honor at being teammates in the Demon Domain. Long Wang enthusiastically invited Rakshasa to drink, declaring that as long as they followed him, every floor would be conquered. Laughter and cheerful chatter echoed throughout the villa before everyone returned to the 16th floor of the Demon Domain. Shen Mengdi teased Long Wang for still being tipsy. He boasted about his limitless alcohol tolerance, but she clearly did not believe him. Liu Yuying asked about Yueliu, and Zhang Ji gently replied that the girl was sleeping soundly. With everyone assembled, Zhang Ji shared information about the 16th floor, explaining that the two main monster types were zombies and wraiths, and emphasizing the need to beware of zombie toxins. He further explained that the wraiths were more dangerous because they could remain invisible and only reveal themselves when launching an attack. Zhang Ji confidently believed that with his current summon lineup, dealing with the vampire count boss would not be too difficult. Zhu Shen reminded everyone to stay especially vigilant against the wraiths. Shen Mengdi suggested riding the Dark Dragon King to fly straight to the boss to avoid the disgusting monsters. But Zhang Ji explained that the dense fog made navigation difficult and proposed using the Steel Titans as transportation instead. A thunderous rumble echoed as 3 colossal Steel Titans appeared, leaving everyone in stunned amazement. Nearby players gasped in admiration upon seeing Zhang Ji command 3 steel titans, affirming that the Rakshasa god was truly invincible. Someone quickly started a livestream to capture the scene of the mighty Rakshasa sweeping through monsters, as each titan's step sent clouds of dust billowing into the air. The fog was so dense that even standing atop the towering steel titans, they still could not see its end. Shen Mengdi and Long Wang were puzzled when no zombies or wraiths appeared, as they usually did. Long Wang tightened his grip on his weapon in caution, and Zhang Ji immediately warned him to be careful. 2 skeletal hands suddenly emerged before Long Wang, startling him. Gritting his teeth, he narrowly dodged the attack at the last possible moment. A red arrow shot forward and exploded, forcing a green wraith to reveal itself in midair. Everyone narrowed their eyes, carefully observing the newly exposed enemy. Zhang Ji raised his sturdy wooden bow to alert the team, while Zhu Shen instantly lifted his shield to absorb incoming damage. Zhang Ji suddenly sensed danger behind him and discovered 2 wraiths stealthily closing in. He swiftly evaded while activating a defensive spell, warning everyone about the terrifying speed of the wraiths. The Sword Saint was summoned and charged into battle, executing swift, wind-like sword techniques. He plunged straight into the swarm of wraiths, swinging his blade without hesitation. Liu Yuying dodged a wraith lunging at her and cried out in alarm. Zhang Ji immediately asked about her condition, and Liu Yuying reassured him that she was fine. Standing back to back, the two realized that constant harassment would drain them endlessly. Zhang Ji quickly devised a plan and ordered everyone to focus on defense. The Steel Titans continued advancing steadily across the battlefield. The team quickly regrouped to protect one another, while Zhang Ji prepared to draw all the wraiths toward himself. Zhu Shen questioned the plan, but Liu Yuying trusted Zhang Ji. Meanwhile, countless wraiths swarmed toward him as he stood atop the Steel Titan's palm, astonishing Shen Mengdi. Zhang Zhe's health bar steadily dropped under the relentless assault of the wraiths, yet he remained resolute, waiting for the perfect moment. Surrounded on all sides, Zhang Ji stood firm as the swarm of wraiths circled menacingly above him. Long Wang grew anxious at Rakshasa's rapidly falling health, but Zhu Shen realized Zhang Ji was waiting for the right opportunity. Zhang Ji placed his hand on the ground and activated his personal domain. Dust and smoke surged as the Steel Titans were enveloped within a massive blue energy sphere. The system displayed domain effect options, and Zhang Ji chose to increase both movement speed and attack speed by 50%. He commanded all Steel Titans to center their attacks around him and strike indiscriminately. The Steel Titans opened fire simultaneously, their red energy beams sweeping across the battlefield and causing explosions wherever they struck. The team shielded their eyes in horror at the devastating spectacle. Liu Yuying worried about Rakshasa, but Long Wang was confident in his safety. Zhang Ji gently landed on the ground, the battlefield behind him reduced to utter ruin. The group happily moved forward to collect the abundant loot. Zhang Ji reassured them that within his personal domain, he could not be destroyed, prompting relieved laughter. Realizing time was tight, Zhang Ji urged everyone to quickly gather the spoils so they could continue their journey. Shen Mengdi checked the data and announced that a total of 252 zombies and 121 wraiths had been eliminated. Liu Yuying noticed the fog beginning to thin, but the sky quickly darkened. Zhang Ji warned that something was approaching. A massive black-ended bat appeared in the sky, signaling the arrival of the boss. Zhu Shen immediately raised his shield and called everyone to regroup as the boss had arrived. A swarm of pitch-black bats swooped down, causing Moonlight Little Rabbit to scream in fear. From a distance, a figure identical to Moonlight Little Rabbit slowly approached, her body shrouded in eerie crimson mist, leaving everyone confused about her identity. She smiled coldly and introduced herself as Moonlight Little Jade. Long Wang immediately swung his staff to attack, but the figure dissolved into smoke. He cursed in frustration as she mockingly smiled at the group. The entire team heightened their vigilance. Shen Mengdi was furious upon realizing the monster could perfectly mimic them, and Zhang Ji warned everyone to carefully observe their teammates. A blazing red vortex suddenly erupted in the middle of the battlefield. The vampire count emerged with a sinister smile. Zhang Ji loudly warned the team that the final boss had appeared as the count's crimson eyes scanned his prey. He seized a young woman, his cold gray hand stroking her cheek as she screamed in terror. Liu Yuying, enraged, slashed at him with her sword, forcing him to release the girl. The vampire count laughed wickedly at Zhang Ji, intoxicated by the scent of fresh blood, and declared that they had only 2 choices, submit or die. Zhang Ji calmly replied that he chose the third option to destroy him. The monsters summoned by Zhang Ji appeared, ready to fight at his command. The vampire count sneered with disdain, flinging his cloak as he summoned his own forces, proclaiming that death would claim them all. Everyone looked up in shock at what seemed like a wave of black smoke approaching, and Zhang Ji realized it was actually a swarm of gigantic insects. The black swarm of insects surged forward like a raging storm, Zhang Ji summoned the giant Xiaozai to shield the formation, coordinating with the Sword Saint to annihilate the insect swarm. Moonlight Little Rabbit frantically stopped Little Dragon Fruit from eating the insects, disgusted by their horrifying appearance. Purple Dragon Fruit unleashed flames, incinerating swarms of insects in the sky. The insects gathered together, forming a terrifying black tornado. The vampire count split into multiple clones, surrounding the team and declaring that only their blood could appease his wrath. A dark shadow lunged forward, prompting Zhang Ji to urgently warn Liu Yuying to be careful. Liu Yuying swiftly raised her guard as the vampire count materialized. He mocked her swordsmanship before launching the vicious attack. Blood rose. The blade's energy slashed across Liu Yuying's shoulder, inflicting severe damage as the system displayed a sharp drop in her health. Zhang Ji anxiously asked about her condition. Liu Yuying replied that she was still holding on, but the enemy's damage output was terrifyingly high. Long Wang and Zhu Shen rushed in to assist. Challenging the vampire count head-on, he merely sneered with contempt, preparing to finish them all. Liu Yuying warned everyone to avoid taking unnecessary damage. Zhang Ji immediately ordered Xiaozai to activate her skill. Xiaozai unleashed Deathline, casting deadly cards while delivering a dramatic declaration. 2 purple cards flew toward the vampire count, only to shatter instantly upon contact. Zhang Ji was shocked that the skill was completely ineffective, while the vampire count laughed mockingly. He lunged forward with the intent to drain the entire team's blood. The Sword Saint attacked but could not match his speed. The vampire count seized Shen Mengdi and bit into her neck, draining her blood as Long Wang panicked. He laughed in delight at the taste of virgin blood, intensifying Long Wang's horror. Long Wang and Liu Yuying were stunned by Shen Mengdi's dire situation. The system announced that Shen Mengdi had been afflicted with level 1 blood curse and entered a dormant state awaiting activation, turning her pale with fear. Long Wang angrily declared that he would destroy the vampire count before the curse could take effect. The vampire count raised his hand to activate the blood curse, commanding his loyal slave to offer her life. Shen Mengdi's eyes turned crimson as she mutated, completely controlled, and charged toward her teammates to everyone's horror. Zhang Ji and the Sword Saint tried to restrain her, explaining that the vampire count had taken control of her mind. Shen Mengdi's body ignited with red energy as she repeated her master's commands. The vampire count gathered crimson energy in his hand and ordered detonation. Shen Mengdi rose into the air and exploded in a painful burst of golden-orange light. He continued manipulating blood energy, preparing his next finishing move with a cruel smile. Within the red glow, Shen Mengdi soared upward, screaming in despair. Everyone shouted in panic, urging each other to stay clear of the danger zone. Shen Mengdi exploded amid the vampire count's maniacal laughter. Zhang Ji rushed forward to absorb the shockwave and turned back in horror. Long Wang screamed for the little princess, while Liu Yuying desperately called out for Rakshasa. When the light faded, Shen Mengdi lay motionless on the ground. Long Wang and Zhu Shen knelt beside her. Calling her name in anguish, Zhang Ji, though heartbroken, declared there was still a way to save her. Zhang Ji called for Xiao Feng's help. Long Wang was overjoyed, knowing her resurrection talent could save Shen Mengdi. Xiao Feng immediately cast resurrection spell on Shen Mengdi. Shen Mengdi coughed up blood and regained consciousness, confused about what had happened, as everyone erupted in joyful relief. She denied having died and even teased Long Wang for cursing her. Suddenly, Zhang Ji warned that the boss had vanished, prompting the team to look up in alarm. A ring of red smoke gathered in the sky, signaling the vampire count's new scheme. The vampire count reappeared, declaring he would self-destruct to annihilate everyone. Long Wang urgently ordered a retreat, while Zhu Shen raised his shield to protect the group. Zhang Ji stayed behind to cover their escape, insisting everyone leave first. Though Liu Yuying was worried, he assured her he had a plan. Zhang Ji unleashed a powerful surge of green energy toward the enemy. The vampire count mocked him, but Zhang Ji declared his intent to destroy him and activated the Steel Titan's self-destruct mode. A Steel Titan appeared and began its cold mechanical countdown from 10 to 7. Zhang Ji coldly declared that the vampire count would soon experience the sensation of being blown to pieces. Flames erupted violently. Long Wang worried for Rakshasa, but Liu Yuying placed unwavering trust in him. A thunderous explosion shook the heavens and earth, blasting everything in the vicinity away. The team rushed forward and rejoiced upon seeing Rakshasa unharmed after the explosion. The system announced congratulations for defeating the vampire count as Zhang Ji stepped out from the smoke. Behind him lay a devastated battlefield, shrouded in dust and ruin. Liu Yuying approached and scolded him affectionately for his reckless act. Zhang Ji calmly replied that although he lost a Steel Titan, he had successfully subdued the vampire count. The advancement gate appeared. Zhu Shen was delighted they could proceed to the next floor, and Zhang Ji urged everyone to leave quickly before the fog returned. The group stepped through the gate and entered the 17th floor of the demon domain. Everyone was astonished to find the floor resembled a battlefield that had just endured a brutal war. They discovered that the mission was not to defeat a boss, but to defend a fortress. Shen Mengdi and Long Wang worried their numbers were too few for such a task. The guide recommended at least 200 people, but the fortress gate had already closed when another team entered, forcing them to wait for the next defense round. As they wondered about the attacking forces, a thunderous cry of "Kill!" echoed, prompting them to turn around. In the distance, an army of armored monsters advanced like a tidal wave, leaving everyone stunned by its overwhelming scale. Liu Yuying estimated their numbers could reach tens of thousands. Zhu Shen worried the current defenders would struggle to hold out, and Zhang Ji concluded that this floor was extremely challenging. Zhang Ji proposed pausing to rest and prepare a strategy. Everyone agreed and planned to regroup the next day. Back home, Zhang Ji discovered Gao Ying was seriously injured and immediately suggested treating her himself to avoid drawing attention at a hospital. He carried her into a room, asked Xiao Feng to bring the first aid kit, and reminded everyone to stay quiet so as not to wake Yuliu. While bandaging her wounds, Gao Ying revealed that Zhang Hao was responsible for her injuries, causing Zhang Ji to grind his teeth in anger. Zhang Ji asked Xiao Feng for assistance, but she was afraid of blood. After being reassured that saving a life was paramount, she bravely agreed to help. Zhang Ji sighed softly, accepting the situation, and focused on continuing the treatment. At the National Security Bureau, Xiao Qin was furious upon learning Zhang Hao had caused the injury and requested a meeting with the Savior Army's leader. Zhang Ji then asked Yuliu for confirmation. Yuliu revealed that the leader of the Savior Army was actually Zhang Ji himself, while Shan was only managing internal affairs temporarily, leaving everyone shocked. Zhang Ji was stunned by this revelation and asked Yuliu to contact Shan for confirmation, and the girl happily agreed. Zhang Ji asked Xiao Qin to arrange protection for Xiao Feng and Yuliu as he prepared to return to the 5th Academy of the Great Xia Nation in Tianfeng City. She agreed immediately, while Yuliu excitedly expressed her desire to conquer more demon domain floors to uncover the truth. At the same time, on the 17th floor, thunderous battle cries echoed, urging everyone to hold the defensive line. Smoke, fire, and continuous bursts of magic illuminated the battlefield, creating a chaotic and intense war-torn scene. Amid the chaos, resounding shouts of "Kill!" echoed across the battlefield, fueling the fighting spirit of the defenders. The group observed from afar and recognized that the defending team was the same one that had held the fortress for 3 days with massive funding. Long Wang remarked that wealth alone could not guarantee victory here. Little Tu confidently declared that with Rakshasa present, anything was possible. Tang Kai reminded everyone that classes began tomorrow, so they had to act quickly. Zhang Ji decided to wait for this wave to fail before entering the fortress. Su Zui cheerfully greeted Rakshasa upon meeting him again, and Zhang Ji smiled warmly at the coincidence. Su Zui expressed deep admiration after watching videos of Rakshasa defeating the Iron Titan and the Vampire Count, saying it ignited his battle spirit. He introduced another expert to Rakshasa. The man greeted them coldly and expressed hope for future cooperation. Su Zui suggested forming a joint team to increase their strength. The man showed clear disdain, commenting that Zhang Zhe's team was not particularly strong. Zhang Ji humbly admitted he was still a newcomer and politely declined the offer, despite Su Zui's continued persuasion. The man chose to leave due to time constraints, planning to return after completing his mission to assist in the defense. Su Zui reluctantly bid farewell to Rakshasa. Zhang Ji wished them luck and affirmed that his team could handle the challenge on their own. Liu Yuying looked displeased when a dense fog suddenly rolled in. The group was surprised by the sudden fog, realizing the second assault wave was about to begin, and quickly prepared for battle. A massive green dragon suddenly emerged within the thick mist. From atop the fortress walls, defenders strained their eyes, but visibility was limited. Only the deafening roars hinted at the overwhelming number of enemies. Commanding voices rang out, ordering everyone to stay mobile and alert. The captain ordered archers and mages to launch long-range attacks at the shadowy figures moving within the fog. Fireballs streaked into the mist, yet the monsters continued their relentless advance, causing panic among the defenders. On the walls, defenders shouted desperately as the overwhelming number of zombies threatened to collapse the defensive line. Some were horrified to discover that even decapitated zombies continued to fight. Cries for help echoed as many adventurers were bitten by zombies and fell, turning the battlefield into a tragic and gruesome scene. 2 enormous shadows soared through the sky, while waves of people fled into the city for safety. When everyone looked up, they were astonished to see the Dark Dragon King and Rakshasa descending. Many excitedly began live-streaming the moment. The 2 dragons landed from above, and those on the fortress walls cheered joyfully at Rakshasa's arrival. Zhang Ji leaped down, but the captain remarked that with such limited numbers, holding the fortress was unrealistic. Zhang Ji asked whether they wanted him to withdraw. Su Zui stepped in to mediate and proposed that both sides cooperate to increase their chances of victory. The two sides agreed to divide defensive duties, however. Zhu Shen noticed they were being underestimated when assigned only to guard the inner city. Zhang Ji calmly accepted, determined to prove their strength. The captain loudly ordered the formation to deploy and explained the 4 types of enemies that might appear during the siege defense. He listed them as skeletal soldiers, zombies, feral beasts, and insect monsters. Finally, he mentioned divine and demonic creatures such as demons and angels, which were extremely dangerous. He hoped they would not appear and ordered everyone to ignore Rakshasa's group. The fortress gates slowly closed as the captain commanded everyone to take their positions and prepare for battle. In the distance, a massive army of monsters advanced through a cloud of dust. The heavily armored army with ferocious faces worried Liu Yuying about potential casualties. Zhang Ji reassured her that he would protect everyone. Streams of flaming projectiles and fireball spells were launched continuously. Fireballs crashed into the monster ranks, triggering massive explosions. Despite heavy losses, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. They trampled over fallen allies and continued advancing toward the walls as archers kept firing. The captain shouted orders to prevent the monsters from scaling the walls and urged everyone to keep fighting. A massive boulder launched from a catapult hurtled toward the fortress, prompting frantic warnings. Hundreds of stones rained down, causing severe casualties. Everyone realized the catapults had to be destroyed immediately. A convoy of grotesque-looking siege engines advanced dangerously close to the fortress. On the walls, despair spread as the next barrage of stones was about to begin. A thunderous explosion erupted, and cheers broke out when everyone realized Rakshasa had taken action. Zhang Ji transformed into a black dragon and soared into the sky, declaring he would handle the aerial battlefield so others could focus on ground defense. Su Zui responded with excitement and immediately began directing the formation. Another wave of fireball spells was unleashed, with continuous explosions wiping out large numbers of monsters. However, some humanoid monsters managed to climb the walls, catching the shield units off guard and throwing the defense into chaos. Cries for help rang out as zombies flooded in, pushing the defensive line to the brink of collapse. From above, Zhang Ji and Liu Yuying observed that the zombie numbers were too vast to save everyone. Su Zui and the captain were equally alarmed by the heavy casualties. Su Zui suggested letting Rakshasa assist outside the walls, but the captain refused, believing they lacked sufficient experience. Before anyone could react, people pointed skyward in shock at a new phenomenon. Spheres of blue energy descended, and as they drew closer, everyone saw red demons with long wings emerging from within. The captain immediately ordered all defenders to battle stations, warning of the incoming demon assault. The demons dove from the sky, forcing defenders to raise their shields to block the onslaught. The system displayed information identifying them as level 1 demons with extremely high stats and teleportation abilities, prompting the captain to declare them as dangerous as miniature bosses. The sky filled with demons, crushing morale as many defenders despaired, believing the fortress could not be held. A warrior wielding a massive blade recklessly charged forward to attack a demon. He was instantly impaled by the demon. Su Zui shouted for the entire formation to retreat. At that critical moment, everyone was astonished to see a colossal figure appear in the sky. A gigantic stone golem advanced from afar, drawing the attention of the demon's swarm. A second stone golem appeared, giving everyone hope as they realized these were summoned allies. However, some noticed these golems were not bosses, leaving the captain confused. Su Zui shouted that they were Rakshasa's summons and ordered the ranged units to seize the opportunity to attack, proudly revealing he had spent a fortune to acquire the 2 summoning scrolls. Everyone was astonished by the generosity of the mysterious benefactor behind the scenes, while Zhang Ji and Liu Yuying continued to carefully observe the evolving battlefield. Zhang Ji gazed intently into the distance, as if he had detected something unusual approaching. A gigantic crimson monster with a bull's head and massive wings suddenly appeared, radiating terrifying power. With a single devastating punch, it instantly crushed a stone golem, leaving everyone horrified. The second stone golem was also completely destroyed by the monster's overwhelming strength. Debris scattered everywhere as the captain fell into despair, realizing all the summoned resources had been obliterated. The defenders' morale collapsed, and many considered fleeing. Su Zui grew anxious, fearing he could not face his patron. Suddenly, glowing blue magic circles appeared across the fortress walls. The vampire count and the eerie clown head, both summoned by Zhang Ji, manifested on the battlefield. Zhang Ji commanded all his followers to engage, and a colossal steel titan erupted from the ground. Massive vines spread outward from the steel titan, sweeping across the battlefield. Two black dragons soared through the sky, providing aerial support in the fierce battle. The steel titan blocked the bull-headed monster's assault. Suzui was thrilled, realizing that Rakshasa's boss-level summons far surpassed the earlier stone golems. Hope surged among the defenders as the two steel titans appeared, and many believed victory was now firmly in Rakshasa's grasp. Whispers spread rapidly as people realized the captain had previously underestimated Rakshasa and refused his help, prompting widespread criticism of that poor decision. The captain was shaken by his mistake, while Zhang Ji immediately ordered a full-force assault to annihilate all the demons. Razor-sharp leaves fired from the steel titans like deadly projectiles, shredding the demon forces. Thunderous cheers erupted as demons were wiped out in waves, and control of the battlefield was gradually restored. The two black dragons unleashed torrents of flame, incinerating the remaining enemy forces. The vampire count displayed a sinister smile, preparing for the next phase of the battle. A swarm of pitch-black bats suddenly appeared, circling the battlefield and creating an oppressive atmosphere. Giant vines lashed violently at the red-winged demons, sending them flying. The defenders marveled at Rakshasa's heaven-defying strength as he single-handedly stabilized the fortress, instantly boosting morale. Long Wang loudly asked Rakshasa to leave him one demon to test his strength, while Zhu Shen laughed and praised his fiery fighting spirit. Cheers echoed everywhere as the defenders expressed gratitude that, thanks to Rakshasa, their fallen comrades could rest in peace. They resolved to eradicate the remaining demons. Only one massive demon remained on the enemy side, and defeating it would end the siege. However, ominous blue orbs began appearing in the sky. Everyone looked up in horror as the final assault began. 4 new colossal demons emerged, promising an extremely fierce battle. The 4 giant demons stood in opposition to the steel titans, creating a tense and dramatic standoff. Zhang Ji placed his hand on the ground and activated summoning, determined to turn battle into reinforcements. The more enemies he faced, the more followers he could summon, as glowing blue magic circles continuously appeared. The defenders were stunned when Rakshasa instantly summoned the very giant demon he had just defeated to counterattack the enemy. The long-haired man burst into hearty laughter, and even the captain admitted that Rakshasa was like a divine being whose power far exceeded his imagination. The captain bowed his head and apologized to Zhang Ji for underestimating him and his team, admitting his mistake nearly cost lives. Zhang Ji graciously forgave him and urged everyone to finish the battle as the 4 giant demons were defeated. A teleportation gate appeared in the sky amid jubilant cheers, and everyone celebrated clearing the 17th floor of the demon domain. Zhu Shen felt a bit regretful that there was no boss on this floor and thus no loot. The captain confirmed it, and Zhang Ji ordered the team to proceed to the next floor as the black dragon carried them onward. Zhang Ji and his companions rode the dragon into the sky. Suzui waved gratefully and promised to meet again on the next floor, while the captain believed that with Rakshasa, conquering the demon domain was only a matter of time. Cheers erupted as the team set foot on the 18th floor of the demon domain, ready to continue their journey. On the 18th floor, everyone felt an oddly familiar atmosphere surrounding them. Some thought they had returned to the 14th floor, but Zhang Ji explained that it only looked similar due to the abundance of ancient trees. Zhu Shen added that the monsters here were elves with human-like appearances and distinct genders. He explained that male elves primarily served as melee warriors, with balanced offensive and defensive abilities. Meanwhile, female elves were more versatile, taking roles as mages, archers, and support units. Even more terrifying, the elves fought with seamless teamwork like a seasoned adventuring party. The floor's boss, the Elf King, was extremely powerful in melee, ranged combat, and magic. Zhang Ji reassured everyone that no challenge was insurmountable and suggested resting since it was late. Long Wang agreed to rest early to prepare for the next day, while Zhang Ji mentioned he had important matters to handle. Liu Yuying asked with concern, but Zhang Ji reassured her it was not dangerous, and that he was simply meeting 2 important figures. She felt relieved and reminded him to be careful. Tang Kairai teased the pair for showing affection, while elsewhere, at a secret facility at night, a group of individuals was carrying out urgent operations. A man in a blue coat stood with his arms crossed, coldly ordering his subordinates to complete the mission quickly. They entered a dark, dusty passage and discovered a demonic cavern hidden beneath the shelter of a major city. The group dragged a large sack to a broken wall, revealing a grotesque, fleshed creature with a mouth full of terrifying teeth. Horrifying screams echoed throughout the cavern. The leader coldly ordered the sacrifice to be thrown inside. 2 men dragged a bound young woman and hurled her toward the creature. Her eyes widened in absolute terror. The leader laughed wickedly, declaring that once 15 demon portals were activated, a monstrous army would devour the Great Xia nation. The next day at a villa, everyone gathered to discuss their strategy. Xiang Xiaoqin introduced herself and met Sun, a representative leader of the Savior Army. She directly questioned him about their forces and armaments, making him feel as if he were being interrogated. Xiaoqin apologized for her professional demeanor and clarified that her goal was to ensure the Savior Army posed no threat to the Great Xia nation. Sun expressed his desire for legal recognition to operate openly. Xiaoqin requested to investigate the members' identities, but Sun refused, citing concerns about Dawn Organization's spies within the high ranks of Great Xia, causing negotiations to stall. Yahello suddenly revealed that in the future, Xiaoqin would become a member of the Savior Army, leaving her utterly shocked and unable to believe it. Xiaoqin decided to pause the discussion due to the overwhelming information. Sun agreed to leave, and Zhang Ji asked him to take care of Yahello before he returned to the academy. Zhang Ji escorted Yahello to school and asked her to pass along a message to her mother. They parted warmly. At the school gate, the two exchanged a final look before saying goodbye. Zhang Ji thanked Xiaoqin and requested assistance in acquiring some equipment. She gladly agreed to arrange it. Zhang Ji waved as he departed, leaving Xiaoqin wondering how many more secrets he was still hiding. An old friend wearing glasses greeted Zhang Ji warmly. The two chatted about his busy life before heading back to the dormitory together. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor of the demon domain, the atmosphere grew tense and heavy. As the trio gathered, Liu Yuying sensed immense pressure and suspected the boss was about to appear. Zhu Shen agreed and suggested observing the situation further. A group emerged through the dust and smoke. Yuying recognized Uncle San, a senior official from the Demon Domain Management Bureau, and suspected that a death zone had appeared. The silver-haired elder ordered the altar to be sealed and forbade all players from leaving the area. Enforcement personnel quickly deployed, instructing everyone to remain in their positions. Nearby players buzzed with discussions about the death zone, feeling both fear and excitement over the tempting rewards. Yuying happily greeted Uncle San. He confirmed that a death zone had indeed appeared, making the situation extremely serious. Cries for help rang out as someone attempted to escape the restricted area. Uncle San rushed to rescue them and warned Zhang Zhe's group to stay cautious. Zhang Ji quietly asked about the death zone, raising Yuying's suspicions about his intentions. Zhang Ji took out a death zone invitation and decided to participate, asking if anyone wanted to join him. All his teammates immediately agreed, declaring that as a team, they would act together no matter what. Zhang Ji activated the death zone invitation. The system began a countdown and teleported the entire team inside. The death zone revealed itself in a terrifying, crimson-hued landscape. Liu Yuying remained alert as the surroundings felt eerily empty. Zhang Ji reminded everyone to stay vigilant. A floating staircase made of red stone appeared. Though its destination was unknown, the team decided to ascend since it was the only path forward. Zhang Ji noted that many adventurers from around the world had entered the death zone and warned everyone to watch out for hostile players. As they climbed the stairs, Long Wang joked about protecting the ladies, but Mengdi confidently said she could take care of herself. Zhu Shen laughed and teased them. Zhang Ji suddenly pointed ahead as the team arrived at a vast plaza, advancing cautiously. They encountered a man dressed in red, and everyone suspected he was the boss of the death zone. The red-clad figure introduced himself as Mark and welcomed them to his world while explaining the rules of his game. An impatient player rushed forward to attack but struck only an illusion. Mark mocked his recklessness and declared that conventional attacks were useless. Mark explained that this was a world of cards, where all skills and items were transformed into cards, and only these could be used to defeat him. He further warned that failure would cost players their lives, causing panic as everyone discovered their skills and items had vanished. Many players panicked when they could not use their talents, but soon realized that all their abilities and items were now contained within their decks. Zhang Ji crouched down and carefully examined the golden deck in his hands. The cards included a basic healing potion that could restore 10% of HP with limited uses. The SS grade summoning card allowed him to summon soldiers and revive fallen ones. Zhang Ji noted that the limited number of skill cards would make the battle extremely challenging. Liu Yuying confirmed that everyone's skills had been nullified. Mark allowed teams to exchange cards to ensure fairness. Mark mocked their sense of teamwork and encouraged them to give all powerful cards to a single champion to face him. Many objected, arguing that losing teamwork would be a disadvantage. Zhu Shen pointed out that fighting alone could easily lead to defeat. Long Wang emphasized that their representative needed intelligence, composure, and extraordinary courage. Zhang Ji stepped forward to take responsibility. Liu Yuying worried, but he assured her he understood everyone's abilities and asked for their trust in handing over their cards. One by one, the team handed their cards to Zhang Ji. Moonlight Little Rabbit smiled, placing absolute faith in Rakshasa. All item and potion cards were entrusted to him. Zhang Ji thanked his teammates for their unwavering trust. Zhu Shen was deeply moved, saying they were the ones who should be grateful for Zhang Ji risking himself to face the boss. Liu Yuying reminded him to be extremely careful. Zhang Ji reviewed powerful cards such as Summoning, Personal Domain, Gravity Suppression, Protective Halo, and Radiant Slash, calculating his chances of victory. A player named Popeye stepped forward to challenge Mark first, confident in his deck of more than 50 skill cards. Mark smiled and created a purple barrier around them, announcing the start of the duel and praising his opponent's bravery. Zhang Ji realized it was an isolation barrier preventing interference. Mark gestured politely, inviting his opponent to play first. Popeye clenched his fist and smiled confidently. In that case, I won't hold back. On his first turn, he played a dazzling golden card. Taste the power of my S-rank skill. Judgment Hammer, an S-grade card, dealt 10,000 damage, doubling with each subsequent hit and stacking up to 5 times for a total of 320,000 damage. Usable 10 times, a massive golden hammer appeared, astonishing onlookers. The crowd was stunned by the terrifying power of the S-grade card. If fully stacked, it could unleash 320,000 damage, truly overwhelming, yet the outcome of the battle was still uncertain. The golden hammer slammed down, and the system displayed a loss of 10,000 HP. Mark covered his face, feigning pain. Popeye laughed loudly, declaring that within 5 more turns he would finish the fight. Mark smiled mysteriously and drew a purple card. A giant purple scorpion materialized in midair. With blazing red eyes, it lunged forward to attack as the system displayed its information. The Desert Venom Scorpion, an A-grade creature, had 18,000 HP, 3,000 attack, and 12,000 defense. Popeye remained confident, believing his defense of 18,540 was unbreakable. Popeye unleashed Judgment Hammer again, reducing Mark's HP by another 20,000 and leaving him with only 4 turns to survive. Mark dodged and taunted him. Mark calmly held a golden purple card, coldly remarking that Popeye was too weak and deciding to end the match quickly to seek a more worthy opponent. He used the S-grade card Tribal Evolution, duplicating 5 targets and upgrading them by 1 rank. The Desert Venom Scorpion evolved into S-grade with dramatically enhanced stats. Popeye was horrified as he witnessed the Scorpion's terrifying new power. Numerous cards floated in the air, creating an overwhelming and oppressive spectacle. The crowd panicked as one Scorpion multiplied into 6 evolved monsters. Zhang Ji recognized the terrifying synergy between S-grade skills and seemingly weak summons. The swarm of evolved Scorpions launched a coordinated assault on Popeye. The system rapidly displayed damage notifications as Popeye screamed in despair before collapsing. Popeye fell to the ground, his cards scattering everywhere. The crowd was horrified by Mark's terrifying power. Panic spread as players realized their talents were unusable, leaving them unsure how to avenge Popeye. Mark casually slipped his hands into his pockets and arrogantly asked if anyone else dared to challenge him. Zhang Ji stepped forward to accept the challenge, while Liu Yuying stood behind him with concern. He calmly reassured her that he would proceed with caution. The crowd erupted in murmurs as they recognized the legendary Rakshasa of the Great Xia Nation. Many discussed Rakshasa's achievements in SS Stalent Prodigy, and the hero who destroyed the Dawn organization's leader, leaving those unfamiliar with him utterly astonished. Some questioned Rakshasa's true strength since his name was absent from the rankings. Mark welcomed him and officially declared the duel to begin. Blue flames ignited around Mark as he invited Zhang Ji to make the first move according to the rules. A countdown timer appeared in the air, signaling the start of the battle. Zhang Ji used the C-grade card Slight Shield Theft to steal a card from Mark, intending to probe his opponent's deck. A card flew from Mark's hand to Zhang Ji's, causing Mark to glare in anger at the theft. Zhang Ji examined the card and discovered it was an SS-grade card, a fortunate start indeed. The SS-grade card Fate's Choice could either double a card's effect or upgrade its quality, thrilling the crowd at Rakshasa's incredible luck. Enraged, Mark played the S-grade Mirror Image card to copy Zhang Ji's card. The copying effect activated, but Mark received only a useless blank card. Mark mocked him, but Zhang Ji calmly replied that victory depended on the player, not the card's quality. Mark tore the blank card apart and challenged Zhang Ji to prove his strength with such a mediocre deck. Zhang Ji activated Fate's Choice, preparing for a calculated counterattack. Mark also used Fate's Choice, declaring he would end the duel swiftly. A fully armed infantry squad materialized on the battlefield. Zhang Ji predicted Mark would use Total Evolution to upgrade his troops, and decided to strike first. Zhang Ji played the SS-grade Summoning card, stunning Mark with the rarity of such a talent. Long Wang and the others below cheered excitedly as Rakshasa unleashed his ultimate move. The crowd believed the duel was nearing its end, though some worried Mark might counter with Total Evolution. Thanks to Fate's Choice, the summoning effect was doubled, and 2 colossal demons appeared on the battlefield. The 2 horned red demons emerged, catching Mark completely off guard. The system displayed their stats: S-grade giant demons with 250,000 HP, 4,800 attack, and 6,000 defense. The demons exhaled toxic gas, forcing Mark to retreat in shock at Zhang Ji's summoning power. Mark immediately activated the Total Evolution card to enhance his troops. The soldiers evolved into A-grade archers with significantly boosted stats. Mark laughed loudly, planning to overwhelm the demons with sheer numbers, while Zhang Ji rapidly calculated his counter-strategy. Zhang Ji used Slight Shield Theft combined with Fate's Choice to steal 2 cards from Mark in a single move. Mark fumed as 2 of his cards were taken at once. However, Zhang Ji discovered the stolen cards were only moderately useful: A-grade Flowing Water and B-grade Boomerang. Mark mocked Zhang Zhe's luck and declared the duel would soon end. He played the S-grade Resurrection card, turning fallen units into immortal zombies. The zombie army surged forward to attack the 2 giant demons. The spectators gasped in alarm as the demons began to struggle under the relentless assault. Some observers doubted whether Rakshasa had chosen the right strategy. Facing the crisis, Zhang Ji took a bold risk and upgraded his theft card, obtaining the S-grade equivalent exchange from Mark. Zhang Ji was astonished to learn that the card allowed him to sacrifice all his units in exchange for an equal number of extra turns. He quickly weighed his options, realizing the 2 demons might not survive until his next turn. Mark roared and played the S-grade Merfolk Invasion card, summoning 4 additional Merfolk warriors. The grotesque Merfolk rushed onto the battlefield with vicious intent. They launched a coordinated assault against the 2 giant demons. Mark laughed triumphantly, convinced that 4 Merfolk were enough to defeat Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji calmly assessed the situation, concluding he needed Wideria damage and chose to gamble again on summoning. 2 white-haired masked swordsmen appeared, ready to fight under his command. The 2 sword saints charged forward, swiftly cutting down zombies and merfolk with their superior aerial effect techniques. Mark clenched his teeth in frustration as Zhang Ji summoned such elite subordinates. He retaliated with the A-grade Civil Strife card, forcing the 2 sword saints to attack each other. A violet glow enveloped them as the 2 swordsmen turned on one another. A fierce internal battle erupted between the 2 sword saints. Zhang Ji grew concerned as the situation turned unfavorable. One sword saint fell to his comrade's blade, worsening the already dire circumstances. The victorious swordsman delivered the final strike, and Mark declared the duel was nearing its end. Mark laughed arrogantly, claiming Zhang Ji could not withstand his army, but Zhang Ji calmly refuted him. Zhang Ji once again used Slight Shield Theft, prompting Mark to mock what he believed was a desperate move. The crowd grew anxious as only 1 sword saint remained, and Zhu Shen remarked that even additional summons might not change the outcome. Zhang Ji held up a decisive card, ready to turn the tide. The crowd gasped as they recognized it as a card previously used by Mark, capable of completely reversing the battle. The system displayed the S-grade Summon Troops and Horses card, which could summon 100 soldiers, along with the S-grade Equivalent Exchange card. The effect of Equivalent Exchange allowed Zhang Ji to sacrifice all his summoned units in exchange for additional turns, creating a decisive opportunity for his counterattack. Mark played the E-grade Fireworks card, and 3 dazzling bursts lit up the sky like a final farewell to an opponent who still refused to surrender. Zhang Ji smiled and tossed the card in his hand. "As you wish, I will give you the most spectacular performance imaginable." Once again, hundreds of soldiers were summoned, filling the battlefield with an overwhelming presence. Mark sneered, claiming that stealing one of his cards was far too naive to reverse the situation. He declared the battle over and told Zhang Ji to speak his last words. The 4 merfolk surged forward again, launching a fierce and relentless assault. The crowd grew anxious as Mark used Total Evolution. It seemed Rakshasa had fallen into despair, yet they still hoped he would not abandon his promise. Zhang Ji smiled calmly and declared that Mark had already lost due to his arrogance. He activated Equivalent Exchange, gaining an extra turn for every summoned unit sacrificed. Mark froze in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. The system continuously announced that Equivalent Exchange had been activated repeatedly. Mark realized in horror that 100 soldiers meant 100 additional turns. 2 black dragons unleashed torrents of fire toward Mark, who barely had time to scream before being engulfed in a blazing inferno. Mark collapsed to his knees, unable to believe he had been defeated by a young man like Zhang Ji. He bitterly admitted his defeat was due to his own arrogance and handed over the reward, acknowledging Zhang Ji as the finest opponent he had ever faced. Zhang Ji opened the reward and was astonished to discover a rare and powerful skill book. The system displayed the S-grade card creation technique, which allowed items to be converted into corresponding cards without losing their original abilities, with multiple overwhelmingly powerful upgrade tiers. Zhang Ji was delighted by the book's power. Mark gradually faded away, offering his farewell. Before disappearing, Mark warned that if Zhang Ji encountered a woman named Fei Kui in the death zone, he must be extremely cautious, and he promised they would meet again. Zhang Ji realized that Mark had only been an avatar rather than the true entity. The system announced that Rakshasa had successfully defeated Mark, shocking everyone present. A global announcement echoed throughout the realm, confirming that the Death Zone boss Mark had been defeated by Rakshasa. Cheers erupted everywhere as players celebrated Zhang Zhe's resounding victory. Friends like Shanwai Little Rabbit rejoiced, and Liu Yuying rushed forward, calling out Rakshasa's name. She embraced Zhang Ji emotionally, declaring that she had always believed in his victory, drawing endless praise from those around them. The scene shifted to a peaceful blue sky following the fierce battle. Dai Yang announced that the Death Zone was about to disappear. Zhang Ji led everyone through the teleportation gate amid cheers and requests for autographs from fans. Liu Yuying sighed in relief upon returning. Xiao Feng curiously asked whether Zhang Ji could summon Mark. Zhang Ji explained that Mark was only an avatar and could not be summoned, leaving everyone slightly disappointed after such a dangerous journey. Zhang Ji added that he had still obtained the valuable card creation technique and promised to help everyone craft cards in the future, exciting the entire group. Shanwai encouraged Zhang Ji and reminded everyone to rest, as the opening ceremony was the next day and the hall still needed decorations. Zhang Ji agreed to take a break and promised to continue their adventure the following day. Liu Yuying waved goodbye. Shanwai also said farewell as the scene shifted to the next morning at Zhang Zhe's home. Zhang Ji admired the cards in his hands, marveling at the extraordinary power of the card creation technique. An A-grade armored tower card appeared, capable of summoning an armored vehicle, boosting Zhang Zhe's confidence in exploring the demon domain. Realizing it was time, Zhang Ji prepared to attend the opening ceremony and looked forward to seeing his friends again. At the auditorium, a warm announcement welcomed the new students who had passed the entrance examination. Students buzzed with excitement over the shocking news of a major announcement to be revealed during the ceremony. The school announced that Zhang Yiping had become the Minister of Martial Arts, while Shang Qiuyu was appointed Minister of Studies, surprising the entire student body. The leadership explained that Shang Ke's appointment was based on his exceptional knowledge and capabilities. Tang Xiao and Junyang discussed Shang Ke's ambitions, believing he would achieve even greater heights in the future. Principal Zhen Long officially confirmed the appointments, emphasizing Shang Ke's outstanding abilities. Tang Xiao and Junyang continued whispering, predicting that Shang Qiuyu might one day enter the field of national security. Song Xiaotong suddenly appeared, calling out to Tang Xiao while accompanied by two bodyguards, astonishing Zhang Ji and the others. She displayed an arrogant attitude and warned that Class A would pay the price for its arrogance. Zhang Ji recalled past events and sensed something unusual about Song Xiaotong's behavior. An announcement for the freshman class placement test echoed. Everyone said their goodbyes and prepared for their next plan on the 18th floor of the demon domain. Dressed in combat gear, Zhang Ji appeared in the demon domain, where Shanwai enthusiastically welcomed Rakshasa. The entire group assembled, determined to swiftly clear the 18th floor after being delayed by the Death Zone. Zhang Ji led the formation, reminding everyone to stay close because the dense forest was easy to get lost in. He also explained that the Black Dragon could not be used to locate the boss here. Dai Yang agreed about the complex terrain, while Tang Xiai felt bewildered by the labyrinth-like forest. After a moment of thought, Zhang Ji devised an efficient scouting strategy. He placed his hand on the ground and summoned numerous lesser demons to scout ahead and guide the team. Shanwai and the others were astonished by Rakshasa's flexible summoning ability and decided to follow the scouting party. Despite traveling for quite some time, they encountered no elves, which made the situation feel increasingly abnormal. The system suddenly announced that all the lesser demons had been eliminated. Zhang Ji immediately warned the team and summoned the Vampire Count for support. The Vampire Count appeared, respectfully greeting his master and expressing readiness to serve. Zhang Ji assigned the Vampire Count to lead the way through the dangerous forest terrain. After scouting, the Vampire Count warned of the presence of high-level elves and suggested retreating. Zhang Ji firmly chose to proceed, determined to defeat the Elf King in order to advance to the next floor. The Vampire Count transformed into a spirit form and guided the team deeper into the forest. The group reached a cliff overlooking a ruined elf settlement, raising suspicions about the strange and ominous situation unfolding below. The group discovered a sealed mage and began discussing his strange and abnormal condition. Dai Yang confirmed that the sealed mage could not use his talent, leaving Mengdi astonished by the power of elven magic. When the mage cried out for help, Zhang Ji immediately ordered a healing spell, but they were suddenly attacked from afar by an elven archer. The swift and precise strike caught everyone off guard, shocking them with the elf's ability to target vital weaknesses. A blonde female elf appeared, her bow drawn and aimed directly at Zhang Zhe's group. Dai Yang warned of the danger, and Zhang Ji instantly summoned the Sword Saint and Xiao Zai to respond. The two swordsmen appeared and immediately began chatting energetically, adding a touch of humor to the tense battlefield. The blonde elf was momentarily startled by the sudden arrival of the two new opponents. She quickly retreated into the dense forest, putting the entire team on alert for a possible ambush. Zhang Ji concluded that the elves were hiding nearby waiting for the right moment to strike, and instructed the sword saint to stay vigilant. A distant cry for help echoed, and Mengdi spotted someone in danger. Dai Yang immediately rushed forward to assist. Dai Yang charged into battle, with Shanwai and the sword saint following to support, while a bald adventurer struggled to fend off the elves. Liu Yuying and the sword saint attacked another elf, confident they would not let their target escape. With cold determination in her eyes, Liu Yuying coordinated seamlessly with the sword saint to support their allies. A masked adventurer rushed into the fight, declaring he would handle the elves alone without assistance. Zhang Ji observed closely and assessed that this adventurer's strength was far from ordinary. After missing an attack, the elf attempted to flee, but the adventurer pursued with a fierce grin. With a decisive finishing strike, the elf was slain, and the adventurer emerged victorious. Zhang Ji approached and praised him for his exceptional combat skills. The adventurer requested to join the team to defeat the Elf King together, without sharing the spoils, piquing Zhang Zhe's curiosity about his true motive. Hearing Zhang Zhe's question, the man known as Silent Lone Blade lowered his gaze and confessed that his girlfriend had died at the hands of the Elf King, and he sought revenge. Mengdi whispered to Little Rabbit that he, like them, had also lost a loved one in the demon domain. Shanwai broke the heavy silence with a firm voice, welcoming him to the team. Silent Lone Blade bowed gratefully and expressed his thanks. A system notification appeared before Silent Lone Blade, inviting him to join Rakshasa's team, and he accepted without hesitation. Suddenly, a fast-moving object shot toward them from afar, startling everyone. Zhang Ji shouted a warning as a sharp blade flew straight at the group. Silent Lone Blade reacted swiftly, gracefully dodging the unexpected attack. Zhang Ji immediately assumed a combat stance, his aura surging as he prepared for battle. A squad of elves emerged from the forest, all on high alert. Dai Yang stood protectively at the front, while Silent Lone Blade volunteered to deal with the elven mage in the rear. He dashed forward like a phantom. Mengdi remarked excitedly that having an assassin on the team was incredibly convenient, but Zhang Ji warned everyone to remain wary of the three dangerous elven mages. A white-robed female elf raised her staff and began chanting, bathing the forest in an eerie green light. Strange tentacles erupted from the ground as an elven force prepared for battle behind them. Zhang Ji urgently called for Silent Lone Blade to retreat. The glowing black tentacles rapidly extended and closed in like a cage. They quickly ensnared Silent Lone Blade, leaving him no time to react. A long-haired female elf raised her blade to finish him. Zhang Ji immediately drew his bow with unwavering focus, while Xiao Tiro Yiren watched anxiously from behind. A blazing arrow shot forth, piercing the female elf and knocking her down, while another elf panicked and nearly dropped her weapon. Shanwai and Liu Yuying launched a coordinated assault on a white-haired elf, with Shanwai shouting as he unleashed a powerful strike. However, Shanwai's attack struck only the enemy's shield. Zhang Ji promptly summoned the Sword Saint and Xiao Zai to reinforce their formation. Silent Lone Blade severed the tentacles and escaped, astonished by Zhang Zhe's ability to summon multiple bosses, seemingly recognizing his true identity. Zhang Ji targeted the spear-wielding elf, who appeared to be the leader. Silent Lone Blade immediately coordinated his attack. Their relentless assault forced the spear-wielding elf onto the defensive, until Silent Lone Blade suddenly struck from behind. The spear-wielding elf collapsed as the system displayed a critical hit of 29,847 damage. Another elf cried out in panic at the fall of their leader, causing their formation to crumble. The Sword Saint led a fierce counterattack. Shanwai and Liu Yuying eliminated the remaining elves one by one, while Dai Yang held the front line firmly. The Sword Saint leapt into the air, his twin blades swirling like a storm. He coordinated with the Vampire Count to eliminate yet another elf. The remaining elves were swiftly defeated, and the battle ended quickly. Liu Yuying confirmed all enemies were eliminated, and Zhang Ji ordered the mission to continue. Zhang Ji sat down and used his summoning ability to convert the fallen elves into his own forces. Silent Lone Blade asked if Zhang Ji was the legendary Rakshasa from the forums. Zhang Ji humbly admitted his identity, but rejected the title of Grandmaster. Silent Lone Blade pleaded for Zhang Zhe's help in killing someone for revenge. Zhang Ji refused, unwilling to harm an innocent person without knowing the full truth. Silent Lone Blade revealed that his girlfriend had followed Cairo Wenlong to hunt a boss in order to earn money for his medical treatment. He clenched his fists, painfully recalling that it had been their final farewell. Due to Cairo Wenlong's poor leadership, his girlfriend and 3 others died at the hands of the Elf King. Zhang Ji suggested it might have been an accident, but Silent Lone Blade insisted it was a murder plot to seize their equipment. Zhang Ji sighed at the cruel reality of the demon domain. Silent Lone Blade hoped to borrow Rakshasa's power to destroy this criminal group. He looked at the team with pleading eyes, hoping to earn their trust. Receiving no answer, he left the team in disappointment. Zhang Ji explained that he could not risk everyone's safety and chose to continue searching for the boss. Liu Yueying agreed with Zhang Zhe's decision, and the team continued forward along their chosen path. Zhang Zhe's group ventured deeper into the mountainous forest region. Upon reaching a cliff's edge, they discovered a chaotic battle raging below between players and elves. High above, the Elf King sat calmly, observing the battle like a detached spectator. One player in the fighting crowd loudly demanded that newcomers line up according to the rules. Zhang Zhe's group stepped forward and declared they would fight on their own. A bald man recognized Rakshasa and fled in terror. Dai Dung burst out laughing at the man's reaction, while Zhang Ji wondered why he was so terrified of him in the first place. The bald subordinate rushed back to report to Kaio Wenlong that Luosha had appeared. At the mention of Luosha's name, the subordinates erupted in uneasy murmurs, and Kaio Wenlong judged him to be both a dangerous foe and a highly valuable target. One subordinate proposed risking everything to kill Luosha and seize his treasures, but Kaio Wenlong hesitated, wary of the young man's overwhelming strength. Kaio Wenlong ordered a message to be sent canceling the Spirit King hunting plan with the other team, and instructed them to withdraw immediately. In another area, a massive explosion erupted when Yi Lion Huifei's group accidentally activated a spirit crystal, drawing the sudden appearance of two spirits. Yi Lion Huifei swiftly took command, ordering the enemies eliminated and warning everyone not to touch the spirit crystals again. A gigantic fireball shot from her staff, engulfing and incinerating the two newly emerged spirits in a blazing inferno. A subordinate questioned why Kaio Wenlong had not provided support despite being paid, and Yi Lion Huifei clarified that the agreement only applied during the boss battle. The bald man appeared with news that the plan had been cancelled, sending Yi Lion Huifei into a furious rage. Kaio Wenlong refused to continue cooperating and offered to refund the payment, which only intensified Yi Lion Huifei's anger. The two sides argued fiercely, and Yi Lion Huifei threatened to expose their breach of trust on the public forum. Though her subordinates were anxious, Yi Lion Huifei remained resolute, determined to defeat the Spirit King on her own. From afar, Zhang Ji observed that 10 spirit guards were already present, while Zio Tiro Yairn noticed that Yi Lion Huifei's team had begun attacking the boss. Shan Wei lamented losing the initiative, but Zhang Ji calmly decided to first study the Spirit King's combat tactics. Zhang Ji concluded that acting rashly would lead to failure, so he chose to wait patiently for the perfect opportunity. Upon hearing that Yi Lion Huifei refused to retreat, Kaio Wenlong sneered and decided to let them walk straight into defeat. He ordered his subordinates to prepare a separate plan, intending to reap the benefits after both sides were weakened. In the heat of battle, Yi Lion Huifei continuously unleashed fireballs, while directing her team to evade the spirits' relentless attacks. The clash grew increasingly brutal, with both the spirits and the players fighting with everything they had. Seated upon his throne, the Spirit King watched with disdain, viewing humans as inferior beings foolishly seeking their own demise. Sensing the danger, Yi Lion Huifei activated a powerful artifact to enhance the strength of her entire team. The surge of power ignited their fighting spirit, dramatically boosting morale and combat effectiveness across the group. Yi Lion Huifei ordered everyone to focus on eliminating the shield-bearing spirits first to break the defensive line. She then directed the ranged attackers to take out the spirit mages positioned in the rear. A barrage of fireballs rained down, throwing the spirit formation into complete disarray. Explosive magic engulfed the battlefield in a sea of flames, annihilating numerous spirits under overwhelming power. Zyro too was astonished by the artifact's might, but Zhang Ji predicted that the Spirit King was about to enter the battle personally. Yi Lion Huifei encouraged her teammates, promising generous rewards once the boss was defeated. The Spirit King finally emerged, furiously declaring that he would punish those who dared to invade his domain. Even when facing the boss, Yi Lion Huifei reassured her team that their superior numbers would secure victory. The Spirit King roared with rage, vowing to annihilate every single intruder. Yi Lion Huifei commanded a full assault, and a relentless barrage of ranged attacks surged toward the boss. The Spirit King roared back in fury and launched a devastating counterattack. He charged into the fray, cutting down enemies without mercy and creating a horrifying spectacle. Suddenly, the Spirit King vanished and reappeared within the formation, unleashing rapid slashes that caused severe casualties among the players. From a distance, everyone was horrified by the Spirit King's terrifying strength, as even his basic attacks were lethally precise. Yi Lion Huifei quickly stabilized the formation, ordering a counterattack and warning the team about the boss' invisibility ability. The battle raged on with explosive intensity, as magical energy and sword aura collided in a scene of utter destruction. Just as the sea of flames seemed ready to consume everything, the Spirit King erected a colossal ice wall that instantly blocked the assault. The violent clash of opposing forces triggered a massive icy explosion, scattering shards everywhere as Huifei cried out in disbelief. Watching from afar, Dai Dung shook his head, remarking that the female mage had no hope left, while Zhang Ji regretfully said it was too late to save her, and the Spirit King roared, asking if Huafei had finally felt true fear. Only then did Huafei truly sense death closing in, her body trembling in despair as a sudden blue light appeared above her head. Huafei managed only a single scream before collapsing beneath the Spirit King's merciless blade. The battlefield turned into a massacre as her teammates fell one by one, their souls transforming into floating orbs of light, while the Spirit King stood proudly above. Guang Tu announced a new record of 1 minute and 41 seconds, and Zhu Wenlong eagerly awaited the spoils. After eliminating all enemies, the Spirit King calmly returned to his throne. Dai Dung reminded everyone to pay attention to the surrounding spirit crystals, and Zhang Ji nodded in agreement. Zhang Ji explained that the Spirit King could teleport using those crystals, urging extreme caution. Shan Wei grumbled about not being able to destroy them, while Liu Yuying noticed his combat style resembled a ray of light, surprising the entire team. Zhang Ji suddenly devised a counter-strategy and instructed everyone to prepare for battle before the guards could respawn. The entire team responded in unison that they were ready, each member brimming with excitement for the upcoming fight. The Spirit King mocked them with contempt, and Zhang Ji immediately assigned roles. Zhu Shen and Long Wang would lead the frontal assault, Xiao Gongzhu would handle healing, and the team responded with unified determination. Everyone raised their weapons and charged forward, their morale soaring as they prepared for a decisive battle against the Spirit King. The Spirit King retaliated with a razor-sharp beam of blue light that shot straight into their formation. Liu Yuying issued a warning as the Spirit King vanished, only to reappear behind Zhang Ji, aiming a lethal strike at his head. Zhang Ji swiftly dodged the attack, leaving the Spirit King stunned that he had evaded such a deadly blow. Zhang Ji confidently declared that he had discovered a way to defeat the Spirit King. A magic array was activated, confusing the Spirit King, who immediately shifted his target to Zhang Zhe's teammates. Zhang Ji was alarmed as he realized his companions were suddenly in grave danger. The Spirit King appeared behind Liu Yuying in an instant, and Zhang Ji urgently warned her. Xiao Tio Yirn quickly cast gravity suppression to protect Liu Yuying, allowing her to narrowly escape disaster. The Spirit King shattered the barrier in a fit of rage, roaring that no one in this realm had the power to imprison him. Zhang Ji summoned Swordmaster and the eerie Little Zai, while ordering Liu Yuying to retreat since her control skills were ineffective against the boss. He continued summoning more spirits and warriors, overwhelming the tight battlefield with sheer numbers, which infuriated the Spirit King as he was attacked by members of his own race. The Spirit King went on a berserk rampage, slaughtering the summoned spirits, yet they fearlessly surrounded him without hesitation. Swordmaster charged forward with wind-like swordsmanship, determined to claim the Spirit King's life in a single decisive strike. The Spirit King unleashed a devastating counterattack, slashing through Swordmaster and sending blood spraying across the battlefield. His eyes glowed a blazing crimson as he roared with overwhelming killing intent. With just one terrifying slash, Swordmaster was defeated and collapsed motionless on the ground. Zhang Ji and Liu Yuying were horrified by the overwhelming damage, and Dai Dung concluded that it had been a fatal critical strike. Zhang Ji immediately ordered the Blood Clan warrior and Little Zai to launch a desperate assault. From afar, Zhu Wenlong remarked that Luosha had skill but was destined to die, while Guang Tu believed Luosha could still escape if necessary. Zhu Wenlong let out a cold laugh, asserting that once the Spirit King entered a berserk state, no one could escape, and he signaled for Elsa to be brought forward. On Zhang Zhe's side, Little Zai panicked because she could not unleash her ultimate technique due to the overwhelming number of monsters. The Blood Clan warrior bravely stepped forward, holding the Spirit King in place to protect his allies. The Blood Clan warrior unleashed a dark crimson aura, but it was cleaved apart by the Spirit King, who mocked him with disdain. The Spirit King retaliated with the skill chain lightning, releasing a blinding surge of blue energy. Everyone thought the Blood Clan warrior had been destroyed, but he vanished at the last moment and prepared a counterstrike. The Blood Clan warrior suddenly reappeared behind the Spirit King, sank his fangs into the king's neck, and shouted triumphantly. The Spirit King cried out in pain and struck back, while Zhang Ji praised the Blood Clan warrior for his brilliant attack. The Blood Clan warrior grinned wickedly, declaring that the Spirit King had been afflicted with the blood curse after having his blood drained. Clutching his neck in agony, the Spirit King was engulfed in a dark red glow and had to lean on his sword just to remain standing. Realizing the strength of Zhang Zhe's team, the Spirit King admitted defeat and granted them permission to proceed to the next level. Zhang Ji and his companions were skeptical of the offer, but Meng Dai sensed that the Spirit King was speaking the truth. The Spirit King opened the Ascension Gate, but just as everyone began discussing it, Zhu Wenlong and Guang Tu appeared to block their path. Zhu Wenlong threatened them by holding a blade to Elsa's throat, causing the frightened girl to cry out for her father. Liu Yuying was stunned as she recognized Zhu Wenlong's sudden appearance. Shan Wai was shocked to see him holding a young spirit girl hostage, and when Zhang Ji realized Elsa was the Spirit King's daughter, the entire team was outraged by such a despicable act. The Spirit King panicked upon seeing his daughter captured and immediately demanded that Zhu Wenlong release Elsa. Zhu Wenlong laughed arrogantly and forced the Spirit King to kill Zhang Ji and his team, or Elsa would be executed. Under this threat, the Spirit King had no choice but to turn his blade toward Zhang Ji, while Kai Qiu proposed a rescue plan to break the deadlock. Without hesitation, the Spirit King lunged forward and launched a fierce attack on Zhang Zhe's group. The terrifying sword strike was bravely intercepted by Dai Deng, buying precious time for the others to attempt a rescue. Liu Yuying hesitated, fearing Elsa might be harmed, and Meng Dai was momentarily at a loss when a mysterious shadow appeared, silently observing Zhu Wenlong. The shadow suddenly dove down at incredible speed, targeting Zhu Wenlong and Elsa. It was Du Dao Wukangjing, whose lightning-fast strike enraged Zhu Wenlong. Seizing the opportunity, Du Dao Wukangjing grabbed Elsa and fled, while Zhang Ji immediately ordered the entire team to support the rescue. Liu Yuying and Shan Wai charged forward to engage Zhu Wenlong's group, determined to protect Elsa at all costs. Furious, Zhu Wenlong threatened that even if they managed to save Elsa, she would end up as nothing more than a lifeless corpse. Elsa cried out in pain as the Spirit King rushed to hold her, only to discover she had been poisoned, and even the purification spell failed, filling him with uncontrollable fury. Seeing the Spirit King frantically clutching his daughter and trying to save her, he let out a scornful laugh, saying it was useless effort. She had been struck by a deadly goo curse from a demonic foe, and no purification spell would work. Elsa cried in agony, calling for her father, while the undignified Spirit King knelt and begged, willing to give anything to save her. Witnessing this, Zhang Ji stepped forward calmly and said he could save her. The Spirit King looked at him with doubt and asked if he was truly capable of doing so. He replied firmly that he could, instructing them to lay her down first. The Spirit King nodded, choosing to trust him, and gently placed Elsa on the ground. Meng Dai remained skeptical and asked Luo Sha if he was certain, but Zhang Ji reassured her that he already had a plan. As he spoke, he raised a cold, gleaming dagger, his icy gaze sending chills down everyone's spine. From afar, Wenlong sneered, mocking him as a fool. He claimed that killing the parasite inside her would only kill her as well, and his companions burst into sarcastic laughter. Zhang Ji stared without blinking, a hint of ruthless resolve in his eyes. Without hesitation, he drove the blade straight into Elsa's abdomen. Purple fluid splattered everywhere, and the girl's body went limp, as if her soul had just departed. Seeing his daughter motionless, the Spirit King roared in anguish, calling out Elsa's name. His eyes turned bloodshot as he accused them of killing his daughter. The crowd was stunned. Dai Yang shouted in shock, while Xiao Nairo Yiren stammered in confusion, wondering why Zhang Ji had killed her instead of saving her. Someone sighed, saying death might be her only release from the curse. Guang Tu widened his eyes and exclaimed that Luo Sha was truly ruthless, not even sparing a child. Another person sneered coldly, claiming his cruelty was nothing compared to theirs. Wenlong smirked, pleased that the girl was dead and anticipating the Spirit King's fury. As expected, the Spirit King was consumed by rage, declaring that they would all pay with their lives for his daughter's death. With a thunderous roar, the Spirit King swung his sword, unleashing a swirling green explosion of energy. He shouted for their deaths as Zhang Zhe's group turned pale, some being blasted away with agonized screams. Zhang Ji gritted his teeth, realizing the Spirit King had lost control, while Yue Ying whispered in despair about what to do. The Spirit King coldly pronounced that he would slaughter them all that day. At the critical moment, Zhang Ji shouted for the Spirit King to look and see who was standing there. The Spirit King turned abruptly, his eyes still blazing with killing intent, only to freeze in shock as he saw Elsa. In the distance, Elsa stood smiling within a gentle green glow, calling out to her father. He rushed forward and embraced her tightly, overwhelmed with relief that she was unharmed. The group was utterly astonished. Yue Ying stammered in disbelief, while Xiao Nairo Yiren laughed, reminding everyone that Luo Sha possessed summoning magic. Shan Wai nodded in understanding, explaining that since the original body could not be saved, a replicated summoned body had been used instead. The Spirit King expressed deep gratitude, and Zhang Ji calmly explained it was the only option in such urgency. Wenlong stared in disbelief, questioning whether Luo Sha could truly resurrect the dead, while Guang Tu muttered that it was supposed to be mere summoning, not resurrection. Wenlong's subordinates panicked, realizing that with Elsa alive, the Spirit King would no longer lose control. Wenlong cursed under his breath, blaming Luo Sha for ruining their plan and ordering an immediate retreat. As they attempted to flee, Zhang Ji shouted for Wenlong to stop. The Spirit King roared that they were despicable cowards and charged forward with gathered power. Zhang Ji smirked, noting that the real show was just beginning. While fleeing, they were suddenly blocked. Wenlong trembled and forced a smile, claiming it had all been a misunderstanding. But the Spirit King's fury had reached its peak. He declared that none of them would leave alive. Wang Tu felt his body stiffen as Wenlong realized they had been trapped by a binding spell. One of the men dropped to his knees, begging for mercy and blaming Wenlong, but the Spirit King responded with silent, merciless sword strikes, leaving only desperate screams. With the blade at his throat, Wenlong trembled uncontrollably, begging for his life and offering to do anything. The Spirit King coldly declared that he must die. At that moment, Zhang Ji spoke up, asking the Spirit King to lower his sword. The Spirit King frowned, insisting Wenlong's crimes were unforgivable. Zhang Ji explained that the desire for revenge against Wenlong was not his alone, and requested that Wenlong be handed over to Dong Dao Bu Dongjing. After a moment of thought, the Spirit King agreed. Dong Dao Bu Dongjing stepped forward with his blade raised, declaring that he would avenge Xiao Hui. Wenlong collapsed to his knees, trembling and insisting he had harmed no one. Dong Dao Bu Dongjing struck down coldly, vowing to drain Wenlong's blood little by little so he would fully taste the terror of death. Strike after strike fell, each blow speaking for the restless spirits of the fallen. At last, Wenlong collapsed lifeless, Dong Dao Bu Dongjing whispered that he had avenged Xiao Hui. Zhang Ji raised his hand to remind everyone that time was running short, and they should proceed to the next level. Yue Ying quietly agreed. Dong Dao Bu Dongjing blocked Zhang Zhe's path to thank him for helping with his revenge. Zhang Ji calmly replied that there was no need for thanks, as anyone had the right to eliminate such scum, and he had only refrained earlier due to lacking the full truth. Overcome with emotion, Dong Dao Bu Dongjing knelt, offering his life in service. Zhang Ji shook his head, telling him to keep his life and instead join their team as an assassin. He eagerly accepted, while Xiao Tu cheered and Dai Yang laughed, noting their team's strength had greatly increased. Elsa ran to hug the Spirit King, bidding her father farewell as she prepared to leave. Held in her father's arms, she explained she could not leave her master and urged him to take care of himself. The Spirit King called her name, his voice choked with emotion. Zhang Ji was moved as well and promised the Spirit King that he would often bring Elsa back to visit. The Spirit King nodded gratefully and snapped his fingers. 4 spirits appeared, carrying out 2 large chests. The Spirit King presented them as gifts of gratitude and asked Zhang Ji to accept them, leaving him slightly embarrassed. Zhang Ji awkwardly remarked that the gifts seemed a bit excessive. When the chests opened, Xiao Tu's eyes widened at the abundance of equipment, while Meng Dai rejoiced at finally upgrading to an S-rank staff. The Spirit King then presented 2 skill books, explaining they were meant for Elsa's future as the Spirit Queen. As Zhang Ji picked them up, he was stunned to discover they were both SSS rank skills. One was Royal Swordsmanship, SSS rank, requiring Elsa at level 30. It greatly boosted sword damage, defense, attack speed, and critical rate, with stacking damage effects, bleeding, armor break, stun, and a powerful sword energy strike. The other was Supreme Magic Mastery System, SSS rank, also requiring level 30. It enhanced magic attack, resistance, casting speed, and critical rate, while increasing skill levels, power, range, and reducing cooldowns. Zhang Ji smiled and patted Elsa's head, saying her future would be extraordinary. Yue Ying marveled that starting with 2 SSS skills meant Elsa would far surpass them once she matured. Dai Yang reminded Zhang Ji that it was time to move on, urging the group to depart. Elsa waved goodbye, reminding her father to take care. The Spirit King asked her to visit often, and after their heartfelt farewell, Zhang Ji and the team entered the Ascension Gate to begin a new journey. The 19th floor of the Demon Realm appeared as a dazzling, neon-lit metropolis. The bustling crowds on the streets made it feel no different from the real world. A massive magic array stood at the city's center. Xiao Tu and Meng Dai looked around in confusion, noting the mechanical atmosphere, the abundance of robots, and wondering if the place was safe. Zhang Ji observed that the level had a cyberpunk style, and that its rules were likely very different from previous floors. Dai Yang nodded, explaining that according to his information, killing was forbidden on this floor, and violators would be hunted by the police, making future progression difficult. Shan Wei was surprised, and asked how they would advance without killing monsters. Yue Ying pointed out the many shops and simulation devices, prompting discussion before the group decided to rest for the day and explore further tomorrow. The team waved goodbye to each other before logging out one by one. Yue Ying approached Zhang Ji and suggested he rest early, but he replied that he wanted to test his card crafting skill. She smiled and said she would wait for him. Zhang Ji opened the system panel and saw he had 4 materialization cards left. He examined A-rank spirit equipment with high health, attack, and defense stats, and considered crafting them into cards. Looking at the 4 cards in his hand, he nodded in satisfaction, noting that one each for armor, shield, mage, and archer was perfectly balanced. Yue Ying asked eagerly if he was done, and Zhang Ji replied with a smile that he was. He joked that he had just hired 4 free bodyguards for their younger sister and daughter. Yue Ying was surprised. While outside, Jun Yang shouted in amazement that they had already reached the 19th floor. Ru Tong laughed and credited Zhang Zhe's leadership, while Cairo Wei huffed playfully, insisting their contributions should not be overlooked. Jun Yang excitedly asked Zhang Ji to take him along next time, lamenting that he had fallen 3 floors behind. Zhang Ji agreed but said to wait a few days, then asked about Jun Yang's talent. Jun Yang sighed and explained his A-rank skill, hunting trap, could immobilize a target for 3 seconds. Zhang Ji praised it as a strong control ability that could turn the tide in battle, while Cairo Wei teased that he was great at comforting others. Just as they were talking, the door to the room suddenly burst open. Yue Ying walked in holding a stack of documents and said, "Zhang Ji, Cairo Wei, it's perfect that both of you are here." Zhang Ji looked surprised and asked why she had come, while Cairo Wei laughed and said her sister was now the student council president. Yue Ying frowned and told them to stop chatting and look at the document. Everyone examined the flyer announcing a first-year challenge against the second-year class, with a slogan about resisting oppression that sounded ridiculous. Cairo Wei angrily protested that they had never bullied anyone, while Yue Ying said the flyer had already spread across the entire campus. Zhang Ji chuckled and said that if that was the case, they had no choice but to accept the challenge and have some fun with it. Jun Yang gritted his teeth and declared that they needed to teach the freshmen what proper respect for seniors meant. Cairo Wei snorted coldly and vowed to teach them a lesson. Outside, students gathered and buzzed with excitement as betting pools opened for the first-year Class A versus second-year Class A match. In the center of the athletic field, a group of students stood waiting in formation. Their expressions were tense as they asked where Jingliang was. Hearing he had an urgent matter, they shrugged it off, confident that 6 against 5 still gave them the advantage. At that moment, Zhang Zhe's group entered the arena, and the stands erupted in cheers. Spectators speculated about the odds and wondered whether Yu Wu had come to intervene or join the fight. In the spacious hall, the two sides stood facing each other, their gazes clashing like sparks. Yu Wu sighed, saying it was surprising that opponents of such level dared to challenge them. Zhang Ji told Lao Shang to leave the fighting to them and focus on protecting himself. Yu Wu rested his chin on his hand and confidently replied that there was no need to worry, as no one there could even touch him. His sharp eyes swept across the opponents as he analyzed them one by one, pointing out weaknesses and warning his teammates to be cautious of the psychic user and the girl with the Japanese flute. Yu Wu waved his hand, saying that was all the help he would provide. Cairo Wei gritted her teeth at his usual style, while Zhang Ji sighed, completely unsurprised. On the opposite side, Xiao Dong stepped forward and asked if they were ready. Zhang Ji calmly told her to begin whenever she wished, and she smirked in response. 3 opponents charged forward like a gust of wind. Jun Yang shouted for them not to run, while Zhang Ji calmly claimed the 3 attackers as his targets. Zhang Ji gathered his strength, his eyes turning cold as he remarked that while their speed and power were decent, they were still inferior to his. He leapt lightly to dodge their attacks, moving like a breeze, and laughed that their speed was nowhere near enough to catch him. The 3 attackers were stunned, unable to react in time. The audience murmured in awe at the freshmen's strength and speed, while others wondered if even the third-year students would retain an advantage. Before the main battle concluded, 2 girls faced off with intense hostility. Cairo Wei scolded Xiao Dong for causing trouble instead of focusing on her studies, while Xiao Dong angrily recalled a past birthday incident and demanded justice. Xiao Dong's face flushed red with anger, clearly unable to let go of her resentment. She leapt into the air and unleashed a spinning kick, shouting for Cairo Wei to witness her move. Cairo Wei recognized it as the whirling flow cannon fist, now improved beyond its original form. On the other side, Ru Tong warned Jun Yang to be careful. Sensing a powerful aura from their opponent, Jun Yang scoffed, dismissing him as just a kid. The bespectacled boy calmly drew back his bowstring, locking his gaze onto his target. A sphere of psychic energy shot forward like a rocket, leaving a blazing red trail that tore through the air. The boy suddenly panicked, shouting that his body would not move and realizing he was being restrained. Jun Yang tightened his control with a smirk, saying he had only used 30% of his strength, yet the opponent could not endure it. Pale with fear, the boy looked toward Yuan Tian and begged for help, while she calmly raised her flute. A mesmerizing melody spread like rippling waves of magic, the flute's haunting tune filling the entire arena. Spectators began yawning uncontrollably, feeling an overwhelming drowsiness as the music drained their spirits. Jun Yang staggered, his eyelids growing heavy, while Ru Tong muttered in alarm that she was about to fall asleep. Just as everyone's consciousness began to fade, Zhang Ji shouted for them to cover their ears and not listen to the sound. He leapt into the air with a sharp gaze, declaring that he needed to deal with her first. Xiao Dong shouted a warning, and the bespectacled boy immediately fired 3 psychic blasts toward Zhang Ji. However, Zhang Ji calmly caught each projectile with his bare hands, leaving the boy wittied in disbelief. Zhang Ji clenched his fist, instantly crushing the psychic energy into nothingness. The bespectacled boy turned pale as Zhang Ji flashed forward and snatched Yuan Tian's flute, saying he would keep it safe until she came to reclaim it. Yuan Tian was horrified and asked how he could resist her demonic melody. Zhang Ji spun the flute like a weapon, forcing the 2 opponents to retreat hastily to avoid his strikes. Xiao Dong gritted her teeth, acknowledging that someone capable of killing Zai Wang was no ordinary fighter. At that moment, Kaio Wei launched her counterattack. She unleashed a relentless barrage of moves, seamlessly blending defense and offense without giving her opponent a moment to breathe. The exchange ended with a powerful kick that sent Xiao Dong flying across the arena. Xiao Dong crashed to the ground and cried out in frustration, unable to accept defeat despite her intense training, while the bespectacled boy panted heavily nearby. Jun Yang stood before him calmly and remarked that he still had much training ahead. The bespectacled boy raised his hand in surrender, admitting his defeat to his senior. The stands erupted in cheers as Lucy charged forward with twin swords, shouting that she refused to believe Zhang Ji could dodge her attack. Before she could reach him, a powerful punch sent her flying backward. Another male student rushed in to rescue Lucy. Yet the moment he approached, Zhang Ji struck him with a swift kick to the face, while a third attacker launched what he believed was an unavoidable strike. Zhang Ji smirked and said there was no rule that he had to dodge, then countered effortlessly. The three attackers collapsed on the ground, groaning in pain. Cheers rang out from the stands praising Zhang Zhe's performance, while Dai Yang smiled and noted that Zhang Ji was still holding back. Zhang Ji stepped forward and told Kaio Wei that it was enough, reminding her that they still had matters to attend to in the demon realm. She nodded in agreement. Jun Yang hurried after them, asking if they were really leaving and reminding Zhang Ji about his promise to guide him through the demon realm. The scene shifted to the 19th floor of the demon realm, where Zhang Ji took a deep breath and declared their arrival. Shanwei laughed heartily, praising Luo Sha's impressive performance, while Dai Yang added that their usual low profile had led others to underestimate them. Zhang Ji replied calmly that they had been forced into action, while Kaio Wei clenched her fists and said their opponents had brought it upon themselves. Zhang Ji smiled lightly, noting that sometimes true strength makes humility impossible. He reassured everyone to move past the incident and focus on strategies for clearing the level. Yue Ying activated a holographic screen and explained that this floor had special mechanics. An image of the overseer appeared as Zhang Ji read the announcement stating that they must register at the police station and complete bounty missions to obtain the key to the next floor. Shanwei asked what would happen if they charged straight into the boss' mansion. Zhang Ji shook his head, saying that would be illegal and they would be wanted criminals, so it was best to follow the rules of this world. Zhang Ji thought for a moment and said they needed to exchange for credit points to register. Dai Yang asked in confusion what credit points were, and Kaio Wei pointed to a nearby building where equipment could be traded for points. Half an hour later, everyone was frustrated. An A-rank piece of equipment only exchanged for 100 points, which felt like daylight robbery. Zhang Ji sighed and said at least the formalities were done, and now they could act legally. At that moment, another group approached. The leader glanced at them and asked mockingly if that small team really planned to enter the estate, and Zhang Ji calmly replied, "So what if they did?" The man sneered, saying they would be wiped out before even reaching the gate. Dai Yang demanded an explanation, but the man only shrugged. Zhang Ji clenched his fist and said they would see for themselves. The estate was heavily fortified, with mechanized cannons firing blazing fireballs that incinerated anyone who dared to approach. Flames spread everywhere, and the shouts of those charging forward echoed through the chaos. Explosions erupted continuously, blasting intruders away. Yue Ying sighed that the defenses were indeed overwhelming, while Dai Yang admitted even his shield tower would struggle under such firepower. Just then, a young boy appeared offering help. Zhang Ji turned and asked who he was, and the boy introduced himself as Xiao Qi. Zhang Ji crouched down and asked if he could guide them inside. Xiao Qi boldly asked for 5 credit points, then quickly changed his mind to 10. Meng Dai laughed at how fast the boy raised his price. Zhang Ji asked if the little princess knew him, and she nodded, saying forum posts warned he was a scammer. Shanwei scolded him for deceiving others, but Yue Ying felt sympathy. Zhang Ji sighed and offered 5 points as an act of kindness. He handed over the card with 5 points, and Xiao Qi gratefully thanked him. However, the boy vanished the moment he turned away. Shanwei fumed in anger, but Zhang Ji calmly said they would treat it as charity. Just as the group prepared to leave, Xiao Qi suddenly reappeared. Shanwei glared coldly, asking if he still dared to show his face. Xiao Qi clenched his fists and timidly asked for 5 more points. Zhang Ji asked what he needed them for. With teary eyes, Xiao Qi explained that Xiao Liu was sick and needed medicine. He admitted scamming was wrong, but they were too young to find work and had no way to earn credit points. Yue Ying gently asked if Xiao Liu was his sister. He nodded, saying she was his only family left. Move. Zhang Ji handed over the card with 95 remaining points, but Xiao Qi insisted he only needed 20 and thanked them sincerely. The system notification confirmed that 20 credit points had been deducted. The group watched the small figure run off. Yue Ying sighed in pity, while Zhang Ji said they still needed another way. Meng Dai smiled and called them living bodhisattvas. Someone suggested they might have to attack head-on. Zhang Ji replied that if he could summon the Iron Titan, they might have a chance at that moment. Xiao Qi ran back, calling for them to wait. Xiao Qi arrived breathless, his eyes filled with determination. Yang asked if he still lacked points, but Xiao Qi shook his head and said he could guide them inside. Shanwai was surprised and asked if it was true. Xiao Qi nodded and revealed he knew a secret tunnel. Yang was astonished that such a hidden passage existed. The group followed the boy into a dark alley. Xiao Qi stopped at an iron door and said it was the entrance. Zhang Ji asked how to open it, and Shanwai observed that the door was extremely sturdy and difficult to break. Xiao Qi explained that they needed disguises. He revealed that every night the butler escorted a band inside to perform, so they could pose as musicians to gain entry. With the plan set, everyone began changing their appearances. Shanwai stepped out dressed as a cowboy and asked if he looked like a guitarist. Meng Dai laughed and said he looked more like a barber, while Cairo Wei teased him. Zhang Ji admitted he had never been a band leader before, and Dai Yang reassured him that he looked cool. Two beautiful girls emerged in elegant, alluring outfits. Yue Ying smiled and said they were ready. Cairo Wei cheered that she could finally dance Latin, while Yue Ying reminded her to stay focused on the mission. Zhang Ji urged everyone to move out quickly. Shanwai enthusiastically agreed as the scene shifted to Lai Fu walking toward them. The group bowed politely and apologized for being late. Lai Fu asked if they were the Phoenix Flame Band and whether they carried any weapons. Zhang Ji replied that they only had musical instruments. Lai Fu led them inside, reminding them to remain silent because the master disliked noise. Zhang Ji acknowledged the instruction. As the gate opened, Zhang Ji whispered that the butler was strange and everyone should be cautious. Lai Fu continued to instruct them to stay close and keep quiet. He told them to wait until the previous performance ended and warned them not to react no matter what they saw. Zhang Ji responded that they understood. Suddenly, a girl was dragged away by armored robots, crying for help. The group was shocked, and Xiao too cried out, only for Lai Fu to shout at them to stay silent. Xiao too nervously asked Luo Sha if they would be killed after the performance. Yue Ying reassured her not to be afraid because they were all together. Lai Fu turned back and ordered them to step up. As they walked forward, a faint voice behind them whispered a quiet thank you. Lai Fu smiled mysteriously and wished them a successful performance. The grand doors opened, and dazzling stage lights illuminated a vast hall where instruments and microphones awaited. Cairo Wei's eyes sparkled in amazement at the luxurious setting. Zhang Ji was equally astonished, noting it resembled a medieval royal palace, while Yue Ying excitedly pointed out the instruments. The group quickly moved toward the stage, where a full array of instruments was neatly arranged. Shanwai nodded in approval at the complete setup. Suddenly, Shanwai shouted for everyone to look at the balcony. Two elegantly dressed figures appeared as an announcement, introduced the Phoenix Flame Band's performance for the young master and young lady. Zhang Ji picked up the microphone and signaled everyone to stay calm, not seeing the godfather. He told them to follow the plan. Yue Ying agreed immediately. The stage lights blazed to life as Zhang Ji introduced the performance, inviting the audience to enjoy the song Mojito. The melody began, and he sang with deep emotion while she danced gracefully in rhythm. Cairo Wei focused intently on the piano keys, while Shanwai accompanied on the guitar from behind. At center stage, Zhang Ji held the microphone, his steady voice resonating throughout the grand hall. From the balcony, Qiang applauded and praised the performance, especially the male singer. Zhen responded coldly, her sharp gaze revealing more than her words. Cairo Wei suddenly declared that they were not there to entertain, but to meet the godfather. Yue Ying politely requested an audience, and Zhang Ji stated they wished to perform directly for him. An angry voice boomed from above, demanding to know who they thought they were to request such a meeting. Zhang Ji calmly replied that they would leave if that was the case. Two figures descended like lightning. Cairo Wei shouted in shock that they were monsters, and Shanwai stared in disbelief at the mechanical beasts. Qiang roared in anger, asking who they dared to call monsters. He declared that anyone who broke the rules must die. Sensing the tension, Zhang Ji immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle and summoned Xiao Zai the vampire. Xiao Zai appeared and bluntly mocked Qiang's appearance. Enraging him, another vampire lunged to bite him, causing him to cry out for his sister's help. However, the vampire quickly recoiled in disgust, complaining about the foul, fishy smell. Zhen rushed forward from a distance, calling out to her younger brother in alarm. As soon as she landed, Cairo Wei's magic enveloped her. She cried out in shock, asking what kind of spell it was, while Yue Ying ordered Long Wang to deal with her first. Zhen panicked and shouted that they were not a band at all, demanding to know who they really were. Zhang Ji raised his blazing bow and declared coldly that they had come to take their lives. A flaming arrow tore through the air and struck her, sending blood spraying everywhere. Qiang panicked and tried to flee, shouting that intruders had arrived and calling for Lai Fu and his father to save him. Before he could finish, Xiao Zai laughed brightly and said no one could save him. He was struck down amid a piercing scream. The group gathered together as Zhang Ji analyzed that the siblings were merely mechanical minor demons with limited combat ability. Yue Ying regretted that the sister had escaped and wondered how they would find the godfather now. Zhang Ji gave a dangerous smile and said he had a plan. He knelt down as a mysterious magic circle spread beneath him. Everyone watched in astonishment as Luo Sha used summoning magic once again. He commanded the summoned Qiang Qiang to lead them to the Godfather, and the mechanical voice responded obediently, acknowledging its master's order. As they walked through the corridor, Zhang Ji asked why only half of his body remained. Qiang Qiang explained it was merely an energy conduit system that sustained both him and Zhen Zhen, and the group nodded in understanding. Zhang Ji ordered them to take the elevator to the 13th floor where the Godfather awaited. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the hall. Lai Fu shouted that they dared to injure the young lady and swore he would not spare them. Qiang Qiang recognized the voice immediately. The door burst open, and Lai Fu emerged from the shadows. He transformed into a colossal combat machine, with a massive frame and rotating blade discs mounted on his arms. Zhang Ji shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. Lai Fu roared that he would grind them into minced meat. Zhang Ji commanded the team not to get carried away in combat. He ordered Xiao Zai to charge first and create an opening for everyone to rush into the elevator, and the team responded in unison. Xiao Zai threw a powerful punch at Lai Fu, whose mechanical eyes flashed with lethal intent. Lai Fu bellowed again that he would shred them all to pieces. From behind, Zhang Ji drew his bow, preparing a counterattack. Seizing a brief opening, he fired and destroyed one of Lai Fu's eyes. Lai Fu shrieked in fury over his damaged eye. Lai Fu launched a fierce counterattack. Dai Yang raised his shield to block the blow and exclaimed at the overwhelming force. Zhang Ji shouted for Xiao Nio to use gravity suppression on Lai Fu so the team could circle around him. Lai Fu roared for his eye to be returned and charged forward in a frenzy. He rushed into the elevator doorway, but became stuck between the closing doors. Yue Ying and Shan Wei worked together to push him back out, and the elevator doors slammed shut. As the elevator ascended, everyone breathed a sigh of relief at their narrow escape. Upon reaching the 13th floor, Zhang Ji reminded everyone to stay alert, and the team acknowledged his warning. When the doors opened, a vast garden stretched out before them. Xiao Feng picked a flower while Shan Wei marveled at the beauty. Dai Yang speculated that the Godfather must have monopolized enormous resources. Xiao too pointed to a glowing glass door in the distance, and Zhang Ji urged them forward. Suddenly, a shout rang out declaring that they were not allowed to disturb the Godfather. The group turned around. A gigantic robot appeared before them. Inside the machine was Lai Fu, who roared that this place would be their grave. A barrage of bullets rained down as Zhang Ji shouted for everyone to dodge left. Explosions shook the garden as Lai Fu screamed for them all to die. A magical protective barrier appeared, blocking the incoming bullets. Zhang Ji ordered the vampire count to release a black mist, and the vampire acknowledged the command. Flaming bullets poured down like rain, but Lai Fu shouted that he did not care what tricks they used. Suddenly, a sinister phantom face emerged from the mist, leaving Lai Fu stunned in confusion. Numerous summoned beasts charged forward as Yue Ying and Dong Daobu Dongjing sliced through two cannons. Lai Fu roared in fury that he would kill them all. Zhang Ji drew his bow for the finishing strike, causing Lai Fu to panic. A barrage of critical arrows struck in succession, shattering the robot as Lai Fu screamed in agony. He collapsed to the ground, stammering the title of the Godfather. His body disintegrated. Shan Wei sneered that without machinery he was nothing but scrap. Zhang Ji told everyone to move on and deal with the Godfather. The group stood before the glass door, which remained intact despite heavy gunfire, unable to find a switch. They suspected a special mechanism. Kaio Wei grew anxious, but Zhang Ji smiled, saying he had a solution. He summoned Butler Lai Fu again, and the figure appeared instantly, bowing respectfully. Shan Wei laughed in amazement at the dominance of summoning magic as Zhang Ji ordered the door to be opened. Lai Fu activated a hidden mechanism and touched the glass surface. Shan Wei expressed astonishment at how well the mechanism was concealed, while Dai Yang nodded, grateful for Luo Sha's ability. The door opened smoothly, and Lai Fu respectfully invited them inside. The group entered a long corridor. Zhang Ji instructed everyone to maintain formation and protect the girls, while monstrous remains were displayed along the walls. Someone asked if the creatures could be revived, and Lai Fu replied that it was possible if the Godfather desired it. A chilling voice echoed through the hall, declaring that the traitors would face punishment, startling everyone. Qiang Qiang was suddenly shot through the head, screamed, and vanished. Zhang Ji shouted for everyone to be careful. The system announced that 2 targets had been eliminated. The door opened to reveal the Godfather seated on a throne-like chair. He declared that greedy intruders would descend into hell, and Zhang Ji raised his bow, replying that the one going to hell was him. The Godfather charged forward with incredible speed, leaving everyone shocked. Zhang Ji immediately warned the team of the danger. The Godfather leapt down and slashed toward Shan Wei, his blade moving so fast that pain could not even be felt. Dai Yang raised his shield to block the strike. The Godfather roared that they had angered him and that he would slaughter them all. Zhang Ji commanded the vampires to protect the team, and the Blood Clan rushed forward. The Godfather dashed past and struck a vampire, who shrieked in agony. Cairo Wei rushed forward, declaring she would handle him, but Zhang Ji tried to stop her. She unleashed her skill, only to be shocked as it was effortlessly evaded. In the blink of an eye, the Godfather flashed past and struck a vital point. Cairo Wei's eyes widened in shock. Blood splattered everywhere as she collapsed onto the floor, her face pale with pain. The entire group cried out in panic. Cairo Wei, she trembled and murmured weakly, wondering if she was about to die. Liu Yuying's eyes turned red as she rushed forward, vowing to kill the Godfather. Zhang Ji immediately stopped her, warning that she was no match for him, gritting her teeth. She insisted they must defeat the Godfather first, so Xiao Feng could resurrect Cairo Wei. The Godfather swung his sword like lightning. Liu Yuying's expression changed drastically as she shouted for everyone to protect Xiao Feng. A barrage of attacks rained down, yet the Godfather spun gracefully to withstand them, while the robot behind him unleashed relentless gunfire. Shanwai roared in fury, declaring he would risk his life to take the enemy down. Zhang Ji shouted for Xiao Feng to hurry and resurrect Cairo Wei. She replied firmly, and Zhang Ji ordered Long Wang to guard her and prevent the Godfather from interfering. Long Wang sneered, boasting that his bullets were faster than the Godfather. Xiao Feng closed her eyes and began the resurrection ritual while Liu Yuying clenched her fists, urging her on with hope. Everyone held their breath, counting each passing second in tense silence. Cairo Wei's eyes slowly fluttered open. Liu Yuying embraced her tightly. Cairo Wei stammered in confusion, and Liu Yuying laughed with relief. Zhang Ji ordered them to regroup with the giant god, while Dai Yang remained shocked by the Godfather's terrifying evasion speed. Zhang Ji shouted for everyone to focus, warning that the Godfather was still alive. The enemy moved like lightning, and Zhang Ji cursed that landing even 1 or 2 hits out of 10 was nearly impossible. The Godfather sneered arrogantly, declaring their attacks were useless because none could touch him. Zhang Ji gritted his teeth, realizing the only solution was to predict the rhythm of the Godfather's dodges. Long Wang noticed a brief opening after every 5 attacks, and Dong Daobu Dongjing stepped forward, offering his A-rank assassination talent and S-grade paralyzing weapon. Zhang Ji checked the status panel and nodded in approval, assigning the crucial 5th strike to Dong Daobu Dongjing. The assassin charged forward with determination. Zhang Ji fired an arrow as a signal, and Long Wang confirmed he was ready. The Godfather mocked them, believing it was his turn to end the fight, unaware that Dong Daobu Dongjing was silently approaching from behind. A lethal strike pierced his back, causing him to freeze momentarily. The Godfather roared in fury, cursing the sneak attack and realizing he had been paralyzed. Zhang Ji laughed coldly, declaring that the enemy could no longer move and ordering everyone to charge for revenge. Damage notifications flashed rapidly, showing massive numbers from Liu Yuying, Long Wang, and Luo Sha's devastating critical strike. From a distance, Zhang Ji continued drawing his bow, carefully aiming for the final blow. The last strike shattered the Godfather's body. The group cheered in triumph, but the severed head sneered coldly, warning them not to celebrate too soon. The head proclaimed that death would only make him stronger, and that he would transcend all beings to become the ultimate existence. Zhang Ji crushed the head under his foot and told him to shut up and die. The group watched intently as the Godfather's body disintegrated, but suddenly 2 chilling killing intents emerged. Zhang Ji immediately signaled everyone to prepare for battle. Thick black smoke billowed from the sky above. A monkey-like monster stepped out of the smoke, and Zhang Ji frowned, realizing it was the mastermind behind everything. Countless grotesque monsters appeared around them. Shanwai shouted fiercely that he would blow them all to pieces. Zhang Ji fired arrows, while the vampire count released black mist, and Xiaozai unleashed her cursed puppet. Both summons acknowledged their master's command, as the monkey monster roared that they would become nourishment for the creator. An arrow struck the creature directly in its body. The monster howled and frantically searched for its attacker. It spewed flames toward the group. Zhang Ji ordered everyone to dodge and commanded Xiaozai to activate the death card. She laughed excitedly as the card glowed brilliantly. The card bearing Xiaozai's image radiated intense light. A massive surge of energy erupted. Zhang Ji laughed confidently, certain the Godfather's final form would be destroyed. The monkey monster roared in defiance, but Xiaozai declared that the outcome was about to be revealed. Black smoke engulfed the battlefield as the creature proclaimed itself the creator, calling them inferior beings. A thunderous explosion shook the entire area. Dai Yang swallowed nervously as the flames faded. The group advanced cautiously, and Xiao too wondered why no loot had dropped from the boss. Zhang Ji remained alert, warning that the enemy might not be fully dead. Everyone noticed movement nearby. A tiny creature crawled away, and Zhang Ji ordered them not to let it escape. Shanwai swung his blade and shouted that it was heading in that direction, but the creature slipped into a narrow gap. A heavy door slammed shut. Shanwai cursed in frustration, realizing it had escaped inside. Zhang Ji placed a hand on his shoulder and said he and the giant god would go first. Dai Yang nodded and prepared to break the door. He smashed the door open with his shield. Inside, they found a room filled with the strong scent of disinfectant, which Zhang Ji identified as a laboratory. Ahead lay a person on a hospital bed, covered in tubes and wires. Dai Yang pointed out it was a life support system. The figure looked like a corpse, with sunken eyes and a lifeless expression. Both men were horrified, suspecting this was the godfather's true body. Zhen Zhen suddenly rushed in, shouting for them not to harm her father. Zhang Ji warned everyone to be careful as they dodged her attack. Zhang Ji immediately drew his bow. His arrow struck her directly in the face, causing a violent explosion. The group entered fully. Kaio Wei questioned whether the dying old man was truly the godfather's original body, and Zhang Ji severed the life support tubes, declaring that this sinful life must end. Shanwei mocked the so-called creator as nothing more than a dying old man, while Dai Yang explained that he controlled the external robots through the device. The system announced congratulations for defeating the godfather. Meng Dai sighed in relief, but wondered why the Ascension Gate had not appeared. Dai Yang suggested it might be outside the estate, and Zhang Ji told everyone to keep searching. Zio too discovered a safe. The safe displayed a countdown timer. Shanwei recalled the hidden quest about the godfather's treasure, and Zio too excitedly exclaimed they had struck it rich, though they lacked the key. Kaio Wei anxiously asked about the timer. Zhang Zhe's expression changed as he realized it was a self-destruct mechanism, and he shouted for everyone to run. The group hurriedly retreated, as Zio too nervously revealed that she actually had the key. Zhang Ji asked in surprise where she got it. Zio too grinned and said she had quietly taken it from the godfather during the battle, prompting Meng Dai to laugh and call her a lucky charm. She inserted the key and opened the safe, and Zio too cheered excitedly that it was finally open. The countdown clock showed only 20 seconds remaining, and inside the safe were countless electronic cards. Meng Dai's eyes widened in shock at the sight of millions of credit points, while Shanwei quickly reminded everyone to store them safely. Zio too called out to Luo Sha, saying there was something else inside. Zhang Ji looked over in surprise. A red box appeared as the walls began to crack. Shanwei shouted that the place was about to collapse, and Zhang Ji urgently ordered everyone to retreat. Once outside, Zio Qi ran up and asked if everyone was safe. Zhang Ji asked if he had been waiting there, and the boy nodded. Outside, the crowd cheered at the breach of the defenses. Shanwei laughed, saying they would be shocked if they knew the boss had already been defeated. Zhang Ji handed Zio Qi 100,000 credit points as thanks. The boy trembled in disbelief, while Dai Yang laughed and called him lucky. Zio Qi suggested buying simulation devices to make dungeon clearing easier. Standing before a brightly lit building, someone asked if everything imaginable was sold there. Meng Dai teased Zhang Ji about trying a married life simulation machine, causing playful laughter. Liu Yuying stopped the joke and pointed to a device labeled Demon Realm Level 19 Simulation Machine. Dai Yang asked if it could simulate even the boss, and Shanwei lamented that simulations were unavailable from level 20 onward. Zhang Ji decided to try a 5-minute demo. Zhang Ji put on the simulation visor, and Liu Yuying gently placed a hand on his shoulder, warning him to be careful. He reassured her calmly. The system welcomed him to the 5-minute trial, and he found himself standing in a forest identical to level 19. A blonde elf in green attire raised her bow, and Zhang Ji was amazed at the simulation's lifelike detail. In reality, a service robot explained that the system could simulate anything, including bosses. Shanwei remained skeptical, but the robot confidently confirmed it. Zhang Ji removed the visor, praising the technology. He purchased the device along with a Spirit King simulation copy. Liu Yuying smiled, saying Elsa could now train and meet her father within the simulation. Shanwei eagerly decided to buy several for training, while Meng Dai hoped to find simulations rich in resources. Dong Daobu Dong Jing and Shanwei sat down to test them. Zhang Ji told Liu Yuying that if Elsa could not meet her father in reality, she could at least meet his simulated version. Liu Yuying nodded, certain the girl would be delighted. Dai Yang crossed his arms and asked if it was not too late to head back. Meng Dai replied they would log out after finishing their purchases, while Zhang Ji said anyone who wished to rest could leave first. Returning to the real world, Zhang Ji entered his apartment beneath a towering building and collapsed onto his bed, complaining of exhaustion. A dark shadow flashed past like lightning, instantly putting Zhang Ji on high alert. He spun around and shouted sharply, demanding to know who was there. Zhang Ji grabbed the attacker's wrist and slammed him to the ground with force. Maintaining a defensive stance, Zhang Ji looked down and recognized the intruder as Jing Liang. Jing Liang staggered to his feet, his hood still covering his head, while his left hand trembled as if he were losing control. Zhang Ji coldly demanded to know why a first-year student had broken into his room and ordered him to hand over what he came for. Jing Liang glared back with a twisted, terrifying expression. Jing Liang lunged forward like an arrow, shouting that she needed the Holy Gate Pass and that he had to obtain it for her. Jing Liang managed to grab Zhang Zhe's shoulder, In the next instant, Zhang Ji seized his collar and flung him away with immense force. Jing Liang crashed through a window and fell to the ground below, his clothes torn to shreds. Zhang Ji leapt down after him and delivered a crushing punch to his abdomen, forcing him to spit blood before pinning him down with a foot to his chest. Zhang Ji frowned, realizing Jing Liang showed signs of mental control. Not far away, Yuan Tian sneered coldly, calling him a useless pawn. She held a crimson staff in her hand, her calculating eyes glinting as she muttered disdainfully. The next day, the scene shifted to an elegant, historic building surrounded by police vehicles. Inside an office, Xiao Qin listened attentively as Zhang Ji asked if Jing Liang was connected to the Dawn organization. She nodded, saying it was still a hypothesis as he had not yet regained consciousness. Xiao Qin stated firmly that Jing Liang's demand for the Holy Gate Pass indicated a connection to the Dawn organization, likely orchestrated by a hidden mastermind. Zhang Ji reflected on mental control and suspected Yuan Tian. Xiao Qin patted his shoulder and told him to leave the matter to professionals. She then revealed she was preparing to join military training, shocking Zhang Ji. She explained that Gu Tianyang had secured her a place in the army, and she would depart for frontline training the next day for an entire semester. Zhang Ji was stunned and worried about who would care for Xiao Feng and Yue Liu. Though frustrated with Gu Tianyang, Zhang Ji was reassured by Xiao Qin, who believed there was a reason behind the arrangement. He nodded reluctantly, knowing Xiao Feng and Yue Liu would be saddened. Under the sunlight filtering through tree branches, a child's voice asked if he truly had to go to the front lines for a year. Zhang Ji explained that military duty was mandatory and could not be avoided. Zhang Ji gently comforted his daughter Xiao Feng and Yue Liu. Yue Liu promised to wait for him, and Xiao Feng added that Xiao Qin would arrange protection. Though reassured, Zhang Ji still worried and took out 2 transformation cards. He threw the cards to the ground and shouted the command to summon. 2 elves, 1 male and 1 female, appeared and knelt respectfully before their master. Xiao Feng and Yue Liu were astonished. Xiao Feng exclaimed in excitement, while Yue Liu explained they were summoned bodyguards. Zhang Ji thought that although they were only A-rank attendants, they were sufficient for daily protection. Zhang Ji instructed the elves to protect his daughter and sister even at the cost of their lives. They accepted the command, and Yue Liu excitedly asked if they could play together. Zhang Ji smiled and encouraged them to get acquainted, while he entered the demon realm to handle some matters. Yue Liu happily agreed. In the demon realm, Zhang Ji greeted Dai Yang, who asked about the rumors of his deployment. Zhang Ji confirmed he would leave the next day and wanted to arrange a few things first. Dai Yang reassured him that they would handle everything. The system announced, welcoming him to the Demon Realm simulation device, with 525,599 minutes remaining. Inside the simulation space, Zhang Ji asked the system about Elsa and the Spirit King's location, wondering if they were in the elf village. Elsa was diligently practicing swordsmanship with the Spirit King. Zhang Ji praised her progress, and the Spirit King greeted him respectfully. He addressed Zhang Ji warmly, saying it had been a long time since they last met. Hearing his voice, Elsa quickly turned around. She dropped her sword and ran over excitedly to show her progress. Zhang Ji praised her and noted internally that reaching level 30 at this pace would take 90 years. Elsa remained undiscouraged, explaining that elves lived for thousands of years without aging, so time was not an issue. Zhang Ji handed her a glowing blue sword, saying she had grown strong enough to wield it. Elsa joyfully thanked him. After bidding farewell to the Spirit King and Elsa, Zhang Ji returned to the Demon Realm. Shanwei proudly announced he had reached level 2, boosting his defense by 70%, and Cairo Wei shared similar progress. Liu Yuying called out to Zhang Ji to stop. Cairo Wei asked if he was truly leaving for the front lines the next day. Zhang Ji nodded, saying he would continue training in the Demon Realm as usual. The team prepared to descend to the next floor. The group headed toward the Ascension Gate behind the police station. Zhang Ji asked Dai Yang to brief them on the 20th floor, and he agreed. Dai Yang explained that level 20 was called the Clay World, inhabited by blue, yellow, and red clay monsters. Blue ones did not split, yellow ones split into 2 blues, and red ones split into 2 yellows while also copying abilities. Zhang Ji sighed that the stage would be extremely troublesome. Shanwei scoffed that mud could simply be smashed apart, but Dai Yang added that the monsters could transform into perfect copies of anyone they touched. Cairo Wei was alarmed, realizing they might have to fight replicas of themselves. Dai Yang nodded and warned them to keep their distance, while Liu Yuying emphasized maintaining strict formation. Suddenly, she pointed upward and exclaimed in surprise, asking what they were doing up there. Zhang Ji followed her gaze and saw someone placing red stones onto a stone statue. A figure turned his back and raised his hand as a brilliant crimson glow radiated outward. A key materialized before everyone's astonished eyes. Cairo Wei explained that it was the stone gate key, while Dai Yang added that 3 red stones were required to exchange for 1 key. There were too many adventurers and too few monsters, mostly blue and yellow ones, with red monsters being extremely rare. For a team of 11, they needed 33 red stones, making the task incredibly daunting. Liu Yuying's eyes shone with determination as she said they had to find a way. Shan Wai swung his weapon and shouted for everyone to move out. Before them unfolded a chaotic scene of adventurers battling their own copies, with some being chased by replicas of themselves. A thunderous roar echoed as Dai Yang warned everyone to be careful because clay monsters were approaching. Zhang Ji calmly reminded the team to follow their planned strategy. Xiao Tu nodded bravely and stepped forward. Xiao Yu charged at a blue clay monster, dodging the venom it spat and grimacing in disgust. The blue monster touched Xiao Yu and emitted a strange hiss before transforming into her exact likeness. Xiao Yu widened her eyes in shock and called for Luo Sha to come quickly. Dai Yang rushed forward and smashed the clay monster with his shield, knocking it to the ground. Liu Yuying and Shan Wai followed up with coordinated attacks, while Long Wang reassured everyone not to worry. The monster was swiftly defeated. Shan Wai joked that turning into Xiao Tu made it weak, causing Xiao Yu to pout in mock protest. Long Wang apologized, saying he had not thought it through, and Xiao Yu laughed it off, seeing only a spirit soul orb drop. She sighed at the meager reward. Zhang Ji pointed to the distance where more monsters appeared, prompting Dai Yang to immediately stay alert. After the skirmish, the remaining clay monsters began retreating cautiously. Cairo Wei complained that despite defeating many blue and yellow monsters, they had yet to see a red one. Shan Wai explained that red monsters were rare, and Xiao Feng suddenly shouted upon spotting one. The red monster had already touched a female mage and transformed into her. Everyone grew cautious, unsure of the clone's strength. The red monster, now resembling the mage, radiated a terrifying aura as it approached the group. Zhang Ji frowned, feeling a sense of familiarity. Liu Yuying recalled encountering the mage on the world tree level, and Zhang Ji recognized her as Zhao Guang. Zhang Ji fired an arrow that struck the monster's abdomen, displaying a damage value of 3,821. The red monster roared furiously and charged forward. Xiao Yu suggested stepping forward to lure nearby monsters into copying her form for easier targeting. Zhang Ji warned her to be careful as the red monster unleashed a fire rain attack at her. Xiao Yu stood within the spell's range as someone shouted urgently to beware of the incoming magic. Dai Yang rushed forward and raised his shield, blocking the attack to protect his teammate. He stood like an unbreakable wall, telling Xiao Yu to retreat. Zhang Ji ordered Kai Qiu to freeze the lesser monsters first so they could focus on the red one. Under Kai Qiu's ice magic, the clay monsters were frozen solid like statues. Zhang Ji coordinated with Liu Yuying, unleashing Willow Moon's slash and Long Wang's savage strike against the red monster. The monster was defeated and dropped a glowing redorange stone. The team cheered as Zhang Ji concluded that copied adventure variants were the most dangerous. Sensing danger, Liu Yuying urged a retreat as a massive wave of shape-shifting monsters approached. Shan Wai grimly noted there were many more red monsters ahead. In the distance, numerous transformed monsters advanced, each bearing the appearance of different adventurers. Zhang Ji grew tense, warning that summoning followers was risky if the enemies could copy them. Dai Yang agreed to retreat temporarily, but Liu Yuying suddenly pointed out familiar figures. 3 familiar figures approached, including a girl identical to the mage they had just defeated, causing confusion among the team. Dai Yang asked Zhang Ji what was happening, and Zhang Ji quietly explained that they were Su Chun and Zhao Guang. A message from Su Chun arrived, pleading for help as they were trapped in a massive mud pit by an extremely powerful red clay monster. Zhang Ji relayed the urgent situation to the team. Liu Yuying agreed that they must rescue them, while Dong Daobu Dongjing asked about the nature of the super red monster. Zhang Ji considered the risks carefully, suggesting they assess the situation before acting. Everyone agreed with the cautious approach. Su Chun reported they were 3,000 meters northwest of the altar, surrounded by numerous shape-shifting monsters, and the evolved red clay monster possessed immense power and multiple skills. Zhang Ji realized they were facing a truly fierce battle. Someone expressed concern that the floor should not contain high-level bosses. Zhang Ji explained that the red clay monster had likely evolved through absorption, making it a mutated threat. Liu Yuying firmly supported the rescue mission. Dong Daobu Dongjing stated that although he was not interested in rescuing others, the presence of many red monsters made the mission worthwhile. Liu Yuying suggested scouting first, and Zhang Ji agreed to proceed. After a long journey, they reached a rugged cliff near the altar. Liu Yuying confirmed the location, and Shan Wai shouted in shock at the sight ahead. A vast sea of multicolored clay monsters crowded the area. Someone gasped at the overwhelming numbers, estimating at least 100 monsters. At the center of the swarm, Su Chun and Zhao Guang struggled desperately to hold their ground. Zhang Ji suggested wiping them all out in one sweep, shocking Shan Wai and Cairo Wei, who questioned the feasibility of such a bold plan. Zhang Ji crouched low and explained his strategy to lure the untransformed monsters away before eliminating them one by one. Dai Yang realized the plan involved the vampire count transforming into bats to draw the monsters away and praised the clever tactic. Zhang Ji summoned the vampire count and ordered him to transform into bats to lure the monsters. The count complied and soared into the sky. The clay monsters looked up in confusion and panic at the flying creature. A swarm of black bats streaked across the sky, drawing the monsters' attention. The clay monsters surged forward in pursuit. Jiao Guang noticed the bats and alerted Su Chun, who immediately realized help had arrived. Spotting Zhang Zhe's group in the distance, Su Chun shouted in joy, confident that they were saved. Zhang Ji ordered the team to prepare for battle now that the distance was sufficient to isolate the giant red monster. Long Wang gripped his weapon and unleashed Dragon King's fury to test the monster's abilities. Zhang Ji reminded him to stay cautious. Observing the massive creature, Zhang Ji noted that although it was easy to hit, it lost only 5% of its health, indicating immense durability and defense. Long Wang shouted in alarm as the monster rapidly regenerated its health. Shan Wai was stunned as the monster fully healed and even grew additional arms. Su Chun warned that it possessed numerous magical abilities, and Jiao Guang urged everyone to retreat. Zhang Ji sensed imminent danger and shouted for Long Wang to fall back immediately. Before he could escape, a barrage of fireballs, wind blades, and tracking projectiles descended upon him, causing Shan Wai to cry out in shock. A thunderous explosion echoed as dust and smoke filled the air. Zhang Ji shouted for Long Wang to retreat immediately, warning that attacks from a high-level boss could never be taken lightly. Someone nearby muttered in despair that it was all over. Dai Yang spoke in a deep voice, noting that the monster had unleashed dozens of different spells at once and seemed to be keeping their friends alive as bait. Shan Wai asked anxiously what they should do next. Zhang Ji remained calm, analyzing that although the creature possessed many skills, its bulky body made it slow and weak in close combat. Shan Wai agreed to follow his lead as long as they could kill it, and Zhang Ji proposed eliminating smaller monsters first while using Liu Yuying as bait. She smiled, understanding the plan. Zhang Ji and Liu Yuying rushed forward together, intending to let the monsters copy her form and then use those copies to attack the giant red monster. Liu Yuying charged into the swarm and confirmed that Zhang Ji planned to turn the copied monsters against the larger enemy. He nodded, affirming her insight. After half an hour, numerous clay monsters bearing Liu Yuying's appearance lay scattered across the battlefield. Shan Wai laughed, praising the brilliant strategy as the second phase began. Zhang Ji spoke softly, declaring that it was now his turn. The clay monsters simultaneously turned their attention toward him. Shan Wai laughed, remarking that the giant monster would surely suffer against so many Liu Yuying copies. Kaio Wei joked about how overwhelming it would be, but Dai Yang suddenly shouted that another group had arrived. A large team approached from the front, and someone muttered in annoyance that fate had brought rivals together again. The red-haired female mage leading them was none other than Luo Yan, the little fairy, surprising everyone. Luo Yan cheerfully spoke to Shen Qiang, saying how fortunate it was that the muddy monsters had already been cleared. Shen Qiang ordered the shield-bearers and mages to prepare for battle. A commanding voice suddenly called for them to halt, stopping the entire team. Dai Yang explained that their friends were trapped near the red monster, and that attacking recklessly would endanger them. Shen Qiang replied coldly that it was none of his concern, but Dai Yang argued that harming innocent people was unacceptable. Luo Yan pointed at Meng Dai with irritation, annoyed to encounter her again. Shen Qiang dismissed the distraction and ordered the team to eliminate the red monster and proceed to level 21. He raised his hand and commanded the entire force to attack. Inside the encirclement, Su Chun and Jiao Guang cried for help as a powerful strike slammed into the red monster. Shen Qiang frowned, admitting the creature was tougher than expected, but declared he would engage it in close combat. With a battle cry, he led his team forward. Luo Yan arrogantly claimed victory was certain this time, but Zhang Ji suddenly pointed ahead and told everyone to look. Strange multicolored rays of light burst from the red monster's mouth. Its body swelled grotesquely, resembling a living tumor. The crowd panicked as the substance it spewed formed living mud monsters instead of ordinary sludge. Shan Wai shuddered, saying the creature had become a true abomination, while Dai Yang warned that Shen Qiang's team was in grave danger. Shen Qiang's team fell into chaos and began retreating as some shouted that the mud creatures were transforming into human shapes. Shen Qiang's face turned pale as he realized the monster could create red clay clones. Dai Yang understood that the pit full of red monsters was its doing, and Zhang Ji ordered a tactical retreat due to the escalating danger. Shan Wai shouted that the other team had lured the monsters toward them, and Dai Yang urged everyone to run. Liu Yuying anxiously asked what they should do with so many enemies, and Zhang Ji immediately summoned the Dark Dragon. The deep violet Dark Dragon appeared on command and soared into the sky, flying past Luo Yan's group. Meng Dai teased the little fairy to run quickly as the monsters were closing in. Shen Qiang suddenly realized the identity of Luo Sha, while Luo Yan clenched her teeth in frustration. As the red monsters chased after the dragon, Zhang Ji noted that the enemies had been successfully lured away and told the team to prepare for action. Dai Yang agreed. Suddenly, Liu Yuying shouted a warning. The giant red monster surged forward, closing in on the dark dragon. Zhang Ji yelled for the dragon to avoid contact with the mud, but the distance was too short. A stream of red liquid shot from the monster's mouth, causing Zhang Ji to grow alarmed. Someone screamed that the dragon had been touched by the mud. The red sludge writhed violently and transformed into a perfect replica of Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji pointed decisively and ordered everyone to destroy it immediately before it could use any skills. Liu Yuying rushed forward, warning that they must not let it use summoning magic. Shanwei added that if it summoned Xiaozai or the vampire count, the situation would become disastrous. The Zhang Zhe-shaped monster fled, and the team chased after it in alarm as it attempted to merge with the giant red clay mass. Xiao Yu realized that the giant red monster grew stronger by devouring adventure copies to absorb their skills and attributes. Zhang Ji shouted for Xiao Nio to restrain it immediately. Cairo Wei instantly cast gravity suppression. The Zhang Zhe-shaped monster was forced to the ground, losing nearly 6,000 health points. Cairo Wei happily noted that her level 2 skill now dealt area damage, and Dai Yang added that it could control multiple targets. Zhang Ji warned that the monster was signaling for help and ordered everyone to focus their firepower. The team split into 3 directions and launched a coordinated melee assault. As the monster weakened, Shan Wei urged Zhang Ji to finish it. Zhang Ji unleashed Luo Sha Slash, cleaving through the creature. Shan Wei curiously asked whether a clay clone of Zhang Ji could summon followers. Cairo Wei excitedly encouraged him to test it. Zhang Ji agreed quietly and activated summoning magic. A blue glow flashed as a clay clone appeared, nailing and addressing him as master. When ordered to summon followers, the clone replied it lacked a summoning space, confirming Zhang Zhe's expectation. Shan Wei concluded that the clone's inability to summon made sense. Dai Yang nodded, explaining that while it copied skills, it lacked the necessary summoning domain. Shan Wei sighed in relief. Cairo Wei suggested that Zhang Ji could defeat more clones and build a clay army. Zhang Ji admitted it was a good idea but would take too much time. Shan Wei waved his hand, insisting they focus on defeating the giant red mass first. Cairo Wei agreed, emphasizing that rescuing their allies was the priority. Zhang Ji summoned multiple clay clones of Liu Yuying, each nailing and awaiting orders. Zhang Ji commanded them to attack the giant red clay monster with full force, and the clones charged forward in unison. He deployed a magic circle to enhance their power, and the system announced a 50% increase in skill damage. Shan Wei and Long Wang rushed in, unleashing Willow Moon Realm and Dragon King's fury in rapid succession. The battle erupted violently as smoke and dust engulfed the massive red clay monster at the center of the battlefield. Billowing smoke surged upward as countless chunks of clay scattered in all directions. A thunderous explosion erupted from the giant monster's body, sending hundreds of humanoid figures flying, each one a low-level creature it had devoured earlier. Zhang Ji could not hide his astonishment, wondering just how many adventurers the clay monster had consumed to swell to such an enormous size. From the mass of crimson sludge, a woman slowly emerged. Above her head appeared the name Clay Wan Luo. Liu Yuying marveled at the clay woman's beauty, while Cairo Wei nodded in agreement. Comparing her to a celestial fairy, Zhang Ji frowned, realizing that although the monster had been destroyed, she remained. He warned everyone to stay back, suspecting she was the true form of the red monstrosity. Dai Yang raised his shield and shouted for everyone to fall back behind him. Standing amid the red sludge, the woman slowly turned her cold, piercing gaze toward the group. Before anyone could react, Clay Wan Luo's eyes turned icy, with a warning cry echoing. She instantly closed the distance to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji cursed under his breath, shocked by her incredible speed. Clay Wan Luo swung her sword like lightning, unleashing the technique Dragon Breath Slash. She dashed forward, and Cairo Wei, Shan Wei, and Dai Yang shouted for Zhang Ji to fall back so they could restrain her. Even under the pressure of gravity suppression, Clay Wan Luo planted her hand on the ground and rose with overwhelming presence. Her eyes flashed with deadly intent as she clenched her fist, radiating chilling killing aura. A brilliant light erupted, and Cairo Wei turned pale, stunned that her level 2 gravity suppression had failed to restrain the enemy. Shan Wei charged forward with his sword, declaring he would support Zhang Ji. Clay Wan Luo spun suddenly and counterattacked with a swift slash. Shan Wei gritted his teeth, admitting her strength was terrifying. The 4 fighters formed a coordinated assault, yet every strike was effortlessly deflected, and they were all sent flying backward. Shan Wei and Dai Yang broke into cold sweat at the overwhelming display of power. Seizing the moment, Zhang Ji drew his bow and fired a probing arrow toward her. In response, she leapt high into the air. As both sides clashed again, Zhang Ji shouted for the dark dragon to intercept her. The dark dragon roared, spreading its wings to cover the sky. From its jaws, it unleashed a freezing stream of frost breath. Clay Wan Luo was struck directly, and Shan Wei cheered, believing she had been frozen. However, cracks appeared in the ice almost instantly. She shattered the frozen prison with ease and stepped out completely unharmed. Shanwai stood speechless, concluding that her original master must have been at least grandmaster level. Dai Yang called for Zhang Ji to regroup, but Zhang Ji shook his head, insisting on finding a strategy first. The two coordinated their defenses, blocking her attacks within the personal domain she had unleashed. The domain's effect reduced her attack and reaction speed by 50%. Zhang Ji activated his own personal domain and smirked, challenging her speed advantage. Illusory afterimages of her appeared as she executed the technique Willow Clay Puppet, each blade strike tearing through the air. A burst of light exploded, sending Clay Wan Luo flying into a cloud of smoke. Zhang Ji sighed in relief, thinking it was over, when a sudden shout warned him to be careful. Clay Wan Luo rose again as if uninjured. Shanwai stared in disbelief, while Cairo Wei stammered that she was truly a monster. She launched forward once more like a blazing meteor. Her swordsmanship was fierce and decisive, each strike aimed to kill. Zhang Ji tightened his grip, realizing she was targeting the greatest threat. Both sides clashed intensely, waiting for an opening. Shanwai and Liu Yuying combined their sword techniques, pressing the attack in perfect coordination. A surge of violent power erupted, accompanied by dazzling purple light. From a distance, Dai Yang raised his shield, projecting a blue barrier that covered the battlefield. Liu Yuying exclaimed in shock, asking how they had survived and what had just happened. A mysterious woman appeared within the blue radiance, rescuing the entire group. Zhang Ji cautiously asked her identity and why she had helped them. The black-haired woman looked at him and confirmed that he was indeed Zhang Ji. Everyone was stunned, as she looked exactly like Clay Wan Luo from moments before. Zhang Ji asked if she was Wan Luo and how she knew his name. She calmly replied that the mission he had given was complete. After speaking, Wan Luo transformed into a beam of blue light and vanished. Shanwai joked about Zhang Ji secretly knowing such a powerful figure, while Zhang Ji wryly replied that if he truly knew her, he would have asked her to escort them to level 100. Liu Yuying shook her head, insisting Wan Luo clearly knew Zhang Ji. He pondered deeply, sensing she was connected to a greater mystery. Seeing piles of red stones appear, Zio too shouted in excitement, while Meng Dai jumped with joy at their massive haul. Zhang Ji counted dozens of red stones, enough to clear the level. Shanwai laughed, suggesting they collect the extras to sell. Su Chun and Jiao Guang rushed over to thank Zhang Ji for saving them again. Zhang Ji waved it off and asked how they had become trapped. Jiao Guang admitted sheepishly that her greed led them into danger, while Su Chun sighed, saying he had underestimated the red monster. Zhang Ji advised them to be more cautious in the future. Su Chun hesitantly asked to join the team, and Cairo Wei excitedly welcomed a new member. Dai Yang and Shanwai both agreed, and Zhang Ji accepted the request. Cairo Wei happily noted they now had a fire mage, and Jiao Guang confirmed that her skill Fire Rain was a powerful area attack. Su Chun laughed awkwardly, joking that he felt like a bonus add-on rather than the main recruit. Meanwhile, Wan Luo appeared before a colossal gate. Bei Kui approached and asked if Wan Luo had just entered the demon domain. Wan Luo responded coldly, questioning if she was being monitored. Bei Kui smiled, saying she had detected anomalies in the system. The two entered a vast hall where several figures were already waiting. Leader Mo Zio frowned, scolding them for being late and making everyone wait for half an hour. Nearby stood a blonde girl sucking on candy and Feng Zai in a peculiar cloak. Bei Kui sat down and mocked that she had been delayed by tracking an intruder in Demon City. Leader Mo Zio spoke sternly, reminding everyone that the Supreme had forbidden creators from interfering with the demon domain. Wan Luo explained calmly that she had only dealt with the clay monster she once created to prevent it from harming others. The blonde girl asked whether Wan Luo had met many humans and mocked them as foolish. Wan Luo shook her head, saying humans were not foolish at all. Mo Ziro added that a particularly clever one had once defeated her when she served as a boss in the death domain. Feng Zai asked whether that person was still alive and what his name was, then smirked, expressing her desire to visit the death domain to meet him. Leader Mo Ziro warned that F566 was about to be invaded by C987, threatening the balance of the Divine Kingdom, and declared that they could not stand by and do nothing. The atmosphere grew heavy as someone questioned how intervention could violate the rules. Leader Zio sighed, admitting there was no solution yet. Feng Zai remarked that in Great Xia, there is a saying that two tigers cannot share one mountain, suggesting they let events unfold naturally. Leader Zio decided to temporarily adjourn the meeting and continue thinking. One by one, everyone left the table, leaving only Feng Zai and Fei Kui behind. Fei Kui whispered that Leader Zio was beginning to suspect their plan. Feng Zai replied coldly that if their scheme were exposed, they would simply eliminate the one who discovered it. Leaning closer, he added that once that happened, they would finally be free from the Temple of Creation. Fei Kui smiled and asked where they would go with such freedom. As the scene shifted to a gathering of adventurers on level 20 of the demon domain, Meng Dai burst into laughter, celebrating that they had struck it rich this time. Standing amid the crowd, Meng Dai loudly advertised red stones, declaring that instead of 9,999 or 999, each stone cost only 39 advanced soul orbs. Dai Yang marveled at the little princess business genius as the crowd rushed to buy, Luo Yan shouted that she wanted 100 stones. Zhang Ji chuckled upon recognizing her, while Dai Yang grinned, sensing an entertaining scene unfolding. Meng Dai greeted her sweetly, pretending surprise at the encounter, while Luo Yan's expression darkened in irritation. Meng Dai asked how many she wanted, and Luo Yan insisted she would buy 100 regardless of the cost. Meng Dai then revealed the real price: 199 advanced soul orbs, each prompting Luo Yan to grit her teeth in frustration. Luo Yan ordered her subordinate to purchase 100 stones at the earlier price of 39, and he nodded obediently. Luo Yan scoffed, believing Meng Dai was trying to exploit her, and declared she would not fall for it. A hooded young man suddenly announced that the price had risen, and that the standard rate was now 999. Luo Yan froze, realizing her plan had been exposed. The crowd complained that because of her, the price had skyrocketed. Now they would have to hunt red monsters themselves, and some warned her not to cross their path again. Furious, Luo Yan warned Meng Dai to watch her back. She ordered her subordinates to withdraw, declaring they could clear the level without buying stones. Zhang Ji and Dai Yang watched the spectacle with amusement, remarking on their rivalry. Shanwai announced it was getting late and logged out, mentioning he would enlist the next day. Liu Yuying also logged out, and Dai Yang reminded everyone to rest early while leaving the sales to Meng Dai. The group said their goodbyes and encouraged Zhang Ji to stay strong. The next day at Military Zone 16, Zhang Ji stood at attention and reported, "Recruit Zhang Ji reporting for duty." The officer crossed his arms and stated that despite Zhang Ji being a student of the 5th Academy in Tianfeng City of Great Xia, here he was only a soldier and must obey orders absolutely. Zhang Ji responded firmly. Unsatisfied, the officer shouted that he could not hear him and demanded he speak louder. Zhang Ji immediately complied, and the officer nodded in approval. As they walked, the officer introduced himself as Brother Wu and mentioned that Xiao Qin had requested a lighter assignment for Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji thanked him politely, and Brother Wu led him to see his duties, escorted by 2 masked soldiers. They brought Zhang Ji to a kitchen area, leaving him bewildered. The soldiers calmly informed him that he would serve as the unit's cook. That night, a senior soldier from the bunk above warned Zhang Ji that he could offend anyone except those wearing powered armor. Zhang Ji curiously asked if they were truly that formidable. Another soldier explained that they were elite pilots of a new mech unit, especially their captain, Ding Ning, who was extremely formidable. He advised Zhang Ji to keep his distance from her. Zhang Ji nodded in thanks and quietly asked if he could enter the demon domain. His comrades were shocked, explaining that the military strictly prohibited soldiers from entering the demon domain without authorization. Zhang Zhe's expression fell in disappointment. A soldier from the next bunk chuckled and said that as long as he was discreet and returned before 7 in the morning, it would be fine. After a reminder to stay cautious, Zhang Ji quietly entered the demon domain. Soon after, Zhang Ji reappeared within the demon domain. His teammates rushed over to ask about his enlistment and whether he had been bullied. Zhang Ji waved it off, assuring them everything was fine. Zhang Ji asked what they were discussing, and Dai Yang explained they were analyzing level 21, which had a rather unusual design. He explained that upon entering, there were 3 doors, each leading to a separate space filled with different monsters. To reach the final stone gate, they would need to clear at least 6 such doors. Zhang Ji confirmed that defeating the monsters behind 6 doors would clear the level, confident in their strength. The team entered the blue gate leading to level 21. Level 21 of the demon domain was vast, mysterious, and fraught with danger. In front of the 3 doors, some claimed the red door usually contained weaker monsters, while others insisted the outcomes were entirely random and dependent on luck. The crowd debated nervously, unsure which door to choose. Shanwai joked about his bad luck and let others decide, and Zhang Ji entrusted the choice to Dai Yang. Honored by the trust, Dai Yang chose the white door. Zhang Ji noted that 2 teams had already entered before them, but their fate remained unknown. Dai Yang grasped the handle and asked if everyone was ready. The team responded in unison and stepped into a space filled with blinding white light. Xiao too noticed the door behind them had sealed shut. Zhang Ji warned everyone to prepare for battle at any moment. A squad of cold, armored soldiers suddenly materialized before them. The armored enemies charged like lightning, but Zhang Ji swiftly parried their attacks. The team's combined strength sent the armored soldiers flying. Shanwai and Liu Yuying executed a perfectly synchronized counterattack. Meng Dai was surprised at how quickly the battle ended, but Zhang Ji remained cautious, suspecting the first encounter was intentionally easy. Dai Yang frowned when the next door failed to open, sensing something was wrong. The space suddenly darkened, accompanied by chilling battle cries. The armored legion rose again, launching another ferocious assault. Zhao Guang unleashed fire rain, turning the battlefield into a blazing inferno. The armored soldiers screamed as they struggled within the sea of flames. Dai Yang struggled with the door mechanism, while Zhang Ji worried about how many waves remained. More enemies continued to surge forward. Liu Yuying leapt gracefully, her sword flashing with lethal precision. The door handle finally shook, and Dai Yang sighed in relief as it opened at last. Observing that the enemies had been cleared, Zhang Ji led the team through the next door. Shan Wai urged them forward without hesitation. They entered another vast chamber. Zhao Guang noted the room looked identical to the previous one. While Meng Dai complained she would go crazy if this repetition continued. Suddenly, a giant bee flew out into the center of the chamber, and Zhang Ji shouted for everyone to be careful. The giant wasp fired streams of venom toward the group. Dai Yang immediately raised his shield to block the incoming attack. He strained as the venom was too potent for him to endure much longer. Zhang Ji shouted for everyone to find an opening to counterattack, while Xiao Nio suppressed the largest one and Cairo Wei responded affirmatively. The shout of gravity suppression echoed, forcing the swarm of bees down to the ground under immense pressure. Su Chun appeared and declared that she had come to provide support. The poison grazed his arm, and he cried out that he had been poisoned. Jiao Guang rushed over in alarm. She swung her staff and unleashed flames that engulfed the bees in a blazing inferno. Zhang Ji realized the bees feared fire. Shan Wai laughed, but noted that the next wave seemed even larger. Cairo Wei shouted at Long Wang to stop jinxing them. Zhang Ji reminded Xiao Nio to keep suppressing, while she set up a magic circle to restrain 3 bees at once. Jiao Guang loudly cast Rain of Fire. Liu Yuying dashed forward, urging everyone to retreat, and Shan Wai replied that he understood. The swarm of bees charged again, and Zhang Ji shouted for everyone to fall back immediately. Cairo Wei cried out in shock, saying that this wave was even bigger than before. Zhang Ji declared that he had a plan and told everyone to follow him. He analyzed that the larger bees were less agile and suggested circling behind them to attack. Shan Wai laughed loudly, praising the plan and noting that the big ones could not turn fast enough. Dai Yang said it seemed the monsters were gone and offered to open the door. Zhang Ji nodded in agreement. Dai Yang cheered as the door opened. He warned everyone to stay cautious since the next room was unknown. Zhang Ji was surprised to find it was filled with fairies. Cairo Wei looked around curiously at their surroundings. Dai Yang suddenly rushed forward, startling the fairy. It immediately fled, and Jiao Guang launched flames in pursuit. The blazing fire shot straight toward the fleeing fairy. A loud explosion resounded through the room. Liu Yuying reported that another fairy had appeared on the other side, while Xiao Yu observed that its size had not changed. Shan Wai shouted that he would handle it. He leaped into the air and struck at the fairy's position, but it vanished instantly. Dai Yang warned that it had dodged and told Long Wang to be careful, as the fairy suddenly reappeared right in front of Shan Wai. Shan Wai struggled to block its attacks, exclaiming that this one was incredibly strong. Zhang Zhe's group charged together to surround and attack the fairy. They unleashed all their skills on it, but the fairy slipped away to another location. It swung its staff directly at Cairo Wei. Dai Yang quickly raised his shield just in time, protecting her from the blow. Liu Yuying shouted that she would handle it, while Shan Wai exclaimed in surprise that the fairy had dodged again. Zhang Ji summoned the clay Rakshasa, noting that this fairy's stats were clearly much higher. He and his clone raised their bows and took aim. The fairy twisted its body to evade, and then charged straight toward Zhang Ji. He immediately summoned the Blood Clan and ordered them to restrain it. The Blood Clan obeyed and rushed forward. The Blood Clan scoffed at the lowly creature daring to touch their master. Zhang Ji commanded the clay Rakshasa to finish it, and it acknowledged the order while summoning additional minions. An arrow pierced straight through the fairy's head. Shan Wai warned that the next one would likely be even stronger. Dai Yang shouted that it was coming and told everyone to prepare, then charged forward to seize the initiative. Shan Wai gathered his strength and delivered a direct punch to the fairy's face. The fairy stood firm, its ferocious face radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Shan Wai growled in frustration that his fully charged strike had barely reduced its health. Zhang Ji warned Long Wang to be careful as the fairy lunged straight at Shan Wai. He was struck repeatedly and knocked into the air. Shan Wai's health bar plummeted. Zhang Ji urgently ordered everyone to save Long Wang. Dai Yang rushed in to shield him, while the fairy smashed all of Zhang Zhe's incoming arrows midair. Liu Yuying exclaimed in shock that Rakshasa's arrows had been shattered, and that she had nearly been sent back to the altar. Zhang Ji analyzed that this fairy was likely a strength-enhanced type. He noted that although its power was high, its speed might not keep up. Determined to test this, Zhang Ji dashed forward. He accelerated and slashed, causing blood to seep from the fairy's head. Shan Wai cheered excitedly, praising Rakshasa's skill. Dai Yang added that immense strength without speed only made it a training dummy. Liu Yuying remained cautious, noting that no new monsters had appeared yet, and offering to try opening the door. Shanwai muttered that the room was too easy. Cairo Wei snapped at him not to be arrogant, reminding him he would have been finished without timely rescue. Suddenly, he froze and exclaimed in surprise. A clay orc swordmaster sat arrogantly in the center of the room. Zhang Ji warned that the clay orc swordmaster would not be easy to defeat, and that they must be cautious on this floor. Shanwai glared, asking what they should do next after such a tough previous floor. Liu Yuying said she had comprehended blade aura on the previous floor, and would take this fight as a sign of respect for the opponent. Cairo Wei reminded her to be careful, and she nodded. The clay swordmaster silently observed her. He stood up, releasing a powerful aura, gripping twin swords in both hands. Liu Yuying shouted for him to make his move, and the swordmaster charged forward to engage in battle. The two clashed fiercely, sword lights flashing continuously in a dazzling exchange. Liu Yuying focused her blade aura, declaring that she had grasped a deeper layer of its profound meaning and respectfully sought guidance. She unleashed a sharp wave of sword energy. Cairo Wei stared witty, amazed that she had become one with the blade, while Zhang Ji explained that it was a new ultimate technique, maximizing the power of blade aura. The swordmaster refused to be outmatched, swinging his blade like a raging storm. His sword techniques were ferocious, slicing through the air as they surged forward with unstoppable force. Yet in the blink of an eye, the swordmaster was struck and forced to stagger backward. Liu Yuying stepped forward and declared that she had finally defeated him. Zhang Ji shouted for Yuying to fall back, warning that a second orc swordmaster had appeared. Dai Yang rushed in to assist, calling for a coordinated attack. Shanwai charged forward, while Zhang Ji shouted not to give it any chance to counterattack, and she confirmed. The second swordmaster was assaulted from multiple directions at once. He collapsed and dissipated. Zhang Ji remained cautious, surprised it ended so quickly, while Shanwai remarked that it felt no different from the first. Zhang Ji warned them not to be careless, and to observe the third one closely. Liu Yuying shouted that it had arrived, and Shanwai eagerly rushed in. He slammed his fist into the swordmaster's head, but the attack was completely ineffective. The swordmaster countered instantly, sending Shanwai flying backward. Dai Yang dashed in to rescue Long Wang and told him to retreat. Liu Yuying struck with her blade, but her attack was nullified. Both she and Zhang Ji were stunned, as even Yuying's strike had been completely negated. Shanwai refused to accept it, shouting that he did not believe the enemy could remain immune forever. He launched a frenzied assault, and Cairo Wei cheered as they finally succeeded in bringing it down. Dai Yang was puzzled why Shanwai's attacks were not negated. Shanwai laughed, suggesting it might be because they were both using purely physical attacks. Zhang Ji analyzed that the first swordmaster was killed by Yuying, the second by Long Wang, so the third became immune to them. He concluded this was likely the underlying rule. Cairo Wei shouted that a fourth swordmaster had appeared. Zhang Ji said it was perfect for further testing, told Su Chun to get ready, and Dai Yang volunteered to draw its attention. Dai Yang attacked from behind, but just as predicted, his strike was completely negated. Zhang Ji ordered Su Chun to take her turn, and she acknowledged the command. Dai Yang struggled to hold the line, while the swordmaster was ambushed from behind. An arrow from Zhang Ji pierced straight through the swordmaster's chest. Dai Yang nodded, confirming Zhang Zhe's theory that each time the enemy refreshed, it became immune to the skill that previously killed it. Shanwai laughed, saying that meant Su Chun's techniques were now ruled out as well. Zhang Ji directed Zhao Guang to handle the next one, while Xiao Nio restrained the final enemy. 10 minutes later, the Blood Clan grimaced at the foul stench of orc blood, and Zhang Ji sighed in relief as the room was finally cleared. Zhang Ji instructed the clay Rakshasa to proceed as usual and begin summoning. It responded respectfully, acknowledging its master's command. The clay Rakshasa channeled its power into the ground. A magic circle emerged as it roared and wielded its blade like the wind. Zhang Ji announced that the next door had opened, and Liu Yuying replied that they should continue advancing. Shanwai stared in astonishment, wondering what a future warrior was. Cairo Wei was equally shocked, questioning whether such a creature truly existed in the demon domain. Zhang Ji calmed them, reminding everyone this was the final room and to act cautiously. The goblin spoke up, declaring that intruders had been detected. He gripped his sword and stood ready. Zhang Ji commanded his subordinates to probe the enemy, and the clay Rakshasa acknowledged the order. It summoned a fairy that rushed forward and tightly restrained the goblin. Dai Yang was astonished that the future warrior's basic attacks were far from weak. Zhang Ji then ordered the summoning of the orc swordmaster. The swordmaster appeared, swinging his blade like a raging wind. Shanwai wondered if the enemy was merely a minor monster since it relied on basic attacks, but Cairo Wei pointed out its damage was extremely high. Shanwai laughed and joined the assault. A cold voice suddenly echoed through the room, declaring that they should not dream of receiving any rewards here. From another direction, a goblin suddenly stepped out and coldly declared that this time he would absolutely not lose again. leaving the entire team witty-eyed in shock that a humanoid monster could actually speak like that. Zhang Zi shouted for everyone to be careful, because something about this creature was strange, then immediately ordered a defensive formation as Clay Rakshasa leapt into the air and responded clearly that he understood Master. Swordmaster and the fairies rushed forward at the same time to surround and suppress it, determined not to give the monster even the slightest chance to escape. The goblin merely tilted his body and cleanly dodged their attacks, stunning everyone as he effortlessly evaded both Swordmaster's blade and the fairies' strikes. Shanwai charged in to support them and yelled that he would teach it a lesson. Yet the goblin continued weaving through every move, until Budong Dao Budong Jing groaned that this was impossible to fight, and Zhang Zi realized it was like the previous room, dodging any attack already used, so he ordered Su Zui to step up. Su Zui instantly understood his intention, and swiftly carried out the command without hesitation. Su Zui's strike proved effective, and he burst into laughter, declaring that his deduction had been absolutely correct. Dai Yang proposed that since they had grasped the pattern, he would tank the damage while Zhang Zi continued commanding. Bu Dongjing stood ready, and volleys of arrows from Clay Rakshasa and Zhang Zi rained down on the goblin. The goblin collapsed to the ground, yet still roared that these intruders would one day be annihilated by his hand in the future. Zhang Zi let out a breath but stayed alert, noting they had finally taken down the sixth one, while Dai Yang forced a smile and said it was fortunate this was only a minor monster and not overwhelmingly difficult. The system suddenly announced congratulations on clearing the stage, and a glowing golden treasure chest appeared, thrilling the team as they realized this demon domain floor actually rewarded them. Dai Yang cheered at the sight of clearance keys, soul orbs, and scattered weapons and gear. Zhang Zi suggested one key per person and distributing equipment by need, and the young woman rejoiced that they could finally leave this white-walled place before it drove her insane. He nodded in agreement, saying they had been here 5 or 6 hours and were truly exhausted, and Zhang Zi replied that they should gather the spoils and head out. The scene shifted as everyone regrouped, aware that not every team had arrived so smoothly. Someone laughed that a squad without casualties like theirs was rare, because they were simply too strong. Budong Dao Budong Jing urged them onward. Zhang Zi felt the thrill of another floor, and Shanwai burned with passion at the long road ahead. The setting transitioned to the 22nd floor of the demon domain, where a pillar of light suddenly flared up and left them staring in confusion, wondering if this was the altar. Zhang Zi frowned at the devastation around them. Liu Yuying stepped forward to examine it, and confirmed it was indeed the altar, yet questioned why only they were here and where everyone else had gone. Zhang Zi immediately told them to stop searching because explorers were scattered everywhere, recalling this floor was called Corpse Siege City, a special demon domain requiring conditions to clear, and the system announced a mission to rescue 10 people and escort them to a safe zone. Zio too pointed out the mission notice, and Dai Yang calculated in shock that each of their 13 members needed to save 10 people, totaling 130 survivors, which was no small number. Zhang Zi apologized that he had to log off to avoid trouble in the dormitory. Dai Yang understood the military's strict discipline, and Liu Yuying smiled that it was late, and she needed her beauty sleep. After everyone logged off, Zhang Zi entered the simulation room to continue cultivating. Dai Yang curiously asked about his army life and division, but Zhang Zi said it was not convenient to discuss, and the next morning they regrouped to begin the new mission. Zhang Zi asked if their unit had a combat assignment today, and the officer in charge sternly confirmed that today's mission would be extremely arduous. The man explained that Zhang Zi's task was to pre-process taro roots, leaving him stunned at the sheer quantity assigned. Despite the exhausting workload, he finished before 8 in the evening, glanced at the clock striking 8, and hurried into the demon domain, where the others on floor 22 had been waiting and mentioned they logged off an hour later yesterday, while Zhang Zi said he had been busy all day as well. The young woman said everyone was pushing themselves, and they could not fall behind. Zio Tiro suggested extra training in the simulation room, and Zhang Zi agreed while proposing they also check on Elsa. The three of them simultaneously donned black cloaks and sunglasses to conceal their identities. In a blink they appeared at the elf plaza, saw the guiding elf diligently training, and Zhang Zi smiled at how hardworking she truly was. He opened the system interface to review her information, and saw she was nearing level 2, though still far from level 30. Outside, others speculated they were still in the simulation room since everyone was desperately cultivating. Zhang Zi messaged them, and then asked where to find survivors, and Shanwai eagerly suggested heading toward crowded areas. Dai Yang reminded them rescuing 130 people would not be easy, and they must beware of malicious explorers stealing survivors. Shanwai cursed at the difficulty of 13 protecting 130, and Dai Yang insisted they needed another strategy. Zhang Zi's group arrived and greeted everyone, asking if all were present, and Dai Yang replied they were discussing where to locate survivors. Liu Yuying asked whether anyone had a brilliant idea. Yang shook his head with no good plan. Zhang Zi said they could not stay indoors forever and must scout outside first, and the scene shifted to a ruined city. Shanwai strode forward boldly saying rain or shine they should head out and let him clear the way. Zhang Zi instructed everyone to stick close together, and the team answered in unison that they understood. As soon as they entered, a foul stench hit them and made everyone frown. Budong Dao Budong Jing reminded them they were on a high floor and needed to descend level by level carefully. Zhang Zi wondered why such a tall building had no elevator. Xiao Q replied the power was long gone, and after walking for a while, he abruptly turned at the sound of movement. Before them lay a corpse emitting a nauseating and terrifying stench. The system warning sounded that a living corpse had appeared. Yang raised his T-Tyrant shield and charged forward to block, telling them not to fear as he collided and sent the corpse flying 8 meters away. The system displayed a deduction of 2,557 health points, and Yang exclaimed it was still not dead, prompting Zhang Zi to warn everyone it remained alive. The corpse's abdomen suddenly bulged grotesquely in a horrifying manner. Budong Dao Budong Jing immediately fired an arrow while shouting for caution. A notification appeared showing 4,899 damage dealt by Rakshasa. Miao Guang unleashed fire rain and muttered what kind of monster this was, noting its terrifying resilience. Zhang Zi commanded that the living corpse would not fall in one blow, and he would cover the rear, ordered Dragon King and Liu Yuying to check both sides for survivors, and Liu Yuying and Shan Wai kicked open doors one by one. She reported no survivors, the other side was the same. Yang suggested continuing downstairs to search, and Shan Wai nodded in agreement. Zhang Zi suddenly shouted for caution because there were people ahead. The group in front warned them not to approach. Xiao Wei explained they meant no harm and only wanted to leave and find survivors, and Xiao too urged them to move on. Meng Dai exhaled in relief that they had finally escaped and nearly died of fright, while Zhang Zi surveyed the surroundings that looked identical to the collapse zone of their world. The desolate ruins before their eyes left everyone speechless, as if this destroyed world was a grim omen for reality itself. The scene mirrored the collapse zone ravaged by demons. Shanwai asked if he had been there. Suzui awkwardly admitted he was a licensed photojournalist, and the others stared in surprise while he laughed it off as mere survival. Zhang Zi observed that this remote area likely had few survivors, and Yang agreed they should head toward more densely populated districts. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed through the ruins. Liu Yuying pointed out someone was calling for help. Zhang Zi ordered them to check it out, and a panicked woman ran toward them begging for rescue. Shanwai grew excited at finally meeting survivors. Suzui shouted to charge, but reminded everyone to stay safe. All at once, a horde of living corpses surged in from every direction. Zhang Zi drew his sturdy wooden longbow and fired rapidly, while Miao Guang and Yi Zhaiqiu rushed forward to block the monsters. She said she would handle the rear, and he agreed. Yang shielded the mother and child and told them to stay behind him. Zhang Zi ordered that as more living corpses gathered, they must prioritize protecting the survivors, and Shanwai roared confidently that he would crush them all. Liu Yuying warned more living corpses were approaching from behind, and there must be other survivors and explorers nearby, and Yang turned to see that it was indeed them. Both sides instantly plunged into a fierce and chaotic battle. Chen Feng let out a cold, mocking laugh, as if he had expected some terrifying foe, only to find it was Rakshasa standing there instead. Zhang Zi replied in an icy tone, warning that Chen Feng's collusion with the radiant god would lead to nothing but a grim end. Enraged, he drew his bow and snarled that Rakshasa, or rather Zhang Zi, had ruined their grand plans time and again, and since enmity was forged, he should not blame them for what came next. Chen Feng barked an order to leave them dead here today, and Feng Yun immediately charged forward like a blade cutting through the wind. Feng Yun swung his sword and sneered that even Rakshasa would struggle to escape death, while Liu Yuying blocked the strike and warned Rakshasa to be careful, prompting Zhang Zi to call out her name. Furious, Zhang Zi declared that they had brought this upon themselves, then summoned Xiao Zai, the Blood Clan, and the Dark Dragon King to the battlefield. Xiao Zai and the summoned beasts appeared in a flash, and Zhang Zi gave a ruthless command to wipe them all out without mercy. They answered in unison, and the Dark Dragon King unleashed a torrent of flames that made the enemy shriek in terror at the sight of that monstrous sovereign of darkness. Panic broke their ranks as they fled, shouting that another one had appeared, and that this man truly was Rakshasa, so retreating to preserve their lives mattered more than pride. Xiao Zai tossed out a small square box with a mischievous giggle, inviting everyone to play a little game. As fire spread chaos through the enemy lines, Zhang Zi directed the Blood Clan to release black mist to shield their allies, and the Blood Clan answered crisply that they understood. Upon receiving the order, the Blood Clan immediately activated the black mist, which swallowed the entire battlefield in suffocating darkness. Liu Yuying shouted for everyone to use the mist to stop the enemy from advancing, while Shan Wei grew more excited with every strike, vowing to smash them to pieces. Shrouded in black mist, Chen Feng roared that Rakshasa could not hide forever and boasted of their numbers, while Feng Yun ordered all archers to prepare to fire at full force once the targets appeared, and Chen Feng swore Zhang Zi and Liu Yuying would be buried today. His subordinates raised their bows in unison and fired wildly toward any movement within the haze. Provoked by their taunts, the Dark Dragon King let out a thunderous roar and lunged forward with savage fury. He spewed a rolling sea of flames, and Zhang Zi warned him not to get entangled and to climb higher into the sky. Feng Yun lamented that their inability to fly put them at a severe disadvantage, while another muttered that otherwise none of them would escape alive today. Just as they thought they were safe, a sudden noise erupted behind them, and a mother gasped in shock. A young boy burst into tears when he saw his mother struck by an arrow. Someone speculated she had been hit while leaving the mist. Meng Dai worried that after barely saving 2 people they had lost one again, and Liu Yuying reminded the princess to watch her words since children were present. Shan Wei cursed furiously that the enemy were shameless bullies, and demanded Rakshasa lower the Dark Dragon King so he could go back and crush them. But Xiao Wei hurried to stop him and urged calm because there were dozens of foes. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zi nodded in agreement, yet Liu Yuying quickly grabbed Rakshasa and told him not to act rashly. Dai Yang asked in trust whether his brother had a plan to turn the tide, and Zhang Zi replied coldly that they would make the enemy pay today, then ordered the Dark Dragon King to turn back and seize their advantage. He immediately summoned Mud Rakshasa, who appeared silently at his side. Zhang Zi declared that the 2 of them would activate their personal domains together, and the other obeyed his master without hesitation. The system chimed that the personal domain had been activated, and all skill damage increased by 50%, making Shan Wei grin from ear to ear. Seeing blue light engulf the sky, Chen Feng's face changed as he realized the Dark Dragon King had returned, and he demanded to know what that terrifying thing truly was. Zhang Zi continued coordinating as the effects stacked. Shan Wei shouted that his skill damage had doubled, and Miao Guang gaped that his fire rain had jumped from 3,000 to 6,000, promising the enemy a brutal beating. Sensing hesitation in their ranks, Feng Yun tried to steady them by claiming the smaller group would not dare descend. Chen Feng taunted them to come down if they had the guts, and the Dark Dragon King answered with a roar before diving. From above, a storm of razor-sharp ice rain poured down like a frozen tempest. Damage numbers exploded wildly, and Yi Zhaiqiu unleashed his attack without a shred of mercy. Chaos erupted as some screamed they were frozen and begged mages to dispel it. Others cried that meteor rain hurt unbearably and had nearly drained them after 3 hits. Healers were urged to save them as potions ran dry, and many fled to avoid becoming ice statues. The second wave crashed down as Miao Guang's fire rained. Shan Wei laughed and invited them to taste the dual torment of ice and fire, and as the elements intertwined, the enemy's health plummeted by nearly 20,000. The system repeatedly announced that his fire rain had defeated multiple targets, and Miao Guang exclaimed that he had never fought so satisfyingly in his life. His teammates cheered in exhilaration, though one lamented not being a mage to spam skills to his heart's content. The enemy forces collapsed and fled for their lives. Feng Yun shouted to stabilize the formation, and told healers and fighters to hold their ground, but no one listened as they abandoned even rewards, swearing they would never provoke Rakshasa again, even for gold. Left with no choice, the old man advised Chen Feng to retreat while they still could, and Chen Feng reluctantly agreed. Standing atop the Dark Dragon King and looking down, Shan Wei's group gloated that the enemy had been beaten into a disgraceful retreat, and the ground below glittered with loot, marking a massive windfall. Meng Dai swiftly gathered the spoils, while Zhang Zi laughed in delight at the haul of soul orbs, potions, weapons, and gear, though Dai Yang still regretted not saving more survivors and wondered if they had formed a base somewhere in the city. The child continued sobbing that his mother was gone and he wanted to find his father, and Zhang Zi gently asked if he knew where his father might be. The boy said his father was in the tallest building in the city, so the group immediately headed that way. Liu Yuying believed many survivors must have gathered there, and Dai Yang sighed that Rakshasa had cleverly solved yet another impossible problem for him.